Awkward. Minutes later, the young woman had to take the initiative to stop crying, wiped her face, and crumpled the tissues into a ball, hurling them at Eric. "You're really a jerk." With that, she stood up, somewhat flustered, making her way to the bathroom. Her makeup was likely a mess. Oh, how ugly. After fixing her makeup and fidgeting in the bathroom for a bit, she finally emerged, taking her place back on the sofa. Not brave enough to scold him now, huh? Humph. Oh, keep an eye out for a script that fits you. Don't rush it. If you're feeling bored, maybe take some easy classes. That'll help shape your image. The public generally likes ambitious actresses. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to take on some variety show appearances either. You'll need to check with Kepler about that. He's the professional agent, not me. Julia nodded obediently. By the way, have you seen a therapist about that thing? Julia shook her head and shot Eric a resentful glare. It was all this jerk's fault. After the movie had premiered, she found herself with some spare time. She took a moment to look up information and learned all about Stockholm Syndrome. The examples listed in the books seemed absurd to her, yet when she connected them to her own erratic behavior, she had to acknowledge the truth of it all. At the same time, the release of Pretty Woman turned her from a small-time actress into a big star. She felt even more wary about seeking therapy. What if a therapist accidentally disclosed her condition? Her burgeoning career could come crashing down. How could the public accept a star who might turn into a sexual slave at any moment? Thus, even her closest ones remained in the dark about this secret, with only Eric knowing. Eric quickly grasped Julia's concerns. This was indeed a delicate matter. Once word got out, a scandal would be unavoidable. This kind of issue should have a lot to do with self-confidence, right? "I thought you looked great when you first came to my house, all fiery and fierce. Keep that up, and maybe it'll all fade away." "You nonsense. I checked the material. This is all your fault. If you hadn't treated me the way you did that night, none of this would have happened." Eric raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, it's all my fault." "Exactly, it is your fault." Seeing the awkward expression on Eric's face, Julia felt a sense of satisfaction. "By the way, where's Drew Barrymore? Isn't it the weekend?" "She's at boarding school. They don't have to come home on weekends. She might not even know I'm back today. The girl loves to play. While I'm away, she rarely stays at home alone." Julia's tone turned a bit sour. "You're really nice to her." Eric laughed. "You're not the first to say that. The girl owes me $1 million. In this day and age, those in debt are the boss, so I gotta take care of her." "Huh. Are you going to the Fox party at the Hilton tonight?" "Of course," Julia nodded, glancing at her. "Watch. It's getting late. I need to head back." Eric helped her with her disguise again, seeing Julia out the door before returning to the villa. After some aimless TV watching, as the sun set, Eric went upstairs to change clothes and drove over to the Hilton. A celebration party for a movie like Pretty Woman, with its blockbuster success, was definitely a hot target for paparazzi. Eric didn't much fancy dealing with them and had planned to take the parking garage elevator directly to the banquet hall, but it suddenly dawned on him that he'd forgotten to check which floor the party was on. Looking around, he saw there were no other people in the parking garage. He couldn't very well ask the overhead cameras for help. Reluctantly, he chose to wait a bit, hoping to run into someone else attending the party. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. He waited several minutes without seeing a single soul. If he continued this way, he might attract unwanted attention from the security cameras, and they'd think he was some sort of car thief. Resigned, he left the parking lot, only to be immediately swarmed by a pack of paparazzi. The Hilton security were fairly diligent and rushed over to help Eric, blocking the crowd. The paparazzi clamored, firing off a stream of chaotic questions. "Director Williams, you've been missing for a week. Were you preparing for your next film?" "Eric, did Julia Roberts get her role in Pretty Woman because she slept with you?" Lamborghini announced that their latest model has 153 pre-orders in just a week. "Eric, will your next movie feature product placements again?" "Eric, how come Drew Barrymore didn't come with you? Isn't she living with you now?" Well-meaning, malicious, and loaded questions buzzed around him, making it difficult for Eric to respond appropriately. Not wanting to say too much, he silently trudged forward, guided by the security, until they finally got into the Hilton hallway, where the paparazzi ceased their pursuit. The Hilton manager greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Williams, welcome. The celebration for Pretty Woman is on the 4th floor. Do you need me to escort you? Eric quickly shook his head. No need. I can find my own way. Once inside the elevator, he pressed the button and noticed the manager still smiling at him. What on earth was going on? Actually, it was quite simple. The manager had also seen Pretty Woman and was fond of Eric for his portrayal of the cool hotel manager, Bernie Thompson. Chapter 86. The First Flirter. Once the champagne was popped, the party officially kicked off. As a film project that, along with its related videotape revenues, could lead to over $100 million in profits for Fox, even Barry Diller, the president of Fox at the time, had to personally attend the celebration. In addition to the cast of Pretty Woman, Fox had also invited dozens of stars, both big and small, to attend the event, making the party a dazzling affair. With so many important figures present, the banquet hall, filled with over 100 guests, maintained a sense of order as groups of 3 or 4 gathered to chat on various topics. Eric, about the Super Bowl trailer, the marketing department really played it too safe. I assure you, when it comes time for your next film release, Fox will back you all the way, Diller said. Why wait for next time? This one can count too. Just get me reimbursed. Eric thought silently, while smiling on the outside. Mr. Diller, let's not dwell on that. The $1.5 million Super Bowl ad fee was indeed a hefty expense, so Fox's conservative approach was understandable. Barry Diller chuckled, clearly not wanting to bring it up again. That old Fox. The conversation shifted back to Eric's next film. Although there were no concrete plans for his follow-up to Pretty Woman, Fox had already slated it for the summer blockbuster season. This summer was shaping up to be packed with major releases like Warner's Batman, Paramount's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Columbia's Ghostbusters 2. These were all sure to be box office hits. Fox, having diverted so much attention to the development of its TV network, had only produced a handful of films that year, ranking last among the 6 major studios. In order not to fall behind in movie performance, Fox undoubtedly had to fully support Eric's project, especially after the tremendous success of Pretty Woman. With summer box office competition fierce, it wouldn't be easy to rake in high earnings. Eric wasn't about to go head-to-head with these blockbusters by trying to compete with a sequel to Home Alone, which had already made a name. After a lot of contemplation, he settled on an idea he had previously toyed with. I already have a preliminary storyline for my next film. I plan to invite Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise. It will be a film about 2 male characters clashing, he announced. Barry Diller's eyes narrowed slightly. If it worked, just the star power of the 2 Toms combined with Eric's box office draw ensured the film would easily break the $100 million mark. Plus, with the year-end release of Home Alone 2, Fox would have 3 major hits in a single year, making their film performance beyond reproach. He could then focus on developing the TV network without concerns. Eric, if you're bringing in both Toms, their combined fee is going to be no less than $10 million, right? What's your budget looking like? Eric thought it over. It shouldn't exceed $30 million. This is a drama without any big special effects or action sequences. It will rely entirely on the performances of the 2 leads. So a $30 million budget is already quite generous, and it's likely we may not even spend it all. I heard you just spent a fortune acquiring that studio from Jobs. Although Barry Diller's question seemed a bit out of context, Eric quickly grasped his implication. Fox still wanted to have a stake in the film investment. Yeah, I had Pixar make a logo for my film company and was really pleased with it. I heard they were in trouble and looking to sell, and since I had a growing interest in animated films, I seized the opportunity to buy it. But animation takes a long time, and with 3D still in its infancy, I don't know when we'll be able to produce the first animated film. Eric ignored the faint resignation on Barry Diller's face. After all, if he circled around, he could still enjoy the ride. Listening to the little Fox ramble on, Diller finally got to the point. Eric, if your next film needs some financial support, Fox could take a part in investing. It could also mitigate risks. And rest assured, Fox won't tie the investment funds to marketing costs. Our previous revenue-sharing agreement stays unchanged. Barry Diller laid it all out clearly, and Eric had no grounds to outright refuse it, but he also wouldn't willingly give away his own interests. Eric knew exactly what Diller was getting at. If they succeeded in getting both Toms, they wouldn't be able to fail. In the end, Eric could only say, "No problem, Mr. Diller." If I need outside investment, Fox will definitely be my first choice. Diller sensed Eric's insincerity, realizing that the possibility of Fox investing was practically zero. But he wouldn't resort to any desperate measures like Columbia had, as both parties were still in their honeymoon phase of cooperation. Although according to their previous tiered agreement, Eric earned slightly more than Fox, the studio still reaped substantial profits that others envied. They discussed a few more topics before parting ways to mingle with others. Just as Diller walked away, Eric felt a multitude of eyes hone in on him. All right, ladies, throw yourselves at me. Whoever makes the first move today gets a role in my next movie. Eric slyly entertained a somewhat ridiculous thought while relishing the attention. At the end of the day, he was still a regular guy. If he didn't have a bit of vanity, what was all this fuss about? Before long, he found himself face to face with the first person. A bald, 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a broad back and a broad waist, and a smile on face that looked obscene no matter how you looked at it. The kicker? It was a man. Eric, you finally made it back. I want to know what you're thinking. I felt several of Julia's film offers were pretty solid, but you turned them all down. Finally deciding to let loose for a change, Eric found himself being pulled aside by Kepler. Kepler, don't you get the feeling of being stabbed in the heart by 1,000 arrows? Huh, look around you. Kepler shot a puzzled glance around, noticing a few striking girls eyeing him with a distinct sense of hostility. Despite being a workaholic, Kepler was savvy when it came to social cues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it as a manager. He shrugged, sorry, Eric. I'll let you hunt for the ladies later, but you gotta make it clear to me here, or I can't rest easy. Eric wanted desperately to clear things up with him. Most of Julia's successful films had been romantic comedies, and after just wrapping Pretty Woman, it wouldn't be appropriate to dive into another rom-com. Hence, he couldn't bring up any movies from her future just yet. He figured the best fit for Julia would be Steel Magnolias, which had garnered her a Golden Globe nomination and became a box office success with rave reviews. Unfortunately, when he checked, it seemed TriStar Pictures wasn't working on that project. It might have been lost to the butterfly effect, or they hadn't even started development yet. He certainly couldn't write the script again. For the previous 3 films, he had only felt comfortable borrowing material when he was 100% certain that the original had either not been made yet or had little connection to his films. That wasn't the case this time. Kepler, just wait a few days. I plan to check in at the Writers Guild to see if there are any registered scripts that would suit Julia, he said. Kepler winced. Eric, do you have any idea how many scripts are registered at the Writers Guild? Thousands. It's like saying I'm off to San Francisco to dig up some gold. It's unrealistic. If he knew where the gold was buried, digging it up would be easy. Eric merely wanted to see if the script for Steel Magnolias was registered or not. Trust me, Kepler, just be patient. I'll have an answer for you soon. Eric had set his mind that if he couldn't find Steel Magnolias, he would sift through his memory for films that had performed well at the box office and find one suitable for Julia. Given her rising fame, as long as the role suited her and she showed interest in acting, no production team would turn her down. Eric believed many production companies would be willing to increase their budget to accommodate her. Chapter 87. But I'm Not an Angel. After ushering Kepler away, Jeffrey arrived next, followed by a few executives from Fox who came over to say hello. After a long hour of navigating the social scene, James Brooks rushed over saying that a few producers wanted to meet him. Not a problem. Let's keep it going. After an exhausting hour of greetings and farewells, Eric felt his smile beginning to stiffen. He had enough and decided to take a breather, plopping down on a sofa in a corner. Mr. Williams, may I have the honor of a dance? He instinctively forced a stiff smile. The girl opposite him looked excited until she saw Eric shake his head. Sorry, miss, I'm too tired. Oh, my bad. She turned away, disappointed. He turned down 2 more bold actresses making advances when he thought he'd finally have some peace, only for a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy to approach him with a soft demeanor. Mr. Williams, my name is... Eric suppressed the urge to put up his defenses. I really don't care what your name is. I just want to be a normal handsome man without distractions. Is that too much to ask? Sorry, could I just have a moment alone? Oh, I'm sorry. Couldn't he have a less melancholic tone? Eric rubbed his forehead, rolling his eyes internally. In the brief silence that followed, a voice chimed in again. Eric, do you want some juice? It helps with the alcohol. He looked up to see yet another pretty face, carrying 2 glasses of orange juice. Sure. Thanks, Miss Madsen. Eric replied as he took the juice. Virginia settled next to him, subtly leaning in his direction, her soft curves brushing against his arm. With a hint of longing in her voice, she said, I'm really glad you remembered me. Can you call me Virginia? All right, Virginia. Can I call you Vicky? Whatever you'd like, she smiled. By the way, how did Gerald end up next to you? Are you? Eric instinctively raised his voice in denial. Absolutely not. Geez, why the strong reaction? Don't worry, I don't discriminate against gay people. I've seen plenty of directors like that. I think gay men often have a finer touch. Vicky, can we change the subject? She took a moment to scrutinize Eric's expression, then nodded. So you really aren't? What was that earlier about? Didn't you see? Virginia shook her head. I just went to the restroom, and when I came out, Gerald was leaving your side. I was exhausted and turned down several girls for dances. That might have given him the wrong idea. Good. Thing I didn't ask you to dance, or you would have definitely turned me away. Eric didn't want to keep discussing this. Rejecting several women was quite rude, after all. So what movie are you filming lately? Virginia's expression shifted to one of disappointment at this question. Each time she thought back to their first meeting, she held on to the hope that Eric had been inspired to create Pretty Woman based on her. Unfortunately, she hadn't landed the leading role, all the while witnessing Julia Roberts flit through the crowd like a princess. A little jealousy clawed through her heart. Julia wasn't yet as famous back when, but now that lucky girl had blossomed into a worldwide star. If only she had been a bit bolder that night, perhaps she would have been the one basking in compliments today. Virginia resolved that she had to make her move with Eric tonight. I just wrapped up a film where I played a wealthy man's wife who ends up driving a car into a river, resulting in her death. Wow. I'm sorry. Eric felt awkward. It wasn't really his fault, was it? It wasn't like she actually died. It felt like he was the villain in that story. Things will get better, he suggested after a moment of thought. It's hard to see hope. I'm fading fast. I won't be able to play a pretty girl much longer. Give it 2 years, and I might just be cast as a housewife, she lamented. At the mention of pretty girl, Eric chuckled, realizing that Virginia had certainly held onto what he'd said months ago during a party, where he had merely complimented her beauty while dancing. He wasn't bothered by her hints. Hollywood had always been a patriarchal world, and women without power or backing had to play their cards right to succeed. What else could they do? Remembering his former life, he realized it had taken him 10 years to barely scratch the surface, only able to circle around the sidelines, peeking through the gaps at the high-rises, the parties, the glamour, and the intoxicating lives others led. Vicky, would you like an opportunity? Virginia's eyes lit up. Of course I would. Eric shamelessly scrutinized her voluptuous form wrapped in a black gown. But I'm not an angel. What can you offer? Everything. The party had dragged on for several hours, and couples began to leave in pairs. Each could have just felt a spark, a simple one-night affair, or perhaps struck a deal that suited them both. In a Hollywood party like this, genuine love at first sight was hard to come by. Plenty of tales of someone getting conned or taken advantage of surfaced every now and then. They rode the elevator down to the underground parking lot, where the temperature in Los Angeles at night hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. The cool night breeze made Virginia, dressed in her thin gown, a bit more coherent, and she regretted having been so quick to agree to Eric's proposition. She felt she should have teased this young director a little longer before sealing any deal. Now it seemed like a gamble without any promises. What if this little man flipped out later and pretended nothing had happened? She could end up being used. A coat was gently draped over her shoulders, and Virginia smiled at Eric, tugging at the collar. All right, let's consider this a one-night stand. At least he's quite thoughtful. They quietly agreed to head to Virginia's place in Malibu. Eric had been surrounded by paparazzi when he arrived, and those guys would surely be on high alert watching as he left with a woman that night. Beverly Hills mansions had to be staked out already. Bringing Virginia home would only feed the tabloids. It took them nearly an hour to drive from the Hilton to Malibu without traffic. Fortunately, both were conversationalists, and the ride remained filled with chatter, avoiding any awkward silence. Following her into a little villa north of the coastal highway, far enough from the beach that even from the second-floor balcony, a view of the ocean was hard to catch. Eric casually asked, "So why do you live here?" Virginia hung Eric's coat on the rack and replied nonchalantly, "Getting a little villa in Malibu isn't bad at all. You wouldn't think just because I've done a few films that I'd be able to afford a mansion in Beverly Hills, would you?" Eric shrugged, realizing he'd asked a pretty naive question. Thinking back, after her debut in David Lynch's Dune, Virginia hadn't had too many noteworthy roles either before the 90s, and afterward, her film count dwindled further as she shifted to television. With a star of her level, she had some recognition, but lacked real box office pull, meaning she mostly landed low-budget independent films that paid a few $1,000s. After tonight, yet another woman's fate would be altered by his presence. After all, now that he was here, Hollywood's timeline seemed destined to take a turn for the chaotic. He might as well indulge his whims. What was the point of living again if he couldn't do as he pleased? Chapter 88, 10,880 Malibu. Eric walked over to the living room couch and sat down. The lady hung up her coat and followed him, and their eyes locked, creating an intimate atmosphere. Unable to resist, Eric wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer to him. "Take off your high heels," he instructed. Virginia obediently kicked off her heels, feeling his strong hands roam over her waist and hips. With a husky whisper, she asked, "Eric, can I take a shower first?" He didn't answer her question. After Virginia removed her high heels, she became a bit shorter, yet Eric remained unsatisfied. He applied a little more pressure with his hands, causing her eyes to flash briefly before she compliantly knelt on the carpet. Noticing the glint of satisfaction in Eric's eyes from his vantage point above her, Virginia propped herself up on his thigh, tilting her alluring face upward, her eyes hazy as she half teased, half questioned, "Do all men enjoy their women groveling at their feet?" Eric caressed her smooth cheek and replied matter-of-factly, "Sure, but unfortunately, most lack the ability to make a woman submit completely. What's up with your hair? I don't remember it looking like this last time." Puzzled, Virginia ran her fingers through her light golden curls, resembling the iconic Marilyn Monroe hairstyle. "Is there a problem?" she asked. "That color isn't appealing. Change it tomorrow," he directed. His commanding tone made her slightly resistant. "But my stylist said this color complements my eyes perfectly. I prefer a golden brown," he insisted. Virginia shot him a betrayed look. "Fine." Eric slid down the straps of her gown, pulling off her small nipple covers, and audaciously toyed with her chest. "Do you have a management company now?" Virginia shook her head, breathless. "I just have an independent agent," Eric interrupted. "Your career hasn't gone anywhere in years. That guy's no good. Fire him and go to UTA to find Kepler. I'll have him take you on personally." "Kepler Hyde." Virginia's eyes lit up. She knew exactly who he was. Kepler only had 3 clients: the ambiguously connected Drew Barrymore, Al Pacino, who was staging his comeback thanks to Pretty Woman, and the media's newly dubbed Hollywood Cinderella, Julia Roberts. Virginia couldn't believe she could become his 4th. Just moments ago, she panicked over whether Eric would turn on her after their night together or just cast her aside for a minor role. "Eric, thank you." He grinned and scooped her up in his arms. "Now your job is to please me. Where's the bedroom?" Guided by Virginia, Eric carried her up to the second-floor bedroom, tossing her petite frame onto the big bed. Their clothes quickly became a flurry around the room as Eric positioned himself above her, placing himself between her generous chest. As he toyed with her, he looked down and asked with a smirk, "Can you handle it?" She gave him a flirtatious nod while playfully gripping him, occasionally leaning down to tease him with soft kisses. Eric awoke to the sound of waves crashing against the shore, sunlight streaming through the curtain slits. He glanced at the woman curled in his arms. Though the view stirred his desires, he didn't want to disturb Virginia from her peaceful slumber. It was more about self-control. The previous night had been a bit excessive. He had kept her quite busy. He'd explored nearly every move he'd seen in adult films, and experience had shown him that ripe peaches could indeed handle much more than the harder vibe of someone like Jennifer Aniston. Virginia's playful disposition had truly satisfied him. After dressing, he stepped onto the balcony and discovered the view was far better than he'd perceived the night before. He could see the ocean in the distance as the sun peered over the horizon, painting the water an exaggerated orange. An unsightly Judd appeared in the southwest corner of his view, disrupting the picture-perfect white sands. Squinting to see more clearly, he remembered what that place was. Waking up after a night of passion always amplified a man's ambitions. With thoughts swirling, he returned to Virginia's bedroom, finding a stack of A4 paper on her bedside table, seemingly a script. Eric was too disinterested to read it. Any script that reached Virginia's hands wasn't likely worth much. Next to it sat a pen. He picked it up, grabbed a chair, and sat on the balcony, laying the stack of papers on his knee. He carefully examined the terrain of the jutting land and began sketching on the blank side of the paper. The pen wasn't as comfortable as a pencil, but served its purpose. The scratching of pen on paper filled the air for over half an hour before Virginia awoke, noticing her companion had vanished. She felt a brief pang of panic before spotting his serious figure on the balcony, immersed in his drawing. Throwing off the covers, she slipped out of bed barefoot, draping a sheer robe around herself as she approached him and affectionately wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "Good morning, Eric." "Morning, Vicky. Do you still have any use for this script?" Virginia shook her head. "Go ahead and draw. It's useless. I worked really hard on it, but I didn't get the part." Eric nodded, returning to his drawing. "What are you crafting there, Eric?" she asked. He casually ripped off a bird's eye view sketch and handed it to her, pointing at the southwest jut. Virginia took a look and exclaimed, "This is a design?" "Yeah, a blueprint for a mansion. I plan to buy that piece of land and build a house like this," he replied. Virginia chuckled as she returned the blueprint. "But that's a park. Not like Central Park in New York. If we think it through, we can definitely make it happen. I intend to buy up that nearly 1-hectare plot of land. I bet the Los Angeles County government would be thrilled to bring in that extra income," he declared. 1 hectare? She clumsily estimated the size. A hectare was just over 100,000 square feet, while her little villa barely broke 1,000 square feet. Goodness, a mansion 100 times the size of hers was already beyond Virginia's wildest dreams. If only this man belonged to her. No. Even being his lover and spending time in that dream mansion would be simply divine. "Eric, the ground conditions there seem unsuitable for a mansion. Otherwise, wealthy folks would have jumped at the chance to buy it by now," she suggested, her voice nearly sultry as she began brainstorming ideas. "I think it's better to choose a piece of land with a private beach. Why does it have to be there?" With a smirk, Eric sketched another image from his mind onto the white paper. "Because that's 10880 Malibu." He paused, then added, "My 10880 Malibu." Chapter 89, High Luck Attribute. Virginia completely failed to grasp what Eric was talking about, and curiously replied, "Malibu 10880? Eric nodded but didn't bother to offer any detailed explanation. It would have been impossible to clarify things for her anyway. In his past life, he had been struck by Tony Stark's Malibu mansion in Iron Man 3. Like many film buffs, he had searched for information about that house online, only to discover that it was a fully CGI model created by the film company based on the Malibu site. There were later claims that a real house existed, but it turned out to be in San Diego, California, and the owner had listed it for sale. However, savvy internet users quickly debunked it as a publicity stunt. While the San Diego property was indeed a lovely oceanfront villa, it was nothing compared to the cinematic grandeur of the movie house. As for the flashier Stark Tower in New York, that seemed unlikely to happen. New York was already filled to the brim with its own set of problems. But Eric felt the Malibu mansion was within his reach. It was really just a matter of money, and for Eric, that was hardly an issue anymore. With expectations that his film, Pretty Woman, would rake in over $100 million, building 100 villas in Malibu wouldn't pose any challenge at all. Turning to glance at the lovely girl still nestled on his shoulder, Eric smiled, running his hand over Virginia's soft curves, feeling the smooth warmth beneath his palm. "Vicky, why don't you whip up some breakfast? I was busy all night, and now I'm starving." Virginia shot him a playful glance. "With me around, do you even need breakfast? Come on, prepare some toast and eggs. And don't forget to balance an apple on your head while you're at it. I'll be there to dine on you later." "As you wish, Your Highness." Virginia giggled, leaning in to plant a kiss at the corner of Eric's mouth. But just as she moved in, Eric suddenly thought of something and jerked to the side. No. With a thud, he tipped over, chair and all, sending a pile of papers held together by a paperclip scattering everywhere. Virginia quickly helped Eric back up, brushing the dust from his clothes. What's got you all worked up? Eric pointed at Virginia's lips. You swallowed last night, and you haven't brushed your teeth, right? Realization dawned on her, and she gave Eric an annoyed look. You horrible man. You made me swallow such disgusting stuff, and now you're being picky. Eric chuckled as he and Virginia bent down together to pick up the scattered papers, reattaching them with the paperclip. After giving her a gentle nudge to get started on breakfast, Eric settled back into his seat. The order of the 10 pages of script was clearly out of whack, and as Eric fiddled with it, he inadvertently glanced at a page that boldly displayed the words Steel Magnolias. Steel Magnolias. Eric quickly rearranged the script and started reading from the first page. Although it was just an audition segment and not the full script, it lacked any information on the writers or directors. Still, he recognized these scenes as exactly what he had been looking for, those of the timid hairstylist Anel Dupuy de Soto. Man, my luck attribute is really high. Maybe I should try my luck in Las Vegas. Eric mused with a grin. Since the script appeared in Virginia's bedroom, the audition must have been a recent occurrence, and he hoped the role hadn't been finalized yet. Walking downstairs with the script in hand, he found Virginia in a fresh set of comfy clothes, tied up in an apron, busy in the kitchen. Upon noticing Eric standing behind her, Virginia turned to smile. Eric, it'll be ready soon. Eric raised the script and asked, Vicky, when did you audition for this movie? Virginia flipped the sizzling eggs in the pan, glancing back quickly. Are you talking about Steel Magnolias? I auditioned Friday, just 2 days ago. Can you tell me more about this film? What do you know? Virginia plated the eggs, turned off the stove, and replied, Sure, Eric. Let's chat over breakfast in the dining room. Nodding, Eric helped her carry breakfast into the dining area. Virginia poured him a glass of milk and said, My agent recommended me this script. It's directed by Herbert Ross. I heard that originally, TriStar intended to invest, but with Sony Form Japan launching negotiations to acquire them, they are afraid that the film's poor box office performance might negatively impact their stock. So a lot of TriStar's less favorable projects got shelved. Herbert Ross ended up having to pull together some investors to produce it independently, which meant the budget wasn't large. That's how I got my audition chance. Thanks to Eric's reassurances from the previous night, Virginia no longer felt upset about not landing Anel's role. Her voice was casual, as if she were just having a chat. Unfortunately, Herbert Ross thought I was too old for that part, so I didn't get to audition successfully. The mention of her age immediately sparked a hint of worry in Virginia as she looked at Eric. She was almost 30, and time wasn't on her side anymore. Across the table, Eric's eating slowed considerably as he mentally calculated that since TriStar had pulled out, perhaps he could snag the project. Firefly couldn't just keep making films for Eric alone. Investing in more projects was essential, and Steel Magnolias might be an excellent opportunity. Of course, Firefly would eventually need to establish its distribution channel. In his past life, DreamWorks struggled because it lacked a solid distribution plan and had to hand films over to the Big Six, resulting in most profits being siphoned away by the studios. Even when DreamWorks released massive hits, the bottom line reflected losses, ultimately leading to its sale to Viacom. In reality, DreamWorks had some distribution capabilities, but many of Spielberg's films were large investments with major productions. Minimal promotion could often yield only a fraction of the revenue on films that might otherwise gross $200 million worldwide. That was why Eric hadn't yet considered distributing his own films. He willingly turned almost half of his profits over to Fox because only a major player like Fox had the promotional power to fully unleash the potential of a highly sellable film. If he tried to distribute on his own, even with the same number of screens as Fox, he wouldn't see the same box office success. So many variables were at play that it was hard to summarize. Gradually, Eric began to solidify his vision for Firefly's path, producing films to gather funding from the studios while also investing heavily in small-budget films with budgets in the millions, using those films to gain resources and experience. Once they reached a certain level of success, distributing his own films would make perfect sense. It seemed that the Weinstein brothers had successfully taken the small-budget route. While DreamWorks fluctuated with highs and lows, the Weinsteins thrived. Even after losing Miramax, and their new venture, the Weinstein Company, still held a place of prestige in Hollywood. Chapter 90. Gotta make a few dreams come true. After hanging up the phone, Eric turned to the lady and said, "All right, go ahead and find Kepler at UTA. He'll know what to do." Virginia had changed into a rose-colored suit that added a touch of sophistication. With a small handbag in hand, she asked, "Aren't you coming back to the city with me?" "Not this time. I'm waiting for my lawyer to come by. Besides, it wouldn't look too good if the paparazzi caught us together." Virginia pulled out a keychain and handed it to Eric. "This is a spare key to the villa. If you want, you can stop by any time." Eric smiled as he took the key and slipped it into his pocket. "Don't worry, I'll be around often." He couldn't resist giving her a playful pinch on her pointed chin and added, "You look really sexy in that outfit. Next time, wear it to bed for me." Virginia shot him a flirtatious glance. "It's barely after 8. I could head out later if you wanted." Eric playfully gave her a slap on the rear that was snugly wrapped in her suit and said, "Don't get carried away. Be careful, or I might keep you from leaving for 3 days. Now go on." "Oh no, you wrinkled it." Virginia swatted Eric's hand away and smoothed her skirt. "I should head out now." Not long after Virginia left, a black Mercedes pulled up at the villa. Eric's personal lawyer carefully checked the address on a notepad before curiously pressing the doorbell. "Eric, did you buy another place here?" Edward Lewis asked when Eric opened the door. "No, it's a friend's house," Eric explained as Edward followed him into the living room. Without having to look at the feminine decor, the faint fragrance in the air confirmed to Edward that this was clearly a woman's home. He felt a twinge of envy for Eric's good fortune. Leading his lawyer up to the balcony on the second floor, Eric pointed toward a corner of land in the distance and asked, "Edward, what would I need to do to buy that piece of land?" Edward put on his glasses, squinted at it, and shook his head. "Eric, that's too far away. Why don't we go take a look? It's hard to say much from here." "Sure thing," Eric said, grabbing a script that had sketches on it, and they headed out together. Standing at the edge of the cliff on the corner piece of land, they looked down at the bare brown rocks below, surrounded by overgrown weeds. But ahead lay a breathtaking blue ocean. Edward held a sketch in his hand. Even though it was just pen drawings, thanks to Eric's solid skills in sketching, the building on the paper looked strikingly vivid. Edward couldn't help but admire the grandeur and luxury of the building fabric. If it were actually constructed, it would surely become a landmark in Malibu. "Eric, are you sure you want to build a mansion like this?" "Why wouldn't I?" Eric replied. Edward nodded. "But both sides are private villas. While I'm not an expert in construction, I can guess that this area was turned into a park because it wasn't suitable for building. Otherwise, no one would leave this acreage unused. As long as I can get that land, that's what matters," Eric declared. "No matter how much it costs, I will build it. If the ground isn't stable, we'll reinforce it with concrete. If it needs soil, we'll bring it in from elsewhere. And if excavation is a problem, we'll use dynamite." Edward chuckled and shook his head. Eric, realizing his earlier enthusiasm sounded a bit too extravagant, laughed and said, "Edward, you're not thinking damn rich people, are you?" "Of course not. I just think it's unnecessary, Eric. Look at those." Edward pointed at the villas nearby. "Living in those would be pretty comfortable. Here, besides rocks and weeds, there's nothing." After saying that, Edward looked at Eric, curiosity sparking his gaze. He wanted to know what prompted Eric to have such a wild idea about building a mansion here. "I guess it's a dream of mine," Eric answered, understanding the curiosity of his lawyer. He concocted a half-true excuse. "When I first moved from England to LA as a kid, my dad brought me here once for a visit. In my youthful imagination, I suddenly thought about wanting to build a big house on this very land. I gradually forgot about it until this morning when I saw it again. It brought back distant memories, and now that I have the financial means, why not make it a reality?" Afterward, Eric plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. "Over the years, I've had countless thoughts, and I've let many go. I've got to make a few come true so I won't have regrets later." "Edward, did you ever have any unusual ideas in your past?" Edward seemed to reminisce at Eric's words. "In high school, I wanted to be a rock star. I even ditched class to learn how to play But my dad caught me and grounded me for a month. When I got out, I dutifully enrolled at Yale Law School. Eric laughed heartily, taking a moment to size up Edward, who had a more scholarly demeanor now. You sure don't look like someone who once rocked out. Edward sighed. Of course not. It's been almost 30 years. Back then, the Beatles had just formed. Elvis was at the height of his fame, and now those legends have faded. Elvis and the Beatles were a bit far off for Eric, yet he caught the nostalgia and sentimentality in Edward's voice as he fished around in his pockets. Noticing Eric's motions, Edward dug into his own pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Looking for these? Eric grabbed a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. I thought you didn't smoke. Edward instinctively looked around before lighting one up himself. I occasionally do. I had a severe smoking habit in high school. My dad caught me once and gave me a beating with a rot-tin switch. It hurt a lot and left a psychological scar. Even after he stopped caring, I still have a habit of sneaking cigarettes. A lot of people think I don't smoke at all. So, the two middle-aged men, both in their 40s, one physically and the other mentally, smoked and chatted, letting the ocean breeze envelop them for half an hour. After Edward extinguished his cigarette, he tossed both butts into an empty pack and tucked it into his pocket. Haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Then you should come by more often. Too busy, Edward shook his head, then added, Eric, get ready with a check. I'll do my best to help you secure that piece of land. Thanks. Anytime. Though, I do expect a commission, Edward joked. But, Eric, you really should find a financial manager. This sort of thing is technically beyond my scope. Chapter 91, Amy's Invitation. Eric had planned to find a manager, but it wasn't an easy task. Although he hadn't yet received a cut from any movie, nobody could deny that his worth had already surpassed $100 million. And only Eric knew that with the rights to Jurassic Park in his hands, along with Pixar and his future plans to secure more gold mines, his wealth would easily soar past the $1 billion mark. Given this situation, he couldn't possibly hand over his assets to be managed by someone else. Professional ethics only came into play when one hadn't faced enough temptation. It wasn't uncommon in Hollywood for stars to be swindled by their financial managers. The infamous bankruptcy of Nicolas Cage, while partly due to Cage's own love of extravagance, wouldn't have happened without some shenanigans from his financial manager. The more chaotic the employer's finances, the easier it was for someone to muddy the waters. And when the accounts were tidy and wealth was growing, it belonged to the employer. The financial manager was only entitled to their commission. After hitching a ride with Edward back to Los Angeles, Eric went to the Hilton Hotel parking lot to retrieve his car and then drove straight to Firefly's headquarters. While Eric was out of Los Angeles, Jeffrey had already secured the rights to adapt Scent of a Woman, and Eric hadn't even had a chance to write the script for it yet. Jeffrey also raised another issue, the financial situation at Firefly. The production of Pretty Woman had drained all the funds Eric had invested in the company, and as per usual, he would have to wait until the film left theaters to see any profits. Despite his good relationship with Fox, Eric knew that if he approached Barry Diller to talk about this, he would only want to discuss business. The $50 million loan Eric had secured, backed by his contract for Home Alone, had allowed him to use $20 million to purchase Pixar and keep $10 million for the pre-production of Toy Story, leaving him with just $20 million. This amount wasn't even enough for his next movie investment, let alone his other projects. He handed a $2 million check to the company's financial manager, then told Jeffrey, "Let's start preparing Scent of a Woman. I'll finish the script in the next few days. What about your other movies?" Jeffrey asked. Eric shrugged. "I'll just have to keep borrowing." Once you had borrowed once, you eventually grew accustomed to it. For now, he wouldn't allow any other studios to interfere with his projects. By the way, Jeffrey, I came across a script by coincidence. The director is Herbert Ross, and it's still in the casting phase. I heard the budget isn't very generous. Can you contact him to see if we can secure the project? Firefly would be willing to co-produce, and maybe you could persuade Julia Roberts to join. Jeffrey looked at the script Eric handed him, read a few sections, but didn't see anything particularly special. He didn't voice any objections, having long since stopped doubting Eric's vision for films. As Eric had pointed out, he was better suited to the role of producer, leaving the content decisions to Eric. "Sure thing. I'll reach out to Herbert Ross as soon as I can. After handling a few matters that required his personal attention in the morning, Eric was about to head home when Jeffrey knocked and entered his office. Eric, remember Amy Pascal? Of course. Without her, Home Alone wouldn't have been such a smooth release. I still haven't gotten the chance to thank her in person. She just called, Jeffrey said, pulling Eric up. She's still on the line, looking for you. Eric quickly stood up and followed Jeffrey to his office. Amy, long time no see. I've been meaning to thank you, but you left so suddenly last time. Sure, no problem. See you soon. After hanging up, Eric exchanged glances with Jeffrey. Jeffrey was the first to share what he knew. Amy went back to Colombia, and she's currently serving as vice president. Cohen Blunt has left, heard he retired early and moved to France. She just told you? Jeffrey nodded. I chatted with her for a bit before, but what did she want? She said she wanted to take me out for dinner. The two chatted for a moment, but didn't come to any conclusions. Eric glanced at his watch and said, I should head out for that. Jeffrey, you take care of Scent of a Woman and Steel Magnolias. I'll be at home working on the script for the next few days, so don't expect me at the office. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, Jeffrey replied as they walked out of the office side by side. When Eric arrived at the restaurant they agreed on, he found Amy Pascal already waiting. She wore a black business suit, and her shoulder-length blonde hair was styled in waves, said to reflect her mood. Eric couldn't quite read what that hairstyle indicated. They exchanged a light hug, and Eric said, Sorry, Amy, traffic held me up. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. No worries, Amy Pascal smiled. You weren't late. I just got here too early. They sat together at the table, and Amy handed the menu to Eric, asking, What do you want to eat? Eric took it, chuckled, and said, This feels so strange. It should have been me asking that first. Oh, come on, big guy. I promised I'd treat you tonight. So let's skip the traditional male bravado. Eric shrugged and didn't argue. Given that Amy hadn't interacted with him much, it made sense she didn't see his more mature side and addressed him as she would a younger man. After casually ordering lunch, Eric handed the menu back to Amy. She didn't even look at it. Instead, she confidently articulated her request and passed the menu to the waiter. Do you come here often? He asked. Yeah, the food's pretty good here. Amy didn't rush to explain her reason for inviting Eric, and he didn't push for it either. They chatted casually about the weather and current events while enjoying their meal. Once they switched to coffee after lunch, Amy finally revealed her purpose. Chapter 92. The sweet deal was too good to be true. After hearing Amy Pascal relay the conditions set by Coca-Cola CEO Donald Keough, Eric found it hard not to be intrigued. He even wondered if there was some sort of catch waiting to trap him, because how often did such a golden opportunity just fall into one's lap? The offer was astounding. A generous budget without any interference in the film's production. They would even provide a team to help him produce another movie to meet his contractual obligations with Fox, and afterward, he would still get 30% of the domestic gross and 10% of the international earnings. Such an offer seemed downright outrageous. Spielberg himself wouldn't get terms this good. Amy, it feels unreal for Columbia to throw such conditions my way. You know, my last collaboration with Columbia wasn't exactly pleasant, so it's hard for me to believe there isn't some trick involved here. Amy responded earnestly. Eric, trust me. To make this deal happen and to prevent any interference, the board specifically removed the former president, Cohen Blunt, from his position. That shows Columbia's sincerity. Eric still shook his head. While he was happy Cohen was gone, it didn't convince him that Columbia did this just for him. I need a real reason that can convince me. Amy paused for a moment and explained in detail. Columbia is in acquisition talks with Sony of Japan. They need a blockbuster to boost their stock prices, and you are the safest bet right now. The 3 films you've been involved with have generated incredible box office returns. With the continued success at the box office, audiences have formed a strong tendency to show up for your next film. If your upcoming movie maintains the same standard, reaching over $100 million at the box office is practically guaranteed. As Eric began to look less skeptical, Amy continued, So don't think Columbia would make a losing deal. This is a win-win partnership. Eric, the success of Home Alone has already pushed Columbia's stock from $12 to $14. Their market value rose from $2.2 billion to $2.56 billion. Eric did the math in his head, realizing that because of Home Alone's success, Columbia had gained $360 million in market value. Under normal circumstances, such a rise would be cause for celebration, but shareholders typically wouldn't sell off stocks just because the price went up $2. After all, they cared more about long-term benefits, which mainly came from annual profit dividends. Also, if a film investment failed, the stock price could drop again. However, after Sony decided to acquire Columbia, everything changed. Every penny of stock growth was equivalent to real cash. Columbia's shareholders wouldn't worry about net assets when dealing with the Japanese. If they wanted to buy, the price set was what they'd pay, with some added premium for good measure. Eric recalled how, in his past life, Sony acquired Columbia for nearly $5 billion, which proved to be a colossal misstep since Columbia's actual assets were worth less than $2 billion. Just a year after the acquisition was completed, Columbia's stock dropped back to normal levels, erasing $2.7 billion in market value, leaving the Sony board in anguish. Amy, if that's the case, I'd be more than happy to collaborate with Columbia again. However, I already signed a deal with Fox for 3 films. As for your suggestion that Columbia could provide a crew to fulfill my obligations to Fox, I can't agree to that. It concerns my reputation, and there are already many who doubt my ability to produce quality films at my age. Upon hearing Eric soften, Amy asked, Eric, do you have a plan in mind? Eric smiled slightly. I bet you guys have already seen the details of that contract. That's probably why you offered those terms. Even though the domestic split is 5% less than with Fox, considering what Columbia was willing to sacrifice, the deal still makes sense. Amy felt a bit embarrassed. While the specific terms with Fox weren't classified, they hadn't been publicly disclosed either. Clearly, some corporate espionage was at play. Eric had no interest in gossiping about this and continued. Since Columbia already knows the contract details, you should understand that Fox primarily wants the distribution rights for the Home Alone sequel, which is why they made specific clauses about that film. But they didn't place as much importance on the other 2 projects, which means, Amy Pascal excitedly interjected. So, your next film doesn't necessarily need to go to Fox for distribution as long as you deliver the 3 films to them by the end of the year, right? Eric nodded but shook his head at the same time. While that wouldn't technically breach the agreement, Fox wouldn't be easy to negotiate with. They already scheduled my next film for the summer release, and since Fox has few films coming out this year, if I dropped out, it would mean they'd lose their chance in the summer box office battle. A potential loss of at least tens of millions to over $100 million. Amy Pascal frowned in frustration. Although the major studios competed against one another, Columbia couldn't possibly offer enough leverage for Fox to give up such significant profits. Eric shrugged helplessly. He couldn't think of a solution, and the summer film slate was already crowded, especially among major productions. While Eric could indeed take a shot and direct one more film for Fox, something others might struggle with, he certainly didn't want a situation where he found himself competing against his own film with another. Yet, he was also reluctant to give up those sweet terms from Columbia. Even if he projected a $200 million box office for his next film, he would only earn $10 million less than with Fox, but Columbia was willing to cover the production costs of $30 million. Moreover, he didn't feel overwhelmingly confident about his next film. Even inviting Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks along with his previous box office pull would surely yield considerable earnings, but the exact potential return was uncertain. Amy, give me a few days. I need to speak with Mr. Barry Diller first. It would be best if I could gain Fox's understanding. If we can't reach an agreement, I still wouldn't be violating the contract. Does Columbia need to do anything? Amy Pascal asked. Eric shrugged. What could Columbia do? Should you walk into Barry Diller's office and say, hey, we're negotiating with the Japanese and need some leverage. How about letting us take Williams' next film? Amy laughed and shook her head. All right, I'll wait for your good news. If you need help, feel free to reach out. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. Once Eric got home, he immediately called Barry Diller's office, only to be told by the assistant that Diller was on a business trip in Europe and wouldn't be back for 4 days. Although the assistant provided Diller's temporary contact number, Eric decided against calling him directly and instead set up a meeting for 4 days later. After all, discussing this matter over the phone would be challenging. The distance between them made it crucial to ensure clear communication. If the conversation went poorly, it could turn into a costly blunder. Chapter 93. It's all in your hands. I can't believe it. You knocked out the whole script in just 4 days. Jeffrey exclaimed as he picked up the top copy of Scent of a Woman, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's just a first draft. There will definitely be some changes made during filming depending on how things unfold, Eric replied, taking a few steps back to comfortably sink into the sofa. Did you hear back from Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise about the script outline I faxed you? I was hoping to get them on board. Jeffrey flipped through his notes. Yeah, they both responded. I sent Andy's invite to Tom Hanks, but Hanks wants to play the role of Sean. He thinks the character has that moral ambiguity and a lot of room for interpretation. As for Tom Cruise, he expressed strong interest in the script, but concerned about how disguising as a woman might affect his image with fans. Eric's next project was set to be running out of time. He renamed the characters to have the names of the original actors Andy and Sean from the movie. If he had to pick 2 actors to replace the originals, could there be anyone better suited than Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise? One was a heartthrob and the other a powerhouse actor. Jeffrey, they probably don't know each other, received invitations. Why don't you spill the beans and see if we can arrange a meeting? Eric suggested. Okay, I'll reach out to them, Jeffrey replied. By the way, Herbert Ross agreed to have Firefly produce Steel Magnolia, but Kepler is adamant that Julia's fee is $5 million. That would push the production costs to at least $13 million. Ross only managed to secure $4 million in investments, so Firefly needs to fork over another $9 million. Do you want to have a chat with Kepler to see if he can negotiate Julia's salary down a notch? After all, it's an ensemble film, and Julia's role isn't that significant. I think $3 million would be fair. Any higher, and it wouldn't be worth it. I'll give Kepler a call, Eric nodded. Oh, and make a copy of the Scent of a Woman script and give it to Al so he can start prepping. Also, for that last script, send the outline to Wes Craven, William Friedkin, and Jonathan Demme to check if they're interested in directing. Jeffrey jotted that down and glanced at the last script. The others? Eric nodded. Among those directors, Wes Craven had made a name for himself with the A Nightmare on Elm Street series and later the Scream franchise. William Friedkin directed The Exorcist in 1973, which had once been dubbed Hollywood's scariest film, until Japanese horror films started to come onto the scene and chipped away at that title. As for Jonathan Demme, at this point, he was still an up-and-coming director, but he would soon become famous for directing The Silence of the Lambs in just 2 years. Eric saw no harm in including a less-known director like Demme alongside these established masters. It was for Virginia's benefit. Eric had no doubts that Craven and Friedkin would recognize the potential of a twist-filled horror film like the others, but he couldn't be sure they would approve of Virginia as the lead. That was non-negotiable for him, and Demme didn't have the leverage to push back on that. Should we send out the invites individually or at the same time? Jeffrey asked. Send them out simultaneously. Make sure to note that the leading role is filled. That's not up for discussion. Jeffrey flashed a sly smile. So, Eric, who's the lucky lady this time? Virginia Madsen. Jeffrey recalled seeing Eric leave the wrap party for a film with that voluptuous actress. Eric, I have to remind you, Jeffrey said, taking on a mentor-like tone rarely used. Investing in films is something you have to be incredibly cautious about. You can't just promise a leading role because of one fling. That is just not worth it, even if you throw a hefty check in the mix. If a film flops because of the lead actress, you could be looking at losses in the millions, even tens of millions. That's a big chunk of change, and you could easily hire 1,000 high-class escorts for the same amount. Eric had never been one to lash out or ignore those offering well-intentioned advice. He listened patiently as Jeffrey laid out his concerns and then reassured him. Don't worry, Jeffrey. I know what I'm doing. I've already had Kepler secure Virginia. If she didn't have potential, I wouldn't have moved forward. Remember when you and Kepler had doubts about Julia? Look how that turned out. As long as you know what you're doing, Jeffrey replied. Then it's all in your hands, Jeffrey, Eric said as he rose to his feet. I mentioned on the phone that Amy wanted to talk to me, and I have a meeting today with Barry Diller. You seem to have gotten used to saying it's all in your hands. I'm considering asking for a raise, Jeffrey joked, though he truly enjoyed his busy and fulfilling life these days. Compared to their first meeting, when he had looked somewhat downcast, he now appeared much younger and completely vibrant. Eric knew Jeffrey was joking. As the president of Firefly and someone managing the profits from Eric's films, while he hadn't yet gained shares in Firefly, his income already placed him among Hollywood's elite. If you're adamant about it, I'll bump it up $1. After sharing a few chuckles, Jeffrey escorted Eric to the door, reminding him, "Don't burn bridges with Fox. Try to keep things mellow." Eric shrugged. When millions of dollars are on the line, no amount of diplomacy matters. After all, Fox dropped the ball on the contract specifics. I'm not in the wrong here. I'm not letting this chance with Columbia slip by. Even if Barry Diller were in my shoes, I'm sure he'd make the same choices I do. Chapter 94. Turns out it was my own cocoon. All the way there, Eric racked his brain on how to explain things to Barry Diller. At the celebration party for Pretty Woman, they had already discussed the next film, which had almost confirmed that Fox would release it during the summer schedule. Now, suddenly changing course, it was hard to predict how Fox would react. If possible, Eric didn't want to make enemies with any film moguls. He simply didn't have enough strength yet, and facing any backlash could seriously damage him. Not to mention, Fox held the distribution rights for 3 of his films, which involved hundreds of millions in profits. Caught in his turmoil, Eric even accidentally ran a red light, but was fortunate that nothing happened. Finally reaching Fox's headquarters, Eric stated his identity and was swiftly guided to Barry Diller's office door. "Mr. Williams, please wait a moment." "Mr. Diller is in a meeting." Barry Diller's secretary led Eric into the waiting area, carefully bringing him a cup of coffee. Curious, Eric glanced at the door to Barry Diller's office. The soundproofing was excellent, and he couldn't hear a thing. The young and pretty secretary noticed Eric's curiosity, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Fox Television's manager." Eric raised an eyebrow, throwing a grateful glance at the young woman, who had managed to share valuable insight without really saying much at all. Moreover, as she leaned down, whether intentionally or not, her name badge caught Eric's eye, making it hard for him to forget. After patiently waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man walked out of the office, looking utterly dejected. Spotting Eric sitting on the sofa in the waiting area, he quickly hid his disappointment, nodded politely to Eric, and left in a hurry. "Mr. Williams, you can go in now." Eric walked into the office, and a faint smell of smoke wafted through the air. Barry Diller's ashtray was piled with several cigarette butts. "Eric, sorry to keep you waiting." Barry Diller had already masked his earlier emotions upon Eric's entrance, but Eric could still detect traces of anger on Diller's face. It was only a few minutes. As Eric spoke, he moved to take a seat on the opposite sofa at Barry Diller's invitation. Barry Diller didn't explain anything, but connecting the dots on the guy who had just left, Eric guessed the reason for Diller's outburst. Fox's television ratings hadn't been great. For years, ABC, NBC, and CBS had dominated the North American broadcast market, and it wasn't likely that a newcomer would easily shake their status. In this regard, Barry Diller indeed was a media genius. Under pressure from the Big Three networks, he managed to develop Fox Broadcasting into the 4th largest network in North America. After some small talk, Barry Diller finally inquired about Eric's business. Not having come up with any soft-spoken approach, Eric laid it out bluntly. "Mr. Diller, I'm afraid my next film can't be released by Fox." Barry Diller double-checked that he heard correctly, furrowing his brow and squinting his eyes. He had just received some bad news from the manager of Fox Television, and now here was another blow. "Eric, are you trying to breach the contract? Have you thought about the consequences of doing so?" Now that the matter lay on the table, Eric gazed steadily into Barry Diller's eyes and answered, "Mr. Diller, I'm not looking to breach the contract. The agreement doesn't prohibit me from collaborating with other film companies, nor does it specify definite release dates for the 3 films, so as long as I deliver the 3 films to Fox by the end of the year, I will have fulfilled my obligations." Barry Diller momentarily froze, a hint of regret surfacing. He personally had overseen that contract being signed. The oversight allowing Eric to collaborate with other companies was indeed a mistake on Fox's part. Most of the attention during the drafting phase had been focused on the details of Home Alone. Furthermore, Eric had agreed to 3 films, and few directors in Hollywood managed to churn out 3 a year. Those who could consistently deliver 1 film a year were considered prolific. Who would have thought that this young man had such abundant energy? However, The lack of a specified release date had been a deliberate oversight by Barry Diller. When drafting the contract, Fox had not been enthusiastic about the other two films Eric wanted to bundle. So although Eric had pressed the issue of scheduling, hoping to allocate all three films to prime holiday slots, Fox had ultimately rejected him for various reasons. Fox had its own plans. If Eric's first two films flopped, they could comfortably place them in slower seasons like spring or fall, which wouldn't strain their resources too much while still honoring the contract. Who could have foreseen that the following film, Pretty Woman, would become a smashing success, rendering any arguments down to luck or anything similar irrelevant? Many movie fans now eagerly anticipated his next film. In the currently tense atmosphere of The Office, after Eric's declaration, Barry Diller realized he had foolishly thought himself clever for denying Eric's release date requests, now confined to a tight spot of his own making. Eric, can't you be satisfied with a 35% cut? The budget for Pretty Woman was only $7 million. If you deduct the $1 million for Lamborghini's ad sponsorship, the actual cost of the film was just $6 million. Yet, Fox has spent over $15 million on promotion, 2.5 times your film's budget, 2.5 times. And we're only taking 20% of the profits. What else could you possibly be dissatisfied with? By the end, Barry Diller spoke with a voice nearly bordering on a roar, exuding an imposing demeanor. He had just returned from Europe the night before, exhausted from days of travel, and had barely got any sleep. Early that morning, he had also heard news about one of Fox's new shows being brutally attacked by the big three networks, crashing in ratings. Having just scolded the manager of Fox Television and booted him from the office, he found himself facing yet another piece of bad news. The anger he had just managed to suppress erupted again. However, Eric wasn't intimidated by Barry Diller's demeanor. He calmly rebutted, "Mr. Diller, while Fox has put in $15 million, it made over $80 million. Therefore, I don't owe you anything. Honestly, I've been quite anxious about coming here. I don't want to have a falling out with Fox. I just want to have a good discussion." Seeing that the young man opposite him wasn't scared off and didn't respond with youthful bravado, but rather handled him calmly with a well-structured argument, Barry Diller quickly regained his composure and realized that his ability to control his emotions was lacking compared to that of a not-yet 20-year-old. After some introspection, Barry Diller settled back into his chair, took a few deep breaths, still locking his eyes on Eric. "All right, Eric, do you have any new conditions? Let's hear them." Eric realized then that Barry Diller hadn't fully grasped his meaning and clarified, "Mr. Diller, I'm not looking to revise the contract. What I just said isn't an attempt to leverage more benefits from Fox. Someone has made me an offer that I could not refuse, seeking the distribution rights for my next film." Barry Diller, having navigated Hollywood for many years, quickly considered the possibility as he calmed down and asked, "Columbia?" Eric nodded. Barry Diller bowed his head in silence, lighting a cigarette. Since Columbia had managed to sway Eric, it signaled that their offer was something Fox simply couldn't match. Right now, Columbia was doing everything they could to boost their stock price and extract more profit from the Japanese. During such a time, it wouldn't be surprising if the other side offered wildly enticing conditions to secure Eric's next film. Chapter 95, Television Series. After just a few puffs, Barry Diller irritably stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "It seems you aren't planning to change your mind, are you? Mr. Diller, I could have completed the contract by simply putting together a movie without any communication with Fox if I didn't care about quality. I could churn out a film in 10 days if I wanted." Barry Diller recognized that the young man before him had made up his mind and wasn't going to budge. Though a thought crossed his mind to teach this know-it-all a lesson, he quickly dismissed it. If he did that, it would likely result in a split. Like how Eric had left Columbia after their collaboration. He had also heard recently about the sudden ousting of Columbia's president, Cohen Blunt. He had been puzzled as to why Coca-Cola would go to such lengths to sell Columbia. Now it became clear. They were merely clearing obstacles to re-establish a partnership with the young man in front of him. If he made any rash moves now and the relationship soured, it seemed likely that this young man would depart from Fox upon completing his contract, resulting in a lose-lose situation. In such a dire scenario, Barry Diller quickly contemplated how to secure some additional benefits to offset the potential loss. "Eric, You must understand that what you're doing essentially pulls Fox out of the summer box office battle. Although your actions don't violate the contract, it could still harm the relationship between both parties. To appease Fox's shareholders, perhaps it's time to revise the original agreement. After hearing Barry Diller's words, Eric promptly countered, "Mr. Diller, the contract will remain unchanged. I won't make any concessions regarding the profit share. Like I said before, I owe Fox nothing. I'm only here discussing this with you to prevent our relationship from souring. We can only discuss a win-win compensation plan that doesn't harm either side's interests. That way, our partnership can endure." "All right, I assume you've got a plan in mind?" Eric nodded, saying, "Yes, my Firefly films recently outlined plans for 3 additional films, from which Fox can select one for distribution." Barry Diller almost burst out laughing at what he deemed a mere token compensation. If Fox wanted to distribute a film, all they had to do was give a call, and those independent film companies would come streaming in. Suddenly recalling the Fox TV manager he had just dismissed, he had another idea. "Eric, are you interested in television series?" The moment Eric heard the term television series, he pictured that stubborn little girl struggling in New York with a floundering workplace sitcom. Friends had raked in a whopping $4 billion in profits for Warner over a decade, and Eric certainly had no intention of letting that slip away. Although he hadn't seen all 10 seasons, he had, by sheer luck, caught the first 2 seasons. With the advantages of his second chance, those episodes were etched clearly in his mind. If they could successfully establish the first season's popularity, finding a writer to continue the story would be simple. "Mr. Diller, I had actually already conceived some ideas for television series. Perhaps I didn't clarify, but the 3 movies produced by Firefly, while not directed by me, include 2 scripts of mine. I would serve as a producer and retain final cut rights, which is practically no different from directing it myself. And for the 3rd film, I plan to have Julia star in the lead role. No one can doubt Julia's box office appeal." "Right." After hearing Eric's words, Barry Diller quickly concluded, "No problem, Eric. Fox will handle the other 3 films from Firefly, and we can produce the television series concurrently. You just need to write the scripts." Although Barry Diller feigned a generous demeanor, Eric could perceive a hint of excitement in his tone. It was clear that Diller recognized the potential value in those 3 films. Eric hadn't intended to distribute all 3 films through a single company, let alone give them all to Fox. He understood the principle of giving too much to one party could lead to resentment when you chose not to give later. In fact, Barry Diller had already begun to show signs of this. Eric's actions hadn't violated the contract, yet Diller felt Fox had badly lost out. Shaking his head, Eric raised one finger. "Mr. Diller, it can only be 1 television series or 1 movie as compensation. 1 television series or 1 movie." "Eric." The two argued in the office for quite some time. In the end, driven by his ambition for broadcasting networks, Barry Diller chose the television series. If it hadn't been for his desire to develop the network, he wouldn't have left Paramount, so Eric wasn't surprised by the choice. However, Diller wasn't about to let Eric off easily. He insisted Eric personally direct the first 2 episodes of the series. Eric hadn't expected Barry Diller to conjure such a forward-thinking idea. Over a decade later, inviting well-known Hollywood directors to helm the initial episodes had become a popular trend in American television, leading many Hollywood directors to take on television work themselves. In truth, Barry Diller wasn't as visionary as Eric thought. He believed it a rather absurd idea to have a distinguished Hollywood filmmaker direct a television series. After all, in that era, it was seen as a step down for movie directors to venture into television. It was almost always the other way around, with television directors transitioning to film. The reason for proposing that Eric direct the first 2 episodes was entirely due to not securing the film distribution rights. It was a means to tease Eric into a predicament. Diller thought Eric would flatly refuse, but he was taken aback when, after a moment's consideration, the young man nodded in agreement. Considering the prevailing attitude of Hollywood directors at the time, if word got out about Eric directing a TV series, there would surely be some purists criticizing him for selling out. Barry Diller didn't realize that his thoughtless and impudently unrealistic request would create such a buzz, inadvertently ushering in the trend of big-name directors helming American television shows. After reaching an understanding with Fox, Eric finally set aside his concerns, and an agreement with Columbia was rapidly secured. Given how generous they had been, Eric promptly raised the production budget to $40 million. If future promotional costs were figured at $20 million, based on a 25% profit share for Columbia, North American box office receipts would need to hit $240 million for Columbia to break even. Of course, if overseas box office receipts were considered, that figure might only need to reach $200 million. Eric estimated that Columbia hadn't even intended to break even. They just wanted the box office to soar and give investors a rosy outlook, causing their stock price to rise. For every dollar the stock price climbed, Columbia's market value would increase by a staggering $180 million. Sony, weren't you financially buoyant? Dig deep. In this context, Eric still pinch-pennied enough to keep the rights to Running Out of Time from Columbia, opting instead to share them with Firefly since they had invested so much. It would have been cruel to give nothing. Though the film resulted in the death of a major character, if it succeeded, they could easily swap in a new lead for a sequel and rake in another hefty profit. Chapter 96. The Meeting of the Two Toms. A nondescript black van pulled up outside the Firefly office building. A tall man with wild black curls and sunglasses stepped out with his agent, quickly ducking his head as they headed inside. Across the street, Johnny, the convenience store owner, was just passing the time when he caught a glimpse through the glass. He immediately recognized the man, Tom Hanks. Johnny considered himself a bit of a movie buff. He made it a point to catch one or two popular films every week. Even though he was nearing 40 and had moved past the age of obsessive fandom, he had a good handle on Hollywood stars, big and small. With just a pair of sunglasses on, he had no trouble spotting Hanks. In Burbank, where countless film production companies dotted the landscape, it was pretty common to run into a few big names. Johnny didn't think much of it. He knew the owner of that particular film company was a rising star himself, Eric Williams. He figured Hanks must have been in for something related to that Miracle Kid director's new project. After serving a couple of customers, a few minutes later, Johnny noticed another van pulling up across the street. Curious, he stared at the door as it opened. Down stepped a man and a woman. The man was still hiding behind sunglasses. Although he was a little shorter than Hanks, his stardom in Hollywood was greater. It was none other than the hotshot idol himself, Tom Cruise. Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, Johnny pondered, rubbing his chin. Suddenly, he thought that the paparazzi might find this juicy tidbit interesting. One celebrity showing up wouldn't usually be newsworthy. While the paparazzi kept tabs on the comings and goings of the big stars, they paid little attention to everyday activities. Only those celebrities who had recently turned the spotlight on themselves, due to a box office hit, a scandal, a divorce, or a drug bust, tended to attract the paparazzi's scrutiny. For instance, when Home Alone first hit theaters, Eric had been chased by paparazzi for a while since everyone was curious about the young miracle director. But today, having two of Hollywood's hottest male stars appearing at Firefly Entertainment was something worth covering, especially since they both shared the name Tom. Given their close ages, they were considered rivals in the industry. This was definitely a piece of news fit for the entertainment section. Feeling a rush of excitement, Johnny dug out a gossip tabloid and called their news hotline. Many papers offered bounties for tips on hot stories. Johnny knew better than to go to the Los Angeles Times or similar big-name outlets. They didn't need the news and wouldn't pay out well. Hello, is this Hollywood Insider? Yeah, I've got a hot story for you. A few minutes later, Johnny hung up with a grin, having landed a surprising $700 for the tip. The Hollywood Insider recognized the story's potential and was willing to pay generously, under the condition that he wouldn't sell it to anyone else. For a small convenience store owner like Johnny, it was unexpected windfall. Within 20 minutes, a few paparazzi from Hollywood Insider arrived quickly. After confirming with Johnny that neither Tom Hanks nor Tom Cruise had left, they happily paid him the tip fee. Then they patiently set up camp outside Firefly's headquarters. After securing a deal with Columbia, Eric got down to business securing the two leading roles. Having successfully directed 3 films, Hollywood no longer discriminated against Eric's age. No big star would directly refuse his invitation, not even the likes of Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks. Moreover, after reviewing the screenplay outline, Both Hollywood giants recognized the story's brilliance, leaving no reason to turn it down. Previously, neither had known the other was also considering the role. However, when Hanks expressed his wish to play a gangster and Cruise suggested numerous modifications, Eric decided to share the information with them to arrange a face-to-face meeting. Both Toms sensed that with their star power combined, if they could successfully collaborate, the box office potential would be staggering. Plus, with running out of time being such a captivating story, it could very well create another blockbuster miracle like Eric's previous films. Everyone had a desire to be part of a miracle, which brought them all to this meeting. Inside the Firefly conference room, only Eric, Hanks, and Cruise remained. Jeffrey and the two agents waited outside. Even though both Cruise and Hanks were signed under CAA, at their level, CAA's influence had all but evaporated. Thus, the agents could only dutifully handle their roles without interfering. Of course, once they finalized their collaboration, it would be up to the agents to negotiate salaries. Both agents had received directives from higher-ups, bleed them dry. In front of Cruise and Hanks was a complete script. Previously, they had only seen an outline. After spending half an hour reading through and understanding it, Hanks rubbed his face and chuckled. "Eric, I've just realized I'm not suited for Andy. My looks would make it really tough to pull off a woman's role." Eric laughed along, but Cruise seemed to miss Hank's joke entirely, frowning slightly instead. "Eric, I still think it would be better to revise that plot point. Since Andy is a makeup expert, disguising as another man could be a solid option. Don't you think?" Hanks, seated across from Cruise, raised an eyebrow. He thought Cruise was being overly cautious. Playing a woman wasn't such a heavy lift, and as an actor, he would take on any reasonable request, even if that meant playing a dog. Plus, he'd just analyzed the script a bit. The disguise made sense. Andy posed as a woman to lower the villain's guard. The script mentioned that the villain sent Andy in disguise to retrieve the ransom, clearly supporting this. If it had been another hulk of a man, Hanks figured the villain might have pulled the trigger in a panic. The idea of two men showing up for a handoff would seem odd, wouldn't it? Chapter 97. An irresistible hurdle. However, Hanks understood the reason behind Cruise's caution. The guy had always taken the idol route, and to put it plainly, he relied on his looks. If he suddenly decided to appear on screen in a woman's role, it would likely upset some of his fans. Eric didn't answer Tom Cruise's request right away. Instead, he shot back. "Cruise, if I'm not mistaken, you're 27 now, right?" Tom Cruise nodded, his tone dripping with bragging rights. "I started making movies at 16. Back then, I was even younger than you are now. It's been nearly 10 years. As a young man who had climbed out of a struggling single-parent household with no background to help him, Cruise had every reason to boast, having made a name for himself in Hollywood through sheer hard work. "Well, Cruise," Eric continued, "every actor needs to evolve, especially those on the idol path. Hollywood male actors tend to have a longer shelf life than their female counterparts. They don't necessarily need to rush to diversify their roles past 30. But eventually, that day will come. So, I think this opportunity could be your shot at trying something new." Cruise shot back. "Eric, there are plenty of ways to try new things. I don't have to play a woman. In fact, the issue you just mentioned has crossed my mind. My agent has recommended some alternative roles to me." Eric calmly shook his head. "That's not much of a change, Cruise. Many of the films you've done leaned more towards the artistic side, yet the Academy hasn't nominated you once. The reason is that, while those films are excellent, your screen persona hasn't evolved significantly. Think about it. You've been in the industry for 10 years now, and you still have empty hands at the Oscars. Don't you want to earn some recognition from the Academy? I believe if you nail this role, plus the little sacrifice of cross-dressing, the Academy would at least give you a nod for Best Actor." The Oscars were an inevitable hurdle for any member of Hollywood. Whoever you were in the industry, you couldn't afford to overlook their significance. Especially for actors, the lengths they would go to gain recognition were remarkable. From shedding their image to truly self-destructive roles, everything was on the table if it meant snagging a statue. Renowned beauty Charlize Theron had gone so far as to gain weight, strip down, and shave her eyebrows to win that coveted acting award. Poor Leo even staged a "you fat, I fat" scene that shattered the pristine image fans had of him from Titanic. Sure enough, after Eric finished speaking, Cruz finally ceased his outright rejections and fell into a brief silence. He knew perfectly well where the issue lay, but was simply unwilling to admit it or make the necessary changes. A character who rose from humble beginnings feared failure more than those from lavish backgrounds. No one wanted to go back to that kind of life. This fear of falling back into obscurity had almost made Cruz forget that, considering his current status in Hollywood, he had indeed earned the right to handle failure. But the allure of the Oscars was too great. After 10 years in Hollywood, if he couldn't grasp what the Oscars represented, there was no way he could have achieved what he had so far. Eric keenly sensed Cruz's wavering resolve and seized the moment to press on. Cruz, I see the character of Andy as someone even more tragic than the Count of Monte Cristo. He had only a few weeks left to live and, in a bid for revenge against his father's enemy, engaged in a high-stakes game with Sean that could end in utter disaster at any moment. In this situation, the audience would focus significantly on Andy's ultimate fate. The cross-dressing I arranged is meant to drive the story forward, not to mock the actors like in some tacky comedy for laughs. It's a serious performance. I believe that true fans of yours will understand. After a full 2 minutes of silence, perhaps Eric's words had taken hold, or the temptation of the Oscars had outweighed his doubts. Finally, Cruz gave a slight nod. With that resolved, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. Cruz and Hanks began sharing their thoughts on certain details in the script. Hanks mentioned that he felt Sean's character seemed a bit murky and questioned why he, who supposedly was liked by the female international police chief, didn't date or hit the clubs. Even a workaholic needs to settle down, right? And why is a full-fledged police elite relegated to a tiny precinct? Due to time constraints, Eric pushed out the script for running out of time in just a day, primarily based on his memory of the story with minimal modifications. He had considered some of the bugs Cruz and Hanks pointed out, but hadn't had the time to fix them yet. Despite Cruz often adopting a condescending tone as if he were instructing younger actors, and Hanks digging deep into details that left Eric speechless, Eric patiently engaged the two actors. After all, having these two seasoned stars, both of whom had successfully starred in numerous blockbuster hits, involved in refining the script saved him a lot of effort. Hey, Johnny, you couldn't have been mistaken, right? It's been almost 4 hours, and we still haven't seen Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks come out. After lurking outside the Firefly office building for close to 4 hours, Kent, a reporter from Hollywood Insider, finally couldn't hold back. He approached a convenience store, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Though reporters could stake out a star's home for days on end, they usually did so with clear intent. Presently, with no sight of the two megastars, and unable to fathom why Cruise and Hanks would spend an entire morning in Firefly, questioning their absence seemed entirely reasonable. No, Mr. Reporter, I assure you I didn't make a mistake. You see those two vans over there? The one on the left belongs to Tom Cruise, and the one on the right is Tom Hanks's. It's almost noon. They must be about to come out for lunch. All right. Kent fiddled with the camera hanging around his neck. I sure hope you're right. Or else it's going to be a disappointment for everyone involved. Otherwise, you'll have to give back that $700. Johnny instinctively covered his pocket, swearing a declaration of his innocence. I guess I'll wait a bit longer. Do you have any soda? I'd like a bottle. Yeah, Johnny nodded, just about to go and fetch something for Kent when he suddenly noticed 3 other paparazzi stand up, bolting towards the Firefly office entrance. Reporter, are they finally coming out? Look at your fellow colleagues. Kent turned around just in time to see some of his co-workers racing across the street, cursing under their breath as they rushed out the door. Though they were all affiliated with the same tabloid, the editor always picked the best pictures to publish. The photographer whose shot made the cut was the one who earned the commission. Chapter 98. Tease. Eric Williams' secret meeting with the two Toms likely discussing a new film read the headline on the front page of The Hollywood Reporter the next day, accompanied by a photo of Eric, Cruz, and Hanks walking out of Firefly Productions side by side. In the photo, Eric wore a gray tracksuit, looking every bit like a high school student, which suited his age perfectly. Cruz donned a black casual jacket, unbuttoned, revealing a white t-shirt underneath, while Hanks was the only one dressed formally in a black suit and tie, looking the part of a businessman. After discussing the script for the better part of the morning, Both stars had let their guard down and left without sunglasses, so their expressions were quite clear as they bantered and laughed on their way to the exit. A snapshot captured by a fortunate paparazzo. Yesterday morning around 8 o'clock, someone spotted the two stars, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, arriving consecutively at the headquarters of the up-and-coming director Eric Williams at Firefly Productions. Our reporter received the tip and rushed to the scene, waiting for 4 hours until Eric Williams finally emerged with the two stars, surrounded by a crowd. Judging by their expressions in the photo, the meeting appeared to be quite enjoyable. Although the trio did not stop to give interviews and hurriedly left in cars, insider sources indicated that the meeting was related to Eric Williams' upcoming film project. Since making his debut as an actor and writer with the film 17 Again, Eric had seen meteoric success in Hollywood, with his first low-budget comedy, Home Alone, propelling him directly into the $100 million box office club. While many attributed the young man's success to mere luck, just 4 months later, his second romantic comedy, Pretty Woman, premiered, raking in nearly $30 million in its opening week and solidifying his reputation as a capable director. In Home Alone, Eric managed to create a remarkable box office hit using a cast of television actors and a neighborhood boy. His next film starred Al Pacino, who, despite multiple Oscar nominations, had been out of the game for 4 years and lacked box office clout. Julia Roberts had only played minor roles in low-budget comedies before, but Eric elevated both to the ranks of A-list Hollywood actors. This time, the young director had chosen two of the hottest A-listers in Hollywood. There was no doubt that this next film would break box office records once again. But even though the photos suggested a friendly collaboration, it was worth noting that Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks were both represented by the CAA agency. And it was well known that Eric Williams had angered CAA's higher-ups earlier this year by acquiring a prominent Hollywood agents agency. Rumors swirled that one executive was particularly frustrated with Eric, having previously attempted to block actor Richard Gere's collaboration with Eric during the casting of Pretty Woman, even going so far as to compensate Gere with a big-budget MGM film to keep him from working with Eric. In light of this situation, it seemed unimaginable that Eric would have a smooth collaboration with the two Toms. Of course, both Cruise and Hanks had enough clout to ignore CAA's interference. After all, they were A-list Hollywood superstars, and even without CAA's backing, their careers would likely remain unscathed. Furthermore, given the influence of Eric's first two films, it seemed very likely that his next project would take both stars' careers to new heights. Surely, in Hollywood, no actor would resist such temptation. The real question was whether CAA's executive would muster the courage to actively block this collaboration. The previous incident had cost Richard Gere his chance at reclaiming A-list status. Based on the poor critical reception of his recent film, Roadhouse, its box office prospects didn't look good, and it was hardly enough to compensate Gere for passing on the lead role in Pretty Woman. How Cruise and Hanks would decide to proceed, and how CAA's executives would handle Eric's invitation, remained to be seen. Eric chuckled ruefully as he tossed the paper onto his desk, fantasizing about taking out the editor who had written that article. With the current state of affairs, Michael Ovitz would only raise the offers for the two stars to express mild dissatisfaction, rather than aggressively block their collaboration like last time. After all, UTA's rise to power had become unstoppable. No matter what kind of petty moves Michael Ovitz attempted, they would only backfire on him, and if word got out, he would be perceived as narrow-minded. The narrower someone's perspective, the more fearful and resentful they became of others' judgments. Once contracts were signed and casting announced, hinting at it to a few media outlets would create a perception of reconciled relationships, no matter what back-channel squabbles still transpired. It would benefit both CAA's and Eric's public images. But now that the tabloids stirred the pot, if this collaboration went through successfully, Michael Ovitz's newly claimed title of Hollywood's most powerful person would soon become a laughingstock. As expected, the day after the Hollywood Reporter published that article, Eric received disheartening news. It's outrageous. A $6 million offer is reasonable, but they're asking for 20% of the North American profits after the film's release. I've been in Hollywood for years, and I've never heard of any actor making such outrageous demands. Eric, do you really have to work with Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks? Other agencies have top-tier actors as well. If it comes to it, you could play a role yourself. Direct, write, and act. That would create even more buzz. Jeffrey stormed into Eric's office, clearly outraged after speaking with Cruise and Hanks's agents. While Eric had braced for this, the conditions proposed by the two stars still caught him off guard. The trend of Hollywood stars demanding profit shares began with Tom Cruise. Eventually, the payment model of a salary plus profit share emerged, landing in the 10% to 20% range. Profit shares, unlike box office splits, involve the production company taking their expected share and deducting production costs to calculate gross profit, then multiplying that by the actor's requested percentage. These shares could either come from global box office revenue or specifically North American revenue. Although Cruise and Hanks's agents hadn't yet lost their minds by requesting global profit shares, asking for 20% of North American grosses was still exceptionally tough to secure even many years down the line. Only actors with immense box office draw, like Johnny Depp in the Pirates of the Caribbean, Robert Downey Jr. for Iron Man role, achieved the highest shares, or those willing to forego their salary in exchange for a larger split. Yet this payment trend had only recently emerged. Cruise himself had proposed this inspired idea while filming Rain Man the previous year. Because of Cruise's incredible box office appeal and the film's relatively low production costs, the studio felt that having Cruise on board would ensure profitability, so they agreed to his outrageous demand, but only after he reduced his salary, accepting a mere 10% profit share instead. Chapter 99. What I wanted was a work of art. Looking at Jeffrey, who was visibly upset and still grumbling about the situation, Eric could only stand up to pour him a glass of water. Once Jeffrey gulped it down, Eric suggested, "All right, Jeffrey, don't you see? This is just a tactic by CAA to save dignity. If the other party insists on a 20% profit share, there's no need to continue the negotiation. But think about it calmly for a moment. CAA more likely wants to buy some time." Buy time? Why would they want to buy time? Jeffrey clearly hadn't calmed down yet, pouring himself another glass of water before directly asking. Eric shrugged. Dignity. Just recently a magazine published a list ranking the most powerful people in Hollywood, with Michael Ovitz taking the top spot, while heavyweights like Barry Diller and Michael Eisner were left behind. If he just earned that title and soon after saw two of his stars collaborating with former outcasts, wouldn't that slap him in the face as Hollywood's most powerful person? Jeffrey let out a sigh of relief. That's good to know. I thought they were really going to demand a profit share. That would have been chaotic. That's not so chaotic, Eric countered bluntly. Jeffrey, you might have to accept that stars are demanding profit shares in addition to their salaries. Cruise tried this model in his last movie and raked in a hefty profit, so other Hollywood stars are bound to follow suit. 40% profit share between two people? Do they really think they can earn more than us? We will only have 60% left, and we still have to pay various other expenses. Eric was actually pondering this issue as well. He felt this might be an opportunity. Sooner or later, he would be joining the ranks of Hollywood producers, which meant he would have to side against the actors for his own benefit. Cruise's experiment offered a new model for actors to receive compensation, and this negotiation could set a precedent for many top Hollywood stars asking for profit sharing in the future. So, it was crucial to minimize that share as much as possible. If the percentage could be brought down to between 5% and 10%, it would eventually accumulate into astronomical savings down the line. Although Eric wasn't sure if it would work, he had to at least try. Jeffrey, don't rush this. Just take your time negotiating with them. Forget about that 20% profit share. The salary must come down from $6 million too. They want profit sharing but don't want to lower the salary? When has anything that good ever come along? Jeffrey still wasn't satisfied. Eric, why don't we bypass Cruise and Hanks's agents and talk directly to those two? You seemed to get along well the other day, right? Eric chuckled and waved yesterday's document in front of Jeffrey. They're both CAA clients. I don't have any special rapport with them. The fact that they might agree to star in the film is already a huge concession to Michael Ovitz. You can't expect them to push the envelope too far. Besides, they wouldn't want to oppose CAA in getting themselves a better deal, right? Jeffrey didn't counter this point, but pressed further. Eric, just tell me what you're really thinking. This is a first for me. While I could drag this negotiation on, as the boss, you're the one who needs to give the final say. I need a bottom-line reference to keep my bearings during negotiations. Eric stroked his chin and considered. Stick to the fact that no actor in Hollywood gets profit shares, and force them to lower their salaries if they insist on the profit share. I've heard that Cruise could negotiate his profit share because he voluntarily lowered his salary. As for the bottom line, given Cruise and Hank's current fame, their salaries should not exceed $5 million, and the profit share should stay between 5% and 10%, definitely not over 10%. All right, that gives me a clearer idea. Jeffrey noted down Eric's words. Noticing Jeffrey still wore a grim look, Eric patted him on the shoulder reassuringly and smiled. Come on, Jeffrey, stop being so worried about it. While we might lose some profits due to this new salary model, we can recoup from other avenues, and we wouldn't even need to share those profits with the actors. We could even drive a harder bargain under the actors' names. You mean product placement? Bingo. Eric snapped his fingers. Ours is an urban film, and those types are very suitable for product placements. I read in the paper that Lamborghini's product placement this year could triple their sports car sales. The new model hasn't even hit the market, yet they've received hundreds of orders already. That truly is a great idea. Jeffrey finally managed a faint smile, instinctively searching for the script to see where he could fit in some ads. Eric, however, quickly produced a piece of paper and handed it to Jeffrey. Don't bother looking. I've already prepared it. Jeffrey glanced over the lengthy list with his mouth agape. Handheld phones, walkie-talkies, sports cars, packaged snacks, sunglasses, cameras, necklaces, comic books. Eric, isn't this a bit excessive? Eric felt that he was showing remarkable restraint compared to the extravagant ads of his past life. At least he hadn't blown $200 million to create a 3-hour special effects ad. He was cleverly incorporating ads into the storyline rather than altering the plot for the sake of advertising. Jeffrey, these are just some ideas off the top of my head. The film would feature quite a bit of footage of walkie-talkies and handheld phones, so we could package the ad for both to a communications company like Motorola. I heard Motorola is about to launch a small handheld phone that fits in the palm of your hand. With Lamborghini as a precedent, plus the star power of Cruise and Hanks, Motorola would happily shell out a few million for the commercials. If their offer was too low, we could reach out to their rival, Ericsson. And when it comes to sports cars, I'll continue to liaise with Lamborghini. They wouldn't say no. Jeffrey pointed at the list. And what's with the packaged snacks? Eric explained. Didn't you read the script? In the film, Andy set up fake bombs multiple times, and those bombs were made from snack boxes. The movie will feature close-ups of those boxes, plus related dialogue, so it counts as a critical product placement. As for sunglasses and cameras, they'll come up in the film too, so you might as well seek out sponsorship. Even the smallest amounts can add up. Eric, are you not worried that inserting too many ads might turn off the audience? Nope, Eric replied confidently. None of these ads were inserted with intentions that could make the audience uncomfortable. Of course, we would need to coordinate closely with sponsors this time because of the high volume of placements needed. We can't have a repeat of what happened with Lamborghini where we disclosed sponsorship before the movie even aired. Jeffrey noticed something amiss and questioned. If product placements aren't supposed to stand out and don't allow for promotion, as a sponsor, I wouldn't want to invest in that. It's not about not letting them promote, Eric patiently clarified. What I meant was that before the film's release, we can't promote this. Otherwise, even if I didn't insert these ads with the intention to, audiences would see it that way. That preconceived notion could lead to a subconscious aversion to the movie. But once the film has been released and reviews are confirming its quality, we can promote the ads afterward. It'll not only create buzz, but also pull in those curious about the advertising scenes back to theaters, which could boost box office sales. Jeffrey smiled knowingly. Eric, you're like a merchant from Venice sitting before me. Is that a jab? Yes, but I layered it with a lot of praise and respect. Jeffrey laughed heartily. Oh, Mr. Jeffrey, you're so generous. Eric replied with a theatrical tone, joining in on the laughter. After the jesting, Eric glanced at his watch. I actually have a date, so. Before Eric could finish, Jeffrey quickly interjected. I'll take care of it from here, right? Clever. Who'd have thought you'd jump in? Eric chuckled again. Jeffrey didn't quite grasp the punchline in Eric's statement and remained puzzled, tilting his head curiously. A date with a woman? No, with a man, Frank Gehry, a well-known architectural designer in the industry. I've seen his design for Larry Ellison's Malibu house, so I figured I'd ask him for advice too. Is this related to that $5 million you mistakenly spent on that parcel of land? Not mistakenly, Eric countered. Once I successfully build my Malibu 10880, I'm sure someone would pay $50 million for it. Suit yourself. To be honest, your reckless spending eases my mind. It means you're finally doing something a young man your age should do. Otherwise, I'd always subconsciously consider you my peer. Eric, why do you call it Malibu 10880? Eric blinked innocently. That's a secret. Come on, I promise I won't tell anyone else. Jeffrey leaned in with curiosity. If it's a secret, I can't tell anyone but myself, and you definitely count as one of others. Eric couldn't explain to Jeffrey and left the office. Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch spanned 11 square kilometers and cost $19.5 million with buildings. Comparatively, this little parcel in Malibu of only about 1 hectare costing $5 million was indeed a steep price. However, even so, it was the result of some extra public relations fees that his lawyer had persuaded for him since this land was technically a small park and was conventionally not for sale. Mr. Williams, while your architectural design is quite imaginative, there are just too many unreasonable elements, and the building would be incredibly difficult, especially being on the cliff's edge. Frank Gehry assessed Eric's sketches with his professional eye. At this moment, the two men stood together at the tip of Malibu, accompanied by Frank Gehry's assistant, and Eric was not alone. Virginia happened to be home and was recruited by Eric for temporary secretarial duty. This area belonged to Eric as personal territory, and he had obtained building permits to freely make changes on the land. As long as the activities did not disturb the neighbors or draw complaints, no one would intervene. Mr. Gehry, are you saying that the construction difficulty is too great, but it can still be built? Frank Gehry nodded. But it would require a substantial amount of money, and I don't think it's necessary. If you insist on building this mansion here, I suggest moving it at least 10 meters to the north. That way, you'll significantly reduce the construction difficulty and save at least 30% of building costs. Moreover, various piping will be easier to install. Eric estimated that moving it 10 meters would mean the ocean view would have a rather unsightly rocky terrain blocking it. Would that still be considered an ocean view? Mansion. Shaking his head, Eric declined Frank's suggestion. Mr. Gehry, if I insisted, how much would it roughly cost? At this moment, I can't give you a precise figure because I haven't done detailed surveying yet. If you stick to your original design, it would require extensive geological assessment of the cliffside to determine if it could support the building's weight. If it can't, reinforcements would be necessary, complicating matters further. However, I think $5 million is the bare minimum. Only $5 million. Eric raised an eyebrow, given that he'd already spent that on the land. Mr. Williams, as far as I know, the most expensive mansions in Malibu are around that price. Sorry, Mr. Gehry, I'm not very informed about these things. I'd like to ask bluntly, if I offered $10 million, or even $20 million, what kind of outcome might I expect? In this era, even Bill Gates from Microsoft wouldn't be pulling out $10 or $20 million in cash just like that. His wealth was more reflected in stock prices. But things were different in the film industry. As long as a movie did well at the box office, it could churn out millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars within a relatively short period. Frank Gehry looked surprised and regarded the young man in front of him. After some thought, he replied, "In that case, I would create a work of art for you." Mr. Williams, are you sure about this? I'm sure, Mr. Gehry. What I wanted was exactly that, a work of art. Eric answered decisively. Chapter 100, The Goal for Two Lives. After the on-site inspection, Frank Gehry suggested finding a place to discuss more details, so Eric led him directly to Virginia's nearby vacation home. Virginia showed no displeasure at Eric's apparent ownership of the situation. Instead, she quietly and attentively hosted Frank and his intern assistant. Frank believed Virginia to be Eric's lover, but he kept his thoughts to himself, merely marveling at how the young, miraculous director truly knew how to enjoy life. Virginia, with her top-notch appearance and figure, was not only beautiful, but also remarkably sweet and sensible. Such a partner was bound to bring no trivial troubles to a man. As a renowned architect, he often mingled with the wealthy elite who invited him to design their homes, and over time, he had seen his share of bizarre secrets from high society, so he had grown accustomed to it. He had even witnessed a wealthy mogul keeping female slaves in his estate, not just hired housemaids, but true, literal slaves who had been conditioned to the point of losing their identities, obedient like pets. Meanwhile, Frank's intern assistant occasionally cast curious glances between Eric and Virginia. It took several stern looks from Frank to finally keep the assistant in line, who then dutifully took notes with his head bowed. The plot of land Eric bought exceeded 1 hectare, translating to over 10,000 square feet. However, the Iron Man Malibu mansion he had sketched out from memory, together with the helipad and other facilities, occupied less than 2,000 square feet. Therefore, aside from the main building, all the other design elements were handed over to Frank's architectural firm. Frank Gehry was known as a deconstructionist architect, and many of his designs were quite eccentric, earning him quite a bit of criticism, but also a great deal of admiration. After Eric assured him there would be no budget constraints, Frank became even bolder in his proposals, suggesting a construction plan that featured granite, special glass, and low-alloy high-strength steel as the main materials. This alone drove the cost to the tens of millions of dollars. From Frank's explanations, Eric learned that such expensive materials were typically reserved for landmark public buildings and cities. Eric's initial vision was to make this mansion an iconic structure in Malibu, and it was a perfect fit. As for the money, it was not an issue for Eric. After all, he earned so much to be able to do whatever he wanted. They continued their discussions until evening, at which point Frank Gehry promised to produce several complete design proposals for Eric to choose from and politely declined dinner, leaving with his assistant. Once in the car, Frank earnestly advised the young intern driving, "Scott, you're going to encounter various wealthy elite in your future work. It's inevitable that you'll see and hear things, but remember, if you want to avoid trouble, it's best to keep your mouth shut." Scott was already quite familiar with Eric and coincidentally knew Virginia, the not-so-famous actress. He couldn't believe that the 18-year-old director was having an affair with Virginia, who was 10 years his senior. If this got out, it would definitely create a bombshell of a story. Scott had actually planned to brag about this scoop to a few friends that night, but after hearing his mentor's stern warning, he thought better of it. Selling the story to the tabloids wouldn't yield much money, and it could cost him his bright future. "I got it, Mr. Gehry," Scott replied. Frank patted him on the shoulder and chose not to say more. Back at Virginia's small villa, after seeing Frank off, she started tidying up the teacups and casually asked the young man sitting on the couch flipping through a magazine, "Eric, aren't you worried that bringing those two to my house might get out?" Without looking up, Eric responded, "Don't worry, it won't." "That's not certain," Virginia countered, washing the teacups in the kitchen. "Frank's assistant seemed to recognize me. I saw him casting glances between us more than once." Eric turned his head to ask, "Are you worried our relationship might be exposed?" Virginia flashed a flirtatious smile at Eric. "Of course not. I would love for a scandal to break out about us. That way, I could finally become famous instead of just another unknown actress. Then, what's there to worry about? You should be praying that assistant sells the story to the tabloids." Eric chuckled, turning his attention back to the magazine. Virginia finished washing the cups, dried her hands, and returned to the living room, sitting alluringly next to Eric. "I'm just looking out for you. Don't you have a formal girlfriend? You even have a little girl at home, and now you want to flirt with me. Aren't you worried the media will label you a playboy?" "Being a playboy has been my goal in life for 2 lifetimes. It's something I've longed for," he quipped. "Oh, don't look at that. It's so sleazy for a man to read women's magazines." Virginia snatched the magazine from Eric and tossed it aside. "You seem very sure that Frank won't spill the beans?" Eric picked the magazine back up, flipped to the page he had been on, intrigued by an article on women's fashion and personality. Blocking her reaching hand, he said, "Don't mess around. Let me tell you. Mr. Gehry is a very stable person. He won't go broadcasting this matter. As for his assistant, did you notice how loose his suit was? It clearly didn't fit him." Virginia curled up against Eric's arm, her eyes wide with curiosity. The expression on her face, so cute coming from a mature woman, was hard to resist. Eric couldn't help but gaze at her for a few seconds longer, then continued. The ill-fitting suit is probably borrowed. No one would wear borrowed clothes to work long-term. It's more likely from his father's wardrobe. I've been in a similar situation myself, which indicates his family isn't very well off, and he would sure want to hold on to this job. Frank has also undoubtedly noticed that assistant's behavior observing us, and will certainly warn him not to blab. If a person lands a position as an architect's assistant, their intelligence is pretty much unquestionable. As long as Frank gives him a gentle nudge, he'll know what to do. Chapter 101, Stepping Out of Line. Eric, you're really something else. I noticed that assistant's suit didn't fit well, but I never imagined all that you just mentioned, Virginia commented, leaning closer. Oh, it's nothing, Eric replied casually. It's just a matter of cultivating the habit of observation and thought. Besides, I've always liked reading Sherlock Holmes novels. Then, Virginia said, tilting her chin up with a teasing smile, Mr. Holmes, have you noticed any changes in me? I noticed right away. The hair color looks fantastic. I really like it, Eric remarked, running his fingers through her newly dyed golden brown hair. That's not very sincere. You sound like you're forcing it. I spent hours getting my hair done, she pouted a little. Eric leaned in and kissed her cheek. All right, we won't talk about that anymore. How's the script you've been working on? I've been really focused on it these days, but Mr. Kepler doesn't have much faith in me. He thinks the role might be wasted on me. If they cast an Oscar-level actress, like Meryl Streep or Jodie Foster, perhaps they could breathe more life into the story. I'm a bit worried about whether I can do this role justice. Eric, aren't you preparing a new film? How about I try for a role in that? Virginia asked, gazing at him with eager eyes. All right, let's skip this other project, Eric said with a subtle smile. I actually have a part for a female Interpol agent that would be perfect for you. Virginia had only been testing the waters, not expecting such a quick agreement from him. She asked in disbelief, really? Eric nodded. Of course, but I need to make it clear that my next film is a heavily male-centric piece. The two women in it are barely considered supporting roles, and they'll only have a few shots. Virginia's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless. What a leap. For actresses in Hollywood, still struggling at the bottom, even a few seconds of screen time in Eric's new film was worth fighting for, especially since they'd get to work alongside major stars like Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks. Just half a month ago, if Virginia could have landed Eric's recent offer, she would have been over the moon. But things had changed. She had a better opportunity lined up, playing the lead in an exciting script, and yet she was choosing to give that up for a role that only featured a couple of throwaway shots. Suddenly, Virginia felt as if she might burst into tears. What to do now? Should she confess to Eric that she regretted her earlier decision and wanted to take that horror film? Given his sharp and domineering nature, he might just turn on her. Smack! A sharp sound brought Virginia back from her worries, igniting a stinging pain in her behind. She looked up to find Eric sporting a teasing grin. In that moment, she realized that her little schemes had not escaped his notice. But the good news was, he didn't seem angry. Regretting it now, he asked, Eric, I'm sorry I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again, Virginia quickly blurted as she slid down off the couch, kneeling on the carpet beside him. She tilted her head up, offering her prettiest smile. She knew Eric loved when women put themselves in this position, so she didn't hesitate. Eric playfully squeezed her smooth cheek. If you're not too bright, it's better to be straightforward and grounded. Don't be greedy. Otherwise, you'll face dire consequences. And don't think of me as some young punk to charm. You might have 10 years on me in physical age, but I'm at least a decade ahead of you mentally. Even Jeffrey and Kepler think I'm their contemporary. Virginia nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Since we're on the subject, it's better to lay things out plainly to avoid you making foolish choices, Eric continued. There's no future for us. If you're willing to be my woman, I'll support your career as much as I can. But if you ever grow tired of it and want to settle down, just let me know, and I'll set you free. Until then, if I find out you've been unfaithful to me, that would be considered a serious betrayal. So please, don't go there. Eric didn't explicitly mention what would happen if she broke that promise, but Virginia caught a fleeting chill in his eyes. She stumbled for words, clumsily assuring him, Eric, I would never do that. Just remember to respect the boundaries, Eric said, pulling her onto his lap. He leaned in, inhaling her captivating scent, and whispered softly in her ear, Prepare well for the script. With your acting, a little effort might make this story really shine. If you hit it big, a few nominations aren't out of the realm of possibility. She hummed a sultry note in response. Gradually, the two fell silent. Virginia, familiar with Eric's personality, passively allowed him to take the reins. He shifted the coffee table away slightly to create enough space before guiding her to lean over it. They hadn't touched their dinner, instead spending hours wrestling together deep into the night. Eventually, Eric dozed off first. Men always wore out more easily than women did. Under the faint light of the bedside lamp, Virginia lay on her side, wide awake, gazing at the little man beside her. She hesitated, extending a finger to trace along his prominent nose, but then retracted it. Waking him up might lead to more trouble. "What kind of person are you?" she finally sighed after a long moment, then a sly smile crept onto her face as a thought struck her. "And to think you say you're not a young punk." Chapter 102, The Award Presenter. As March rolled around, the 61st Academy Awards approached closer and closer. With the increasing influence of Hollywood films worldwide, more eyes turned toward the Oscars. Despite Eric's lack of direct ties to this year's awards, no one could overlook the meteoric rise of this 18-year-old who had hardly been on the scene for 6 months. Among the films he was associated with, 17 Again had already entered its 15th week of release since November 18th of the previous year, showing strong momentum. After 4 months in theaters, it had grossed over $107 million, becoming the 6th film of 1988 to surpass the $100 million mark. Standing on its own merits, that number was impressive. However, the box office potential for had already been nearly tapped out, with weekly earnings of just $200,000 to $300,000 on fewer than 300 screens, and a pull from the theaters was imminent. In contrast, the other one, Home Alone, had already approached $240 million, still earning about $5 million a week on over 1,200 screens in North America. In those days, a $200 million domestic box office was considered a blockbuster. Only George Lucas's franchise could reach such heights, and even Steven Spielberg's creations lacked that kind of assurance. A $300 million domestic haul was only a legend. The last and only time it had occurred was in 1982 with Spielberg's film. Now, 6 years later, another film was on the verge of touching that legendary threshold. Under these circumstances, Columbia Pictures, which had begun acquisition talks with Sony, no longer focused on how much they could reap from the profit-sharing agreements, but on how to push the film's North American box office past that elusive $300 million mark. Everyone knew that once they crossed that milestone, it would trigger another round of stock price surges for Columbia. "What? You want me to be the presenter for Best Supporting Actress?" Eric exclaimed, taken aback by Amy Pascal's unexpected visit. "Is that something Columbia can decide?" "We spoke with the producer of this year's Oscars, Alan Carr," Amy assured him. "With your current stature, you are more than qualified. Eric, as long as you give us the thumbs up, you'll soon receive the invitation." Eric hesitated. He had already been in the spotlight enough, and his private life had been under constant scrutiny from the press. But he understood Columbia's reasoning. Featuring him at a ceremony that drew viewership of 40 to 50 million would greatly benefit the still-in-theaters film. Since Cohen Blunt had left and acquisition talks with Sony began, Columbia had done a complete 180 regarding its attitude toward Eric, aggressively promoting him. Unfortunately, the most strategic opportunity, the Golden Globes, was already missed, and the Oscar nominations had been announced. They had only received a rather lackluster nomination for Best Original Score. Everyone recognized this as the Academy's attempt to draw public attention, deservedly so due to the film's impressive box office. If Columbia had been proactive from the start, they might have snagged a few more nominations and perhaps even walked away with a little golden statuette. But now it seemed too late. With less than 2 weeks until Oscar voting commenced, any further publicity seemed futile. Given the caliber of films like this one, it would be a stretch for audiences to be surprised if they received A Little Golden Man. At the end of the day, it was just a children's comedy, a film without any artistic merit. After a moment's thought, Eric nodded in agreement. While Columbia's initiatives were ultimately self-serving, he could reap substantial rewards from it too. As long as he cooperated with them, his chances of crossing the $300 million threshold looked promising. Hitting that goal would mean his share would reach a staggering $120 million. Amy had also relayed promises from Columbia's upper management to Eric, indicating that once the film left theaters, they would pay him the full amount of his cut within a month. That would alleviate his financial pressure significantly, especially considering just recently he had taken out a $50 million loan from the bank for the smooth production of the film and the construction of his Malibu mansion. He was carrying $100 million in debt at this point, making him the most financially encumbered individual in Hollywood. Since you agreed, I'll inform Alan Carr right away to send you the invitation, Amy said, satisfied, as she took a sip of her coffee. Then she inquired, Eric, I heard that your negotiations with Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks have hit a snag. Do you need Columbia to step in? Eric shook his head. He had anticipated this stalemate and was confident it would not last more than a month. Richard Gere stepped away from the lead in Pretty Woman to participate in that action drama, Roadhouse, set to release during Easter. His mind drew a blank on that film, and he had to ask around for information. He was informed that even the most optimistic internal forecasts from the studio projected box office earnings of only around $30 million. With Richard Gere as a cautionary tale, there was no way Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, both A-list Hollywood stars, would make the foolish decision of turning down the chance to join Eric's new project. The bigger the star, the more cautious they were with their role selections. One wrong turn could mean significant harm to their reputation. Just 4 years earlier, Al Pacino had suffered a major setback when a $30 million disaster from Warner Brothers flopped, compelling him to take a 4-year hiatus amid public outcry. Before that, he was a 5-time Oscar nominee and an uncontestable A-lister. Given Eric's film's track record of 3 consecutive massive successes, they were undoubtedly solid in box office and critical acclaim. Plus, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks had both recognized its box office potential after reading the script. The reason both men allowed the CAA agents and Firefly to remain deadlocked was not only to give Michael Ovitz, Hollywood's most powerful figure, a little courtesy, but also because they wanted to secure higher salaries and profit sharing. Eric believed that once CAA exhibited any intention to purposely break off negotiations, both stars would immediately step in to stop it. He knew from their script discussions that they were steadfast in wanting to partake in this film, as their conversation had lasted 4 hours. It's unnecessary, Amy. CAA will relent within a month, Eric replied, not wanting to owe Columbia a favor. I can use this time to finalize preparations for the film. Compared to the less than month-long production cycles of the last 2 movies, there's plenty of time for this one. We still have over 4 months until its July release. Chapter 103, A Visitor. Amy Pascal knew quite a bit about the stalled negotiations, but didn't press the matter. Since the purpose of the visit had been achieved, she stood up and said, Well then, I'll be on my way. I'll drive you. Eric replied, getting up as well. Amy, it seems you didn't come by car? My car is in for maintenance today, so I took a taxi to get here, Amy explained. That'll make things easier. I can take you back. It's tough to get a taxi around here, Eric offered eagerly. Understanding that Eric had a point and considering her destination wasn't too far, Amy agreed. As they walked out of the villa, Eric opened the garage door and drove out an old Ford sedan that he still kept. Standing at the garage door, Amy listened to the muffled sound of the old Ford's engine, glancing curiously into the garage. It was empty save for the Ford and a stylish purple sports car parked in the corner, which could accommodate 10 cars. Eric, with your wealth now, you could definitely get a better car, Amy said with a smile, gesturing towards the Ford and then looking at the purple sports car with curiosity. Are you talking about that Lamborghini? Eric asked as he carefully opened the passenger door for her. Amy nodded, climbed into the front seat, fastened her seatbelt, and said, Yeah, that car is pretty gorgeous. Why don't you drive it? I remember that Al drove one, but his was silver. Eric replied, That Lamborghini was a gift from the company a few days ago. I'm not really good at driving it, though. I'd prefer to take it on the highway rather than around the neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Lamborghini is quite generous. That car must cost over 200 grand, Amy remarked. Eric chuckled without responding. The car wasn't a standard model heading to market, but a specially customized 4-wheel drive concept car worth no less than $300,000, despite the mantle of the Lamborghini brand. Meanwhile, the base model of the standard sports car was priced at 240 grand, and the initial model was only two-wheel drive. The generosity from Lamborghini was more about continuing their partnership with Eric. Though they had given away a luxury car valued over $300,000, the company stood to gain as their sales would surely multiply this year to at least 3 times its usual figures. In light of their profit margins, that concept car hardly amounted to a loss. Just days after news leaked that his upcoming film would feature Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, Lamborghini reached out to Eric, presenting the concept car and proposing a long-term collaboration deal. He accepted the car without hesitation, but a long-term contract was a different matter. The rumors of advertising placements within films were already circulating in the industry, and this model of product integration was bound to take off years ahead. Given those circumstances, locking into a long contract seemed less than wise. As they drove away from the mansion, Eric was about to get out to close the gate when a middle-aged man in his 40s ran up and tapped on the Ford's window gently. "Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams?" The suddenness of the encounter caught Eric off guard. Not wanting to open the door without clarity, he paused and looked out. The man had a square face framed by a short beard, and his eyes showed eagerness and a sense of seeking approval. Cautiously, Eric cracked the window open a bit and asked, "Can I help you?" The middle-aged man noticed Eric's hesitation and quickly pushed a business card through the gap. "Mr. Williams, please don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm. I'm Jonathan Demme. You must know who I am." Eric took the card and peered at it before scrutinizing the man's face further. Once he confirmed the resemblance to his past knowledge, his guard lowered. The man was one of the 3 shortlisted directors who had been invited. However, after handing the matter over to Jeffrey, Eric hadn't followed up since he was focused on other pressing engagements. First, there was the matter of Kepler initially insisting on Julia's fee being $5 million. After Eric had a heart-to-heart with Kepler, he managed to convince him to accept $3 million. The exchange hadn't been pleasant. Kepler had whined about it for ages, fearing the fee would diminish Julia's value. If the film turned out to be a blockbuster, her reduced fee would make it seem like a flattering gesture, but if it flopped, she might be waiting a long time before any higher offers came her way. Conversely, Julia accepted Eric's arrangements without objections, and he noted her subtle intentions. She wasn't entirely happy with the price, but went along with it, returning his hospitality in her own manner. During their several exchanges of glances, he could ascertain she felt like settling her debt to him. At the end of the day, even though Julia had cried after their last encounter at his home, she deeply desired to break free from Eric's shadow. She perhaps thought lowering her fee was a way of repaying him, believing that in her next film she could confidently reject his influences. Eric was not displeased. Knowing Julia's career trajectory all too well made it simple for him to guide her. If he wished to teach the stubborn girl a lesson, making her star in a flop would suffice. He even found humor in the situation, curious about how she would flounder. Things were coming together. Al Pacino had personally put forward a name for the director, Martin Brest, the original director. Al had ended up chatting with him at a party, and somehow their ideas aligned, leading Al to recommend him to Eric. With him being the original director, Eric had little in the way of worries. After discussing ideas, he felt completely comfortable passing the reins of directing to Martin, who was now busy in preparations, with Eric occasionally helping out. However, amidst all this, Eric hadn't prioritized the director's search. He wasn't particularly anxious, with both his films and Herbert Ross's slated for a year-end release, giving him ample time. Thus it came as a surprise that Jonathan Demme, one of the potential directors, showed up unexpectedly today. Since he couldn't linger in the car much longer, Eric opened the door and greeted the middle-aged man. "Mr. Demme, what brings you here?" "Well," Jonathan began, "I received an invitation to direct this script not long ago. I had no idea it was personally written by you, Mr. Williams. It's simply brilliant." I responded to Mr. Jeffrey immediately, expressing my eagerness to direct the film. However, Mr. Jeffrey informed me that there were 3 candidates, and you would be deciding. I know my qualifications may not measure up to the other 2 masters, but I don't want to lose this opportunity. Could you spare me some time? I'd like to explore my vision for the film. Just half an hour would suffice. Eric glanced back at Amy Pascal inside the car, feeling regretful. "I'm sorry, Mr. Demme, but unfortunately, I need to take this lady home right now, so... I can wait, Mr. Williams. It's no problem. I can wait right here until you return, Jonathan insisted. Feeling a bit touched by Jonathan's persistence, Eric hesitated but said, "Why don't you get in the car, Mr. Dim? After I drop this lady off, we can find a place to talk properly. Is that appropriate?" Jonathan hesitated, glancing at Amy, uncertain of their relationship. He worried that it might seem awkward and leave a bad impression on Eric. However, Amy had overheard their conversation and quickly interjected, "Mr. Dim, get in the car. I'm not too far away. It'll just take about 10 minutes. Eric chimed in to encourage him. "Then, I guess I'll impose," Jonathan said before carefully opening the back door of the Ford and taking a seat with his bag. Eric locked the gates behind him and returned to the car, starting the engine before leaving. With Jonathan Dim now in the car, the three of them maintained a quiet atmosphere throughout the drive, thankfully, as Amy's destination was relatively close, keeping things from becoming awkward. Chapter 104, Director Selection. After dropping Amy Pascal at home, Eric took Jonathan Dim for a casual coffee at a nearby cafe. After ordering 2 cups of coffee and some snacks, Eric spoke first. "Jonathan, why don't you start by sharing your understanding of this script?" Jonathan Dim, like a student preparing for an exam, gathered his thoughts and said, "Compared to those horror films that rely on excessive violence, gimmicky sound effects, or grotesque makeup to create fear, this script undoubtedly aims to establish a brand new psychological thriller genre. It is filled with Hitchcockian suspense elements. Though the plot isn't overly complex, it consistently captures the audience's curiosity. The twist at the end, where the truth is revealed in a dramatic reversal of fate, will take viewers by surprise. Eric, many folks believe your current success is due to divine favor. But if they read this script you wrote, I'm sure no one would hold that view. Your talent is simply remarkable." As he talked, Jonathan couldn't help but offer compliments. Eric sensed that Jonathan was genuinely praising him rather than just trying to curry favor, and he smiled, replying, "Thank you for the kind words. Jonathan, your understanding of the script is spot on. However, it's not enough for me to hand over the film to you. I haven't had the chance to see responses from the other 2 director candidates yet, but I believe they'll also be very interested in this film. What do you think your strengths are compared to horror masters Wes Craven and William Friedkin?" "Adaptability," Jonathan answered without hesitation. "Eric, I believe I'm more adaptable than they are." Eric looked at the man in front of him, now in his 40s, and questioned, "Adaptability?" Jonathan calmly explained, "Yes, Eric. The fact that I have never made a horror film is actually my greatest advantage. I've been in the industry for nearly 20 years, and I believe my skill set as a director is solid. I can absolutely direct the film based on your psychological thriller concepts. But if I assign this project to those 2 established horror masters, they'll undoubtedly bring their personal filming styles to the movie. While it may not be their intention, the power of habit is quite strong. They might revert to traditional horror film tropes, which would create great scares but risk diluting the impact of the script's climax twist." After Jonathan finished speaking, he noticed Eric's expression shifting and quickly reached into his bag to pull out a thick stack of prepared materials. However, he didn't shove everything at Eric right away, knowing that would likely bore him. Instead, he selectively handed over the most important pages. "Eric, take a look at this. It's my approach to the filming, along with a few storyboards I envisioned. I think the film should emphasize building suspense and introducing one intriguing mystery after another to keep the audience engaged, masking any weaknesses in the setting and plot, while avoiding a sense of monotony. Atmospherically, we should focus more on psychological tension rather than on sensory stimulation." Eric took his time reading through Jonathan's detailed list of filming ideas and closely examined several of the storyboard designs, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Jonathan knew the crucial moment was approaching and clenched his hand into a fist beneath the table. In contrast to Eric's seemingly effortless directing career, Jonathan had encountered many bumps along the road in Hollywood. He had shown a strong interest in film from a young age. Although he studied veterinary medicine in college, he never pursued that path and instead threw himself into the once thriving United Artists, starting from the ground up as a gopher. By the age of 30, he finally had a chance to partake in some low-budget B-movie productions. In 1977, Jonathan secured his first opportunity to direct a film, a satirical look at life in a community radio station that, despite critical acclaim, flopped spectacularly at the box office. To be precise, it earned no box office revenue at all. To get more people to see his work, Jonathan had to pay out of pocket to have a theater in New York show the film for free, yet still, audiences were few and far between. That experience left Jonathan in silence for 3 long years until his next film picked up 2 Oscars in 1980, giving his career a much-needed boost. However, to this day, his film projects barely made waves commercially, with most only pulling in a few $1,000,000. The best-performing film just barely cracked the 10 million mark. In Hollywood, a director couldn't earn recognition without a box office hit. While researching Eric's personal history, Jonathan noted that the common thread behind Eric's 3 blockbuster films was that he wrote the screenplays for all of them. Although Jonathan didn't understand why Eric Williams would extend a directing invite to him, that didn't stop him from wanting to seize the opportunity. After receiving the invitation, Jonathan pulled an all-nighter, reading the script repeatedly, marveling at Eric's intricate twist design. The next morning, he responded to Jeffrey Hansen, expressing his eagerness to direct the film. Thinking that the callback would come quickly to discuss a contract, he patiently waited a few days, but nothing happened. Feeling anxious, Jonathan rushed to the Firefly Films headquarters to find Jeffrey. Once he learned what was going on, it dawned on Jonathan that compared to the 2 other seasoned horror directors, he, with no horror filmmaking experience, appeared to be the least competitive candidate. However, Jonathan didn't give up. Though his personal directing projects were underwhelming, he had an eye for potential and sensed that this film could perform well in both box office and awards. This realization made him even more desperate to secure the opportunity. After several days, he finally crafted a persuasive pitch to convince Eric. He also conducted a deeper analysis and prepared meticulously. To save time and prevent the director's role from being finalized without him, Jonathan had barely slept more than 3 hours each day for a week. Despite the exhaustion, he maintained an eager demeanor while sitting across from Eric, conversing animatedly, likely fueled by sheer adrenaline. Eric didn't notice Jonathan's tension and thought for a moment before saying, "Jonathan, could you hold on a moment? I need to make a phone call." "Of course, no problem," Jonathan replied, not quite understanding Eric's intent, but taking hopeful note that Eric hadn't made an immediate decision. Eric got up and walked over to the coffee shop counter, chatting briefly with the server before picking up the phone and dialing Jeffrey's office number. "Jeffrey, it's me. There's something I forgot to ask regarding the director." "Yes," have Wes Craven and William Friedkin responded. All right, I understand. Actually, Jonathan Demme came by to see me, and I think his ideas were good. He's very enthusiastic about the film. I believe we should give him a shot." "Okay, decline the others, then. I'll hang up." Yeah, I know what I'm doing." After hanging up, Eric returned to his seat. Jonathan sensed the critical moment was about to arrive, instinctively sitting up straighter as he looked at Eric, full of hope. "Jonathan, when I invited you to this project, I mentioned that the lead actress was already decided. Do you have any objections to that?" Jonathan's face lit up with barely concealed joy, knowing Eric's question was likely a way of offering him the film. "No, I have no objections. Cast choices are the producer's prerogative." After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "Eric, the lead actress is she your girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston?" Eric shook his head. "No." Jonathan asked out of lingering concern, but after hearing the denial, he quickly closed his mouth. As long as it wasn't Jennifer Aniston, Jonathan felt relieved. He worried initially that Eric might intentionally mention such a condition to promote his girlfriend. However, the girl was far too young to portray the single mother role of Grace. Just the makeup for that part would be challenging enough. As for the true lead actress's relationship with Eric, Jonathan realized that wasn't a concern he needed to address. "Well then, Eric, does that mean?" Eric nodded. "Yes, Jonathan, you have the opportunity to direct this film." William Friedkin coincidentally chose to direct another one, so he naturally declined the offer. Wes Craven also expressed strong interest in this script, but had reservations about the chosen lead actress. Plus, what you just said to me made quite a bit of sense, so I had Jeffrey decline Wes. Chapter 105, The Circle. Jonathan was about to leap for joy but he managed to keep his excitement inside, not wanting to let it show on the surface. "Eric, thank you so much for giving me this directing opportunity. I promise I will make something you'll be happy with," he said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Seeing the middle-aged man barely containing his excitement, Eric smiled back. "Jonathan, you can go over the details of the directing contract with Jeffrey tomorrow at Firefly. For now, you should really get a good night's sleep." Jonathan was a bit taken aback by Eric's suggestion. He had indeed gotten very little sleep in the past few days, but now, having secured the directing opportunity, every cell in his body was buzzing with excitement, and he felt no fatigue at all. "Eric, I'm not tired. Maybe we could discuss the movie further? I have a ton of ideas." He patted a thick stack of materials in front of him. Eric shook his head firmly. "Jonathan, I understand the effort you put in to get this opportunity. You probably haven't looked in the mirror in days, have you?" Jonathan rubbed his stubbly face. "Sorry, Eric, I just washed my face before coming out and didn't have time to shave." "No," Eric replied. "It's not about that. It's your eyes. They're bloodshot from staying up too late. So listen to me. Go home and rest. Your health comes first." Eventually, under Eric's insistence, Jonathan Demme had to get up and head home, while Eric drove away from the cafe. The next day, Jonathan signed a directing deal with Firefly for a flat fee of $500,000 with no profit sharing. He didn't even think twice before signing. This opportunity meant everything to him. If successful, he could break free from the B-movie circuit and step into a brand new world. On the surface, Hollywood seemed like the place where the American dream happened most frequently. Unknown little actors and directors could suddenly rise to become A-list stars due to one successful film, gaining the admiration of studios and the public alike. But in reality, the barriers in Hollywood were even more severe. Independent films had their own circles, B-movies had their own, and low-budget productions had theirs too. Even adult films operated within their own realm. While these circles might intersect, once you were in one, jumping to another was fraught with obstacles. Slowly, many gave up trying and settled resignedly within their own circles. But there were lucky ones. Occasionally someone would leap from a lower circle to a higher one and suddenly shine in the spotlight, becoming the embodiment of the American dream. After Jonathan signed his contract, Eric finalized the directors for several films he planned to make this year. The casting for 3 movies was underway. Although some major roles had already been decided, there were still many hotly contested parts left. For the first 2 films Eric was working on, even supporting roles elevated careers. So when Firefly announced the audition notices, the second and third-tier actors in Hollywood nearly erupted with excitement. Many top-tier actors took a chance and inquired about auditioning. For obvious reasons, the casting for the 3 films leaned heavily towards actors represented by United Talent Agency, UTA. Within just a few days, thousands of applications piled up in front of Kepler, many coming from agents wanting to collectively pitch their clients to join UTA. After a lengthy discussion, Kepler and Eric concluded that this was not the best time for UTA to expand aggressively. Blindly enlarging the agency without providing sufficient opportunities would only tarnish UTA's reputation. Thus, nearly all collaborative applications were rejected. In response to the continual stream of proposals, Kepler had to publicly issue a statement, which temporarily eased the situation. Among the most sought-after audition lists for supporting roles, intriguingly, were not for Eric's films or starring Al Pacino, but rather for what seemed like the most inconspicuous project. This particular film's audition list included 2 10-year-old child actors. Although the director and lead actress had little fame, and beyond the title, there were no further details about the plot, the credit for the script went to Eric himself. People naturally connected this casting to the once unknown Stuart Ronkel, formerly just a precocious boy from Eric's neighborhood. Who could have guessed he would soar to fame globally now? Consequently, while other films received only a few hundred audition applications, the candidate list for the 2 child roles expanded to 5,000 and kept growing. As the word spread about the auditions, Firefly began receiving applications from young actors from Europe and Australia as well. "I'm really sorry, Charles. It's not that I don't want to use Stu. It's just that this film doesn't call for a kid like him. It's not about the money. I know. The little boy just doesn't have that much screen time." "No problem. You're always welcome to drop by my place. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Eric rubbed his throbbing temples. Ever since Firefly released the audition list, he had been inundated with phone calls, whether at home or at the office, from people trying to recommend actors through connections. The call he had just received was from Charles Ronkel, Stewart's father, who he hadn't spoken to in ages, seeking to secure the role for his son. From the outside, Stewart seemed to be doing wonderfully, but within the industry, people knew he was somewhat overvalued. His fees had soared to astronomical heights, but few were bold enough to invite him for projects. Much of his income came from commercials and endorsements. Perhaps Charles knew it was crucial to maintain Stewart's fame, which is why he reluctantly reached out to Eric, even offering a lowball price of $3 million. To put this in perspective, CAA had quoted Stewart's fee at $8 million. Unbeknownst to him, Eric found that while he didn't mingle much, his social circle had surprisingly expanded. Perhaps this was the saying, when you're poor in a bustling city, no one asks about you. When you're rich in the mountains, far-off relatives visit. Even someone he had merely met once or chatted with briefly would now engage with Eric in a friendly manner, discussing the weather and casually recommending various actors. A fragrant breeze wafted through as a pair of creamy white arms snaked around Eric's neck from behind the sofa, a little face rubbing against his cheek in a playful manner. "Hey, all right, stop it," Eric said, pulling away the little arms wrapped around his neck. He couldn't help but marvel at how this girl, despite years of battles with alcohol and drugs, still had skin as smooth as silk. Drew laughed as Eric tugged her away, then leapt over the back of the sofa and into his arms. "You're almost a big girl now, and still so mischievous." Eric couldn't resist giving her a playful smack on her chubby little backside. "Ow, that hurt," she whimpered, instantly flooded with tears, yet her big sparkling eyes seemed to say, "Do it again, do it again." Eric had long grown accustomed to Drew's playful provocation. "All right, spit it out. Why did you suddenly run back here?" "Can't I just miss you?" Drew replied, pouting. "Is that a new accent?" "Sounds funny. Who taught you that?" Eric asked, chuckling. "Well, forget it. Hurry up. Tell me why you came back." "Honestly, I just missed you, Eric. I saw the Lamborghini in the garage and couldn't believe when I mentioned I liked that car. You actually remembered. That made me so happy." "You misunderstood. I was actually planning to gift it to Jenny." Chapter 106. Connections. A man who says one thing and means another. Drew casually scratched Eric's chest a couple of times. "I'll forgive you for that." Eric habitually tapped her on the forehead. "So should I thank you for your generosity?" "No need for that," Drew replied, resting her head against Eric's chest to prop herself up. She arched her soft body a bit, reached into the back pocket of her denim jeans, and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. "Here, it's all right here." Eric took it, glancing at the list of names and audition roles, chuckling lightly. "I didn't expect you to be so busy with work." "Well," Drew sighed, expressing her resignation to the whims of life. "I've turned down everything I could. It's not like I'm directly asking you for a role. It's just an audition opportunity." "Okay, I'll make arrangements," Eric said, not wanting to say much. He had a feeling her sudden return today had something to do with recent casting calls. Eric had a general idea about Drew's future plans being similar to her past lives, and she even had a name in mind for her future film company, still going with Flower Films. With her sharp and capable personality, she was bound to be a great asset in the future. Helping her build a bit more of a network couldn't hurt. As Drew said, it was just an audition opportunity. Ultimately, whether she succeeded or not was still up to him. Plus, he could earn a favor for her out of it. Why not? Reading through the list carefully, Eric did notice quite a few names of familiar Hollywood stars of later years, including Steven Spielberg's goddaughter, Gwyneth Paltrow, who should have only been around 17 or 18 that year. The role she wanted to audition for was that of the girl Andy met on the bus in the movie Infernal Affairs. Recalling Gwyneth's appearance, Eric mentally marked her off as a candidate. It wasn't that she wasn't pretty. She was a classic beauty, but Eric wasn't drawn to the high cheekbones, straight noses, and deep-set eyes. He preferred softer facial features. Women like Jennifer Aniston, Drew Barrymore, and Virginia Madsen all fit that type. Even Julia didn't count as a high cheekbone beauty. Thinking of this, Eric couldn't help but pull Drew closer, who was adjusting the TV channels with the remote, cupping her little face and scrutinizing it. Remembering the risk she could grow into someone less appealing, he sighed. Involuntarily, Drew, initially feeling a bit nervous with anticipation. Was he going to kiss her? Immediately flared up at his sigh, baring her teeth in a threatening manner. Eric, if you breathe like that at my face again, I swear I'll scratch you. What's the rush? Eric patted Drew's head. I was just reminiscing about that cute little girl with the alien from 4 years ago. It's hard to believe how much you've grown. Rolling her eyes dramatically, she pushed him down onto the sofa. You perverted lowly lover. I'm reporting you to the LAPD for chemical castration, and then let's see how you find yourself hanging out with that big-breasted woman all night long. Eric was momentarily surprised. He thought there wouldn't be many people who knew about his business with Virginia, right? Is this whole thing common knowledge in Los Angeles now? Yes, indeed. The word is out all over North America about how a third-rate actress snagged the lead role in a script written by Williams himself. Do you think everyone else is foolish? So you better be careful not to get caught by the paparazzi. Otherwise, people will definitely say you've got some Oedipal issues. She's 10 years older than you. I absolutely do not have any such tendencies, Eric protested, raising his hand. Of course, I can prove it, Drew said, perched triumphantly on Eric's waist, lifting her chin in a teasing manner while squinting at him. Because you're a lowly lover. All right, I'm a lowly lover. I'm guilty. Eric laughed, giving in theatrically. Can you get off me now? Drew's big eyes widened as she slid her long legs down Eric's waist. Eric caught on to her intentions and promptly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her up and placing her to the side. Cut it out, it's broad daylight. Then I'll come to your room tonight. I've decided to stay out tonight. After all, everyone in North America already knows. She promptly clasped his arm. No, Eric, you can't just give in like that. You should learn from Drew Barrymore. Eric pulled away from Drew, heading upstairs while he remarked, learn your truancy skills? Al told me yesterday that he saw a certain playful little girl at a party last Wednesday. Eric had long given up hope of Drew being able to behave well in school. He didn't expect Drew to go to college either. He originally hoped she would stay in school until she was 16 and then return to Hollywood. But given the current situation, that seemed unlikely. She couldn't sit still in class, and the only relief Eric found was that, somehow, Drew had managed to get their principal to stop calling him to report her misdeeds, like corrupting the good girls at school. Upon hearing Eric's words, Drew leaped up, shaking her small fist in frustration. Al Pacino, I want to cut ties with him. I specifically told him not to tell you. Then he must have misunderstood you. Eric replied with a laugh, not turning back. But it pleases me to hear that he said you didn't drink. By the way, when did you get acquainted with Al? After the movie premiered, I coincidentally saw him once. Drew seemed to be hiding something, but Eric quickly grasped the implications in her words. So, it looks like you did quite a few bad things in my name. I'll need to interrogate you thoroughly sometime. Please, Eric, don't. I'm afraid of pain. If you kiss me, I'll confess everything. Drew followed Eric into the study, watching him gather a few documents to put them into a messenger bag before heading downstairs. Eric, are you going out? It is the weekend. Eric picked up the bag and went down. This is all because of you. Auditions start officially next week, and the staff will notify the actors who made it past the first round in the next few days. I need to add the names you gave me to my list. Drew pouted. But I want you to take me to Malibu to check out our new house address. What's there to see? It's still just empty land, and it'll take at least a year to get built. Just stay at home and watch TV. If your conscience moves you, make me dinner or something. Drew batted her big green eyes. If my conscience moves me, how about I just order you takeout? Then I'd rather go to that third-rate star's house for a homemade, loving dinner. Don't, Eric. That's a transaction. A loveless dinner doesn't bring warmth. At worst, I'll order takeout and heat it up myself. Chapter 107. The Thoughtful Girl. I just mentioned it casually. You don't have to keep following me, do you? Eric said while driving, glancing helplessly at Drew, who lounged in the passenger seat. Drew let out a light grunt, chewing her gum vigorously as she continued to focus on her handheld game device, the beeping sounds echoing in the car. Jenny is coming back to Los Angeles at the end of the month, and she might just move in with us. Uh-huh, Drew replied, her voice slightly louder. though she didn't really mind the comment. From the beginning, Drew never thought Eric and Jennifer Aniston would work out. Eric had a domineering nature that, while often appearing approachable, would not tolerate anyone defying his will when he chose to be stubborn. And Jennifer was such a headstrong girl, with a blend of confidence and a slight inferiority complex. They might get along at first, but over time, their mutual concessions would wear thin, especially with Eric's notorious wandering eye. It was hard to see how Jennifer could put up with that. Drew often fantasized that she might be the one best suited for Eric. She could handle his strong will, his infidelity, everything about him. To better understand him, Drew had even tackled a few books on personality psychology despite getting dizzy just from reading. She loved him enough to give everything, but she knew that, in the end, he wouldn't belong to her. The thought alone felt sorrowful. The reason she clung to him that day wasn't merely out of jealousy. Okay, maybe a little. But mostly she was trying to assert her presence. She knew he understood her perfectly. He was so smart. How could he not? All she wanted was just a little more from him, and that didn't feel greedy at all. It was Drew's first time at the Firefly Films headquarters. Although she grew up in front of the camera, she didn't know much about the inner workings of a film company. Filled with curiosity, she had dragged a female employee, who was working overtime that weekend, to show her around. They checked out the dubbing and editing rooms, and Drew even tinkered with some equipment. However, Firefly wasn't a very large film company, so after about 10 minutes touring the facilities, she settled into a small screening room to watch a tape, leaving Eric alone. Once he had instructed someone to add the names Drew submitted to the audition list, Eric began to sift through the roster of actors who had already passed the first round of selections. After flipping through a few pages, the actors reflected the criteria he had laid out. It was obvious there would be some vestiges of favoritism. He had already slipped a few inside favors into the mix himself, let alone what others at the company might do. He was confident that during auditions, even the order in which the characters would see the other actors could be manipulated. But as long as there weren't any significant mishaps, it was all good. Would it be unfair to those talented actors who lacked connections? Sorry, but fairness had never been a thing in that world. As the company expanded and tasks multiplied, Eric could no longer hold on to every bit of power. The casting rights for minor roles would gradually be handed to others. Those responsible for casting wouldn't mess with their careers. If they selected actors who didn't meet the requirements and it impacted filming, they would most likely get fired. Therefore, actresses who thought they could get roles by sleeping with the casting assistant would often find themselves empty-handed if they couldn't perform. After reviewing parts of the audition list, Eric didn't rush to leave. Since he was there, he looked over detailed budget sheets for 3 movies. Because Columbia Pictures handled the investment, the budget was set at $40 million, a steep cost for a non-special effects film. But Eric had no intention of cutting Columbia a break. If the money wasn't spent, they wouldn't forward any leftovers to him. Instead, Eric shifted his spending focus to the cast. For the female character in the Interpol division, he directly sent a guest role invitation to Sigourney Weaver. She accepted, of course, but her guest fee was substantial. No problem, he wasn't spending his own money. As for that scene-stealer detective, Eric had his eyes on Joe Pesci, who played the role of the bumbling thief Harry in the original. When preparing Home Alone, Eric had thought of inviting him, but the budget didn't allow for it at the time, and they had to settle for a TV actor instead. Unfortunately, that actor was outshined by newcomer Matthew Perry, who turned the original character's role on its head. At this time, Joe Pesci got offered a role in another blockbuster, which came from Warner Brothers, a series that had already produced 4 movies and a TV series in the future, Lethal Weapon. Before he made the decision, he received Firefly's offer, and that cleared up his indecision. Of course, Eric had him audition specifically, and it turned out well. Joe Pesci's comedic voice and natural talent made him a perfect fit. The only concern was whether Tom Hanks, who was equally talented, would overshadow him during filming. As for other supporting roles that didn't have actors selected yet, Eric maintained a standard of at least second-tier actors. If someone didn't have a couple of film credits and connections, they were automatically out of the running without even an audition. Eric's budget for personal investments was much smaller, set at $10 million. Al was gearing up to shoot the film Scent of a Woman, aiming for an Academy Award, and took only $3 million as pay. The overall film budget for the others was only $5 million, with Jonathan Demme's directing fee at $500,000. Virginia's pay was the same as Julia's, at $300,000. Since all scenes were set in an English manner, the remaining funds were more than sufficient for production. After reading through the lengthy budget sheets for the 3 films, Eric stretched, glancing at the clock. It was already 6 in the evening. He got up to leave and asked the staff left behind if Drew had already left early. The little girl was quite perceptive. Eric felt it would be rude not to come back home that evening. He called Virginia to inform her he wouldn't be coming over and then drove back to his Beverly Hills mansion. Drew obviously brightened up when he returned, but they still dined on takeout that night. Having been busy all afternoon, Eric was too lazy to cook, and Drew didn't have any talent in the kitchen. Though she could manage a few things, she certainly wasn't inept enough to mix up salt and sugar or confuse vinegar and soy sauce. Her cooking was just nearly inedible. "Eric, why don't we hire a chef?" Drew proposed on a whim at the dining table, clearly tired of pizza delivery. Eric popped a slice of pizza into his mouth and nodded. "It'd be best to hire a few maids too. I prefer Japanese-made outfits. How about you?" "I like," Drew started to say, but then shut her mouth and shot Eric an annoyed glare. "You're such a domineering male. Even if your territory is empty, you won't allow any male to intrude." "Wow," Eric said, curiously sizing her up. "I never expected you to come up with something so insightful. I really underestimated you." Drew pouted, returning to her dinner and ignoring Eric from then on. Chapter 108. Do you believe in love at first sight? Motorola agreed to pay $3 million for sponsorship, but their one stipulation was that the lead actor must be one of those 2 names previously mentioned, Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks. Lamborghini's sponsorship offer this time was a one-time payment of $800,000. They were smart this time and wouldn't accept fluctuating sponsorship fees based on box office performance. As for the others, Ray-Ban sunglasses opened at $500,000, requesting over 5 seconds of close-up shots featuring the Ray-Ban logo, while the Hershey Chocolate Company also bid $500,000, looking to secure the product placement for that box-shaped bomb. In the conference room, Jeffrey read off the various sponsorship bids with excitement in his voice. Eric had a similar document in hand, but Jeffrey couldn't help but read them out loud. He was just thrilled. If all the figures on the document were finalized, that would mean that even before shooting had started, Firefly Films would already have made over $6 million in profit. In those days, Hollywood released over 500 films each year, but even counting profits from later video rights and other revenue, only about 50 films would clear $6 million in profit. Eric reviewed the bids and jotted down his thoughts next to each, then closed the folder and handed it to Jeffrey. "All right, Jeffrey, you're overjoyed at just $6 million in sponsorship?" "Just $6 million?" Jeffrey looked up, dissatisfied, and repeated Eric's words, countering. "Eric, why don't you find me another film that can get $6 million in sponsorship? Just because there's none now doesn't mean there won't be in the future." Eric shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe in another 10 or 20 years, films could recoup most of their costs just from product placements." "You don't even have to wait that long," Jeffrey noted wistfully. "If we had gotten this much in sponsorship for the last film, we would have already made back our costs." "That assumption is absolutely valid." Eric suddenly remembered something important. "Did you let the sponsors know about keeping everything confidential until the film is released?" "Of course I didn't forget," Jeffrey responded. "I explained the stakes to them clearly. They won't say a word until the film hits theaters." With that, Eric felt reassured and stood up, asking, "Good then. The auditions are about to start. Do you want to join?" "Forget it. It's too torturous. I won't go." Jeffrey hurriedly declined. He had initially enjoyed the power of being a producer, having control over the actors, but sitting through auditions for several days, repeatedly asking questions, and watching the actors perform over and over, gradually washed away that feeling of superiority until only boredom and fatigue remained. The auditions had made Eric dizzy as well, mainly due to the sheer number of candidates. For each role, there were hundreds of actors vying for a chance, even after massive screening processes. Additionally, many of those who didn't make the cut were continuously looking for ways to secure a second audition, adding to the chaos. Eric decided to hand over the auditioning for both films to directors Jonathan Demme and Martin Brest. He planned to have them narrow down the list to 10 potential candidates each before conducting a final round of auditions himself. That approach would definitely be much easier. The only audition that was a bit better than the chaotic villain roles from the previous days was today's audition for Yo-Yo, the girl Andy met on the bus. She was the one that friends jokingly labeled as the interloper who disrupted the pure, beautiful feelings between Andy and Sean. Eric had previously set the criteria for this role as a beautiful woman aged between 18 and 30 with a professional charm. So, today's audition was sure to be a visual treat. A girl walked out of the audition room, gently pulling the door shut. Once she turned around, her expression quickly closed off, ignoring the curious glances from the others in the corridor. She grabbed her bag and walked toward her waiting agent a short distance away, murmuring a few words to him before they left together. The staff came out and called the next name. Another girl was hurriedly summoned inside. Gwyneth Paltrow pulled out a compact mirror from her bag, checking her makeup once more. She was born in 1972, making her just 17 this year. By Eric's standards, Gwyneth shouldn't have even gotten an audition opportunity. However, she wasn't. Daunted because she knew Drew, who had a close connection to Eric. Steven Spielberg was godfather to both of them. That little brat. It was said that Eric Williams was supporting her. It was really getting out of hand. Gwyneth's father was a producer, and her mother was a well-known actress, making her background 100 times better than Drew's. She had always looked down on Drew, who was riding on her pretty face to act cute. Even at Spielberg's gatherings, Gwyneth seldom acknowledged Drew, preferring to hang out with peers from similarly affluent families, as that would better serve her future prospects. However, when she learned about the opportunity to collaborate with Eric Williams, Tom Cruise, and Tom Hanks, Gwyneth felt her heart race. If she could land this role, her career start in Hollywood would surpass that of many struggling actors. Without hesitation, she contacted Drew, hoping she would help her secure an audition slot. Even though her relationship with Drew hadn't been close, they didn't have any grudges either. A few flattering words were enough to charm that little brat. It was no wonder she was now resorting to being supported. Gwyneth thought disdainfully. Less than 5 minutes later, the girl who had gone in before her emerged looking disheartened. All the waiting actresses perked up, one less competitor. Next, Miss Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth quickly stood up, took a deep breath to steady herself, and walked into the audition room with a faint smile. She took a seat and confidently locked eyes with the blond young man sitting in the center, who had his head down writing something. It was Eric Williams, seriously handsome. Gwyneth felt her heart quicken a little more, unable to help but fantasize whether he would invite her to dinner. Maybe she should reject him first to show some modesty. Men who get things too easily never treasure them. She held a great deal of confidence in her looks. After more than 10 seconds, the young man across from her raised his head, smiling. "Hello, Miss Paltrow. Please start by introducing yourself." In the brief exchange of glances, Gwyneth sensed that Eric Williams likely recognized her, which excited her. It seemed that little brat had made an impact. At least he didn't treat her like a stranger. "Hi everyone. My name is Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm 17 years old, and I graduated from." After a short self-introduction, Eric asked, "Miss Paltrow, the records show that you have had no previous film experience. What makes you think you can nail this role?" With a smile still on her face, Gwyneth answered without hesitation, "Because I come from a family of performers. My mother is an actress, and when I was very young, I began helping her with her lines. Growing up in such an environment, I've always had a strong interest in acting. I was a key member of my school drama club since middle school and performed in many famous stage plays, accumulating a wealth of experience." After Gwyneth finished, she saw the judges nodding in agreement. "Miss Paltrow, do you believe in love at first sight?" One of the judges posed another question. Gwyneth was taken aback, not quite understanding the intent behind the question. As someone familiar with the sparks of attraction, she did believe in love at first sight to some extent. However, she worried that just giving an affirmative answer would make her seem frivolous. The panel didn't rush her, and after thinking for about a minute, she replied, "No, I don't believe in love at first sight. I prefer sincere feelings that develop over a long period of time." Chapter 109, Welfare. Eric listened to her, but didn't show any reaction as he hunched over to jot down some notes. This made Gwyneth a bit anxious. She thought her answer should have been appropriate. However, the person across from her didn't give her much thought time and immediately went on with a few more questions before starting the performance. The staff rolled in a bench that could seat 2 people. An assistant explained, "Miss Paltrow, the scene you're going to perform goes like this. You're on a bus when a handsome stranger suddenly sits beside you, someone who, at first glance, makes a woman's heart flutter. But then you see a gun tucked in the open collar of his shirt. The man takes you hostage and forces you to pretend to be his girlfriend to throw off the police's suspicion. You can't resist, so you have to go along with it. Miss Paltrow, you won't have any lines. You'll have to convey your emotions solely through expressions and body language. You have 1 minute to prepare. Not a single line." This is way too hard, Gwyneth thought to herself. Still, she knew she had no choice but to quickly adjust her mindset to get ready for the performance. 1 minute later, Gwyneth sat on the bench, indicating she was ready. The assistant reminded her, "Music stops, performance ends," and clapped the slate. At the same time, another staff member hit the play button, and a light piano piece began to play. The music was the same instrumental piece that recurred during the bus encounter in the original version, Greek composer Vangelis's 1995 instrumental work. Gwyneth sat there quietly until a staff member sat next to her. She slightly furrowed her brow and turned to take a closer look at the man beside her, her gaze landing on the open collar where a gun was tucked away. Instantly, fear registered on her face, and she visibly recoiled. From behind the audition table, Eric frowned slightly. Gwyneth's expression was overly exaggerated, but he didn't say anything to intervene. The 2 players continued. The temporary actor, playing the kidnapper, wrapped his arm around Gwyneth's shoulders in time with the music and said, "Just don't make a sound, and you'll be fine." Gwyneth stiffened for a moment, staring straight ahead. From Eric's view, he could see her hands resting on her lap trembling. Lightly, the actor removed his glasses and put them on Gwyneth, but she remained unresponsive, like a puppet. There was supposed to be a gesture of taking out headphones, but it got skipped over due to the impromptu nature of the performance. "Lean closer," the actor continued, and Gwyneth, looking forlorn, leaned against his shoulder. Moments later, Eric made a hand gesture, and immediately the music stopped. Gwyneth knew the performance had ended, quickly straightening up and smiling as she returned the sunglasses. "Miss Paltrow, thank you for your audition. You may leave now. We will let you know the results as soon as possible." It's just over?" Gwyneth couldn't help but ask. Eric nodded and gestured her out, so she picked up her handbag and walked out of the audition room. Once the door was closed, she immediately masked her expression and walked coolly past the group of people waiting for their auditions. Inside the audition room, a few people quickly began to discuss. Alan Fissman, sitting next to Eric, asked, "Eric, what do you think?" Eric drew an X next to Gwyneth's name. He had never been attracted to that type of beauty, and, frankly, her acting left a lot to be desired. He casually explained, "Not good." Her emotions were flat, her expressions superficial, very forced. "Kurt, get ready to call the next one." Nicole Frank intervened, stopping Kurt from calling out. "Eric, let me go next." "Hey, I only just had 3, okay? We agreed on 10. To rotate." Roy, the temporary actor, protested immediately. Nicole, pained, said, "Roy, you should really stop acting. You're so disruptive. All 3 of those girls were thrown off their game because of you. It's practically a career killer for them. If it was Audrey Hepburn auditioning, even with a gorilla sitting next to her, she would still pull it off. Roy, you finally admit that even a gorilla looks better than you." Despite having a bit of a rugged appearance, Roy wasn't ugly in the least and snapped back. "Nicole, keep that up and you'll regret it when I spill the beans about that night at Brady's bar." "You wouldn't dare." Eric, irked, tapped the table to stop their bickering. Nicole was Eric's photographer, and Roy held the position of assistant director. They were both part of Jeffrey's wife's crew and were close friends. Their little squabbles happened frequently, so Eric wasn't really worried they'd come to blows. But the noise was giving him a headache. The arguments stemmed from the auditions they were doing, which were all for beautiful women today. Instead of hiring temporary actors, Eric had roped all the men present into playing the kidnapper role, giving the crew some perks after their monotonous work for days on end. He hadn't anticipated the level of testosterone-fueled chaos that ensued. There had been a particularly stunning Latina girl who walked in, every curve perfectly accentuated. Then, when it was supposed to be Alan's turn, Nicole swooped in, and with someone present, Alan could only watch helplessly. Enough. My head is spinning. Roy, continue. No changes to the rules. If this keeps up, I'll just hire temporary actors and nobody will perform, Eric commanded, and his authority worked. Roy and Nicole promptly shut up, exchanging middle fingers instead. After getting a nod from Eric, Kurt stepped out to call the next auditionee. It wasn't until Gwyneth exited the Firefly Films office building that she suddenly had a realization. I should have seen it coming. Gwyneth threw her hands up in frustration and kicked a nearby trash can. It clanked loudly against the wall. She finally figured out the reason Eric had asked her that question about love at first sight. Pairing it with the performance she had just done, it clearly depicted a scene where two strangers fell for each other upon meeting. She had been foolish to claim she didn't believe in love at first sight. How naive. Plus, during her audition, she had been so focused on expressing fear that she hadn't hinted at the emotion of falling in love at first glance at all. Oh right, the staff had mentioned that the stranger was very handsome. One look at him could make a woman's heart skip a beat. It was all that temporary actor's fault. He looked so unattractive and yet insisted on playing the handsome guy. If Eric Williams had been sitting next to her, she definitely would have felt something. Gwyneth clenched her teeth, inexplicably directing her disappointment and anger at Drew, blaming that little brat for living in Eric Williams's house. She was bound to have seen the script. She had even specially asked Drew about the script's contents, and if that brat had leaked even a bit of it, she wouldn't have been caught unprepared. Gwyneth let out her frustrations as she walked past a phone booth. Right. Maybe she could reach out to Drew Barrymore to see if she could help her get another audition opportunity. Next time she would surely be well prepared and wouldn't perform so poorly as before. Gwyneth completely disregarded what time it was now. Typically, Drew would be in class at this hour. She rummaged through her bag for her contacts, dropped a quarter into the payphone, and dialed Drew's dorm room number. It rang a few times before connecting. Hello. A sleepy girl's voice came through, clearly just waking up. Gwyneth instantly changed her tone to warm and friendly. Hey, Drew. It's me, Gwyneth. Haha, it's already 10. You're still asleep? I'm so jealous of you. Anyway, I auditioned today, but I feel like I didn't really show my true potential. Could you help put in a word with Mr. Williams and see if I could get another chance to audition? Great. All right then, I'll be waiting for your good news. Let's do dinner this weekend. I know a fantastic Italian place on Sunset Boulevard. Okay, sounds good. All right, bye for now. She smiled until she heard the busy signal on the line after Drew hung up. Then she snapped the receiver back into place, her voice tinged with a hint of disdain and jealousy. Sleeping all day? You must have been out partying last night. Hope you get caught in bed with Eric Williams someday, dragged off to work in some African mine, and see if that baby face of yours can still charm anyone. Chapter 110. She is Mine. In the audition room of Firefly Films, after a morning of auditions, there were indeed a few actresses who left a good impression, but none sparked an immediate interest in Eric. The selected actresses could only remain as backups. If no more suitable candidates emerged, he would conduct a third round of auditions for them. Originally, the film did not belong to Hollywood, so there were no references regarding the actors. Eric could only draw upon his own imagination to make selections. Aside from the roles of Cruise, Hanks, and Joe Pesci, the character that mattered most to him was that of the girl next door. Therefore, he decided to start auditioning for this role after most of the main and supporting roles were confirmed, allowing him to make a deliberate choice. This role attracted the most applicants during the open auditions. Even though the screen time was minimal, it was a lead role. As a result, several A-list actresses expressed interest, and some even agreed to perform for no pay, just to boost their visibility in this highly anticipated film. Unfortunately, after reviewing the materials on a few of them, Eric turned them down, as none of them matched his vision. The current lineup of actors was already quite strong, and he didn't feel the need to compromise on the character's image for the sake of bringing in big names. He believed that the girl next door had to make a striking impression, so that in her brief appearance, she would leave a lasting mark on the audience. The actress from his past life had failed to achieve this. Viewers remembered her for the warm bus encounter, but not her. The afternoon auditions carried on without much excitement, though a few more names joined the backup list. After a busy day, Eric returned to his mansion in Beverly Hills. The spacious villa felt empty, and the television in the living room played the news program monotonously. After spending a bit of time in the kitchen preparing a simple dinner, he took it to the living room to enjoy slowly. Eric did not like solitude. He had always been a social person in his past life. However, ever since arriving in this world, he oddly found solace in being alone. This state helped him to calm his heart, allowing him to reflect on many things and affirm that everything happening around him was not a dream, but very real. That was why he had turned down Drew's suggestion of inviting a few servants last time. Perhaps there was also a primal territory instinct deep within his character. While he was cleaning up after dinner, the phone rang in the living room. He picked it up, but on the other end, there was no immediate response from the caller. Instead, he heard the giggles of several girls. He faintly caught Drew's voice among them and smiled, patiently waiting for a moment. In the girls' dormitory, Drew was brimming with energy. Typical of a night owl, she wore her pajamas since she didn't have plans to go out that night. Upon learning she was calling Eric, her dorm mates gathered curiously around her, intrigued by Drew's relationship with Eric. After playfully shooing away her gossiping friends and locking the dorm room door, Drew returned to the phone. "Eric, it's me. I wanted to ask how Gwyneth Paltrow's audition went today." Eric answered honestly. "It wasn't good, Drew. Did Gwyneth put you up to this?" "Yeah." The girl on the other end remained unfazed by his assessment. "No wonder she rushed to call me right after her audition, wanting me to ask for another shot. I think another try would yield the same result, and her image doesn't fit the character's description at all. Otherwise, I could have given her another chance, but that role doesn't demand much acting skill." "Drew, do you have a good relationship with Gwyneth? If so, I can keep an eye out for roles in my future films, though I won't promise anything for this one." No, of course not." Drew quickly refused. "My relationship with her is pretty casual." Eric responded with curiosity. "Aren't you both Spielberg's goddaughters?" "That's our only shared point." Drew's tone turned somewhat flat. "Gwyneth's dad is a movie producer, and her mom is a big star. She's lived a carefree life, seeing me only a few times when I used to visit the Godfather's house. Gwyneth acted like a princess, surrounded by little kids. I, on the other hand, was taken by my mom to film ads to help support the family when I was just a few months old. To be honest, Gwyneth looks down on me. If it weren't for needing my help this time, she'd never reach out." Drew's ordinary remarks struck a chord, sounding somewhat bittersweet to Eric. Leaning against the sofa while holding the receiver, he sighed and advised, "Girl, things aren't the same as they used to be. You don't need to accommodate anyone anymore. You are a true princess now. Next time you encounter someone unpleasant, just roll your eyes at them. Don't worry, I'll have your back." Drew giggled and hopped around on her bed, clutching the phone until the line almost got yanked out. "Eric, that's the sweetest thing I've heard. I love you." Okay, I know you don't love me. You don't need to throw that in my face." Drew chimed in again. "Has that girl role been chosen yet?" "Not yet. There's still a day and a half until we go through all the auditionees again. And if we still don't have a choice, we'll conduct a third round of auditions." "Oh, well, if there's a third round, let's give Gwyneth another chance then." Eric frowned. "Didn't I just say?" Drew interrupted him with a cheeky grin. "I just want Gwyneth to owe me a favor. Although with her self-absorbed nature, I doubt she'll ever repay it, but I can still relish in feeling like a creditor." Eric chuckled. "Fine. If there's a third round, I'll let her know." "Ms. Lopez, thank you for your audition. We'll get back to you as soon as we have results." After another round of standard responses, once the actress left, Eric put a red mark next to her name again. Nicole leaned over to look at the red mark Eric had drawn and lamented. "Eric, I thought she was pretty good, especially. Eric shot Nicole a sideways glance. "You don't have a thing for rear ends, do you? Is that why you lit up upon seeing a woman like that?" Laughter erupted in the audition room, and Nicole shot a playful glare around at her snickering colleagues, retorting, "I'm a photographer, a professional at appreciating and capturing beauty." Roy, the assistant director who had been teased by Nicole just yesterday, seized the opportunity to make a quip, admiring, "Butts is more like it. You wouldn't believe what happened that night at Brady's bar." "Nicole." "Roy, shut up. I'll kill you." Nicole rushed over to cover Royce's mouth, and they wrestled together until Nicole almost had him gasping for breath, at which point they were pulled apart by the others. Eric smiled and clapped his hands. "All right, let's hurry and bring in the next auditionee. The sooner we finish these auditions, the sooner we can prepare for the rest of our work." After saying that, Eric flipped open the next actress's information. Before he could even look at her name, a girl walked in, accompanied by staff. Eric could clearly sense that all the men around him collectively inhaled sharply and lifted their gazes. Stunning. That was Eric's first thought. She is mine. That was his second thought. Chapter 111. The Trigger. The young woman had a delicate and flawless appearance, as if crafted by a skilled artist. Her long, glossy black hair framed a pale face and a high nose. To fit the audition mood, she wore a business suit typical of an office girl and held a white handbag. Sitting across from Eric, she radiated an aura of serene beauty. Deborah was just a 13-year-old girl then, but years later, the woman who finally broke free from her awkward career no longer possessed the stunning charm of her youth. Only a bit of maturity and intellect remained from the passage of time. For her, her 20s were truly her most breathtaking moments. Eric didn't need to glance at his notes. He effortlessly said, "Miss Connolly, why don't you introduce yourself?" "Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lynn Connolly. I'm 19 years old and currently studying English literature at Yale." Her voice carried a slight rasp, hinting at allure. During the questioning phase, Jennifer Connolly remained calm and composed until it was time to perform. Although she had already appeared in several films, she had never received professional acting training, leaving her skills still rather naive, even slightly wooden. But that was okay. Nobody was born ready for the spotlight. There was room for improvement. The important thing was that Eric was certain Jennifer Connolly could bring something fresh to the audience. When she showed vulnerability during her scenes where she was held hostage by the robber Andy, her performance could evoke tremendous sympathy, powerful enough to captivate everyone. Once all the auditions were completed, Eric marked a check next to Jennifer Connolly's name and looked up, asking, "Miss Connolly, would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" All the staff in the audition room froze, taken aback by his directness. It felt a bit inappropriate, considering he was suggesting this in front of everyone. "You could at least keep that to yourself and spare us the awkwardness," they might have thought. Jennifer Connolly was momentarily stunned as well. Her expression changed several times. She had specially returned from Italy for this audition and managed to wrap up all her scenes just in time, though she had a slight disagreement with the director. But if she could land this role, she was prepared to overlook everything else. Filming an art film in Europe seemed like a good opportunity, especially when many actresses in Hollywood encountered career stagnation. During this era, European cinema hadn't completely declined. So many actors hoped to earn accolades at European film festivals. If they won awards and returned home, it could provide a solid foundation for their careers. If this invitation was made in private, Jennifer Connolly might not have hesitated much. But in front of everyone, her pride made it difficult for her to let go of her reservations. She found herself in a tricky position. "I'm sorry, that was abrupt of me, Miss Connolly. Thank you for your audition. We'll let you know the results soon, and you're free to go now." Eric immediately regretted his invitation. The intention was to ease her discomfort, but Jennifer Connolly misunderstood him as taking her hesitation as a rejection, which would surely mean she wouldn't get the role. Standing still, she hesitated before finally whispering, "Mr. Williams, I'm willing." "What?" Eric raised his head again, his focus broken. He hadn't clearly heard her soft response. Jennifer Connolly felt her cheeks flush at his reiteration. She didn't want to repeat it in front of so many people. Nicole couldn't resist chiming in. "Hey, Eric, don't be too much." The girl said yes. Eric finally realized and nodded quickly. "That's wonderful, Miss Connolly." He promptly scribbled a series of numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to her, saying, "I hope you'll get in touch with me at 7 tonight. I'll come to pick you up. We've got auditions to continue, and there are plenty of girls still waiting." Jennifer Connolly lowered her head and hurriedly folded the note, and placed it in her handbag before leaving the audition room in a bit of a fluster. "Hey, Eric, is that a done deal?" Nicole asked curiously. Eric nodded. "Barring any surprises, she's the one. Do we really need to continue the auditions then?" "Of course," Eric replied, pulling out the next set of actor profiles. "There are still so many waiting, and who knows, we might discover someone even better, so let's keep going." Next, everyone in the audition room realized that Eric had already made up his mind, and the remaining auditions felt less enthusiastic. By 5 in the afternoon, after the last girl finished her audition, the crew couldn't leave fast enough. After returning to his office and tidying up, Eric was preparing to head out when Jeffrey knocked and walked in. He handed Eric a document and said, "Eric, here are the latest negotiation results. CAA has made some concessions. Cruz and Hanks have the same terms, $5 million for the fee plus a 12% profit share." Eric glanced through the document and considered, "Never mind, Jeffrey. Let's hold off on negotiations for a few days. Let's wait until next week. The film Roadhouse is set to premiere Friday, and I bet there will be quite a spectacle to witness by then." "I came to tell you just that," Jeffrey chuckled. The critics' early screenings didn't go too well, and since then, they've gradually premiered across North America. The feedback has been divided, with praise and criticism evenly split. Although United Artists is trying to drum up interest, it hasn't had the desired effect. Many people seem to be waiting to see how it all plays out. Eric shrugged. "Who cares? As long as it works in our favor. I suspect, after the box office flops, CAA won't have the confidence to keep dragging things out. Otherwise, Cruz and Hanks wouldn't agree to anything. Shouldn't we consider contacting WMA and other agencies for some of their actors to create the illusion of a cast change?" Jeffrey suggested. Eric shook his head, declining. "No need, at least not for now. It's not at that point yet. Let's see how things develop." The two of them didn't discuss much more and soon parted ways. They didn't realize that the stir they were creating was far beyond anything Eric had anticipated, like a lit fuse waiting to ignite. Chapter 112. The Forceful Kiss. A purple Lamborghini pulled up in front of the hotel, and Eric got out of the car. His eyes immediately landed on Jennifer Connelly, who was standing at the hotel's entrance alongside a middle-aged man in his 30s. Eric approached them, and the two quickly noticed him and walked over. Jennifer had changed into a light blue dress and managed a forced smile at Eric. The middle-aged man next to her stepped forward enthusiastically, extending his hand for an introduction. "Mr. Williams, hello. I'm Miss Connelly's agent, Jim Lister." "Hello, Mr. Lister." Eric politely shook his hand, then turned to Jennifer Connelly. "Miss Connelly, let's go. I've made a reservation at the restaurant." Jennifer cast a desperate glance toward her agent. Eric's gaze and tone were so aggressive that it felt as if he considered her his personal property. Having debuted at 13, she'd faced more than her fair share of unwanted attention due to her stunning beauty. However, nothing compared to the overwhelming possessiveness Eric seemed to exude. She believed that if she allowed him to have her alone, all the strategies she'd developed for dealing with men would be useless. Eric followed her gaze to Jim Lister, who stood by. "Mr. Lister, are you joining us?" Lister, unable to meet Jennifer's pleading look, smiled nervously at Eric and shook his head. "Of course not, Mr. Williams. I wouldn't dream of intruding on your date." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Mr. Williams, could you share how today's audition for Jen went?" Hearing Lister refer to Jennifer Connelly as Jen felt strange to Eric, so he cut to the chase. "If all goes well, that role is Miss Connelly's." Jennifer, wary of Eric but unable to contain her surprise, looked up at him, while Lister was practically beaming with excitement. As a sharp and adaptable agent, Lister quickly understood from Eric's fierce determination in his gaze that he intended to heavily promote Jennifer. With Eric Williams' reputation, anyone he considered would likely end up at his personal agency. As a third-tier actor's agent, Lister realized this was an opportunity he couldn't let slip away. Who knew when he would encounter something like this again? "Well, Mr. Williams, I believe UTA is a highly promising agency, and I'd like to bring my artists over. What do you think?" Jennifer cast a surprised glance at her agent. Lister hadn't mentioned this to her, which left her displeased with his unilateral decision. But she refrained from voicing her concerns in front of Eric. Worriedly looking at the young man before her, She realized that UTA was Eric's personal enterprise. If he agreed, she would have no choice but to accept. Deep down, though, she was reluctant to join UTA, not because she doubted the company, but because it felt akin to walking into a lion's den. Eric noticed Jennifer's surprised and worried expression, taking a thoughtful look at the somewhat short and stocky middle-aged man before him. "Mr. Lister, you're a smart man, quick to seize opportunities, and you've made a good choice," Eric eventually replied. He did indeed plan to bring Jennifer Connolly into UTA and have Kepler personally mentor her. However, since her agent raised the idea of switching agencies, Eric felt relieved. If Lister wished to continue working with her, that was fine. After all, Eric couldn't have all promising talent under Kepler alone. No matter how energetic Kepler was, he couldn't handle it all. If Lister failed to prove his worth in the future, he would still face consequences. "By the way, how many artists do you currently represent?" Eric asked, recalling Lister's earlier comments. "4, including Jen," Lister immediately replied. He seemed eager to introduce the other 3, but Eric waved him off. "Forget the other 3. Bring Miss Connolly to UTA by yourself. I only have my eye on Miss Connolly. I don't need any additional baggage." A flicker of struggle passed over Lister's face. He had decent relationships with his other actors, one of whom was the brother of a friend who had asked him to help. However, thinking of his future, Lister decided in mere seconds. "No problem, Mr. Williams." After finalizing the agreement, Lister smartly excused himself, leaving Jennifer Connolly by Eric's side. Once in the car, Eric glanced at Jennifer, who sat dazed in the passenger seat, and leaned over suddenly. Jennifer noticed Eric's movement and immediately raised both hands defensively. What are you going to do?" "You're adorable when you're scared," Eric remarked, rolling his eyes and reaching for the seatbelt beside her. "I'm not skilled at driving this car, so it's safer if you buckle up." "I can buckle it myself," she replied, reaching to grab the seatbelt but accidentally gripping Eric's hand instead, drawing back instantly as if shocked. After he secured his seatbelt, Eric sat back up straight but didn't start the car right away. Instead, he turned his head to observe the nervous woman next to him. "Are you afraid of me?" he eventually asked. Jennifer instinctively nodded, realized it was inappropriate, then quickly shook her head. "Mr. Williams, I didn't mean that. You can call me Eric." She hurriedly turned to look out the window, murmuring a soft, "Uh-huh. Come on, look at me." Eric's tone softened a bit, and Jennifer found herself turning her head to face him, curiosity in her eyes. Eric reached back behind her, grasped the back of her neck, and suddenly leaned forward, kissing her luscious red lips. Caught off guard, Jennifer's eyes widened, pupils dilating, hands instinctively pushing against Eric's chest as she froze, forgetting to escape. As she felt Eric assertively kissing her, his tongue teasingly probing for entry, her lashes fluttered rapidly, and her large eyes quickly filled with tears as Eric finally released her lips. "How could you do that?" Her first instinct was to slap Eric and jump out of the car, but she realized she was firmly strapped in the seat. While she was frantically unbuckling her seatbelt, Eric pressed down on the accelerator, sending the Lamborghini onto the road. "Mr. Williams, please pull over. I want to get out," she shouted. "Calm down and buckle up." I want to get out," she insisted defiantly. Before Eric could respond, a convertible Mercedes sped toward them, the punk-haired driver clearly crossing the center line to overtake. Eric swore and jerked the steering wheel to barely avoid a collision, but they still scraped past the other car. Closely, the punk youth in the car must have caught a glimpse of the beautiful woman in the passenger seat, who let out loud cheers and catcalls as they passed. Once the Mercedes disappeared from the rearview mirror, Eric realized he was sweating profusely. He cast a glance at the equally startled woman next to him before adopting a more serious tone. "Buckle up." This time, Jennifer didn't resist. She didn't want to gamble with her life, so she obediently buckled up. However, she stubbornly turned her head away from him. Arriving at a famous Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills, the doorman rushed over upon seeing the flashy purple Lamborghini. Eric exited the car, handed over the keys along with a tip, and turned back to Jennifer. She had calmed down and didn't walk away in a huff after exiting the vehicle. Reluctantly, she linked her arm with Eric's and followed him into the restaurant. "Is a salad enough? Why not order something else?" Eric suggested as they sat at the table. Jennifer glanced at the waiter standing nearby and mumbled, "I'm on a diet." Eric didn't press further, ordering his own dinner and a bottle of red wine. Once he handed the menu back to the waiter and they had left, he said, "All right, girl, how about giving me a smile? You're making me feel guilty." "You feel guilty?" she shot back, glaring at him. "And don't talk to me in that condescending tone. You're only a few months older than I am." "Well, isn't that a fine compliment? I'm surprised you've even figured out my birthday. That'll be quite helpful for our future interactions. I also remember your birthday, December 12th. Quite a fascinating date, isn't it?" His words made Jennifer uneasy. "How do you know my birthday?" "File records," Eric replied, smiling casually as he charmed her. "I know much more about you. Ever since you hit the screen in 1984, I couldn't forget that angelically beautiful girl, and I never imagined she would one day appear right in front of me." What woman doesn't enjoy such compliments? Particularly from a rising young director. Jennifer found herself unable to meet Eric's smitten gaze, but her cheeks flushed in a soft pink. Even the prior offense from Eric didn't seem so severe anymore. She convinced herself he acted that way because he liked her. Chapter 113, The Paparazzi Stunt. Eric continued, "Then there was Sarah. I bought the tape just to catch a few more glimpses of that angelic girl, but unfortunately, I've lost it now. Oh, and I also really liked your recent film." Seeing Eric's ambiguous smile as he mentioned the latest movie made Jennifer Connelly a bit bashful. That had been her first experience with edgier content, leading to a fair bit of criticism from conservative folks. The cause was the box office flop that had left her without opportunities for quite some time. Jennifer even tried her luck in Japan, where she shot a few commercials and released 2 records, but none of it really helped her career. After returning to the States, she eventually relented to her agent's persuasion to star in that teen sex comedy in order to stay afloat in Hollywood. With Eric's smooth talk easing her reservations, she gradually opened up, and they began chatting, their demeanor becoming increasingly intimate. After dinner, the two strolled arm in arm back to the parking lot. Sitting in the Lamborghini again, she felt butterflies. Would he really take her home? What would she do then? Should she refuse him? Perhaps, but she absently scratched her handbag, stealing quick glances at Eric as he started the car. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she quickly looked away. Eric chuckled and said, "How about we catch a movie first?" Feeling like a death row inmate who just received a stay of execution, Jennifer exaggeratedly nodded, suddenly realizing her reaction was a bit much, and awkwardly laughed it off. "You should smile more. I love seeing you smile," Eric remarked, igniting a sweet moment. He drove them around Beverly Hills, eventually finding an upscale theater. After checking the schedule, he discovered that a film that had just premiered on Friday was screening, probably a promotional preview by the studio. He asked the ticket clerk, and as luck would have it, they still had tickets available, so he bought 2. "What is it?" Jennifer inquired, leaning over to peek at the ticket in Eric's hand. I know. It's the one starring Richard Gere. I saw it in the paper." She suddenly clamped her mouth shut mid-sentence. Eric, smiling as he took her hand, prompted, "What else were you going to say?" Come on, what were you going to say?" "Your conflict with CAA and that Richard Gere has taken this movie instead of Pretty Woman." What gossip magazine are you reading?" Eric scoffed lightly. "Looks like United Artists is pulling out all the stops for this film. But I think that paper had some valid points," she replied quietly. "Oh, tell me about their analysis later. I'm pretty curious," he encouraged as they wandered together, grabbing sodas and popcorn before heading to the ticket counter. They completely missed the short, skinny white guy not far behind them, furiously clicking away with his camera. As they approached the theater, it seemed like he couldn't contain his excitement, his finger on the shutter becoming quite adept. After Eric and Jennifer slipped through the ticket gate, the skinny guy, Vic, reluctantly lowered his camera. He had been working extra hours at a fashion magazine in Los Angeles, focusing on the fashion section, which meant he came across plenty of celebrities. So, when he stumbled upon valuable gossip, he didn't mind turning into a paparazzo for a quick buck. His encounter with Eric and Jennifer Connelly was pure chance. He had spotted Eric's flashy purple Lamborghini while driving home. Being a fashion magazine editor and having seen the film, he recognized the car. Immediately, knowing it wouldn't be on the market for months, he figured if he could snap a few shots and write an article, he'd make easy cash. Due to the film's popularity, the Lamborghini had become one of the hottest sports cars globally, eclipsing even Ferrari in buzz. Carefully tailing the eye-catching car, it finally stopped outside a movie theater. Vic planned to take pictures after the subjects exited, but was a little disappointed to see that it was Eric Williams who stepped out first. That didn't thrill Vic too much. Everyone knew about Eric's impressive ad collaboration with Lamborghini from his last film, so he wouldn't find anything remarkable about Eric getting access to the car before its release. If it had just been Eric getting out, Vic had even resolved to not mention Eric in his write-up and instead create an air of mystery about the car's owner. Such an approach would tend to draw more readers. But once the spotlight turned to the relationship between the Lamborghini and Eric, readers would likely shrug it off as expected, losing their interest. Then, from the passenger seat, a girl emerged, jolting Vic to attention. It wasn't the likely Drew Barrymore or the Hollywood Cinderella Julia Roberts, nor was it Eric's official girlfriend Jennifer Aniston. Instead, it was another stunning woman, Jennifer Connelly, someone Vic happened to recognize even though she wasn't a huge name in Hollywood. Eric Williams's personal life had always intrigued paparazzi, but after he rose to fame, he stayed far from nightclubs and bars, avoiding any scandals that could be exploited. Even the rumored drama with Jennifer Aniston had blown over quickly. They soon reconciled, and the only time he had been spotted with another female in the spotlight was indeed with Aniston. Because of that restraint, even as curiosity around his personal life grew, paparazzi found themselves in a tricky situation, hungry for news but without a viable lead. Eventually, people stopped chasing Eric. There were just too many other celebs who generated better headlines. So, that day's juicy scoop fell right into Vic's hands. By now, he had replaced the film and his camera, waiting patiently outside the theater, mulling over whether the angle of this story should focus on Eric and his new girlfriend Jennifer Connelly, or the film itself, or perhaps split the gossip into two different stories. Chapter 114, The Pseudo-Protagonist. Once Eric settled into the screening room, he exchanged a few words with Connelly about some tabloids that had gone overboard with their sensational articles. Just as the lights dimmed and the film began, his anticipation faded quickly. Richard Gere played James Dalton, a bar bouncer who had successfully tossed a troublemaker out of a bar. As a result, Frank Tillman, the owner of a bar in a small town outside Kansas City, took notice of him and invited James to help clean up the increasingly chaotic Double Deuce bar. The first 20 minutes of the movie offered nothing captivating, just bar fights and women striking sultry poses everywhere. From the moment he appeared on screen, Richard Gere wore a stoic expression, navigating through the crowd, as if to say, "I'm awesome and you're all insignificant." As an action film, wouldn't it make sense to kick things off with an explosive fight to grab the audience's attention? However, the pretentious writer evidently scoffed at such ideas, opting instead to show the protagonist getting grazed on the arm by a thug's knife only to stitch himself up to portray his uniqueness. Unfortunately, this scene didn't resonate with the audience. Gere's composure was so steady that it seemed like he was simply sewing fabric rather than stitching a wound. Couldn't he at least muster a grimace of grit? Sadly, there was nothing of the sort. Even as things got bloody, Eric could still hear someone behind him crunching popcorn. Then, after arriving at the Double Deuce bar in that small Kansas town, the protagonist still didn't display any skills. After assessing the chaos in the bar, he merely held a small staff meeting to dismiss a few disobedient employees. And just like that, the bar began to flourish. Seriously, even if you're the chosen one, does everything have to go so smoothly? Finally, the raging business of the Double Deuce bar caught the attention of the town's bully, Brad Wesley. He sent his goons to lure the protagonist out for a chat, wanting to take over the bar, but of course, James Dalton flatly rejected him. Then, after 80 minutes of dullness, the film finally hit a climax. Or rather, the director finally remembered this was supposed to be an action flick. After being turned down by James Dalton, Brad Wesley stormed into the Double Deuce bar with his men, leading to a showdown. Although the director awkwardly infused a few karate shots into this action scene, the overall fighting style was a hodgepodge of brawling. It was only then that Gere finally showcased a special move, though admittedly, it wasn't nearly as crisp as the secondary villain. Yet, he managed to lay out the bad guys. When the bully, Brad Wesley, failed at first, he started wreaking havoc across the town to assert his status as the local tyrant, forcing the protagonist's hand. He first burned down a convenience store belonging to a shopkeeper who dared to oppose him, then flattened a Ford dealership with his powerful four-wheeler, and ultimately turned his attention to James Dalton's mentor and friend. In the final 10 minutes, after taking all the abuse he could stand, the hero single-handedly took down Brad Wesley's goons and made his way to Wesley's lair, where he wrestled with Wesley, pinning him down on a sofa. Just when everyone assumed James Dalton would decisively finish Brad Wesley off, bringing the movie to a close, he surprisingly showed mercy. Seriously, the guy ruined your place and killed your closest friend, and you soften up? What a messy conflict. Just as the pseudo-protagonist Richard Gere was about to let Brad Wesley go, as if moved by divine intervention, Wesley, of course, took advantage of the mercy and picked up a revolver. Gunshots rang out. Is this how it ends? Was this a tragedy? No way. Just when the pseudo-protagonist found himself in a precarious position, the real protagonists, a group of small-town residents long oppressed by the bully, arrived just in time. Armed with shotguns, they took out the villainous Brad Wesley and saved the pseudo-protagonist. Thus, the 2-hour-long action movie finally wrapped up. As the lights in the screening room still hadn't brightened, Eric caught snippets of the audience's chatter. That muscle car was so badass. Hey, Vi, what do you think about us getting one? But we're in Los Angeles. Cops wouldn't allow a car like that on the road unless we went back to our farm in Texas. Forget it then. I wouldn't go back there for anything. After the old man kicks the bucket, I'll sell the farm and we can get a nice place in Santa Monica. If Dad hears you say that, he'd flip out. Hey, Victor, how many songs did you catch? Well, during that blonde girl's dance scene, it featured Hoochie Coochie Man, but we don't even need to remember these. This movie will definitely release a soundtrack soon. I just can't wait. The score was wonderful. I plan to buy a bunch of related albums when I get home. As the lights came up, the noise level in the screening room increased, and Eric could only catch bits and pieces of the comments. What a load of crap. I got duped by the paper's hype. I'm canceling my subscription. I shouldn't have come to see it. I can't believe Richard Gere would sign on for this trash. He must have lost his mind. The fight scenes were like some wannabe street brawl, and he's over here trying to imitate Bruce Lee. Lee could kick a 2-meter light bulb into smithereens, whereas Gere couldn't even pull off a decent high kick. That side character was way better. Sure, Gere's performance didn't shine, but I thought the movie was alright. The girls were pretty and the music was solid. After seeing all those gorgeous ladies, being so critical just isn't right. Hey, Eric, let's go, said Jennifer Connelly, seated next to Eric. She noticed he was eavesdropping on the audience discussions. Right. Eric snapped back to reality, stood up, and asked, "What did you think of the movie?" Jennifer shook her head in disappointment, naturally linking her arm with Eric's while delivering her 2-word review. Too loud. They whispered to each other as they made their way out of the screening room. Vic, the photographer who was hanging around, waited outside, oblivious to the running time. After more than 90 minutes, he stared at the exit, afraid he might miss Eric and Jennifer Connelly after the film suddenly wrapped. Finally, as the film neared the 2-hour mark, more audience members spilled out of the theater. Vic hoisted his camera, waited a couple of minutes, but didn't spot Eric. It can't be that I missed them, right? Vic muttered in confusion, just as he caught a glimpse of Eric and Jennifer walking out side by side. In his pursuit of the best shot, Vic couldn't care less and turned on his camera's flash, snapping away. Click, click, click. The bright flash went off several times in the theater lobby. Eric, sensing trouble, raised his hand to shield his face, but it was already too late. Under normal circumstances, the theater's security wouldn't bother a journalist loitering in the lobby. Interviews could generate publicity for the cinema. But once he flashed his camera, it might disturb the moviegoers. So as soon as Vic snapped a few photos, 2 security guards charged at him and escorted him out. Eric gave a puzzled Jennifer Connelly a reassuring glance while scanning the surroundings, then headed toward the reception desk. "Hello, sir. May I help you?" "Wait, wow, it's you? Eric Williams. I didn't expect you'd come to our theater. I'm Linda Kraut." The receptionist, Linda, lit up, her freckles on her nose glowing as she offered her hand eagerly to Eric. Eric pulled his hand back and replied, "Sure, Linda. You probably noticed I ran into some trouble just now. Can you help us slip out through another exit? Of course, Mr. Williams, right this way. Linda nodded vigorously, leading Eric to the back door while chattering away with questions. Mr. Williams, is that young lady your new girlfriend? She's beautiful. Jennifer Connolly perked up at the question, her expression reflecting both eagerness and concern as she glanced at Eric. Understanding that there was only one acceptable answer to keep from making Jennifer uncomfortable, Eric nodded without hesitation, saying, yes. Mr. Williams, when do you start filming? I'm such a fan and will definitely come support you in theaters. That hasn't been locked in yet, but it will be in the summer release window. Mr. Williams, which movie are you here to see? If not for her obvious job, Eric would have thought this girl was a paparazzi. From the lobby to the back, in less than 2 minutes, Linda blasted him with over 10 questions. Since Eric needed her help, he tried to respond appropriately to her barrage. Here we are. Linda pointed at the security door, sensing they were about to part ways. With newfound courage, she asked, Mr. Williams, could I get an autograph? Of course, Eric nodded. But I don't have a pen. I do. Linda pulled out a pen from her chest pocket but then rummaged through her other pockets without finding paper, finally raising her arm and saying, Mr. Williams, please sign my sleeve. Sure. Eric steadied her arm and quickly signed his name on the fabric of her shirt before pushing open the back door to exit the theater. Chapter 115. The number. It was a secluded alley, and just a few steps to the left was the street. Eric had just stepped out with the girl when a thin figure darted over. After being ushered out of the lobby by security, Vic noticed that Eric hadn't come out yet. He decisively ran towards the back door. Eric and Jennifer were both rookies when it came to handling paparazzi. They thought they had devised a good strategy by heading for the back door, but they vastly underestimated the savvy of the paparazzi. Vic paid little attention to Eric's exit through the back. He didn't take any pictures this time, having accumulated enough intimate snapshots of the couple. Holding a recorder up to Eric's face, he asked, Eric, is it true that Jennifer Connolly is your new girlfriend? Eric didn't respond and quickly pulled Jennifer Connolly towards the parking lot. However, the girl was wearing high heels, which meant they wouldn't be moving fast. Vic kept pace beside Eric, relentlessly asking questions. Eric, are you interested in the box office of your film? How soon will filming start? Are Cruz and Hanks facing strong opposition from CAA, like Richard Gere did back then? Even though Eric was a rookie at handling paparazzi, he remembered the most useful piece of advice. When sudden questions from paparazzi arose, no matter how provocative they were, it was best to say nothing. Because whatever you said, they would twist it to fit their narrative. Seeing he was getting nothing out of Eric, Vic quickly shifted his focus to Jennifer. Jennifer, when did you start dating Eric? Don't you mind that Eric has another girlfriend named Jennifer? Jennifer, will you be playing the lead role? Jennifer, are you going to move into Eric's mansion in Beverly Hills? Faced with Vic's relentless questioning, Jennifer's expression slowly turned impatient. Just as she was about to say something, Eric had already pulled her over to the Lamborghini, opened the door, and promptly shoved her inside. Hey, Eric, treating Miss Connolly so rudely suggests you two aren't in a romantic relationship. What exactly is your relationship? Is it some sort of arrangement? Eric. The Lamborghini's scissor doors closed, and Vic could only slap the tinted windows, raising his voice to ask more questions. Unfortunately for him, he was destined to receive no answers. The sports car slowly started up, disappearing into the flow of traffic. Throughout the ride, Jennifer Connolly kept her head down, silent, and Eric, neither a gentleman nor particularly patient, had been planning to make a move on the girl that night. However, after the earlier situation, the questions Vic posed hinted at some sort of transaction between the actress and the male director. Considering Jennifer's feelings, Eric decided to back off, at least for the time being. Eric had thought about possibly buying off Vic's film negatives to keep him quiet, especially since he was just one paparazzo. But given the fact he was still recording, there hadn't been an opportunity for him to speak up. Plus, such deals came with risks. If the negotiation failed and the price couldn't be settled, what had started as a simple movie outing could escalate into something much larger. The Lamborghini stopped in front of the hotel where Jennifer was staying. The girl remained quietly seated, not in a hurry to push the door open, as if she was hesitating. Eric didn't rush her, his fingers drumming the steering wheel, thinking she was still shaken and needed a moment to collect herself. Mr. Williams, after a while, Jennifer Connelly finally lifted her head, mustering the courage to meet Eric's gaze, although her voice held a certain distance. You haven't broken up with that girl named Jennifer Aniston, right? Eric's drumming fingers on the steering wheel suddenly halted. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Yes. Although she hadn't expected much, a somber expression crossed Jennifer Connelly's face. Then, Mr. Williams, I think I might not be right for the role. You should consider someone else. If it's because of what the paparazzi said earlier, Jennifer, I won't bother you again. Eric assured her aimlessly, planning to keep her calm for the moment. As expected, a look of struggle appeared on Jennifer's face, and ultimately her pride overcame her desire for fame. I'm sorry, Eric. Even if nothing happens between us in the future, those newspapers will still say whatever they want. I don't want to be seen as that kind of woman. Eric stared at her for a long moment before he said, All right, as you wish. Though he was assertive, he wasn't a bully, and since Jennifer Connelly was so resolute, he opted to let it go. Yet, upon hearing Eric's words, Jennifer Connelly didn't show any signs of happiness. She realized what her decision meant. Likely, her career would now experience a downturn for quite some time. Just as she was about to push the car door open and leave, Eric suddenly called out to her. Jennifer, wait a second. Reluctantly, Jennifer sat back down, looking at Eric in confusion. He rummaged through his pockets but couldn't find a business card or anything similar. Finally, he reached over for her handbag and pulled out a lipstick, forcibly taking her somewhat reluctant hand to quickly write down a string of numbers. This is my home phone number. If you ever need my help, feel free to call me. Jennifer glanced at the numbers on her palm, and after a moment, she nodded and thanked him before stepping out of the car. She walked into the hotel lobby, only daring to look back once she was inside, discovering that the Lamborghini was still parked in the same place, which prompted her to quickly turn away. Back in her hotel room, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. After placing her handbag on the coffee table, she unzipped her long dress and changed into a shorter outfit, then walked into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she stared blankly at the number he had written on her hand, reaching out several times but hesitating to wash it away. Finally, she sighed, went back to the living room, found her phone book, and wrote down the number before returning to finish her shower. 20 minutes later, wrapped in a bathrobe and towel drying her wet hair, she returned to the living room just in time to hear a knock on the door. Jennifer, I just heard a staff member say you were back. Why are you home? Her agent, Lester, was filled with a sense of foreboding as he asked, his tone anxious. I'm sorry, Jim. I just turned down that role. You? The premonition turned into reality, and Lester's lips trembled momentarily before he sighed in dismay. Jennifer, you're being impulsive. Do you know how many girls want this role from Firefly Films? Over 2,800, but only around 200 even get auditions. I heard Eric Williams turned down a few A-list Hollywood actresses. If you see these numbers, you should understand how lucky you are. Chapter 116, Mental Imbalance. The girl listened to Lester and found herself momentarily speechless. Deep down, she realized her own recklessness and stubbornness, but she wasn't too remorseful about it. Lester asked, Jenny, Eric Williams merely invited you to dinner. Even if he makes some outrageous requests afterward, just politely refuse if you're not interested. He may be young, but he's already a significant player in Hollywood and wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Why are you turning down the role? It's not about that, the girl explained, somewhat irritated. It's just, when I got back, the paparazzi snapped a picture of us. She elaborated, I don't want to be seen as the kind of woman who uses her body to get ahead. I can always wait a few more years. Lester followed Jennifer into the room, taking a seat on the sofa as he earnestly explained, Jenny, Hollywood only remembers the winners. Once you become a top star, no one will concern themselves with what you did in the past. You won't even need to say anything. There will be many who willingly help cover up your past. That's the reality. Moreover, there are plenty of women in Hollywood willing to put up with even the oldest, ugliest geezers for a chance. Compared to them, Eric Williams is young and handsome. Wouldn't it be easier to accept that something might happen with him? Jennifer Connelly pouted, but he has a serious girlfriend. Then take him away. Lester waved dismissively. Don't you have confidence in your looks? I know Williams has a serious girlfriend, but so what? They aren't engaged, and they're long distance. That kind of relationship is the least stable, and you have a good chance of winning him over. But the girl lamented, tugging at her hair. She didn't want to admit to her manager that she didn't even have the courage to meet Eric's gaze, let alone take him from another woman. How could she confront such a commanding man when being in his presence made her feel so timid? Ugh. The more Jennifer thought about it, the more tangled she felt, and she suddenly flopped onto the couch, grabbing a cushion to cover her head. She mumbled, Jim, stop pressuring me. Okay. Lester noted that she had made up her mind and wouldn't turn back. As Jennifer's manager for so many years, he understood her temperament well. He sighed, saying, Then you should personally call Peter tomorrow and apologize. Since the audition is rushed, many scenes might have been hurriedly finished. If we need to shoot more footage, we can head back to Rome. I got it, came the muffled response from under the cushion. Don't answer so perfunctorily, Jenny. Lester admonished seriously. Since you've chosen to give up this opportunity, you may not get another chance in Hollywood for a long time. You need to maintain good relationships in Europe to ensure you won't face an embarrassing lack of roles. Yeah, the girl replied a bit more firmly. Lester wanted to add more, but seeing the girl's persistent avoidance made him feel somewhat disheartened. He got up, patted Jennifer on the shoulder, and said, Well, get some rest. I'm heading back to my room. After closing the door to the girl's room, Lester couldn't help but shake his head. What a great opportunity it had been. If she could climb up onto the rising star Eric Williams, it would be like hitting the jackpot. At 18, the girl was still just a child, clinging to some inexplicable pride in her heart, and ultimately didn't fully understand what she had lost. Most of Lester's energy had originally been spent on Connolly. After a box office flop, the then 15-year-old Connolly struggled to get roles. Lester had been running around to develop her career in Japan and then Europe to find opportunities. To help this exceptionally beautiful girl escape the pretty face typecasting, he orchestrated a path for her as an intellectual, going so far as to arrange for her to study English literature at Yale. After all, the public was generally easier to fool, and not too many would differentiate between studying and being a formal student. As long as she had that sheen of prestige, it didn't matter. But now, he felt that perhaps he should invest more effort into nurturing some of the other actors under his wing. That kid named Sean was pretty good. He acted well, looked handsome, and more importantly, was quite intelligent for his age. As for Connolly, he thought it was best to let her be. Rejected by a girl, Eric sat in his Lamborghini, contemplating his frustration, watching Connolly head into the hotel before looking away. Despite facing some bumps since being reborn, things had generally gone smoothly for him. With his confidence slightly inflated, Eric had almost forgotten what failure felt like. Irritated, he glanced at the street sign and saw Jeffrey's house was nearby. He drove straight to this old man's place. He banged on the door, and Jeffrey appeared in pajamas, complete with a ridiculous pointed sleeping hat. Seeing Eric's glum face, Jeffrey quickly stepped aside to let him in, asking in surprise, Eric, what brings you here so late? Is everything okay? Eric shook his head. It's nothing. I got rejected halfway through a date and just realized your place was pretty close, so I figured I'd come chat. Just as Jeffrey was about to pour a glass of water for Eric, he froze, turning in disbelief. Is that all? Jeffrey set his teacup down and accused. You little jerk, get out. Can't you see it's almost 11? I'm exhausted from running the company for you all day, and you come here to hassle me at night? Eric scratched his head and protested. Come on, don't be so angry. I'm feeling pretty fragile right now and need some comfort. Get lost. Jeffrey bluntly marched to the sofa, grabbing Eric by the collar and pulling him up. Hey, Jeffrey, don't tug. This suit cost over $2,000. Eric wriggled free, tossing the keys to his Lamborghini on the coffee table. I am leaving this car with you. Let me take yours for a spin. Jeffrey eyed the keychain and replied, You're giving me that freaking beast they gifted you? Why would you want to trade it for my beat-up car? Eric replied gloomily, Don't bring it up. I drove it out once, and the paparazzi took a bunch of pictures. It's sure to be in the papers soon. There's only one purple Diablo in all of Los Angeles. Am I supposed to dare drive it around now? Fine, follow me. Jeffrey sighed as he led Eric to his garage, handing him a car key. Drive my Buick instead. Eric noticed a nearly brand-new Mercedes next to the Buick, pointed to it, and said, that one. Let me take that. I'll trade the Lamborghini for it. Not a chance. Jeffrey shot Eric a glare. He stepped up to gently stroke the Mercedes's hood, his tone shifting to tenderness. That's Salina's. All right. Eric nodded at Jeffrey's explanation, immediately closing his mouth and shrugging as he humbly took the Buick key from Jeffrey. Jeffrey treated everything left by his late wife as if it were valuable. All the producer shares he earned from Eric went not into a mansion or investments, but into acquiring the rights to the film Salina had made. Supposedly, he had also been taken for a ride a few times for it. Faced with such a devoted soul, if Eric wanted to drive away in the Mercedes, it could be described with a common movie line. He'd have to step over the old man's dead body first. Driving the Buick all the way to Malibu, Eric pulled up in front of Virginia's cozy villa, knocked on her door, and, without hesitation, scooped the petite woman into his arms and rushed into the bedroom. Having been pressed firmly onto the bed by the man, Virginia had shaken off her groggy confusion and was now fully awake, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with dreamy excitement. Pushing against Eric's chest, she gently asked, Hey, Eric, what's wrong? You look so down. Eric didn't respond, swiftly undressing the girl like she was a little lamb. Just as he was about to proceed with some following actions, Virginia suddenly covered herself with her hands, rejecting Eric's assertive advance. Let me guess, you smell like another woman. That mix of gardenia, jasmine, and violet is a scent only young girls in their teens or 20s use. Did you go on a date with a pretty little girl tonight? Eric mumbled an affirmation, and the girl arched an eyebrow before continuing. Then, did you get turned down? Eric slumped onto the girl's delicate form, burying his face between her ample breasts. Virginia playfully slapped him on his back, laughing. Huh, you little rascal. Rejected by another girl, and then you came here to bother me. Come on, stop rubbing. It tickles. She pushed Eric aside and crawled out from under him, lying on her side and propping up her head, asking curiously, Now tell me, what kind of girl rejected the forever successful Eric Williams? I'm genuinely curious. Vicky, can we not talk about this? Okay, then tonight, you'll just have to hold on tight. No way will I let you use me to vent, she said, playfully standing firm for once. But it was more teasing than anything. If Eric truly resorted to taking what he wanted, she wouldn't really refuse him anyway. After going through this back and forth, Eric gradually calmed down, realizing his mindset was out of balance. He rubbed his face hard, reflecting for a moment. It struck him that perhaps it was the youthful energy still lingering in his body that was causing trouble. If he were entirely himself, he wouldn't feel this chaotic sense of frustration from being turned down by a girl. Only those who had lived sheltered lives and had everything come easily to them would feel this way. Inheriting the body and some memories of the original owner, although his soul had taken over, he couldn't help but be influenced by the younger man's personality and habits to some extent. Unlike him, the other had never been through much hardship. Eric didn't know if this was a good or bad thing for himself. Hey, Eric, are you all right? Virginia moved closer, noticing him rubbing his face and frowning, worriedly asking. I'm fine, Vicky. Eric wrapped his arms around Virginia and began to explain. Actually, it's like this. Chapter 117. I am the man who will become the king of Hollywood. Jennifer Connelly, that girl sure was lucky to get cast in Sergio Leone's film at just 13. A little naivety and pride are only to be expected. But once she hits 30 and still hasn't made it in Hollywood, she won't have any persistence left, Virginia said thoughtfully as she leaned closer to Eric, clearly reminded of her own experiences after listening to him recount the situation. Eric could only comfort her with a hug while thinking about something else. Jennifer Connelly's pride wouldn't last until she turned 30. At 20, she had rushed into the limelight, choosing to expose herself to achieve career breakthroughs. That was a major risk for a star who had always adhered to a pure image, and many actresses had met their downfall taking similar chances. Nonetheless, that gamble did lead to some turning points in her career, and before long, she landed a leading role at Disney. Unfortunately, that film ended up flopping. Since then, every big project she had joined had failed at the box office. Though those failures weren't primarily her fault, Hollywood producers were notoriously superstitious, leading to Jennifer Connelly disappearing from the public eye for the next 5 years. Virginia looked up at Eric and suggested, "Eric, getting her attention really shouldn't be that hard for you." Eric turned to the woman in his arms. Virginia continued, "You have your own film company now. Whenever you have a new movie project, just dangle an offer in front of her as bait. For a girl eager to make it in Hollywood, just a few temptations and she'll come running." "Wow, who knew I was holding a beautiful snake that escaped from Eden?" Eric said with a sly grin, giving her a playful slap on her rounded bottom. "Looks like I should teach her a lesson." You're not frustrated, are you?" Virginia snuggled deeper into his embrace, her thigh gently lifting and brushing against his excitement. "Of course not." Eric flipped her onto her back and spread her legs apart. He entered her. "I'm the man who will become the king of Hollywood. What's a little setback? I'm aiming to reach heights even beyond those of Howard Hughes in his prime. Whenever I express interest in a woman, someone will clean her up and bring her right to my bed." Virginia gasped under the vigorous thrusts, crying out but refusing to yield. "It's not the golden age of films anymore. No one can fully control Hollywood. And calling yourself the king is just ridiculous." "It's simple," Eric said as he flipped her over again, putting her in his favorite position. "All I have to do is bring Hollywood back to the golden age." You're so arrogant," she exclaimed, hugging a pillow and lying there, snorting in sarcasm. "When you achieve that day, don't forget to have someone bring me a message from heaven." Eric flashed a mischievous smile and slipped out to open her soft cheeks apart, shifting higher. "I'll send you straight to heaven right now." "Ah, no, that hurts. You little rascal, don't go in any deeper." "Ugh, this isn't heaven. It's more like hell." Despite staying up late the previous night, Eric woke up early. A man who wanted to get ahead needed a good routine. He kissed the cheek of the woman sleeping beside him and dressed before heading downstairs. After doing some light stretches in the yard, he prepared breakfast for two. The woman upstairs still showed no signs of waking, so Eric didn't call out to her. Instead, he stepped outside to check the mailbox and found today's newspaper. He read while eating. Virginia didn't subscribe to many papers, but Eric still found news about himself in the well-known entertainment section. Although it wasn't the headline, it occupied a prominently featured spot. Eric Williams seen with girlfriend. Box office impact in question. Last night, young director Eric Williams was spotted in Beverly Hills on Wilshire Boulevard, driving a purple Lamborghini and appearing intimate with former child star Jennifer Connelly. At just 13, Connelly had the fortune of starring in a classic film, but her journey hasn't been smooth. She struggled to find any notable projects in recent years. With her scene with Eric Williams, does this suggest the rise of another Hollywood Cinderella? Coincidentally, Williams is currently selecting a lead actress for his new film. According to reliable sources, Jennifer Connelly also auditioned for this role, raising speculations that she might have been chosen already, likely disappointing the hundreds of hopefuls who auditioned. The two of them exited the Lamborghini but did not shop. Instead, they headed directly to a cinema to watch Richard Gere's latest film. Upon leaving the screening, Eric Williams appeared somber. After spotting the press, he hurriedly took Jennifer Connelly out through the back exit, without saying a word throughout. It seems the pressure is weighing heavily on Eric. Richard Gere had praised the script of Roadhouse and was eager to work. This movie, directed by rising action filmmaker Rowdy Harrington and starring Richard Gere, boasted a whopping $20 million budget, promising a thrilling blend of fight scenes, car chases, gunplay, and explosions. Following its screening, critics and audiences delivered unanimous praise, promising to deliver a pulse-pounding visual feast this Easter. It looked like the executives at United Artists put a lot of effort into promoting this film. Getting a write-up like this was no small feat, even if the film's investment didn't hit $20 million. It likely came close, meaning they faced significant pressure to recover costs. Eric didn't mind too much about the second half of the article taking advantage of him to promote the film's quality. After watching it the night before, he had heard audience reactions that either fixated on petty details or expressed outright criticism. The article would surely end up like a slap in the face. However, the references to him and Jennifer Connelly in the first half made Eric frown. While the wording was vague, Everyone could see it hinted at some unfair dealings in the selection for the lead actress in his new film. In Hollywood, it wasn't uncommon for actresses to sleep their way to roles, trading favors with producers or directors. Everyone knew it, and it was accepted as a mutually agreed transaction. But such matters were supposed to remain private. Once the media caught wind, involved parties would find themselves facing public scrutiny and ridicule, damaging their reputations. To turn the tide, the simplest method would be to publicly declare their relationship, as many directors in Hollywood announced their romances with leading ladies when filming. This could earn them a reputation as a playboy, but wouldn't usually lead to scandalous associations. However, Eric didn't plan to do that, and the girl who turned him down last night wouldn't cooperate. After some thought, Eric decided to let things run their course. Speaking out against such speculation would only make it worse. Besides, Connolly had already declined the role, and once the cast list was finalized, the rumors would take care of themselves. He wasn't like the stars who depended on their fame and public image to make a living. Many top directors in Hollywood had less than stellar public images, yet they still went on to win awards and generate box office success. He would just take note of this slight against himself for future reference, remembering to settle the score later. Chapter 118, The Tango Girl. Eric knew all too well that behind that report, United Artists was likely to be the culprit, trying to suppress and discredit their competition for their own interests. This tactic had been worn thin across all industries, but it still managed to be effective every time. After breakfast, he placed Virginia's portion in the fridge and bid farewell to the woman who was still resting in bed. He then drove to Firefly Films, where several actresses needed to audition today. As soon as he arrived at the company, Jeffrey pulled him into the office. Without needing to ask, Eric could tell from the curious looks of the other employees that something was off. As Los Angeles's most renowned newspaper, in an era devoid of the internet where information was primarily disseminated through print media and television, the subscription rates in the greater Los Angeles area remained impressively high. Therefore, Eric knew for a fact that everyone in the company had most likely heard about the news from the paper. Facing Jeffrey's concerned gaze, before he could even speak, Eric hurriedly explained, "Jeffrey, I know this was indeed my oversight. But Jennifer Connelly has already turned down the role, so once the official casting list is released, this rumor will die down on its own." Jeffrey sighed and said, "All right, Eric, I hope you know what you're doing. Do we need to contact Kepler for some PR?" Eric shook his head. "No need for that. Addressing this might only make it seem like we're trying to cover something up. Ignoring it is the best way to handle it." Jeffrey nodded and handed Eric a document. "This is the final offer I discussed with those sponsors based on your suggestions. Everyone except Motorola has agreed, totaling $3.4 million. If you have no objections, I'll have these contracts signed today." Eric took the document and glanced through it. Aside from the $3 million deal with Motorola that had to wait for the final confirmations with Cruz and Hanks, everything else was settled. The highest bid was from Lamborghini at $800,000, while the lowest was from Marvel Comics, which offered $100,000. In the film, when the thief Andy robbed the financial company, he briefly held a folder containing comics for just a fleeting shot, and $100,000 wasn't exactly chump change. Eric had previously been uncertain about whether that advertisement could even be sold. Seeing the name Marvel Comics, Eric instinctively rubbed his chin. This could be a gold mine, and he needed to secure it before they started wildly selling character licenses to ease their financial pressures. While they were talking, Alan Fissman knocked on the office door. "Mr. Hansen, Eric, it's time for auditions." "I'll be right there," Eric replied, and Alan nodded as he exited. "I'm off to host the auditions now, Jeffrey. Just go ahead and sign the contracts as per the terms above. Make sure to rest well over the weekend. Next week's location scouting will surely keep us busy." "I know." Jeffrey nodded but then wore a slightly reproachful look. "As long as you don't come bothering me in the middle of the night again." Eric smirked, muttering under his breath before waving goodbye and exiting the office. Perhaps due to the recent news about the cast being nearly finalized, several actresses that followed seemed aloof. During their auditions, Eric didn't bother to remind anyone about anything. Dreaming of a lucky break could lead to missed opportunities, and if they did, they could only blame themselves. Next up, Miss Gabrielle Anwar. A petite lady around 18 walked in wearing black heels, but her height was still under 5'7". "Hello everyone, I'm Gabrielle Anwar." Eric took a careful look at the girl who was about his age. With a sharp nose and full lips, she showed some hints of Indian heritage. She must have been a mixed-race beauty. Not following the usual script to have her introduce herself, he asked, "Miss Anwar, did you come all the way from England for this?" She nodded, a charming smile lighting up her thick lips. "I was born in Derbyshire, but I grew up in London." Eric smiled, knowing she was trying to make a connection. He, too, had grown up in London until he was 8 before moving to Los Angeles, and he retained his British nationality. The Williams name was one of the 5 major surnames in Britain, whether he liked it or not. He'd always be part of the Hollywood Anglo-sphere. "So, Miss Anwar, your profile mentions that you attended a drama and dance school. Do you know how to tango?" The girl hesitated before shaking her head. "I don't, but I've spent 10 years studying ballet. If needed, I can learn the tango in the shortest time possible." Eric wore an appreciative expression. "Miss Anwar, I admire your honesty. However, I feel that you're not quite suitable for this role, so there's no need for an audition." When she heard Eric's earlier compliment, she was elated, but then disappointment quickly washed over her as she realized he wouldn't give her even the chance to perform. For a moment, she sat there, wide-eyed as moisture gathered in them. The scenario felt overwhelmingly unfair. She had sent in her materials to Firefly after seeing the casting call for Eric Williams's new film, rather expecting it to be a long shot. The joy of receiving an audition invitation had made her ecstatic, but the crushing denial had her almost in tears. "Oh no." Eric initially looked down to jot something down, but quickly waved his hand. "Miss Anwar, don't be like that. I'm not done speaking yet." Her eyes were on the verge of tears as she quickly dabbed at her eyes, reluctant to look up. Seeing her reaction, Eric shot a glance at his assistant, who promptly handed some tissues to Gabrielle. Carefully wiping the corners of her eyes, Gabrielle pulled out a compact mirror to check her face before finally lifting her gaze. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. I lost my composure. It's my fault." Eric, concerned about women in tears, quickly took the blame. "I didn't clarify earlier. I understand that you're only 18 and coming all the way from England for an audition is no easy task. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Williams. The reason I asked you about the tango is that you are perfect for another role in a film I'm working on. It stars Al Pacino. Are you familiar with Al Pacino?" Gabrielle nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, I've seen the film you directed many times where Pacino plays the charming Edward. He's so captivating." "That's good. AL's next film needs a tango girl for the lead female role, and you caught my eye immediately. If you can bring that role to life, I believe it will undoubtedly help your career even more than being the leading lady in my film." Gabrielle had initially come to the audition with a lottery ticket mentality. Having only a few television roles to her credit back in England, she hadn't held out much hope. The reason she had broken down was entirely because of Eric's unsettling rejection. Now, hearing this sudden twist of fate, she felt as if she were in a dream again. Al was poised to become a global superstar again, and just appearing in his film, no matter how small the role, would send her over the moon, let alone being the lead. "Mr. Williams, I can't even begin to thank you enough." The girl clasped her hands to her chest, her face alight with excitement. Eric finished what he had intended to write and handed it to her through his assistant with a smile. "Miss Anwar, don't be too quick to celebrate. While I do have the authority to decide on the roles for that film, I still need to consider Al and director Martin Brest's opinions. You have about a week to prepare, and if your performance isn't up to par, I'll have to say sorry." "I'll do my best," Gabrielle said, accepting the note and noticing a line of numbers and a few messages on it. "Mr. Williams, what's this?" "Yuta. Oh, that's the phone number of Mr. Kepler Hyde, the CEO of United Talent Agency. You'll need to call him to arrange for a temporary agent to help you find a dance instructor for a week of tango lessons. If your performance meets Al and Martin's approval, we'll need you to join UTA. Miss Anwar, are you willing?" Being able to stay in Hollywood was a dream for many foreign actors, and Gabrielle nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'm willing." Gabrielle Anwar was a pure coincidence. Eric harbored no ulterior motives towards the girl of his age. She just happened to be the tango girl in the role he had envisioned. Anwar and Al Pacino's tango would become the icing on the cake. Since she could appear here several years earlier than expected, it was fate, and Eric decided to go with the flow, convinced the girl would not disappoint. After sending Gabrielle off, Eric opened the next folder, Brooke Shields. Ah, another Hollywood legendary beauty. Compared to Jennifer Connelly's innocence, when Brooke Shields walked into the audition room, she seemed to possess a sharper allure in Eric's eyes. However, he understood from the interested glances of his colleagues that Brooke Shields, rumored to have noble blood from 4 countries, clearly conformed the nickname, the 8th wonder of the world. Chapter 119, The Leading Lady Confirmed. At 24, Brooke Shields took everyone's breath away with her beauty, and although she had appeared in several films since making her debut at the tender age of 12, Eric didn't feel inclined to be complimentary about her impressive, yet somewhat notorious track record. She had the dubious honor of being named the worst actress at the very first Golden Raspberries, and had popped up as a contender for that title at the 2nd, 5th, and 10th ceremonies as well. On top of that, she had also been nominated for the Golden Raspberries Worst Actress of the Decade and Worst Actress of the Century. If one had to find a Hollywood star with a comparable reputation, it could only be Madonna, who was known for her perseverance despite a string of misfires. If it hadn't been for the fact that the audition didn't require much in the way of acting skills, Eric might not have even had the desire to evaluate the beauty sitting before him. He wasn't at the point of gambling on a big-budget film merely for looks. Since the casting call was for the role of a working girl, most auditionees had taken the time to dress in outfits befitting an office environment, and Brooke Shields was no exception. Consequently, Eric missed the chance to appreciate the way her jeans hugged her long legs. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Eric finally asked, "Miss Shields, we're looking for someone with a softer, more girl-next-door vibe, but your demeanor is a bit too sharp for that. If you were to land the role, would you mind if our makeup team made some necessary adjustments to your look?" Brooke Shields tilted her head. "Mr. Williams, could you be more specific?" Eric scrutinized her for a moment before saying, "For instance, your eyebrows are a bit thick. If they were thinned out a bit, it would lend you a more gentle appearance. Of course, that's just my personal opinion. The final makeup suggestions will come from the professionals." At Eric's explanation, she nodded without hesitation. "No problem. If I can secure the role, I'm open to the makeup team's suggestions for some necessary changes." "Oh," Eric replied, feeling somewhat disinterested, mumbling to himself, "the publicity is all lies." Despite Eric lowering his head to jot something on the file, Brooke Shields picked up on the subtle shift in Eric's expression. She felt uncertain about where she had faltered, but it was clear that the young director wasn't pleased with her previous answer. Moments later, Eric raised his head again and said, "All right, Miss Shields, let's try a few takes." "Sure," Brooke Shields said with urgency, but then realized no crew member handed her a script. Unperturbed by her brief moment of confusion, Eric slowly stated, "Miss Shields, pay attention. You are playing a..." He paused for a moment and quickly fabricated a backstory for the character, a junior employee at an architecture firm. As he spoke, Eric suddenly stopped and turned to his assistant, Alan Fissman. "Alan, make a note of that." And once he saw Alan grab a pen, he continued, "She is a junior architect, leading a monotonous 9-to-5 life. But one day, she falls for a mysterious man she met on the bus. After meeting him a few times, he vanishes without a trace, yet she remains infatuated, riding that same bus over and over in hopes of encountering him again." Having laid out the premise, Eric glanced at the bewildered Brooke Shields and asked, "Miss Shields, did you understand what I just said?" Brooke Shields nodded eagerly. Eric pointed to a small door next to the audition room, which led to a makeshift changing area. "Miss Shields, the shot you're going to perform is this. The lady, after a long day, takes that bus home again, but still doesn't see the mysterious man. Imagine stepping off the bus. Convey the feelings she has as she disembarks." Brooke Shields hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Mr. Williams, could you explain that a bit more clearly?" Her pleading expression was something no man could resist, causing Eric's steady heart to skip a beat. Not wishing to put her in a tough spot any longer, he elaborated. "All right, you need to show the fatigue of a long day, the disappointment of not meeting him again, and the solitude felt amidst the bustling street. It's essentially those emotions." Keeping quiet, Brooke Shields stepped into the changing room. Moments later, the door opened slightly, and she emerged, keeping her head down and walking slowly. It was evident that she hadn't quite found her rhythm. Each careful step she took felt like walking a tightrope, and her strained expression could only convey discomfort. From the small door to the wall across was a distance of about 7 or 8 feet, and she crossed it quickly but knew full well that her performance was lacking. She finally said, "Mr. Williams, can I try again?" "Of course," Eric nodded, waving his hand casually. Brooke Shields rushed back, taking a full minute this time before stepping out again. Although her movements were more relaxed, she still fell short of expectations. Naturally, she looked to Eric once more. "Let's go again," Eric said. "Don't worry. Relax and try again." "That was all right. Let's go again." "Good. You're getting some feeling there. Let your expression relax a bit and try it again." "It started off well, but why are you fixing your hair? After a full day of work, do you really care how you look? Let's go again." Tone down the arm movements a tad. Carry your bag in your hand instead of slinging it over your shoulder. Again. At first, it was Brooke Shields who requested a repeat, but after several tries, Eric had seemingly slipped into director mode, rising from his seat and waving around a paper tube, barking orders at her without mercy, commanding her to do it over and over again. Brooke Shields was completely taken aback by Eric's fervor, nearly forgetting that she had the option to refuse. After the 10th attempt, her eyes were glistening as she performed just as Eric instructed. They wound up going through nearly 20 takes before Eric saw her with her head bowed, a strand of hair hanging over her brow, making her look desolate as she walked out through the small door. Her expression was devoid of pretense as she took each step, almost ethereal, radiating a tinge of loneliness and melancholy. Where Brooke Shields' previous performance might have evoked desire, her current state would tug at the heartstrings of any man. Cut. That was fantastic. Everyone, pay attention, prepare for the next shot. Eric's signature catchphrase flowed out almost instinctively. Brooke Shields stood stunned, and the others in the audition room shared the same look of astonishment. As if on cue, Eric was also taken aback. After a brief silence, someone finally broke the ice with a snicker, and soon everyone erupted in laughter. Brooke Shields, standing against the wall, let out a soft chuckle, covering her mouth, while the tears she'd been holding back due to Eric's critiques streamed down her face unimpeded. Feeling embarrassed, Eric relaxed his posture and sat down. He was unsure of what had just happened. Perhaps it was simply the stark contrast between Brooke Shields' poor acting and his compulsive urge to correct it. Like some with serious OCD, Mike couldn't help but straighten the fruit on a platter until it was just right. "Well, that'll do for now, Miss Shields. You can just call me Brooke, Mr. Williams," she said, taking her seat again and leaning forward slightly, taking the initiative. Eric raised an eyebrow. "All right, Brooke. That'll be all. I think you have potential. Perhaps you didn't shine in those other films simply because those directors didn't want to overwork you. So, Eric, do I have a chance of landing this role?" she asked, picking up on his thread and leaning closer, her eyes sparkling as she grinned playfully. "I hope you'll give me a good workout in it." Everyone around, including the crew, turned their gaze to Eric, who, unbeknownst to them, had already made up his mind to not cast Jennifer Connelly in the lead role the previous night. They were curious how he would respond to Brooke Shields' flirtation. Eric picked up a pen next to him, twirled it a couple of times, and nodded slightly. "You can head home now, Brooke. Someone will reach out to you with good news soon. But do keep in mind that even if your role isn't large, my standards will still be pretty high. I hope you won't shed any more tears like earlier. If your crazy fans find out I made the 8th wonder of the world cry, they might kill me." "Of course, I won't," she assured him cheerfully as she stood up and exited the audition room. "Hey, Eric, what about that young beauty from yesterday?" Once Brooke Shields left, Nicole, the ever-curious gossip, slid closer. Eric shrugged without offering an explanation. "All right, let's continue the auditions and call on the next one." The auditions that followed didn't offer any surprises, and ultimately Eric confirmed Brooke Shields for the role of the love-struck girl. After wrapping up the day's work, it marked the end of their workweek. Coincidentally, it was also March 17th, the first weekend of the Easter release period, with many new films hitting the theaters that day. Among them was a much-publicized film from United Artists, which had garnered 1,927 screens, an increase of several from the month prior's release. Having lacked major releases initially, United Artists had skillfully steered media commentary on the film, with most impressions being positive. However, following its opening day, the film faced a wave of harsh criticism on the very next day. Chapter 120, Interview with Richard Gere. The setup for the lead character was quite bizarre. He had a PhD and was skilled in some martial arts, yet he was content to work as a gopher in a bar. Then, the director awkwardly transformed him into a paranoid Avenger who, while capable of killing off lackeys without a second thought, was surprisingly soft when it came to the main villain, almost getting killed himself in the end. All in all, it was a movie with a painfully awkward and convoluted plot. The film was filled with anarchistic law enforcement, reckless destruction, and unrestrained violence. It was practically a farce. I only saw thugs brawling, shattered beer bottles, a group of busty women, and splattering blood. The story was pallid and unconvincing. Richard Gere's intentionally sculpted muscles for the film didn't spark any interest either. His actions in the film didn't even match the neatness of the supporting villain. A laughable and noisy fable of fists. This was essentially a movie that could have done without the lead character, and everything would still unfold as per the plot. The double deuce bar got raided, inciting the antagonist's greed, followed by a series of violence, arson, and murder, until the fed-up townsfolk rose up to kill the villain. I wonder if Richard Gere regretted passing up Eric Williams's film, keeping him awake at nights. Aside from the rock soundtrack, this movie had nothing going for it. Thanks to United Artists' vigorous early promotions, the opening day attendance in over 1,900 theaters reached over 70%, but following the avalanche of negative reviews after its release, attendance plummeted. 3 days later, the Easter weekend box office was released. It came as no surprise that a box office reversal occurred in its 6th week, garnering over $2.4 million more than the previous weekend, with a total of $11.27 million. Pretty Woman claimed the top spot for the weekend. The 6-week cumulative box office reached nearly $97.69 million. Having another film reach over $100 million seemed imminent for Eric. Considering Eric still had several months until his 19th birthday, this achievement was bound to attract another media frenzy. Although the film Roadhouse opened on nearly 2,000 screens, the sharp drop in attendance over the weekend resulted in a mere $5.25 million in its first weekend, which placed it second with less than half the earnings. Due to Columbia's increased support and the holiday weekend, the film Home Alone quietly raked in over $4 million in its 18th week, steadily approaching the $300 million mark. This underdog had dominated the box office for 12 consecutive weeks and remained in the top 5 for over 4 months. Everyone was kind of numb to it now. Perhaps someday, when the gross suddenly crossed the $300 million threshold, the public would once again raise their eyebrows and exclaim something like, wow. In the new week, Eric wrapped up auditions and briefed 2 directors before running around the greater Los Angeles area scouting locations. Though the required scenes were few, numerous shots needed road closures, and finding suitable locations was anything but easy. At the same time, Eric realized the limitations of his own strength. As Hollywood's stronghold, Los Angeles offered significant policy support for filmmaking, but this didn't mean film crews could run rampant. Many scenes required approval from various municipal departments. Although the flexibility was substantial, the process was extremely complicated. Moreover, relevant connections were indispensable. Even though Eric was quite famous, he couldn't compare himself to seasoned directors or top-notch producers. Sometimes what took others just a phone call he had to negotiate face-to-face repeatedly. Fortunately, Columbia attached great importance to the film and sent an experienced producer to assist Eric with preparations, which greatly accelerated the initial setup time. While Eric was scouting locations, another incident quietly unfolded. The whole stir began with Richard Gere. The former superstar, approaching 40, grew increasingly obsessed with losing the lead role after the first weekend's box office results came out. He knew he had squandered a rare chance to return as an A-list star, especially with the recent box office failure filling him with more frustration and regret. Desperate to secure another movie deal to turn things around, Richard felt CAA had a responsibility to help him since they owed him that. If it weren't for Michael Ovitz's personal grudges, he wouldn't have forsaken the lead role. To that end, Richard attempted to arrange a face-to-face with Michael Ovitz multiple times, but Ovitz was busy facilitating a deal between Sony Pictures and Coca-Cola, so he passed the matter over to Richard's agent, Horner Wheely, the one with a significant obsessive-compulsive personality who had been customarily revolting to Eric and Stuart Ronkel at one point. Horner Wheely, considering Richard's situation, suggested he take the lead in a low-budget horror film. Naturally, Richard was unhappy with this. He had set his sights on a mid-level production that Universal was developing that CAA was managing. It wasn't an unreasonable request. However, Horner refused outright to fight for that role, arguing that Universal wouldn't hire an actor who had just embarrassed himself in a big production and fallen to the lower ranks. Horner Wheely was one of the early agents at CAA and was now a top-tier agent. Even many A-list actors treated him with deference, which had slowly fueled his ego. Richard, meanwhile, completely blamed the loss of this opportunity on CAA, his resentment having built up over time. After Horner's refusal to help him get that role, and anger at being duped erupted. The two ended up in a heated argument in Horner's office. Had other staff not rushed in to separate them, they might have ended up in a physical altercation. Following this incident, Richard left CAA that same day and, 3 days later, switched over to another major agency, William Morris Agency, WMA, through a friend's introduction. This would typically be just another actor's resignation, a common occurrence among major talent agencies in Hollywood. Even CAA, which had established a system to mitigate betrayal costs, couldn't completely avoid them, even though such events happened less often. CAA's betrayal cost system mainly sought to prevent agents from branching off on their own, as the founders of CAA originally came from another major agency. But for big-name stars, leaving was relatively easy. Second- and third-tier stars could also easily walk away if they were willing to pay the breach fees. However, CAA's extensive resources in the film industry dissuaded most stars from leaving its shade. Moreover, CAA swiftly issued a tight non-disclosure order regarding the conflict between Horner Wheely and Richard Gere, hoping it would fade quietly. However, they overlooked the fact that Richard was one of the main parties involved. Richard's shift soon caught some media attention. During an interview with reporters, harboring deep-seated bitterness, Richard painted himself as a victim, maliciously defaming CAA. The next day, an article titled "Exclusive Interview with Richard Gere," the inside scoop on losing the lead role in Pretty Woman surfaced. Recently, the renowned actor Richard Gere, who was once considered for the lead role in Eric Williams's box office success, abruptly left his longtime agency, Creative Artists Agency, CAA. In an exclusive interview, Richard finally revealed the specifics of what forced him to reject the lead role offer. Here are Richard Gere's own words. "When I initially read the script, I thought it would be a fantastic story, well suited to my persona, and I even prepared for the character. Though Eric Williams was quite young, I recognized his talent through his earlier work. However, when I was about to accept the offer, my former agent, Horner Wheely, indicated that I should refuse. I was puzzled. And then Horner told me that Eric Williams had just signed Kepler Hyde, and Michael Ovitz had deep-seated issues with him. He didn't want his clients collaborating with Eric Williams. To put it bluntly, Michael Ovitz wanted to blackball Eric. But I didn't want to give up that opportunity, so I discussed it with Horner. What followed was a veiled threat. If I collaborated with Eric Williams, then CAA would freeze me out. I was already in a slump in my career, and out of fear of CAA's threats, I felt compelled to turn down the offer. Then CAA, under the guise of comfort, offered me the lead role in an action film from United Artists. When I saw the script, I told Horner, "No, this character doesn't suit me. I've acted in action films before, but this role is way too violent. They should find a muscle-bound actor for it." But Horner insisted I had no other choices, and soon I found myself accepting the role at a much lower salary. To fit the character better, I engaged in intense training for a while. Yet, the film ended up failing. I'm disclosing all this now because I believe CAA has lost sight of its purpose. After monopolizing too many resources, they have become reckless. Certain individuals, out of personal grudges and a desire to exert their power, can jeopardize an actor's career and toy with films that have received multi-million-dollar investments from other companies. That's reprehensible. Talent agencies should serve actors, prioritizing their clients' interests to ensure long-term survival. Instead, CAA has begun to treat actors like mere pawns, and they'll eventually face the consequences. Chapter 121: Cruise's Departure. If there was a spark to ignite the fire, then Richard Gere's interview published in the media became that very spark. On the day that interview hit the stands, a spokesperson for CAA adamantly refuted Gere's statements, declaring them to be nothing but fabrications that completely disregarded the facts. They asserted that if he continued to make such irresponsible comments, CAA would take legal action to set the record straight. While many people recognized that Gere had positioned himself as a victim in his anger-fueled statements, and that any professional with a bit of industry knowledge could easily poke holes in his claims, this didn't stop the media from digging deeper into certain facts he mentioned. The power of gossip was tremendous. The very next day, articles began surfacing that dissected the long-standing tensions between Michael Ovitz and Kepler Hyde. It came to light that after leaving CAA, Kepler Hyde struggled in Hollywood, almost being forced to relocate to Europe. Although CAA had grown into a towering presence, it wasn't without its blemishes. Coupled with its strategy of bundling sales, it was likely to result in some film failures, and naturally, those failures were brought to the media's attention. From best buds to arch rivals, the untold stories of two ace agents to the hidden hand driving soaring costs in the film industry, a decade-long comparison of Hollywood movie expenses. As more articles aimed at tarnishing CAA's reputation began appearing, an anti-CAA movement slowly took shape. In the years leading up to this, CAA's growth had heavily squeezed the operating space of other Hollywood talent agencies, and Ovitz's bundling sales strategy had left many film companies in distress. Not only had CAA pushed star salaries up significantly, but the bundling tactics also forced film studios to shell out massive costs far beyond their budgets. The 6 major film studios put up a better fight against CAA, managing to maintain some negotiating power during their skirmishes. However, for the countless mid-tier studios and independent filmmakers, CAA's bundling approach left them without a means to defend themselves. They didn't possess the same fame and leverage as Eric, whose every film was a blockbuster, so they had no choice but to accept CAA's terms. With many talent agencies, a large number of film companies, countless independent filmmakers, and even a few voices from the television media unhappy with CAA's bundling of TV projects, any one of these factions could inflict serious damage on CAA's reputation. The situation was exacerbated as they all instinctively rallied against CAA without any prior coordination. Of course, some individuals also spoke in support of CAA. Several actors under its wing gave interviews where, even if somewhat reluctantly, they expressed positive sentiments about CAA. After all, CAA had raised production costs for film companies, and these actors were among the primary beneficiaries. Yet, these supportive voices made little impact, largely because the opposition groups worked to deliberately downplay the actors' supportive remarks. Though CAA possessed a strong PR machine, during this latest storm, its efforts felt more reactive than proactive, landing it in a position where it was simply taking the hits. Then, with their recent box office disaster weighing heavily on their shoulders, the top executives at United Artists suddenly came out accusing CAA of being responsible for their film's failure, citing Gere's interview as evidence, and they even threatened to sue for damages. Of course, such a claim was futile. United Artists merely needed a scapegoat for their tens of millions of dollars of lost investments, and CAA fit the bill perfectly. This only led to another round of verbal sparring. Meanwhile, other talent agencies in Hollywood were in harmonious sync, collectively taking up their metaphorical shovels against CAA. Within a week, more than 20 mid-tier actors had opted to leave CAA. If that didn't inflict any harm on CAA, the subsequent events would certainly spell trouble internally. The catalyst? Tom Cruise announced he was leaving CAA. Who was Tom Cruise? He was the most popular young star in Hollywood. Since his debut, he had delivered blockbuster hits almost without exception, with his films consistently returning massive profits for their studios. In 1986, He made a film with a budget of just over $10 million that raked in $350 million globally. His most recent film not only achieved high box office success, but also garnered several Oscar nominations, and he ranked high on magazine lists of Hollywood's most powerful figures, standing shoulder to shoulder with top executives, renowned directors, and elite producers. The departure of such an A-list star inevitably sent ripples through the industry. And indeed, Cruise's exit was closely tied to the growing controversy. As the narrative surrounding CAA's vilification unfolded, media outlets sympathetic to Richard Gere soon shifted their focus to the negotiations concerning the male leads in Eric's latest film. In no time, with the media's digging and some cunning manipulation, the salary conditions CAA proposed for the two stars were leaked. $6 million plus 20% of the profits? This robbery-like offer was typical of a big company, like CAA, to present, clearly indicating they wanted Eric Williams to back down. It seems that despite everything, Mr. Ovitz was still clinging to the ludicrous idea of blacklisting Eric Williams. By proposing such unrealistic figures, he hoped to sabotage Eric's collaboration with superstars Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks. Mr. Gere's recent comment that CAA was already treating actors like pawns was not unfounded. In truth, CAA had been steadily backing off in the negotiations with Cruise and Hanks over their salaries. Before the film's release, the profit-sharing ratio requested by CAA had already been reduced to 12%. When the media exposed CAA's initial offer, it dropped further to 10%. Although CAA quickly clarified after the exposure that the current offers for the two stars were not so high, the media seized on the story, repeatedly making news out of it. Analysts expressed concerns in newspapers that if CAA's profit-sharing model gained traction, it would further inflate production costs for movie studios while sharply compressing profit margins, making it even harder to turn a profit. This situation would undoubtedly dampen Hollywood filmmakers' enthusiasm for making movies, posing a critical threat to the rapidly recovering American film industry. Some media even began calling for federal investigations into CAA's market disruption behaviors. Under the influence of certain factions, a California state legislator, during a media interview, made murky statements hinting that there might be investigations regarding CAA's salary offers and allegations of monopoly behavior. Although this legislator quickly retracted their comments, it still bore significant pressure on CAA. What industry giants fear most in America isn't the IRS, it's antitrust inquiries. Just looking at other industries, the Paramount decree once led to years of stagnation for the film industry. Now, having distanced himself from Sony and Columbia and returning to power at CAA, Michael Ovitz sought to stabilize the situation. He personally met with Hanks and Cruise in separate meetings, hoping they would reconsider the profit-sharing model and instead accept flat fees to help CAA weather this crisis. Hanks proved more agreeable, having never previously taken profit shares. He hadn't even cracked $500,000 in salary until the film Big grossed over $100 million, for which he was paid just $2 million. Since he valued his collaboration with Eric, he readily accepted. However, Tom Cruise expressed a desire to consider the proposal. The next day, his consideration led to him, along with his agent Paula Wagner, announcing their departure from CAA and reopening negotiations with Firefly Films as independent entities. Cruise had always been an ambitious individual, and the recent storm of public opinion certainly made him feel like a pawn being manipulated by CAA. This perception was hard for a vivacious, power-hungry, and highly capable superstar to swallow. Moreover, having tasted success, Cruise sensed an opportunity to work directly with film companies, allowing for a profit-sharing structure that would yield more benefits while also providing him more control in film production. To achieve this without the constraints of a talent agency, leaving CAA became the first step he needed to take. However, to depart from CAA at this critical moment was akin to stabbing it in the back. Chapter 122, The CAA Revelation. Because of Michael Ovitz's insistence on CAA's private partnership strategy, CAA had grown into an industry giant by the late 1980s but remained unlisted. As a result, while this crisis was quite severe, it would only minorly affect CAA's business for a while if handled properly. Despite the turmoil, Losing a few second- or third-tier artists to other agencies did not pose any real threat to CAA. Even though the number of their artists had not yet reached the scale of over 6,000 that it would 20 years later, they still boasted a roster of over 1,000. So losing a few high-profile names wasn't a significant issue. However, the departure of a major star, particularly at the level of Tom Cruise, would send ripples throughout Hollywood. Cruise had considerable influence among actors in the industry, and his exit would undoubtedly send a misleading signal to other A-listers. Ovitz reacted swiftly. On the same day Cruise left, every partner, agent, and signed artist at CAA received a letter personally, penned by Ovitz. He clarified the reasons behind Cruise's departure and earnestly recounted CAA's impressive achievements over the years and the positive changes they had brought to actors, urging everyone not to be swayed by public opinion. He reassured them that CAA's future would be even brighter. Yet, this letter did little to stem the tide. Within 3 days of Cruise's departure, several more A and B-list stars exited CAA for various reasons. These stars had initially joined CAA because Ovitz had implemented a series of bundled arrangements that significantly boosted their earnings. But as movie star salaries began to rise across Hollywood, they found they could secure similarly high paychecks at other agencies. Coupled with the panic instigated by Cruise's sudden departure and the emergence of lower commission offers from competitors, it became logical for these stars to leave. Michael Ovitz found himself in a frantic situation, cursing Cruise while having to take a step down and personally persuade those big-name actors wanting to jump ship, something he hadn't had to do in years. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Eric was fully aware of the situation, seeing it as a golden opportunity to prevent CAA from continuing its unchecked dominance in Hollywood for the next decade. Eric, what's up? I want to make it clear that I already have 4 people working under me. That's really my limit. Don't think about sending anyone my way, Kepler stated, breezing into Eric's office at Firefly Films, clearly a mix of excitement and frustration due to CAA's recent troubles. His freshly shaven head had a newfound gleam. Eric leaned back in his chair, smiling. What if it's Tom Hanks? Who? Kepler perked up, leaning in slightly. Tom Hanks, Eric repeated. Kepler shot him a knowing smirk. Eric, if it's him, I'd be hard-pressed to say no. I'd have to take on the extra burden. Hard-pressed? You're probably stoked, Eric teased back. Ignoring Eric's jibe, Kepler pressed on. Eric, are you really confident you can lure Hanks over? Eric shook his head. Not really, but I'm going to try. I have dinner scheduled with Hanks tonight, and he agreed. Kepler had faith in Eric. The young man had already delivered plenty of surprises. Eric, maybe you should also try to bring Cruise closer to UTA. He doesn't have an agency now either. Don't even think about that. Mr. Cruise has big ambitions right now. He wants to go the producer route. He'll probably start his own production company soon. Eric hadn't expected that his appearance in this timeline would lead Cruise to take up a path that he wouldn't have pursued for another 7 years. The success of Eric's recent blockbuster films must have spurred Cruise on. After leaving CAA, Cruise immediately had his agent, Paula Wagner, reach out to Firefly Films, initiating new salary negotiations. The terms he proposed weren't as outrageous as CAA's had been, a $5 million salary plus 10% of the profits. For Eric, who was already used to negotiating $20 million salaries and 10% to 20% profit shares in his previous life, this seemed quite reasonable. Still, the profit-sharing model was just emerging. CAA's earlier offers had been downright ludicrous. With Cruise setting the terms this way, there was plenty of room for negotiation. Eric was determined to push that share down to 5%. He felt confident about this negotiation because he had just heard that Tom Hanks had agreed to forego profit sharing in favor of just a standard salary. While Cruise held greater fame, the gap wasn't too wide. Once Hanks's salary terms came out, Cruise would likely hesitate to demand a hefty profit share. This was a characteristic limitation of the era. Although Cruise had experienced the benefits of profit sharing during a time when it was uncommon among actors, his previous deal felt more like an anomaly. And it was precisely Hanks's willingness to abandon profit sharing that made Eric want to recruit him. He figured that now was the best time to go after Hanks since CA had just vowed to negotiate profit sharing for him, but had suddenly left him hanging. Eric suspected that Hanks wouldn't be indifferent to that change. Though others might not have realized it, Eric understood Hanks's potential. The following decade would be Hanks's breakout period, raking in billions at the box office and, after over 50 years, becoming only the second actor to win consecutive Oscars. Although Eric claimed he had little confidence in landing Hanks, he felt he had a better than 90% chance of signing him. Compared to CAA, he believed he held the more appealing offer. "All right, let's not talk about Cruise anymore," Eric said. "Kepler, I actually called you in for another reason." He retrieved a lengthy document he had spent several nights crafting and handed it to Kepler. "Let me know what you think of my summary." Kepler glanced at the title and opened the document. As he slowly read through it, his expression grew more serious. By the time he finished, he looked up at Eric with a scrutinizing gaze. The document was extensive, comprising over 10 pages that detailed how CAA's 5-person team transitioned from WMA, leveraging television to attract stars, and gradually developing a bundled sales system, creating a unique business concept in just 15 years. Kepler was shocked because the concepts Eric outlined were ones he, the former top agent at CAA, could easily comprehend. However, he lacked the capability to systematically organize these insights into a comprehensive operating theory for a talent agency. He was also genuinely curious how Eric had acquired all this knowledge. CAA's persistence in remaining private was not just a reflection of Ovitz's personal business philosophy, but also aimed at preventing its strategies from leaking. If CAA ever went public, they would have to disclose a wealth of sensitive details to investors, making their operational advantages easily replicable by competitors. A company's business methods couldn't be patented. If other agencies imitated them, CAA's edge would rapidly diminish. Swallowing hard, Kepler carefully raised the manuscript. "Eric, did you write this?" "Yeah, I just wanted to see if there are any mistakes. By the way, Kepler, you wouldn't oppose me sending this out, would you?" Kepler quickly shook his head and chuckled. "If I had the ability to put something like this together, I would have done it a long time ago." "Eric, I'm starting to lose track of you. I understand all the theories you mentioned, but asking me to wrap it up, I have no idea how to go about it." Eric just smiled and didn't explain. In this era, CAA's business strategies seemed shrouded in mystery to other companies. Even when rival agencies poached agents from CAA, they could barely glean fragmented insights. But for Eric, coming from an information-saturated future, CAA strategies were not all that enigmatic. He recalled that around 1996, when CAA had solidified its status as an untouchable behemoth, a reporter had spent over a year gathering information to completely unveil CAA's secrets, explaining why Ovitz had been regarded as the most powerful figure in Hollywood. By that time, CAA had become a massive monster, and even Ovitz, who had built it, found himself at a loss to challenge it. The agents at CAA were mere cogs in this vast machine. They could help keep CAA running smoothly, but asking any of them to articulate how the machine operated would yield confusion. Only Ovitz himself could fully elucidate the operational theory, though now there was also Eric. Chapter 123, 5 movies grossing over $100 million in 10 years. Setting aside the earlier period, CAA had bundled more than 150 films in just over 4 years since 1985, capturing over a third of the market. During this time, much of the discontent stemmed from squeezed competitors and production companies, who were clearly bitter yet knew they couldn't significantly impact the soon-to-be public CAA. Still, they couldn't help but spit some spite. In Eric's eyes, CAA's secret weapon was its unique business model. Thus, even after Michael Ovitz departed from CAA, it continued to thrive. Although many in the media attempted to uncover the reasons behind CAA's rise, most analyses seemed vague, missing the mark entirely. With that in mind, Eric felt it was a prime opportunity to strike. If it hadn't been for CAA, he could have produced Pretty Woman with the original team. While Eric had complete confidence in Al Pacino's performance, he worried that replacing Richard Gere might impact the film's box office. But thankfully the outcome turned out all right. Next, when it came to inviting Cruise and Hanks, CAA stirred up a series of complications, leaving the 2 leading roles unresolved even while supporting roles had already been confirmed and preparations were almost complete. "Since you have no objections, shall I have Alan contact the papers for publication?" Eric asked. "Uh-huh." Kepler nodded but suddenly added, "Wait, let me get a copy first." I'd like to study it a bit. Maybe I can optimize UTA's business model based on this. Suit yourself, Eric replied, nodding. He stood up, walked to the office copier, and while making the copies said, "Honestly, Kepler, I don't plan on expanding UTA too much in the next few years because my resources aren't sufficient yet. You wouldn't believe it, but the other day while I was scouting locations, I realized how thin my foundation truly was. I had my eye on the National Bank building, wanting to shoot a few scenes on the rooftop, but when I reached out, the management outright rejected me, saying they didn't want to disturb the normal operations inside the building, not even giving me a chance to lobby. But when Columbia sent their producer over, he made a few calls and met with their supervisor, and it was all wrapped up. I was getting all cocky about the achievements of my previous films, but now the whole thing just strikes me as laughable. I'm still just a little minnow." Kepler encouraged him. "Eric, you don't need to feel this way. You're doing great. Think about your age. You're not even 19, right? How many people your age can build a fortune with their own hands?" "Huh, that sounds just like what Jeffrey said to me." Eric chuckled as he handed Kepler the copied document. "Take it. By the way, the Oscars are coming up in a few days. Can you help me get ready? I'm really stretched thin right now. I also have to go to a rehearsal. I shouldn't have agreed to be a presenter. I don't even know what to say to you. Those little stars would do anything for a chance to show their face at the Oscars, while you find being a presenter a bother," Kepler laughed. "Have you confirmed your date?" "Yet. I was planning to bring Jenny out, but she said she wouldn't be back in LA until the end of the month. I heard from her last night, and now it's possible she won't make it back until early April. Whatever, if that doesn't work, I'll just take Drew like at the Golden Globes." Kepler noted, "By the way, I received another offer to have Drew star in a film. I think the script is good. Should I keep pushing for it?" "Push it away. I don't plan on letting Drew take any films for the next couple of years." Kepler nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, "If that's the case, I suggest you don't bring Drew to the Oscars either. It's a good promotional opportunity. You could take Ms. Madsen or that British beauty you liked last week. She's been approved by Al and Martin. Oh, and there's also Brooke Shields. For the sake of your film investments promotion, I suggest you take one of those three." Then, Eric contemplated for a while. Virginia could really use the opportunity. She needed to stand out, and making an appearance on the Oscar red carpet would be beneficial for her. Having Cruise and Hanks along with himself made it irrelevant whether Brooke was there or not. "Let's go with Vicky then. You notify her to prepare." Kepler raised an eyebrow, and then said seriously, "Sure, I'll assist her. But Eric, in front of others, it's best if you avoid using too familiar a term with Ms. Madsen." Noting that while Kepler sounded all businesslike, his eyes held a glint of mischief, Eric awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Got it. I'll be careful." After Kepler left, Eric handed the document to Alan to contact the newspaper and continued working until quitting time, when he drove off to meet Hanks. At a fancy restaurant in Beverly Hills, after meeting with Hanks, Eric didn't rush to bring up negotiations, but rather chatted about other topics. Although Hanks sensed Eric had ulterior motives for seeking him out, he didn't think switching to UTA was the best idea, enjoying the conversation on a subject he found more intriguing. Because of CAA's non-revenue sharing offer, Hanks would soon finalize a contract with Firefly Films, making his involvement a done deal. "Honestly, I had planned to set up Sean as a cop who had to leave the SWAT team after getting injured and turn to a desk job, but wasn't content with that. However, I thought if that was directly revealed in the film, audiences would likely struggle to accept it. So, I decided to keep that aspect vague to give viewers some room for imagination." Hanks set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, curious, "Didn't we discuss this in our last meeting, and come up with a whole new backstory for Sean? You didn't mention this detail last time." "Because it was a bit sinister. Haven't you read the script? Sean's reluctance to date or visit nightclubs and settle down is related to his injury. He doesn't want to hold other women back." Hanks paused, quickly, understanding, and chuckled. "That backstory is indeed hard to accept. If it were me, I'd prefer to keep Sean's background fuzzier." The two chatted, taking over half an hour to finish dinner. Eric signaled for the waiter to clear the table and bring coffee before saying, "Tom, the reason I invited you over for dinner tonight is because..." This time, a slightly laid-back Hanks interrupted. "Eric, I think CAA is working well for me right now, so I'm not considering switching agencies at the moment. Don't you want to hear my terms first? Eric maintained his composure, smiling. It's probably just about lowering commissions. CAA's cut isn't too high for me, Eric. If I switch agencies, who knows how long it might take to adjust to a new environment. And frankly, while I know Kepler is a highly capable agent, UTA is too small. Al Pacino and Julia Roberts already take up most of the resources, and I doubt UTA can devote enough energy to me. Eric was surprised by Hank's clear reasoning, but then recalled that although Hanks seemed like a simpleton, the actor had achieved great success in Hollywood. It was impossible for him not to be smart. Just hear me out. My terms are not about lowering commissions. That's a basic trick. Eric laughed, extending his right hand and waving his fingers. If you switch to UTA, in the next 10 years, I can guarantee you at least 5 movies grossing over 100 million. Hanks's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 movies, grossing over 100 million in 10 years? What did that even mean? Tom Cruise, from the onset of his career in '81, had only one movie grossing over 100 million. The film Eric was referring to hadn't even crossed 80 million yet, and whether it would get there depended on further box office results after the Oscars. Are you talking domestic box office? Hanks asked instinctively. Of course. In the next 10 years, at least 5 films with North American grosses over 100 million, Eric added, pondering before supplementing, and all starring you as the leading man. But Hanks didn't let Eric's promises cloud his judgment. How can I trust that this is real? Just because your previous films grossed over 100 million doesn't guarantee the same in the future. We can sign a confidential contract. If within 10 years, I can't arrange at least 5 films grossing over 100 million for you, I'll pay you a large sum, Eric said without hesitation. Of course, you also need to commit to a certain number of films. If you sign the contract and just sit back to collect money, I'm not about to pay any penalties. Hanks chuckled at Eric's last remark. I wouldn't do that. I love acting. If I can't continue as an actor, I don't know how I'd live. You've got to understand, when someone is used to something, stopping abruptly would be dreadfully boring. So, will you agree? Hanks still shook his head. Eric, even though your offer is tempting, I'm not going to jump at the first one. If I switch and you can't keep your promise, how much compensation will I get 10 years down the line? 10 million or 20 million? That's practically negligible compared to my career losses. All right, if there's nothing else, I should head out. This dinner was enjoyable, Eric. I'll invite you next time. 100 million. Eric sat still, staring at Hanks resolutely. 100 million, Tom. If I can't fulfill my promise, I will pay you that amount. We'll sign a contract and get a notary involved. I can even set up a fund and deposit the 100 million in advance. Even if your salary bumps up to 10 million, you'd still need to make at least 1 film a year to hit 100 million. Isn't that enough proof of my sincerity? Hanks hesitated, his movements of putting on his jacket slowing down. Eric, are you serious? Of course. You know I can come up with that kind of money. Then, I need to think about it. Hanks still didn't nod. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Though a bit disappointed, Eric managed to keep a smile on his face while signaling to wrap things up. Hanks put on his coat and gave Eric a peculiar look before heading out of the restaurant. Eric sat motionless for a moment, feeling let down as he took a sip of his coffee, about to settle the bill, when Hanks's figure suddenly appeared back before him. Eric, since you're willing to bet 100 million, I can't understand why I'm hesitating, Hanks said, sitting down across from Eric, waving his hand with a bit of bravado. I'll take this bet. Chapter 124, The Oscars. The next day, the article had taken up a whole 4 pages, and Eric neither cared for the $1,800 in payment nor desired the fleeting recognition it brought him. More importantly, he found himself unable to explain the sources of the detailed information contained within the article, so he submitted it anonymously to the newspaper. The publication instantly caused a stir in Hollywood, overshadowing the upcoming 61st Academy Awards that were just days away. If most of the power players had previously reveled in discrediting CAA, they suddenly quieted down and turned their attention to this article. Over the following days, the entire American media buzzed with excitement, reprinting this highly specialized piece, which led to a flurry of papers researching the article further. Executives from other talent agencies in Hollywood read the article and realized why they were unable to stop CAA's rise. Film studios also grasped why their production costs kept skyrocketing and why there seemed to be no way to avoid this trend. Michael Ovitz saw the article almost immediately upon its publication and spent half an hour reading it, his brow furrowed. Even he couldn't help but applaud. The article's examination of Agent's business radius aligned almost perfectly with his recent thoughts, and even pushed the envelope. It was precisely this realization that had led him to attempt to get involved in Sony's acquisition of Columbia a little while back. But right after he had applauded the article, Ovitz became furiously angry, to the point of wanting to commit murder. Because this article laid bare the strategies that CAA relied upon, putting them directly before all their competitors. CAA's rivals had previously only been able to vaguely imitate CAA's bundling strategies, lacking clarity on the intricate operations involved. Now, with this article as a reference, any rival with even a modicum of ambition would be bound to reform their own practices. Even if they could not entirely replicate the CAA model, they would no longer be powerless against CAA's expansion. Unfortunately, despite a deliberate announcement on the front page seeking the article's author, no one responded. 2 days later, the CEO of WMA publicly stated that if the author of the article was willing, WMA would offer 5% of its shares in exchange for the author joining WMA as a vice president. Although WMA had been surpassed by CAA in scale, they were still a well-established agency with a century of history, and their scale was not vastly different from CAA's. 5% of their shares also amounted to several $1 million. On that same day, someone came forward with the manuscript to WMA, leading to an uproar. Amid this turbulence, CAA faced another upheaval as Tom Hanks, following Tom Cruise and a few other A-list stars, chose to make a switch again. This time, however, he was not joining WMA or another large agency like ICM, but instead, he opted for UTA, the relatively low-profile agency owned by Eric. Furthermore, Hanks was not going solo. He somehow managed to convince his longtime top agent from CAA to join him in this switch. This sparked a flurry of speculation within the industry. Top agents at CAA were not easy to come by. Most began as lowly male clerks, working their way up over a span of years, sometimes even over a decade, proving their skills and accumulating enough experience to become the million-dollar agents they aspired to be. Hank's agent's departure meant relinquishing all those years of accumulated qualifications. Even if he were to return to CAA in the future, he'd have to start again from the bottom, despite having equal capabilities to any top agent. In a meeting with Hanks himself, his agent Simon Wilson, and a staff member from a prominent notary office in Los Angeles, Eric and Hanks secretly signed the contract Eric had promised. Of course, Hanks graciously did not demand a $100 million bet fund regarding his departure. What CAA could do in response was to request a nominal breach of contract fee from Hanks, as well as a percentage of his earnings. After Hanks signed on with Firefly Films, word got out about his compensation terms, just as Eric had anticipated, and there was a significant concession made on the profit-sharing side. Ultimately, just the day before the Oscars, the two sides swiftly signed a deal for a $5 million fee along with a 5% share of North American profits, which fully met Eric's expectations. They also confirmed that April 5th would be the official start date. On March 29th, after more than a month of preparation, the 61st Academy Awards were officially held at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. Eric was set to serve as the presenter for Best Supporting Actress. Initially, the organizers wanted to invite Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson, a newlywed couple. While Johnson may not have been a household name, this year Griffith had rocketed to A-list status with a recent hit. Unfortunately, Griffith was unable to compete with Eric when Columbia's representatives contacted the Oscars and quickly withdrew in favor of the more prominent Eric. "Eric, can you check if everything is okay?" Virginia nervously asked as their Lincoln drove slowly toward the Oscar red carpet. She couldn't believe she was so quickly walking the red carpet. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. He patted her small hand. "You're beautiful, Vicky. Just relax." Still feeling unsure, Virginia nervously touched her styled hair and asked, Eric, if we win, you really let me go up to accept the award, right?" "Of course," Eric nodded. I don't want my first award on stage to be for Best Animated Short Film. John Lasseter was supposed to attend the ceremony, but after receiving Eric's investment and freedom to create, he had become a workaholic, practically living at Pixar's office. Had it not been for the Oscar invitation arriving in Richmond, Lasseter would have almost forgotten about his nominated short. Once he received the invitation, he immediately called Eric to say he was too busy to attend and would like Eric to accept the award if they won. Eric didn't feel the need to persuade him further. Pixar was practically the king of Oscar-winning animation, and this time wasn't crucial. When Pixar submitted for the award, they mostly hoped that winning would bring in more business. Additionally, Eric would rather not have his first Oscar trophy be for Best Animated Short Film, so he happily let Virginia take this opportunity to be in the spotlight. As they chatted, the Lincoln stopped at the entrance of the Oscar red carpet, and they could already hear fans calling out from a distance. Eric stepped out of the car first, crossed to the other side, and gallantly offered his arm for Virginia to link with his. With staff directing them, they slowly approached the red carpet. Perhaps female stars were born for the red carpet. Virginia, who had been so nervous in the car, quickly loosened up once they arrived, gently linking her arm with Eric's and walking closely beside him while occasionally waving and flashing her charming smile. Only 7 or 8 meters from the fan area, someone spotted Eric, and the crowd erupted with cheers, including several girls shouting, "Eric, I love you." Compared to the predominantly 30-something stars on the red carpet, Eric's youth and good looks undoubtedly gave him a significant advantage. Moreover, his film 17 Again had only recently come out of theaters, yet he had already amassed a large following among teenagers. If not for the staff maintaining order, there might have been fans rushing the red carpet, a situation that had happened before. Eric slowed his steps, smiling and nodding towards the crowd of fans, which instantly elicited another round of shrieks from the girls. He couldn't believe he already had fans, Eric mused to himself, continuing to link arms with Virginia. However, the woman felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that no one was shouting her name. She even noticed some hostility in the eyes of female fans in the audience. This emotion only subsided once they reached the media area. "Eric, look here. Over here. Eric, Virginia, can you come a bit closer, please?" Unlike fans who were focused on their favorite stars, the reporters in the media area quickly recognized Virginia. They had already heard that Virginia was about to star in a film backed by Firefly, for which Eric had personally written the screenplay. Hollywood had evolved to a point where many things were understood. If an unknown but beautiful actress or a handsome actor suddenly landed a significant role in a movie, many would instinctively ask, who did they sleep with? These pretty actresses or handsome actors didn't land opportunities without reason. They had to pay a price, and for them, aside from their looks, they often had little else to offer. Most people would envy rather than scorn these individuals. Journalists' eyes sparkled with insatiable gossip, pushing Eric and Virginia to appear more intimate while crazily clicking their cameras. Once they passed the media area, seizing the moment when an ABC reporter caught Michelle Pfeiffer for an interview, Eric took Virginia straight to the star waiting lounge. "Hi, Mr. Williams, I'm Robert Downey Jr. "Hello, Mr. Downey," Eric replied with a smile, reaching out for a handshake. He wanted to compliment his work, but realized he couldn't recall the young star's major achievements from his somewhat rocky career, so he gestured toward Virginia. "This is Virginia Madsen." Young Robert Downey Jr. politely shook hands with Virginia. He just wanted to be recognized and hoped for future collaboration opportunities, so the conversation was brief before he chatted with Eric for a few moments and soon departed. Eric took the initiative to greet others. He mingled with Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Dustin Hoffman, Melanie Griffith, Patrick Swayze, Geena Davis, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, Cher, Jane Fonda, Jodie Foster, Sigourney Weaver. It felt like a different world as he chatted with these stars, who were still young. After a few minutes, they were prompted by staff to begin heading inside. It was curious that this year's Oscars had no designated host. Upon entering the auditorium and finding their seats for the crew, Eric immediately walked to the backstage. He was set to present the Best Supporting Actress award first. There were no strict rules for the order of award presentations, and often, to captivate the audience, The organizers would hand out significant awards like Best Supporting Actor or Best Supporting Actress first. "Hello, Eric, I'm Tom Selleck." As he stepped backstage, a tall, rugged man approached him. "I'll be introducing you on stage." Eric shook his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Selleck. I really enjoyed your work, Three Men and a Baby. I hear this film is getting a sequel." That was the box office champion of 1987, and the warm comedy's success was mostly due to good fortune, as there hadn't been any standout films that year. As for Tom Selleck, Eric had seen some performances, but his strongest memory was of Selleck's character as Monica's boyfriend in Friends. After the ceremony, Eric was planning to shoot the series for Fox. Although he remembered Selleck's character vividly, he knew he had to choose a newcomer. Selleck's career was still at its peak, and asking him to star in a series would likely not go over well. When Selleck heard Eric mention his proudest work, he laughed heartily. "Of course, but it won't release until next year. To be honest, I don't want to clash with your film." Around 10 minutes after a lively opening performance, Eric received the envelope with the list of winners from the staff. Guided by Selleck, he walked onto the stage. All speeches were pre-written by the screenwriters, so the audience watching on TV did not see the star's natural verbal skills. "Wow." As Eric reached the center of the stage, he adjusted the microphone, exclaiming, "Actually, after I received my invitation, I asked Alan Carr, why is it that every presenter gets to bring a date, but I have to go solo? That's not fair." Alan stared at me for a long time before saying, "Because you're too young." As he said this, Eric made a playful wink at the audience, pulling an innocent face. There was a moment of silence in the audience before they erupted into laughter, followed by applause. In the past 6 months, although Eric had achieved a series of astonishing feats in Hollywood, people often commented on his age, as if achieving so much at 18 had become a stain on his life. While people admired brilliance, they also tended to push back against it. After sharing a few more lighthearted jokes that had the audience laughing, Eric redirected the conversation. In every movie, while the leading actors showcase their skills, they are always complemented by the supporting characters. A good supporting role enhances the entire film. So, let's take a look at the films nominated for Best Supporting Actress. After concluding that, Eric made a gesture, and on the big screen, clips from the nominated films appeared, featuring Sigourney Weaver, Joan Cusack, Geena Davis, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Frances McDormand. Personally, Eric thought the least likely contender was Sigourney Weaver, as she had won her previous Golden Globe based on less merit. He preferred Michelle Pfeiffer and Geena Davis and believed the winner should be one of those two. Once all the nominated films had been introduced, Eric leisurely opened the envelope and glanced at the name, just as he had expected. The Oscar for Best Supporting Actress goes to Geena Davis for The Accidental Tourist. Amid applause, a towering redhead excitedly stood up, covering her mouth, and hugged her fellow nominees before walking to the stage. She didn't rush to take the Oscar but instead excitedly embraced Eric, prompting him to smile and pat her back. Given that Davis was already over 6 feet and wearing heels, Eric looked particularly small beside her, which drew a soft laugh from the audience below. "Hey, Ms. Davis, could you let go of me? Are you sure you're not trying to eat me?" Eric playfully patted her several times. Seeing she still held on to him, he leaned in to whisper in her ear. "You impatient little rascal," Geena Davis remarked softly, quickly letting go of Eric and taking the Oscar to begin her speech. Chapter 125, At the Party. After patiently waiting for Geena Davis to excitedly deliver her acceptance speech, Eric finally made his way off the stage with her and returned to his seat. What followed were 3 long hours of a lackluster ceremony, where the nomination for Best Score was easily overlooked. Eric merely chuckled along with the not-so-funny jokes from the guests on stage. As a young man who had just burst onto the Hollywood scene and achieved such great success within 6 months, Eric found himself the target of various jabs from the presenters. The camera often panned to him, and he faced the odd close-up, leaving him no opportunity to lose his focus. Yet, he didn't find it tedious. In fact, he relished comparing the Oscars then to what he would observe over decades later. After a few hours, Eric's main takeaway was that the Oscars of that era hadn't fully embraced the extreme art house direction. Most of the awarded films were more commercial in nature. However, he knew that in over a decade, The Oscars would transform into a platform for politically correct mainstream films and extreme independent projects. Any actor aiming for awards would either portray great leaders or the afflicted. As 2 hours passed, most of the major awards had already been presented. After the Best Cinematography Award, the moment for the Best Animated Short Film arrived. Everyone was aware that a big-name award was coming up next, Best Actor. With that anticipation, attendees were eager for the Short Film Award to be swiftly wrapped up. Perhaps sensing the audience's impatience, the award presenter Carrie Fisher, who had previously participated in the event, quickly introduced the next award and opened the envelope, revealing, the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film goes to John Lasseter, Tin Toy. Amid the applause, Virginia glanced at Eric once more, and upon receiving a reassuring nod from him, she rose and headed to the stage. The name on the award was unmistakably male, but the recipient stepping up was a stunning woman in a cobalt blue strapless gown, leaving viewers at home questioning, who is that? What a beautiful lady. Is it really a woman named John? How strange. The organizers had clearly planned this moment, shifting the camera directly onto Eric, giving him a dramatic close-up. Eric internally grumbled, left with no choice but to sit stiffly. He stared ahead with a blank expression, pretending not to notice the camera focusing on him. However, his pretentious disinterest didn't fly under the radar, especially with the surrounding guests eyeing him with smirks once Virginia took the stage, further entangling him in the situation. Viewers at home who followed a little gossip quickly recalled Virginia's identity as the leading lady in a movie that Eric had personally written. In her Manhattan apartment, Jennifer Aniston nestled into her couch, clutching a teddy bear, staring at the television set all night. She hoped to catch another glimpse of her boyfriend, even wishing some presenters would poke fun at him further. But each time she spotted Eric, her attention split, landing on Virginia sitting beside him, causing her teddy bear to take a tumble as she fidgeted. When she watched Virginia accepting the award, Jennifer couldn't help but mutter, "Bitch," twisting her lips in displeasure as though she was tearing someone else's hair, all while her poor teddy bear shed fur. "I can't stand this. I'm going back tomorrow," Jennifer vented, losing interest in the upcoming awards. She energetically dashed to her bedroom to pack, reflecting on her father's words about love. If it mattered, she should stay by his side. No sincere relationship could withstand erosion from distance. If she felt she couldn't hold on, she should step away early to avoid more pain. "I refuse to give up. Why should I lose him because of some other bitches?" She mumbled under her breath as she zipped through her belongings. Finally, she found the key to Eric's mansion, stuffed it into her bag, and dialed the airline's reservation line. Almost simultaneously, in a hotel in Rome, Italy, Jennifer Connelly caught the same moment on cable TV. After she had declined Eric the other night, she had to return to Europe to shoot some additional footage on her own accord. As her agent suggested, she couldn't afford to sever her ties in Europe, especially since her early work with the renowned Italian director Sergio Leone had gained her recognition in the Italian film industry. Now, that was her only viable network. Connelly also sensed her agent's growing indifference. Lester had begun to focus on his other clients, and she was receiving less attention from him. This trip to Rome had even seen him absent. Every time she recalled her recent decision, layers of regret accumulated. When Eric's rigid close-up appeared on screen, she grabbed her bag and pulled out the notepad with his number. Would it even matter to call him now? She pondered, staring blankly at the contact list, doubts creeping in. Though far away in Rome, Connelly gleaned from the sporadic news that the roles had all been filled. While the lead actors had been announced, the rest of the cast remained a mystery. She knew she wouldn't be a part of it. Calling Eric wouldn't change anything. She recognized he wasn't a film mogul with endless projects up his sleeve, so her call would bear no fruit. Virginia relished the mere chance to step on that Oscar stage and had no intentions of surprising anyone. She simply accepted the little gold man, read the acceptance speech Eric had prepared for her, and walked off the stage with the presenter. As expected, the Best Actor award went to Dustin Hoffman for his brilliant performance, followed by 2 technical awards. When it came to the Best Director announcement, Virginia finally returned to her seat with the little golden statue in hand, her face flushed and radiating that mature allure, causing several surrounding men to cast envious glances at her and secretly admire Eric's luck. Though it wasn't the time for chatting, Virginia still shot Eric a warm glance, gratitude evident in her expression. With the Best Picture award going to Rain Man as anticipated, the lengthy 3-hour ceremony was finally at its end, paving the way for party time. While the extravagant Oscar parties would emerge in a few years, that didn't mean the stars went their separate ways immediately after the Oscars. A myriad of celebration parties awaited, and most guests could easily find somewhere to go if they wished. Of course, the Ronkel couple, who had not won a single award, wouldn't be participating in a celebratory party. After exiting, they hoped to take their son Stuart to mix and mingle at a few parties, but the little guy had already grown tired from sitting in the award hall for 3 hours and was now dozing off in their arms. Disappointed, they had no choice but to take him home. With so many people around, Virginia didn't link arms with Eric. After he finished greeting acquaintances, she leaned in to ask, "Eric, where shall we go next?" Eric took the little golden statue from Virginia's careful grasp and toyed with it. "What do you think? I just got a few party invitations. We have invites from the crew, plus Warner Brothers and Disney are hosting events. Oh, and Amy mentioned Columbia's throwing a party too." Virginia contemplated, uncertain. "How about Rain Man?" Eric snapped his fingers. "I was thinking the same. The cruise party is at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills. We can go to that, and then head home without the long trek like at the Hilton." After reaching a decision, they found their agent Kepler Hyde and drove over to the Sunset Tower Hotel together. As the big winner of this year's Oscars, Rain Man Cruise celebration was undoubtedly the grandest. Eric received a warm welcome from Tom Cruise, Dustin Hoffman, and a bevy of directors and producers upon arrival. He mingled through the crowd, catching up with familiar and unfamiliar faces, when suddenly, Cruise pulled Eric aside, turning to Virginia, who had latched onto his arm. "Ms. Madsen, I need to speak with Eric privately." Having clung to Eric this entire time, Virginia's heart twinged with unease. She was the one who had snagged Eric at a party, and she wasn't keen on seeing other women follow suit. Now, with Cruise directly asking for her to leave, she felt frustrated but merely nodded and stepped away. "Eric, about the project, I've been thinking about it more. What if we shot it this way?" Without a hint of self-consciousness, Cruise dismissed Virginia and dove into his new ideas for the storyline. Eric listened intently to Cruise's long monologue, waiting patiently for him to finish before summarizing everything into one summary statement. Add more drama. Chapter 126, Spielberg. Eric shook his head slightly and explained, "Tom, the reason it is called rivalry is that its core revolves around the two main characters' rival performances. If the balance is off, the movie's excitement will really take a hit. Besides, I think this is where you can shine the most. Hanks has to share scenes with Joe Pesci and others, while your role is a one-man show. No need to add anything more." Hearing Eric's refusal, Cruise, while knowing deep down that Eric was right, still showed a hint of displeasure on his face. Originally, Eric didn't think much of Cruise's personal qualities, nor did he care about the various rumors. Everyone had their own way of living, and Hollywood was full of just that. At least Cruise was a dedicated and hard-working individual, which was why Eric had initially wanted to collaborate with him. But now, Eric began to regret it a bit, as Cruise's desire for control was quite strong, and Eric too was a person who liked to be in charge. It seemed inevitable that there would be conflicts during the filming. After some thought, Eric felt that it mainly stemmed from his own inexperience, which likely made Cruise feel a sense of superiority. "Well, Eric, about the waitress, is Brooke Shields too tall?" Cruise asked, as he often felt insecure about his height, just over 5'7". After just being turned down, he let the remark slip in a moment of impulse, immediately regretting it. "I'm just hitting myself in the face here." Recalling the information about Brooke Shields' height being 6 feet, Eric struggled not to laugh. If she wore heels, she would be nearly as tall as Gina Davis, who had just hugged him at the awards ceremony. Eric managed to stifle his laughter and said, "Tom, you really don't need to worry about that. The scenes you two share in the bus or the restaurant, you'll be sitting down, so there won't be any walking side by side." "Okay." Cruise nodded awkwardly, taking a sip of red wine to mask his embarrassment, and quickly walked away. Just as Eric turned to go back to the crowd, Virginia popped up from nowhere and wrapped her arm around Eric's. "Gee, You're looking too closely. Eric teased with a chuckle, seeing right through Virginia's sensitive nature. She immediately gave him a hurt look and withdrew her arm. If you like some other beauty, just go for her. Never mind. Let's head back, Eric said, glancing at his watch. No need for you to be all nervous as if I'm about to fly away. Uh-huh. Virginia joyfully clung to Eric's arm again. Can I come over to your place tonight? Sure, but you've drawn attention tonight. There are bound to be paparazzi waiting outside. Virginia had already come up with a plan. We can just take the elevator to the parking lot, drive Mr. Hyde's car out, and if we're careful, we'll be fine. If it weren't in a crowded place, Eric would have loved to pinch Virginia's cheek and compliment her. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Eric thought he heard someone call out, "Mr. Spielberg," or something similar, and sure enough, a large crowd gathered around a middle-aged man with round glasses as he entered the banquet hall. So it's Steven Spielberg. What's he doing here? Virginia asked curiously. Who knows? Eric shrugged, then said, let's go say hello before we leave, or it might come off as rude. Yep, Virginia seemed eager to go too. As they were getting ready to approach, Spielberg made his way over to Eric. To everyone's surprise, Spielberg extended his hand and said, Eric, I thought you would be at the Hilton. I only found out you were here when I arrived there. You really are hard to find. Well, not sure how to put this, Mr. Spielberg, but if you want to meet with me, you could contact my agent to arrange it, Eric replied, shaking his hand in confusion. Everyone is busy, and today is a special occasion, which is why I could find some time, Spielberg explained. Eric, I had someone reserve a room downstairs. Let's go there. Oh, this lady can join us too. Sounds good. Eric nodded, pulling Virginia along to follow Spielberg out, all while the crowd whispered, guessing about the situation. Although they missed a chance to connect with Spielberg, none of them felt particularly entitled to it. Meanwhile, Cruz kept watching as Spielberg and Eric disappeared through the door, feeling more disappointed. He originally thought Spielberg was heading towards the crew or even himself, but that turned out not to be the case. As for working with Spielberg, Cruz didn't feel a pressing need. He simply wished to make connections with Spielberg, who represented the Jewish elite in Hollywood. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Spielberg, he would be well integrated into the Jewish circles of Tinseltown. Hollywood was truly a realm dominated by Jews. Barry Diller and Michael Eisner were among many studio executives who were Jewish, while prominent directors and stars like Spielberg and Harrison Ford were also part of that community. Having recently parted ways with CAA, Cruz aspired to step beyond the mere status of an actor and into that of a producer, making relationships within Hollywood's Jewish community essential. In a downstairs room at the banquet hall, the four of them settled in after a server brought in coffee and then left the room. Eric House-Drew. Haven't seen her visit in a long time. Spielberg casually started the conversation without rushing into business. Eric wasn't in a hurry either, but noticed Virginia sitting stiffly next to him, which embarrassed her. She is a bit carefree, Eric chuckled. She happens to be home today, so I'll give her a good talking to about how long it's been since she last visited you. I heard Drew's relationship with you is pretty unique, almost like father and daughter. At first, I didn't really believe it, but hearing how you spoke just now, I started to think it might actually be true. But her being with you is a good choice. Her parents. Well, let's not get into that. Eric, treat her well. I will. Eric nodded, not probing into how Spielberg knew. That information, his connections in Hollywood were far beyond what Eric could ever rival. Spielberg lazily took a sip of coffee and said, Actually, I came to talk to you about the rights to your book. I had someone reach out to you a few times, but they were turned down, so I've come here myself today. Eric, how about selling the film rights to me? Eric didn't respond immediately, contemplating with his coffee cup in hand. In truth, he was very troubled. Selling the film rights to Spielberg was out of the question. Even in his previous life, he wouldn't have agreed to let Spielberg direct this film. He still remembered some projected figures. In his past life, the film grossed over $900 million globally, with $350 million in North America and $600 million overseas. Based on an average revenue split of 55% domestic and 20% international, the film ultimately netted about $310 million in takings, and Universal Pictures' investment was roughly $70 million. After subtracting the costs, the film would yield a huge profit of $240 million, a number that would have sent anyone into a frenzy. After all, even in 1993, no studio would see yearly profits that could match that figure. But as with any story, a divine twist awaited. Spielberg, known as the shrewdest businessman in film, managed to negotiate a high revenue-sharing agreement with Universal as a director. The ultimate result was that Spielberg personally walked away with about $250 million from the project. Yes, that was $10 million more than the total revenue. And in 1993, when DVD players hadn't yet arrived, the home video market, accounting for only 30% to 40% of movie earnings, generated significantly less in ancillary revenue. Essentially, most of the profits ended up in Spielberg's pocket, leading to the grand establishment of DreamWorks in 1994. Had it not been for its related merchandise and theme park revenues, Universal's higher-ups would certainly have felt like burying their heads in shame. As for the rumors about Spielberg's discontent due to Universal's bundled investments leading him to establish DreamWorks independently, that theory held no water. No investment, yet walking away with $250 million, and he still felt disgruntled? Where's the logic in that? What troubled Eric now was how to refuse Spielberg subtly without ruining the relationship with this influential Jewish director in Hollywood. Mr. Spielberg, actually, I originally intended to direct my own adaptation of this book, so. Eric stammered, trying to find the right words, so. I didn't plan on selling the film rights. Spielberg smiled warmly like a mentor and analyzed. Eric, I've seen a few of your films, and I believe your strengths lie more in low-budget comedies or dramas. This particular sci-fi novel might be beyond your capacity for quite a while. I don't mean to belittle you, but you are still quite young and lack experience. I was in the same boat. I made my first short in '59, but it took me 16 years to be able to create a sci-fi film like that. Your talent, while it surpasses mine by a good margin, may still need about 10 years of accumulation. By then, many people might forget this novel, and reshooting it could be very risky. It's easy to lose money if one isn't cautious. Chapter 127, The Situation. So, you still turned him down? In a parking lot, Kepler sat in the driver's seat with a resigned expression, looking at Eric in the passenger seat. Remembering the earlier encounter, Eric sighed and nodded. Despite Steven Spielberg leaving without showing any displeasure, merely expressing regret, and saying he could be contacted if Eric changed his mind, Eric knew he had offended the renowned director. He could tell by the dismissive look from Spielberg's assistant. In the past, if Spielberg had expressed a desire to purchase the rights through someone else, Eric could have declined without much consequence. But this time it was different. Spielberg himself had reached out, a clear sign of sincerity, basically handing him a favor on a silver platter. If this deal went through, Eric wouldn't just net a hefty sum from the rights transfer, but he might also earn Spielberg's goodwill, a connection that could prove invaluable in the future. Yet, he couldn't just hand over a significant piece that was crucial to his career for the sake of a favor. But this wasn't worth hundreds of millions. Eric had never thought of monopolizing it, but he at least wanted to ensure he got the best slice of the pie. Once he sold the rights, he would lose all control over the project, and at best, he would only get the scraps after others made big profits. Eric, want to hear my suggestion? Kepler asked. I know what you're going to say. I should contact Spielberg immediately and sell him the film rights, right? Kepler, there's no room for negotiation here. I'm not selling. Kepler rubbed his bald head in frustration. Eric, have you thought about your situation? You're completely going solo. It may seem like you're close with the higher-ups at those film companies, but that's all based on pure profit. The reason they're being so nice to you now is that your last few films were huge successes and brought them a lot of money. But nobody maintains success forever, and once you hit a rough patch, that's when they'll turn on you. Eric countered confidently. I think I'll be fine for quite a while. I have confidence in my films. There are many factors that can lead to failure, and some could even be manufactured, Kepler continued. Think about it. Compared to your talent, you're getting too much of a cut. At first, they might think you're just a lucky guy with a hit or two, but if it keeps happening, those big shots are going to do whatever it takes to bring you down, even ruin you. Just like lions on the savannah, they'll allow the hyenas to pick at their leftovers, but they certainly won't let a weak hyena get more than the pride. Eric opened his mouth to respond, but couldn't come up with anything to counter that. He understood Kepler's intention. He wanted him to find some strong allies. In the future, if he faced backlash, he wouldn't be left entirely alone. Spielberg wanting to acquire the film rights was a perfect opportunity to build a relationship. If he sold the rights, the screenwriter would surely be tied to him, and Spielberg had hinted that Firefly Films could get involved financially. These were conditions that would allow him to connect and establish a good personal relationship with Spielberg. But Eric still felt reluctant. Kepler noticed Eric's struggle and hesitation and pressed on. "Eric, do you know which Hollywood company your Firefly resembles the most?" Curiously, Eric lifted his head, and Kepler didn't hold back. "The one it resembles most is United Artists." Back when Charlie Chaplin and a few other famous directors founded United Artists, it was purely a production company focused on providing excellent films to the big players, much like Firefly, which currently has no distribution channels. And look where United Artists is now. It's a subsidiary of MGM, while those companies with solid distribution have survived, aside from the unlucky Columbia. Eric heard Kepler's comparison and instantly thought of DreamWorks. History did seem to repeat itself. He often came across the phrase, "distribution is king," in economic articles later on, which was indeed a profound truth. In his memories from the past, many successful mid-tier companies like Lionsgate and Miramax started as distributors. Spielberg's DreamWorks, both past and present, could only drift within the realms of the giants like Universal, Paramount, and Disney, often fighting over minuscule cuts. And right now, your Firefly is even weaker than United Artists without any distribution abilities. Those major studios with most of the distribution channels could squash you with ease. So, you desperately need some allies who can genuinely support you at crucial times, so that when bad times come, there will be someone to cheer for you and bridge connections, instead of you being completely isolated. Hyenas can't be friends with lions, but there's no barrier between hyenas. In this situation, with Spielberg offering a hand, pushing him away would be incredibly unwise. If Eric were a local denizen of this era, Kepler's mix of persuasion through flattery and intimidation would have probably convinced him to comply. Unfortunately, he wasn't. "All right, Kepler, I get it," Eric nodded, appearing to take his advice. Kepler eagerly passed his big Motorola phone to Eric. "Then hurry and call Spielberg. Don't worry about him thinking you're wishy-washy. Eric, you're young and have that privilege. Spielberg won't mind." Eric took the heavy phone and fidgeted with it. "Kepler, I only said I understood the importance of distribution channels for Firefly. I didn't say I was selling the rights to Spielberg." Kepler blinked in disbelief, staring at Eric, finally disheartened as he reclaimed his phone. "Suit yourself. I've said my piece. Jeffrey wasn't wrong. You really are a stubborn young man. Don't worry, Kepler. I have my own plans. Just think about it. I'm British American. I still hold British citizenship. So even if I do get friendly with Spielberg, I probably won't break into any Jewish circles." Eric had indeed considered all this. Among Firefly's films this year, he had already secured 3 projects, 1 for Columbia and 2 based on previous contracts with Fox. While the other 3 films did not yet have determined distributors, he had received plenty of interest from the Big Six for distribution deals. He could sign contracts whenever he wanted. If all these films ended up being as successful as he remembered, he could accumulate a substantial nest egg. Even if 1 or 2 flopped due to unforeseen issues, it wouldn't harm him much. At most, he'd lose a bit. After all, other than Columbia, which threw down $40 million, the investments for the others were all under $10 million. Even if just one of them exploded like in his past life, he'd recover all investments and profit. After this year, just as Kepler warned, the giants would likely notice he was taking too much and would do everything to suppress him, squeezing out his rightful benefits. But by then, he would have amassed enough capital to fend for himself. Not to mention, whether the Big Six would truly unite against him. If something that unlikely ever happened, he'd just bide his time and build strength. Plus, Eric didn't believe that as long as he could bring massive profits to the giants, they would maintain a united front against him for long. When too many people were involved, conflicts would arise. "Kepler, let's call it a night. Lend me your car." "You can take mine," Eric decided. Kepler glanced at the lady in the back seat and shook his head. "No way. Eric, you can't just borrow cars. Especially since you've been drinking." I'll drop you off at home. Kepler, don't be so serious. Just because you shaved your head doesn't mean you're a bulb now. Eric teased, causing Virginia, sitting in the back, to lower her head in embarrassment. Kepler laughed. You misunderstood. I wasn't offering to be a bulb. I meant to say I'd drive you both home. I only had a few sips of champagne, and more importantly, I'm very experienced in dodging paparazzi. I landed my first employer thanks to this skill, and I don't want to have to deal with the press over you two's scandals tomorrow morning. Eric, Beverly Hills or Malibu? Let's go to my house. Malibu's too far. Okay, then you sit in the back. The front may get photographed. Eric reluctantly moved to the back seat as Kepler pulled out of the parking garage. As they got onto the highway, several cars noticeably began to follow. A little later, Kepler glanced in the rearview mirror and chuckled. 3 cars are tailing us. Luckily, there were plenty of targets at the party. Otherwise, we could have ended up with a string of cars behind us. Chapter 128, the second time. Eric curiously turned his head to look back for a moment. There's only 2 cars, huh? That silver Honda and a black one. Must be a Chrysler, right? Yeah. So if you had driven my car away just now, you guys would be waiting for tomorrow's newspaper, Kepler replied as he studied the cars more closely. You mean? Eric peered back again, finally spotting a sporadically appearing black sedan. That black Mercedes? A paparazzo driving a Benz? That's a bit too extravagant, isn't it? That's the one. Kepler laughed, then curiously asked, is a Mercedes really that fancy? I mean, I thought that car was only, like, 30 grand. I might have been mistaken, Eric admitted somewhat sheepishly. He had instinctively linked seeing a Mercedes to those extravagant luxury cars that cost over 100 grand, a big deal considering he could only afford a Volkswagen in his previous life. Kepler didn't press further, skillfully turning onto Sunset Boulevard, weaving through the still bustling streets of Los Angeles at midnight. The detours nearly gave Eric a headache, but when he finally got his bearings, the car was back on Sunset Boulevard. All done. Now let's hope there aren't any paparazzi waiting at your doorstep, Kepler said. Kepler, I have a back in trance, Eric replied. Kepler glanced at Eric through the rearview mirror, not hiding his disdain, and in Virginia's light laughter, Eric raised his hand. All right, I won't say anything. The car stopped in front of Eric's mansion, and throughout the ride, neither he nor Virginia showed their faces. Kepler took Eric's key and opened the door, driving straight into the yard. There are paparazzi cars parked on both sides of your door, Eric. You might want to be careful when Virginia leaves tomorrow. Try not to get photographed, Kepler warned. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Eric took Virginia's small hand. Kepler, want to come in for a bit? Kepler shrugged. As much as I'd hate to be a third wheel, I need to stick around for at least 10 minutes before I can leave. Otherwise, I shouldn't have driven in. Got it. Let's grab a coffee then. The 3 of them walked toward the villa, and the lights in the living room were on. Eric explained, Drew's been home these days. She had taken time off for the Oscars, thinking Eric would take her down the red carpet. But since it turned out to be Virginia, she had been throwing little tantrums here and there these past few days. They pushed open the door to the living room and saw the TV on, but turned low. A petite figure curled up on the sofa. Eric approached and gently nudged Drew, who was hugging a cushion. Drew, wake up, time to head upstairs. After nudging her a few times, she finally stirred, sleepily mumbling, Ugh, Eric, don't mess with me, I'm so sleepy. Feeling somewhat guilty, Eric glanced back at the 2, who had gone stiff in surprise. I swear, I absolutely didn't do anything out of line. That explanation sounded weak and unconvincing, as both Kepler and Virginia clearly didn't buy it. Too hasty, huh? Virginia muttered. Don't forget about safety measures. Kepler maintained his role as a professional, always thinking about his client. Facing the skeptical glances from both, Eric let his shoulders drop, feeling defeated. All right, I won't explain myself anymore. Why should I? Vicky, the coffee's in the kitchen. Can you entertain Kepler for a bit? I'll take Drew to her room. After saying that, Eric pulled the cushion from Drew's grip, scooped up the girl, and carried her towards the stairs. He placed her gently on the big bed in her room, tucked her in carefully, and then closed the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Drew's eyes flew open. She peeked at the door, silently cheering, then kicked off her thin covering and started rolling around on the bed. Haha. That's what you get for not taking me to the Oscars. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and Eric leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. I knew it, you little rascal. You're not scared I'd end up in jail, and you'd be out on the streets. Drew froze for a second, but quickly dashed to the edge of the bed to pull up the blanket that had fallen to the floor, wrapping it around herself with a muffled, "This time I'm really going to sleep. Drew, Virginia's going to stay over tonight. Don't cause any trouble." She peeked out from beneath the blanket, her bright eyes showing. "Can I watch?" "NC, 17, not for anyone under 18. I can sneak a peek." Eric raised his voice a notch. "Drew, I'm serious." Fine, I won't watch," she said, pulling the blanket over her head. She turned away from Eric, dramatically like a wife throwing a fit at her husband. Eric watched her amusing antics in silence, and after a moment, he walked away, closing the bedroom door behind him. Kepler left after finishing a cup of coffee, and after a round of affectionate kisses, Eric carried Virginia into his own room, placing her on the bed. Under Virginia's puzzled gaze, Eric thoroughly checked every corner of the bedroom to feel assured before locking the door and turning off the lights. In the dark, Virginia said in a hesitant tone, "Should we take a shower first?" Eric groaned heavily, his hands never stopping. "It's late. We can take a shower afterward." After flopping around for an unknown amount of time, Drew's bedroom door was quietly opened, and the girl tiptoed barefoot through the dark hallway, pressing her ear against Eric's bedroom door. After eavesdropping for a full 5 minutes, she boredly stood up, pouting in dissatisfaction as she retreated to her own room, muttering, "How loud can they be? Really getting wild." Back on her big bed, she rolled around, feeling more spirited as the night deepened. The thoughts of what she overheard echoed in her mind, and before she realized it, the hem of her pink nightgown had slipped off, and shortly after that, a pair of white panties floated out from under the covers, creating irregular movements beneath the lightweight blanket. For some reason, today she woke up especially early. Well, not that early. It was already 9 o'clock. But for Drew, who often slept until noon, this was truly early. Dressed and brushing her teeth, she glanced at the mirror. Oh no, dark circles. Ugh. All because of those two annoying fools. She brushed her teeth begrudgingly and stepped out of her room. The villa was remarkably quiet. The other two clearly hadn't gotten up. Perhaps they had indeed partied too late last night. Drew grumbled internally about the couple. She felt a strong urge to barge into Eric's room and wake them up, but thought better of it. Rarely did she get to sleep in. She couldn't waste the opportunity. Slipping on her fluffy slippers, she went downstairs and made herself a small pot of milk and cereal. She poured a spoonful, blew on it, tasted it, and thought, a bit sweet, but not bad. After pouring herself a small bowl, she took out some bread from the toaster and walked towards the dining room. While munching on some toasted bread smeared with jam, her cheeks stuffed, she sipped the cereal and heard a noise coming from the living room. Oh, a sound. Almost forgetting her bowl, Drew hurried out of the dining room holding it close. Aniston, looking exhausted and dragging a red suitcase, was surveying her surroundings. When she spotted Drew at the dining room entrance, her initially curious expression quickly faded. "Where's Eric?" the young woman asked with what felt like entitlement, her tone like that of a mistress inquiring a maid. Normally, Drew would have snapped back, but not now. Holding her bowl to hide her face, Drew peered at Aniston with her bright eyes and dramatically pointed upstairs. "Upstairs, take a left, second room on the south side." Aniston noticed something was off and gave Drew a suspicious glance, but ultimately set down her suitcase and headed upstairs. Drew held her bowl to cover her almost splitting grin, her eyes following Aniston's figure until she vanished around the corner of the stairs, at which point she couldn't help but bounce a little and pirouette on her toes. "Eric, you can't blame me for this." Chapter 129, The Injury. The girl hurried back to the dining room, grabbed a piece of bread, and prepared to eat breakfast while watching the show. After thinking it over, she chose a safer spot, right at the entrance of the dining room. In less than a minute, while Drew had her neck craned in anticipation, a series of quick, sharp shouts erupted from upstairs. "Eric Williams, I will never forgive you. You jerk, you absolute jerk." Amidst the shouting, Aniston stomped down the stairs, glaring fiercely at Drew, who was watching the scene unfold, and yanked her suitcase to leave. Jenny, wait. Don't be rash. Eric's voice rang out, and soon enough, his figure, clad only in pajama pants, emerged at the V-shaped corner of the staircase. Seeing Aniston pulling her suitcase to leave, Eric, in a panic, lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs with a series of thuds. Whoa, Drew gasped, not too worried about Eric rolling down the stairway. In fact, she found it a bit amusing since the height of the stairs was less than 6 feet. Aniston witnessed the scene unfold and couldn't help but let out a satisfied, "Serves you right." Unfortunately, things went unexpectedly awry. Eric rolled down and landed flat on his back with a thud, and soon blood began to trickle from his forehead, leaving him completely still. The atmosphere felt suspended for a moment before a porcelain bowl holding cereal crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. The girl rushed over, her face pale with fear. "Eric, are you okay? Hey, speak to me. Don't scare me like this." Drew cried out as she knelt beside Eric, frantically trying to wipe the blood from his forehead, realizing she only smeared it, making it worse and staining her pajama sleeves red. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a 1-inch gash on his forehead, blood gushing from the wound, and Eric lay unconscious. Aniston, who had initially been furious and determined to leave, hesitated at the sight, reluctantly putting down her suitcase and walking over. She skirted around Drew's body and was alarmed by the blood pouring from Eric's forehead. "What? How did this happen?" Drew helplessly cradled Eric's head in her arms, unfamiliar with the situation as she pressed down on his forehead, staining her pajama top with blood. Her eyes reddened like a rabbit's as she shouted at Aniston, "Call for an ambulance now. If anything happens to Eric, I swear I will kill you." Aniston shivered at Drew's hysterical threat and rushed to the phone, fumbling as she dialed 911. Just then, Virginia, hastily dressed, came rushing down to see the chaos. "Drew, let me handle this," she insisted. "Get away. You're all to blame for this. If it weren't for you all, Eric wouldn't have been hurt." Drew shouted, hurling insults. Although Virginia felt hurt by Drew's words, she was a sensible woman and knew now wasn't the time to argue. "Drew, we need to stop the bleeding. Is there a first aid kit? Tell me where it is." "The bedroom, on the closet shelf," Drew replied without hesitation, and Virginia dashed upstairs. "Should we lay him flat on the ground?" Aniston suggested, approaching cautiously after her call. Drew cast a cold glance at Aniston before pressing down carefully on Eric's wound and laid him flat on the floor. After a moment, she removed one of her cartoon slippers and placed it under Eric's head. Aniston watched Drew's frantic manner and felt a pang of sadness. After all, she was Eric's official girlfriend, yet in this moment it felt as though she was the third wheel. Looking at Drew, who was behaving like a crazed mother bear, Aniston felt a chill. She sensed that the closer she was, the more she'd be torn apart by a wild beast. Virginia returned quickly with the first aid kit. "Drew, let me take over. I've learned some first aid." Drew silently backed away, watching as Virginia expertly tended to Eric's injuries, feeling a bit relieved as she glanced at Aniston standing off to the side. "You said you were leaving? Now you can go and never come back to look for Eric again." "Me?" Aniston finally raised her voice, anger bubbling up. "I'm Eric's girlfriend. Who do you think you are to give me orders? You're just a pet he keeps." Drew smirked derisively. "What's wrong with being a pet? At least I'm not a stuck-up, clueless woman like you, who always throws petty tantrums in front of him." "You're the clueless one," Aniston shot back, pointing at Virginia. "I am his girlfriend. Shouldn't I be upset about this? What's wrong with a great guy dating several women?" Drew countered. "You." Aniston was at a loss for words against Drew's strong logic. Virginia had finished bandaging Eric's forehead and placed her hand on his chest to feel for his heartbeat. Just then, the doorbell rang. "The ambulance is here," Aniston said softly, immediately drawing Drew's attention away from their argument as she ran to open the door. Virginia had wanted to slip upstairs to avoid recognition until Eric's condition stabilized, considering that her relationship with Eric was less than public. As Aniston noticed Virginia's movement, she thought of hiding upstairs as well but paused, seeing Drew gesturing excitedly to the paramedics approaching. The medics made quick work of assessing Eric, stabilizing him before carefully placing the still unconscious man onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. Aniston followed Drew onto the ambulance, not wanting to be left behind. The ambulance sped off from Eric's mansion, heading straight for the nearest hospital. A group of paparazzi stationed outside Eric's house saw the scene and went wild, sensing something major had happened, and quickly jumped into their vehicles to follow along. In under an hour, news of Eric's injury and hospitalization spread like wildfire among the Los Angeles media. This is a brief report. This morning, young director Eric Williams accidentally fell down the stairs and has been in a coma since. Our reporters at the Beverly Hills Carmel Surgical Hospital are on the scene, a voice on television declared, cutting to a live shot outside a hospital, where dozens of reporters crowded the entrance trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening. The camera panned to Al Pacino stepping out of a business vehicle, his face serious behind sunglasses and surrounded immediately by a swarm of journalists. A young blonde reporter stood before the camera, microphone in hand, reporting, "Eric has now been comatose for 3 hours. Based on the information released, he has sustained various degrees of bruising on his back, elbows, and knees, with the most serious being a severe head injury resulting in substantial blood loss. We cannot confirm at this moment if this injury will have more serious consequences. As we all know, brain injuries are the hardest to predict." Inside the hospital, Jeffrey and Kapler had arrived first, followed by Al Pacino, Tom Hanks, and other close acquaintances of Eric. After several exams, Eric was sent to a patient room while everyone gathered in the office to hear the attending physician's updates. CT and MRI results indicate that Mr. Williams suffered no skull fractures or internal bleeding, thus we do not need to worry excessively at this time. "Dr. Duncan, when will he wake up?" Drew asked anxiously, standing right at the front of the group. "Within 8 hours, I expect he ought to wake up," Dr. Duncan replied cautiously. "Expect? Doctor, can't you be sure?" Dr. Duncan nodded, looking concerned. "How could this be? You're a doctor. You should be sure about these things. Aren't you the best here?" Drew said breathlessly, practically trying to pounce at him, only to be restrained by Jeffrey. "Drew, calm down." Dr. Duncan regarded Drew, who was barefoot and her pajamas stained with blood, and didn't seem perturbed by her rudeness. Instead, he patiently explained, "Miss Barrymore, the degree of injury Eric has sustained typically would have restored consciousness by now, yet he hasn't done so. Therefore, I cannot offer you an accurate answer. We just need to observe and wait." Drew waved her hand restlessly. "No, I want him transferred to the best hospital in Los Angeles. Drew, don't cause a scene. This is already the best neuro hospital in Los Angeles," Jeffrey reassured her, holding her shoulder gently. Dr. Duncan added, "Perhaps we can try talking to him. It might help to rouse him." Upon hearing this suggestion, Drew turned on her heel and ran towards Eric's room. Once Drew disappeared, Jeffrey posed a question to the doctor. "Doctor, does that really work?" Dr. Duncan chuckled lightly. "I just wanted to give Barrymore something to occupy her mind. Her emotions are too unstable, and she is on the verge of a breakdown." A heavy silence filled the air, with everyone not knowing what else to say. The crowd dispersed from the office to stand outside Eric's room, and they saw Drew leaning anxiously over Eric, whispering nervously in his ear, not daring to approach closer themselves. Several passers-by noticed the likes of Al Pacino and Tom Hanks and wanted to approach but hesitated at their stern demeanor and retreated. Jeffrey, the oldest among them, finally suggested, "Maybe it's best if everyone heads home for now. Sticking around here isn't doing anything good. Kepler and I can stay here." After he spoke, everyone soon began to leave, and only Jeffrey, Kepler, and a stubborn Aniston remained, who also longed to be at Eric's bedside but was frightened by Drew's erratic state. 8 hours passed, and Eric still had not awakened. By evening, there was still no sign he might wake up, which caused Drew to spiral once again, redirecting her anxiety-fueled anger towards Aniston. Aniston's neck bore 2 scratches from Drew's frenzy before Jeffrey, and Kepler finally managed to pull her away. Aniston began to regret having stayed in the first place, even forgetting to resist as Drew lunged at her once more. As night fell, many grew restless. Barry Diller from Fox and Amy Pascal from Columbia arrived sequentially, met with excitement from reporters attempting to encircle them for interviews. However, their formidable bodyguards pushed the eager crowd back. They checked on Eric first before again turning to the attending physician, seemingly devoid of options. "Doctor, You don't think there's a risk of a vegetative state, do you? Barry Diller posed, voicing what everyone was thinking but afraid to ask after hearing Dr. Duncan's assessment. Dr. Duncan rubbed the pen in his fingers, hesitating before speaking. The chances of that happening are very slim, but it's not impossible. Fortunately, Drew was still keeping vigil at Eric's bedside. Hearing those words might have sent her into another episode. Everyone exchanged glances, not sure what to say next. The grim expression deepened on Diller's and Pascal's faces, not out of concern for Eric, but for the studios they represented. Both companies had substantial deals tied to Eric's films, and if they fell through due to his condition. With no conclusions reached, an hour later, Barry Diller and Amy Pascal reluctantly departed. Perhaps everyone felt a wave of relief at the mere possibility that Eric's crisis could cause a mere scare. By 4 a.m. the following morning, after nearly 15 hours of being comatose, Eric finally awakened. After a brief examination, Drew, her eyes red and unkempt, grasped Eric's large hand, tenderly stroking his face before collapsing at the edge of the bed, finally falling asleep. Jeffrey and Kepler, exhausted from the all-nighter, felt a weight lift as they sat by Eric's bedside, watching Drew's reaction. Kepler finally stood. "Eric, should I take Drew to the next room to rest?" "Not necessary. She can stay here," Eric said, pulling Drew up to rest beside him. Then turning to Aniston, who was positioned against the door with her arms crossed. "Jenny, come here." Aniston obediently walked over. "Eric, since you're awake, I'm going to leave." Eric reached out, gripping Aniston's arm. "Don't go, please, Jenny." Kepler and Jeffrey took the hint and excused themselves. "We'll call everyone else to let them know you're awake. They'll feel much better to hear it from us." Once the door shut, Aniston relaxed slightly and seated herself beside Eric's bed. Eric looked puzzled as he touched the red marks on Aniston's neck. "What happened to him?" Aniston glanced at Drew next to him, her expression complicated. "You jerk. If you hadn't woken up, Drew would have killed me." "Come on." "She wouldn't have," Eric reassured her, caressing Aniston's face. "Oh yes, she would. I honestly think breaking up might be best. Maybe Drew is a better fit for you. I only see Drew as a sister." Aniston didn't linger on the topic and instead remarked, "But I can't handle your wandering heart, Eric. When I saw all those headlines about you in New York, I could convince myself they were just magazine fabrications. But seeing you yesterday morning changed everything. I can't deceive myself anymore, and it's tearing me up inside. So why don't you let me go?" Eric tightened his grip on Aniston's small hand. "All right, Jenny, let's not discuss this for now. I plan to produce a TV series soon. Would you like to star as the lead? I promise it will make you even more famous than those movie stars." Aniston pulled her hand back. "I don't. I really can't think of anyone who'd fit better than you," he countered. "You wouldn't want me to hold auditions again, right? That'd lead to a lot of girls around me, and you know my willpower isn't the strongest. All right, it's settled then." "Wait." Aniston was stubborn, but Eric was even more so, and in a moment of whimsical persistence, she unwittingly agreed, only to realize too late that she had been pulled onto Eric's other side. Like Drew, she too was sleep-deprived and soon fell asleep beside him. While Eric's awakening was celebrated, news cycles had already gone to print. The next morning, headlines read, "Eric Williams injured unexpectedly. Filming plans delayed. Columbia faces major negotiation setback." Sources say that Williams remains in a long-lasting coma, raising risks of a vegetative state. If this occurs, multiple film contracts with Columbia and 20th Century Fox could be at risk for cancellation. Meanwhile, Firefly Films faces uncertain prospects. Such reports proliferated, but after Fox News quickly clarified that Eric had woken up, these sensational stories quickly lost their weight, leading to a temporary fluctuation in stock prices for Columbia and Fox before stabilizing. Simultaneously, another angle began to gain traction and drew significant attention, as tabloids reported. It's well known that Eric Williams has no living relatives. Although former child star Drew Barrymore has a close relationship with Williams, they share no genetic ties, nor any legal connections. Reportedly, Eric has not left a will. Should anything happen to him, his multi-million-dollar estate may go unclaimed and could be seized by the federal government. In the hospital, despite feeling fully recovered, Eric was compelled to stay for a few more days under the doctor's advice. Reading about the unfolding saga, Eric chuckled, addressing Drew beside him. Maybe I ought to write a will after all. How much do you want? Of course, it should all be mine. Drew replied nonchalantly while flipping through a magazine, glancing at Eric. Did you forget what our relationship is? I thought you might say I wouldn't need a dime, just your well-being. But to want all my fortune? That genuinely hurts. Harumph. As Eric continued to contemplate drafting a will during his stay in the hospital, far across the ocean, British paparazzi uncovered another intriguing tidbit. Eric's publicized father had indeed passed, but his mother remained an enigma. This discovery excited many reporters, finding Eric's mother would be nothing short of explosive news. As a first introduced venue for paparazzi, the British were skilled at digging deep. They quickly discovered Eric's childhood home in London and knocked on doors in the area, eventually uncovering some clues. She was a woman of great poise. She always wore a veil when she went out. I never saw her true face. She was probably a wealthy heiress, but after giving birth, she just vanished. Ralph really hit the jackpot. After considerable effort, the tabloids garnered the only snippets available, confirming no one could recall what Eric Williams's mother looked like. This uncertainty only provided fertile ground for speculation, prompting consensus that this could be a tale of love between a princess and a stable boy. While the ending wasn't great, it produced an outstanding son. These fabrications soon reached the United States, and unsurprisingly, Eric saw these headlines, yet he felt relief. It was better if his mother remained out of reach. He genuinely didn't know how to deal with a mother he had never met. It was best if that riddle stayed unsolved. After April Fool's Day, following another thorough examination, Eric was discharged from the hospital, putting the ordeal behind him. Preparations were all set for his upcoming film, and in the remaining days, he began collaborating with Cruise and Hanks, eagerly awaiting the official start of filming on April 5th. Chapter 130, Smugness. Johnny To was one of the few Hong Kong filmmakers that Eric held in high regard. His movies integrated elements of coolness, violence, destiny, and profound sadness within a unique black philosophy. This film of Two's was one of the few that had a bittersweet, yet carefree vibe. If ordinary viewers were to critique this film, the most common word would surely be cool. This was the main reason why Eric chose to produce this particular film. Moreover, this was a bold attempt by Eric. He wanted to see whether a film like Running Out of Time, which had no counterpart in Hollywood history, could succeed. In Eric's memory, many blockbuster films would eventually be owned by major players within the next decade, and he aimed to snatch a piece from those giants. This was no small feat, particularly once they knew he had his eye on a certain film. There were not many commercial successes without clear copyright ownership, and if he followed this pace of production, perhaps within 2 or 3 years, they could wrap filming. Of course, it was also a very calculated try. Firstly, the story was compelling and had gained the endorsement of big names like Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, which indicated that the narrative didn't struggle with the differing tastes of Eastern and Western audiences. Secondly, both male leads were now bankable stars. Tom Cruise had just seen an upsurge in popularity due to recent successes, while Tom Hanks had recently received an Oscar nomination for his previous year's performance. Coupled with Eric's own previous box office successes and a script that exuded coolness, Columbia's data department analyzed that earning over $100 million at the summer box office would be an effortless task. On April 5th, in a large soundstage at Columbia Pictures, they officially commenced shooting, starting with a series of indoor scenes. This time, Eric didn't plan to shoot in chronological order as he had previously. Both lead characters were well-defined, showing no notable changes from scene to scene, one sharp and efficient, the other cunning and wise. As long as they were able to immerse themselves into their roles, beginning from any scene would pose no significant issues. Thus, Eric decided on a process that grew from simple to complex and from the inside out. In the hospital room, Cruise's character Andy, after learning of his worsening condition, calmly got out of bed and began to dress himself deliberately. How long do I have? 4 weeks. If you have internal bleeding, you could die at any time. The sprightly doctor, sitting behind his desk, hoarsely responded. Andy's motions did not falter upon hearing such dreadful news. After fastening his belt, He handed a wad of cash to the doctor. "No problem. Just give me 4 weeks' worth of painkillers." Taking the painkillers, Andy slipped on his jacket as he prepared to leave. The doctor, seemingly a bit sentimental, commented, "I don't think we'll meet again." "Just in this life," Andy replied calmly. Cut. Once the shot was complete, Eric called for a pause, not saying good or no good, while sitting behind the monitor, slightly frowning as if lost in thought. Although he had been discharged from the hospital, Eric still wore a bandage around his head, occasionally suffering from headaches. Yet after several tests, there had been no issues found, which eased Eric's nerves. Cruz's performance was unremarkable, easily accomplished with his talent. This particular shot would later be edited together with scenes of Andy on the rooftop using montage techniques, incorporating both fast and slow-motion shots, with the two distinct effects occurring twice within just 2 shots. The reasoning behind this was that the tense sound of the ticking second hand blended with the background was intended to subtly suggest the passage of time to the audience. Andy only had 4 weeks left to live. This brief sequence would evoke a sense of urgency and curiosity among viewers. What would Andy do with his remaining 4 weeks? The crew present consisted of many familiar faces who had worked with Eric before, hence they had seen him lost in thought on multiple occasions during filming. They understood what to do, silently tidying equipment while patiently waiting for Eric to come back to reality. But after a minute, Cruz finally grew a bit impatient. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his earlier performance, so he approached Eric. "Hey, Eric, how was that last take? Do we need to redo it?" Eric noted the shadow cast over him as Cruz stepped in front, blocking a large light with his presence because all the lighting in the studio was artificial. As Eric looked up, he caught a glimpse of Cruz's expression and explained, "Sorry, Tom. I got sidetracked thinking about some issues." "It's fine," Cruz replied, his smile gracious. "How was that last shot? Do we need to do it again?" "I'm afraid we'll have to do it once more," Eric replied. "Can we hold on a second?" Cruz shrugged and stepped back as Eric signaled to the lighting technician, issuing some instructions. Gradually, the lights started to dim, departing from the bright simulated sunlight they had before. Eric focused intently on the monitor, waiting until the lighting felt just right before signaling the technician to stop. "Okay, everyone ready? Let's take that last shot again," Eric instructed loudly. After a brief moment, the script supervisor stepped forward, clapping the slate, and filming began anew. Eric carefully observed the images of Andy and the doctor on the screen, silently comparing this shot to the rooftop scene he had envisioned in his mind. This shot aimed to convey Andy's current state and was reminiscent of Andy's reflections on the rooftop. Viewers might interpret this segment as suggesting that Andy was contemplating suicide, thinking this could be a reverse chronology film, where Andy spent 4 weeks fulfilling his wishes and then, devoid of hope, leapt from the rooftop. Since this shot was meant to illustrate and evoke memories, Eric felt that the original's lighting had been overly bright and mirrored Andy's sunny rooftop setting, failing to provide the audience with a sense of contrast, which severely compromised the expressive quality. Having resolved the lighting issue, Eric shifted his focus back to Cruz's performance. This small scene offered little room for flourish, and Eric had no intention of nitpicking. If Cruz could offer a delightful surprise with his acting, he would be happy. If not, it wouldn't disappoint him as long as he met his own standards. Eric knew he had already given Cruz the opportunity, whether Cruz could earn a nomination or even win an award hinged on his performance alone. Eric's primary concern was, still, the film's box office potential. As for the earlier pitch to persuade Cruz to accept a cross-dressing role by referencing potential Oscar prospects, well, weren't all directors and producers this way when trying to coax actors into their projects? Eric felt no guilt whatsoever. His focus remained on profitability. After all, he was still young enough that his desire for an Oscar wasn't overwhelmingly intense. The bottom line was far more pertinent. The film's premise was undeniably novel, but whether it would win the favor of the Academy was anyone's guess. Only after a couple of takes did this scene pass. The crew began to move to another room within the soundstage, a process that took over half an hour. Actual filming time was limited, as most of the day was consumed with the extensive setup of various scenes. For the last couple of days, most shots featured Cruz solo, where he explored Hanks's character Sean in his private quarters, creating disguises and choking on blood while portraying Andy's father, Peter, in confrontations against the villains. Though Eric had the original film in mind, he designed additional scenes to ensure ample material for post-production, as this was an entirely new Hollywood film, and he couldn't recycle it to match his memories precisely. The shooting schedule indicated that this process would take 3 days, with group scenes involving Hanks and others. On the 4th day, followed by the indoor scenes between Cruise and Hanks that Eric anticipated eagerly. It was a regret that in his former life, the two major stars had never shared the screen. Due to the ample shooting timeline, the crew wrapped up promptly after 8 hours. Eric ordered the assistant director to send the footage to editing, and he hurriedly departed. He had more on his plate than just the movie. Post-production wouldn't begin until after the film officially wrapped. Casting for the initial roles had been completed, but Eric needed to make the final calls on some actors, while also keeping an eye on his other project shooting in Louisiana. That project had been underway for a month, but under the meticulous direction of the seasoned Herbert Ross, the filming progress had barely reached the halfway mark. At least another month would be required to finish, followed by a month or more of post-production. Furthermore, this project seemed to be at risk of going over budget. Eric welcomed this possibility. He knew that Firefly was not the only investor involved, having previously secured an additional $3 million from Herbert Ross. Thus, Eric didn't mind the prospect of pouring another couple of million into the film to enhance Firefly's share, and he awaited Ross's request for funds. "Hi, Eric. How's your head?" Upon returning to Firefly's office, Eric encountered Jonathan Demme, who appeared tired but spoke with a strong voice. "Thanks for asking, Jonathan. It's getting better. Did you bring the materials?" "Right here. I filtered through dozens of potential actors as you requested. It nearly wore me out," Jonathan replied with a smile. Indeed, the burden weighed heavily upon him in recent days. The script called for 2 child actors, and spurred by Stuart Ronkel's influence, Firefly had received over 5,000 submissions for young actors. Many of these submissions came from children without any acting experience, as parents dreamed of striking it rich like the Ronkels and sent in their kids' files. There were also fraudulent submissions, where unscrupulous parents falsely claimed their child had made cameo appearances in films or TV shows, forcing the staff to invest significant time verifying these documents' authenticity. In such conditions, identifying promising young talent posed a monumental challenge. Eric had contemplated directly seeking out those kids with potential based on his memories, but that would have been a far more complex operation than sifting through 5,000 submissions. While Eric's recollections closely mirrored his past life, certain new pieces of information still eluded him. If he mentioned the name of a famous Hollywood star from the future, the staff could identify 100 kids with the same name. Creativity in naming among people was notoriously lacking. As he accepted the thick stack of files Jonathan handed over, which included a shortlist of the 2 child actors alongside 3 other roles, like Victor and Grace's husband, among others, he recognized that he had already delegated some of the minor supporting roles to Jonathan. However, he still needed to personally review them. The first documents he flipped open pertained to the crucial 2 child actors. Glancing over the list of 10 boys, he was surprised to see Macaulay Culkin's name, while he didn't recognize any of the others. Turning to Culkin's file, although it had been omitted, the boy still boasted 2 film credits, explaining why he appeared on this list. Eric pulled out Culkin's file, and Jonathan peered curiously at it. "Eric, are you interested in this boy?" Eric shook his head. "No, he's out. I think this Macaulay Culkin boy is the sharpest of the bunch." Jonathan began. But Eric did not wish for Culkin to achieve the same level of stardom he had in his previous life. Therefore, the less notoriety, the better. He believed that keeping Culkin in a position where he only occasionally appeared in 1 or 2 lackluster films would be the best route, allowing the boy freedom to choose his future path as an adult. If they promoted him now, that peculiar pair of parents would undoubtedly create a series of odd situations to ruin the poor boy's chances, just as they had before. "Jonathan, remember the boy, Nicholas? His character is rather dull. Looking at this boy's pictures with those big, bright eyes makes him seem far too clever, so that's a no-go." Jonathan, following Eric's logic, took a few more glances and realized, "Okay, I did overlook that." Eric continued to peruse the remaining 9 boys' profiles. Suddenly, he looked up, fixing his gaze on Jonathan Demme across the table. "Jonathan, do you recognize any of these kids?" Jonathan's eyes darted, his cheeks reddening slightly as he finally nodded, standing up to produce one boy's profile. "This Brian Baker is the son of an actor friend I previously worked with. Sorry, Eric, I shouldn't have done this, but I swear I only added him after a thorough consideration during auditions." As Jonathan spoke, he was about to crumple up the boy's profile to toss it into the wastebasket, but Eric intervened, examining the materials carefully. Eric nodded with satisfaction. "Jonathan, let's go with him." Really sorry. Wait, what did you say?" Jonathan snapped back to reality, looking at Eric incredulously. Eric smiled. "I said, let's go with him. You know I don't have time for auditions now. Plus, I trust you won't mess around with the film, right?" "Of course," Jonathan affirmed vigorously. The movie was critical for his future in Hollywood, hinging on this very opportunity. "Are there any others?" Eric inquired. This time, Jonathan shook his head firmly. "Absolutely none, Eric. The rest of the candidates have no connection to me." Eric had initially proposed this as a favor to Jonathan. While he had already offered a substantial opportunity, he didn't mind giving a little more without needing to sacrifice anything. Jonathan Demme was a promising talent, and Eric had decided to bring him under his wing, especially knowing that Hanks's first Oscar-winning film would be directed by Jonathan. With the boy secured, Eric saw no need to continue reviewing the rest, so he moved on to the folder with the potential actresses. It seemed the saying that Hollywood was a small place had some truth to it, as this time there were 2 familiar names in the mix, Kirsten Dunst and Sarah Michelle Gellar. Chapter 131, 12-year-old Lolita's Shelf Life. In the photo, the 7-year-old Kirsten was as delicate as a doll, with golden hair and a round face, dressed in a princess dress and wearing a cute lace sun hat, with a lovely golden fringe falling down her forehead. Unfortunately, Eric knew that this star would grow increasingly plain as she aged, and once she became an adult, she would entirely lose the exquisite look she possessed at that moment. Perhaps she might not seem too flawed, but from his perspective, there were hardly any beautiful features to speak of. If he had to compliment her, he could only say that she had a certain temperament, but even that didn't seem like much of a compliment for a woman. Regarding this 12-year-old Lolita, Eric chose to pass. The girl didn't appear to have much potential. If she hadn't been lucky enough to become Mary Jane in Spider-Man, perhaps this child star would fade into obscurity long before the end of 2000s. After the Spider-Man trilogy finished, Kirsten Dunst's career plummeted, and she almost vanished from the public eye. He pulled out another girl's profile, Sarah Michelle Gellar. Compared to the Sarah in his memories, this girl's face was round, and although she was nearly 12, she still looked quite petite. Playing a character around 10 years old would pose no problem, which was likely why Sarah made the cut. While Kirsten had only one credit to her name, Sarah's resume had a string of film titles, none of which were particularly notable. In fact, with the many films he had seen, Eric hadn't watched a single one. "Jonathan, what do you think of this girl?" Eric handed Sarah's profile to Jonathan Demme. Jonathan took a quick look and swiftly recalled Sarah's audition scene. This kid started acting in films at 4. Everything on her resume checks out. During her audition, she had great on-camera presence, very confident, not shy at all. I chatted with her, and she was quite smart and mature. Even though she looks fragile, she's already 12 and a bit precocious, mentally at least 14. Working with her would be easier compared to those truly 10-year-old kids. Eric took back the profile and decided, let's go with her. You know the drill. Reach out to her and make sure we sign her with UTA. Even though Eric had mentioned to Kepler that he wasn't looking to expand UTA in the coming years, the actors cultivated through his film projects certainly couldn't be allowed to join other agencies. Recently, after Eric's article stirred up some change, many agencies had begun overhauling their systems. While they couldn't completely mimic CAA's model, now that Eric had exposed CAA's detailed operation method, they could no longer maintain their superiority and would soon face competition from other companies. Therefore, UTA could proceed with stable growth, without worrying about CAA having the monopoly. Watching Eric flip through profiles of other actors, seemingly just skimming them before making quick decisions, Jonathan felt a bit disoriented. "Eric, Don't you think we need to schedule another round of auditions? Doesn't this feel a bit? Do you think I'm being hasty? Eric chuckled, lifting his gaze. Jonathan scratched his head. At least, you should take a look at their audition tapes, right? Eric circled the last actor's name on the list with a pen. No need, Jonathan. I trust you vetted these people meticulously. Any one of them would be more than capable of fulfilling their roles, so there's no need for extra steps. Besides, I'm strapped for time and need to start shooting soon. The Cannes and Berlin film festivals are out of the question, but I hope to be ready for the Venice Film Festival in September. All right, I'll inform them as soon as possible. Jonathan nodded and seemed to understand. Perhaps Eric's approach was entirely to assert his control over the project. Despite being young, this boy had a stronger desire for control than those kings who feared losing their thrones. It was unfortunate for those actors who had made it to the final list but weren't selected. They might still be excitedly preparing for their third round of auditions, only to face disappointment. While it seemed unfair, Hollywood was like that. Odd occurrences happened constantly, and fairness was a rare concept. After organizing the pile of profiles with Jonathan, Eric asked, "Have we settled on a filming location?" I asked a friend in England to scout a few estates on some islands in the English Channel, but I think it's essential for me to go in person to assess whether they're suitable. I also need to speak directly with the owners of those estates. You know, many of those historic mansions belong to British nobility. Though they may be down and out now, they still possess an inexplicable air of arrogance, so I must visit personally. Once they feel respected, things tend to go much more smoothly. Eric inexplicably recalled some events from a past life and smiled knowingly. Jonathan suddenly remarked, "Actually, Eric, if you can make the trip, things would go even more smoothly. You're British, after all. Many UK media outlets now view you as one of their prides. If you show up, those little nobles will definitely treat you like a guest of honor, and perhaps we won't even have to spend money to use some of the estates." Eric waved his hand. "Forget it. After all these years, I've even forgotten my British accent. Besides, I can't possibly leave the set right now. By the time I got there, filming would already be well underway." The following days of shooting went smoothly, considering they were filming in a studio, which had fewer restrictions than outdoor locations. Tom Cruise also displayed his top-notch professionalism. If not for his occasional attempts to undermine Eric's authority, frequently calling shots during the filming process, Eric would have been happy to continue collaborating with him. However, the chances of their future collaborations seemed slim, given Tom Cruise's personality. Only directors of Spielberg's caliber would be able to work with him without losing control. In Eric's past life, many of Cruise's films had been tightly controlled by him, even if he wasn't the director, and even major movie moguls weren't allowed to interfere. Eric and Tom Cruise were similar in that regard, so their chances of future collaboration were looking bleak. "Brooke, your expression was still off. When you saw Andy spitting blood, you needed to convey panic and confusion, not disgust. This meant wide eyes and slightly parted lips. Definitely no frowning involved," Eric said, frowning as he glanced at his watch on his wrist. "If we still can't get it right after a couple more tries, we're going to have to push this to the afternoon. I'm sure you wouldn't want to waste everyone's time, would you?" Brooke Shields now stood in front of Eric with her eyelids lowered like a little girl caught doing something wrong. Whether it was an act or not was uncertain, but it consistently dulled the anger of men, and after 5 or 6 takes, Eric couldn't help but reprimand her. "Sorry, Eric. I think I'm starting to feel it." Eric sighed. "Then let's try again. All crew, prepare." Brooke Shields returned to her mark. This was the scene after Andy and Yo-Yo had their second meeting, sitting together in a quaint diner. Eric had once again chosen to shoot in the studio, not to save on the $40 million budget, which didn't require scrimping. He simply wanted to finish these scattered interior scenes quickly. The outdoor scenes would be more challenging. Thanks to Columbia's expansive sound stages, they could easily recreate conditions for outside nighttime scenes, even though it was midday. "Miss Shields, don't rush. Just take your time. We've got plenty of time. I don't think it's entirely your fault. Eric is still too young." Tom Cruise chatted eagerly with Brooke Shields during a break. Had she performed so poorly in a Cruise-led project, he would likely have exploded with rage. But now it seemed Tom Cruise was enjoying watching Eric flounder while he played the gentleman, charmingly engaging with the stunning woman. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Cruz. Brooke Shields smiled back. So, do you have plans for tonight, Miss Shields? It would be an honor to have dinner with you. Brooke Shields raised her finely arched eyebrows slightly and subconsciously darted a glance at Eric, not too far away. If possible, she would much prefer to be inviting Eric Williams rather than this married man. However, that young director, 5 or 6 years her junior, was an enigma. She could tell Eric was interested in her, and her intuition as a beautiful woman told her he often looked at her with undisguised eagerness, like an eager young man of 17 or 18, but most of the time, he behaved like a savvy middle-aged man, unashamedly admiring her beauty and figure with the practiced gaze of someone who had seen it all. Mr. Cruz, can I get back to you this afternoon? I'm not sure if I have other plans for the evening, Brooke Shields replied, slightly deferring, but not closing the door entirely. Chapter 132, Behind the Scenes. Between Eric Williams and Tom Cruise, Brooke Shields had always leaned more towards the former. She figured if Eric didn't make any move after work today, she wouldn't mind having dinner with Tom Cruise to get closer. Although she had started acting at the tender age of 12, she still hadn't fully broken into the Hollywood scene and found herself spinning in circles at the periphery. Sure, part of it was due to her lack of acting chops, but more critically, Brooke Shields didn't have much of a network in the industry. After turning 24 and realizing her dreams of marrying the megastar Michael Jackson were dashed, Brooke Shields had to start planning for her future. Unlike Jackson, who seemed childlike and disinterested in marriage, Brooke Shields had matured and became more realistic about her prospects. She knew what her strongest asset was. When Tom Cruise heard Brooke Shields' response, he maintained his charming demeanor and said, "No problem. I hope to hear good news." The two had barely exchanged a few words when they received the cue to get ready. Eric went to sit in front of the monitor, signaling to the script supervisor to start. On screen, Yo-Yo smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Not getting a response didn't faze her one bit. As she readily introduced herself, "I'm Yo-Yo." Cut. A harsh voice interrupted, forcing Eric to stand up. He pointed at Brooke Shields and exclaimed, "Curious, curious. I've said it a few times now. You're really curious about Andy. So open those beautiful eyes of yours wide and try again." Everyone in the room could feel Eric was on the edge of a breakdown, and they hesitantly restarted the scene, watching Brooke Shields anxiously, hoping this gorgeous girl wouldn't flub her lines again. "What's your name?" "I'm Yo-Yo. Knowing who I am won't be good for you. The other day I read in the paper what you did." "Thank you. You're welcome. Too bad I don't have time," Andy said glumly, lifting the water cup in front of him only to start coughing violently. "What's it matter if you had time or not?" Just as Andy said that, blood spurted from his mouth, staining the cup red. Yo-Yo instinctively recoiled, her eyes widened, and her red lips parted slightly. This time, Brooke Shields managed to hold back her frown. "Cut. That was great. We're almost there. But Brooke, your shocked expression still needs to look more natural. We have time to do this again." Eric's expression relaxed slightly, and the crew also breathed a sigh of relief. The next take didn't go well either, as Brooke Shields instinctively furrowed her brows again at the last minute. Such natural human reactions were hard to overcome, and Eric could only gloomily announce a break, saying they'd try again after lunch. As he stood up, ready to grab a bite, Alan approached him. "Eric, Miss Roberts has been waiting outside for you. She doesn't have a pass, so she can't get in." "Roberts?" Eric asked, puzzled. "Julia Roberts?" "Yes," Alan replied. "Isn't she in Louisiana?" Eric wondered aloud as he walked outside. Alan explained, "Maybe she came back because you were hurt." Eric shrugged, ignoring his assistant's teasing. As he stepped out of the studio, he immediately spotted a business car parked across the street. Just as he appeared at the door, the car door opened, and a stylishly dressed Julia emerged wearing sunglasses, followed by her assistant and 2 men who looked like bodyguards. At the same time, several paparazzi waiting nearby sprang into action, snapping pictures of Julia. "Hey, big star," Eric called out teasingly as he approached, seeing the scene around him. "Hey, big director." Julia shot back, not to be outdone. They exchanged a light hug, which only incited a flurry of clicks from the cameras. Once the paparazzi finished taking photos, they quickly surged forward holding microphones, bombarding Julia with questions about her return to Los Angeles and her new film's progress. And of course, they didn't forget to ask about Eric. With the bodyguards and assistants keeping them safe, they climbed into Julia's business car without saying a word before driving off. A pack of paparazzi quickly hopped into their cars and motorcycles to follow suit. Right outside the studio door, Brooke Shields, who had just stepped out to head across the street for lunch, caught sight of the scene and felt a pang of jealousy. After being famous for so long, she had never enjoyed such a bodyguard treatment by the paparazzi, while Julia Roberts, who had only recently risen to fame, was already attracting such attention so easily. Looking around in disappointment, she noticed that the few paparazzi who were hoping to catch some filming news had all followed Julia and Eric out. This stunning beauty stood there, and not a single person approached her for a photo or an interview. The security guard in the booth next to her was staring at her long legs in a creepy way, which only heightened Brooke Shields' irritation and disgust. Remembering Julia Roberts' ascent to fame reignited Brooke Shields' determination. "Maybe I should be patient and wait," Brooke Shields murmured quietly, making up her mind to turn down Tom Cruise's dinner invitation. Comparing the opportunity for fame that Eric could provide versus Cruise, who, despite being big name, was still just an actor. Moreover, any rumor or publicity about them would be futile since Cruise was already married, which would only have detrimental effects. If after all the filming, Eric Williams remained uninterested, Brooke Shields ideally decided she would approach him then. Until then, she needed to wait patiently. The benefits from being proactive and reactive were vastly different. "These two are Hunter and Chris." Julia introduced her bodyguard drivers to Eric with a hint of pride in her tone. Before Eric could respond, her longtime assistant, the freckled Allison Green, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Julia playfully tapped her assistant on the forehead, saying, "Allison, watch it or I'll dock your pay." Eric raised his hand to raise the soundproof barrier between the driver's seat and the back, then laughed. "All right, I get it. You're a world-famous star now. Where are we going?" "Not far. I've booked a restaurant. We'll be there in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't worry, I won't keep you from your afternoon shoot." As Julia spoke, she pointed at Eric's bandaged forehead. "What happened to you?" "I was shocked when I heard the news." "I can vouch for it. It was when Julia, Allison began, but was quickly silenced by Julia, who gave her a fierce look. "Allison, I'm really going to dock your pay." After catching Allison's pleading gaze, Julia released her grip. Eric joked, "Allison, you can't reveal Julia's secrets in front of outsiders. The consequences could be severe." Allison rubbed her cheek and responded, "Of course not. But Mr. Williams isn't an outsider." She knew all too well about the dynamics between Eric and Julia and secretly hoped for them to get together. Hence her slip about the time Julia had so dramatically reacted when she saw Eric hurt and unconscious. Chapter 133, Lunch. In an elegant restaurant, Eric placed his order and watched with a smile as Julia expertly communicated with the waiter, her grace evident as she adeptly maneuvered her utensils. "What are you looking at?" Julia quickly noticed Eric's gaze and asked curiously. Eric shook his head. "Nothing, just suddenly thinking about the first time I ran into you at Jeff's restaurant. You seem so different now." Julia visibly didn't want Eric to bring up that rough patch of her life and shot him a playful glare. "Are you trying to take credit for something?" "Of course not," Eric laughed. "I just think it's interesting. Cinderella transformed into a high and mighty princess in the blink of an eye. Please don't bring up the Hollywood Cinderella stuff in front of me. I'm about ready to scream from that." Title. Julia rolled her eyes. While the label came with a hint of admiration from the media and public, it was also laced with mockery. "All right then, why did you suddenly come back?" "I picked up a commercial endorsement and rushed back to shoot the ad. And, well, I wanted to check on you," Julia admitted, stuttering a bit at the end. Truth be told, her primary reason was to see Eric. The ad was more of an excuse. If she wanted, she could have filmed it in Louisiana without issue. After all, she was already part of a production with plenty of equipment and personnel on hand. But considering Eric had been unconscious for over 10 hours, and though everything turned out fine, the incident had created quite a stir in Hollywood. He had helped her rise from a nobody to a Hollywood superstar, and if she didn't show up during his recovery, some media outlets might label her as ungrateful. So, waiting for Eric outside the studio instead of visiting him privately was a little tactic of Julia's, not for anything else, but to create some buzz. She had been out of the media spotlight for a month, and even though her film was still going strong, the remote Louisiana town made it tough for reporters to find her. Director Herbert Ross was keen on keeping the filming location under wraps, so even if some nosy paparazzi found their way there, they had little chance of getting real news. At the same time, Julia felt a bit apprehensive about visiting Eric privately. She recalled the harsh reprimand he gave her during that sneaky visit before, which brought tears to her eyes. She couldn't help but feel a mix of resentment towards that unflattering man. "Thanks for your concern, Julia," Eric responded seriously, then curiously asked, "By the way, what kind of ad are you shooting?" "For Lancome Perfume," Julia said, proudly lifting a few fingers to show him. "A whole year, mind you." "Wow, that's quite a sum," Eric casually noted, feeling a bit weary of her small vanity. While he didn't object to her wanting to brag, he wondered if this was really the right audience for it. "Okay, I know you think it's not a big deal. No need to make that face," Julia said, pursing her red lips. Remembering how it made her appear, she quickly tightened her smile. "I'm no match for you. You get a scrape and suddenly all of America is watching. You even stole some of the Oscars spotlight. I should say I acted as a shield for this year's Oscars. If I hadn't gotten hurt, they would have received a lot more backlash," Eric shrugged. "The Academy should really be thanking me." "Well, I'm not so sure about that. All I saw in Louisiana was that the Oscars director, Alan Carr, declared he would never accept such an invitation again. But it can't be as bad as you say, right? It's much worse than you can imagine, but I can't go into detail. I've signed a confidentiality agreement with many other presenters and performers, guaranteeing that we won't mention anything about this year's Oscars for 20 years. Plus, Disney's been stirring the pot, threatening to sue the award show for using Snow White's likeness without permission. It's all a mess. Without my injury attracting half the media's attention, the Academy would have had to issue a public apology to quell the outrage." Julia listened with wide eyes, but she couldn't fully grasp the situation as she hadn't participated in this year's Oscars. In fact, on that night, she had been busy trying to shoot some scenes and hadn't managed to catch the ceremony. The topic then shifted to Eric's injury, which Julia was most interested in. "Hey, it wasn't convenient in the car to ask, but can we talk about your forehead injury now? I don't believe you just simply fell down the stairs." Eric helplessly shrugged. "But that's how it happened." "Definitely not," Julia said with a sly smile. "I read the newspapers the other day, and it said you were taken to the hospital by Drew and your girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston." And then, Julia leaned in a little, lowering her voice. "I bet your girlfriend Aniston suddenly showed up at your place that morning, saw you in bed with Drew, and went nuts, probably threw something at you, right?" Eric's expression shifted in surprise for a fraction of a second. While Julia's guess was way off the mark, there was a kernel of truth in it. He had been hit hard by Aniston's emotional skills. Fortunately, Virginia was smart enough to stay away during the whole ordeal and only showed up to visit him once his condition was stable. Julia picked up on Eric's fleeting expression and, with her lips slightly parted, looked surprised. "No way did I guess right." "Absolutely not. I swear on the light." Eric pointed his finger at the chandelier above. "It was just an accidental fall. My medical report got featured in a bunch of newspapers. You surely saw it. I had bruises all over my body. You can't seriously think Aniston is capable of causing such widespread damage, right?" "Maybe," she retorted, eyeing him with skepticism, as if contemplating how she would inflict similar injuries herself. "Never mind. Let's drop the unpleasant topic. I only spoke with Herbert Ross a few times over the phone, and now that you're here, how's it going?" Julia honestly shook her head. Even now, she wasn't sure why Eric even selected this film and pressured her to lower her compensation to participate. To Julia, it seemed like a disjointed, mundane story about housewives living ordinary lives and the various ups and downs, from celebrations to loss, the trivialities of life. "I still think the story is too ordinary, without any standout moments." Just then, the waiter brought their food and poured them some red wine before stepping aside. Once the waiter had finished, Eric began to arrange the food on the table and asked, "So what do you think makes a movie stand out?" After taking a sip of her wine, Julia put down her glass and thought. For a moment, waving her hand, at the very least. At least there should be a heart-wrenching love story, where the leads are utterly devoted to one another, or some big spectacle? Car chases, explosions, fiery flares, whatever? Eric said, raising an eyebrow. Julia nodded eagerly. Right. At least we should have those things, right? In public, I won't criticize you. Eric replied with a teasing smile. If you want to know the reasons, come to my place tonight, and I'll detail the elements of a successful film for you. I think I'll pass, Julia responded, instinctively leaning back as if his gaze had pricked her. She quickly refused, knowing that if she went, she'd probably get scolded again, and this insufferable man might try to drag her into bed. Eric merely intended to flirt a little, but he quickly sobered up and explained, the success or failure of a film primarily hinges on whether the director's story resonates with audiences. I've studied the script carefully. It's a good story that embeds warmth in the ordinary chaos. It evokes familiarity in the viewers while subtly drawing out emotion. Julia looked at him with an "I see" expression, nodding earnestly. She then asked her most pressing question. So, how do you think the movie will perform at the box office? What do you think? Eric countered. Julia hesitated for a moment, held up 2 fingers, and then felt it was too low. She added 2 more but hesitated and pulled one back. She thought 30 million would be a respectable box office, and given the film's budget, Firefly Films could still make a decent profit. Truthfully, she believed that if she continued to star in romantic comedies, even similar themed ones, they would easily reach the 50 to 60 million mark. But, for this family-centered film, she couldn't muster any confidence. Is that really all the faith you have in me? I'm just not confident about this film, Julia replied candidly. Eric calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin, smiling. How about we make a bet? I bet this film won't gross less than 50 million. What's the wager? Julia asked, intrigued. Eric flashed a mischievous smile. If you lose, you have to come to my place for a week as my maid. If I lose, I'll be your driver for a week. If Eric hadn't looked so wicked when he said the word maid, Julia might have agreed immediately. She figured her chances of winning were above 70%, and even if she failed, being maid was fine. But noticing Eric's smirk, Julia quickly caught on that something wasn't right and firmly rejected. No way, I'm not betting with you. How about 60 million, he pressed. Julia was not only unmoved, but became even more resolute in saying, not a chance. Since Eric had filming commitments later in the day, their lunch wrapped up in half an hour, but provided plenty of material for the paparazzi. Surely, headlines about Eric and Julia's rendezvous would pop up in the papers the next day. After lunch, Julia dropped Eric back at the set. When are you returning to the crew? Eric asked as they parted at the studio door. My flight's at 4. Julia replied, not getting out of the car. By the way, Eric, the production budget seems to be running short. We might need to add at least $2 million. Did Ross have you say that? Julia nodded. Herbert Ross had no idea Eric was already aware of the budget issues and had even prepared a budget increase. Considering Julia's close relationship with Eric, Ross asked her to gauge Eric's response when she returned. After all, this was a low-budget film. Adding $2 million would bring the total cost to $10 million, meaning the box office needed to hit over $33 million to break even. Although Julia's presence was a boost, Herbert Ross wasn't certain that a family drama lacking comedic elements would pull in that kind of revenue. That's no problem, Eric nodded. Pass the message to Ross. He can just ask Jeffrey for the money. Well, thank you on behalf of Mr. Ross. Julia smiled as she bid Eric farewell before driving off. The afternoon began with filming the scene between Andy and Yo-Yo at a small diner. For reasons unknown, after sharing a meal, Brooke Shields reverted to that unprepared state once again. The scene was shot several times with continual flubs, and despite her repeated apologies with a woeful expression, Eric couldn't help but lose his temper mentally. Marking Brooke off his list, he didn't want to work with her any longer. This pretty trophy was just too much trouble. All those times she was nominated for a Razzie hadn't been unjustified. Maybe she should head back to those independent films to cause trouble for others instead. Eric also dismissed any thoughts of having a close friendship with Brooke. After all, Hollywood was vast, and there were plenty of beautiful women around. After half an hour of this, they finally wrapped up the diner scenes. Eric, I'm really sorry for not performing well, Brooke said after she completed her scene, which also marked the end of the day's work. She tidied her things and, after changing outfits, approached Eric again just as he was about to leave. At that moment, she sported a pair of tight, high-waisted blue jeans with her shirt tucked in, the outline of her figure unmistakably clear. Almost all the male crew members cast curious glances her way, recalling Brooke's iconic jeans commercial. Many even found themselves wondering if there was nothing between her and the jeans anymore. Though Eric had dismissed some thoughts, he didn't mind indulging in the view offered by Brooke's well-defined curve and stunning beauty. His expression softened slightly as he said, "It's all right, Brooke. I hope once you go back, you can fully appreciate your remaining scenes. Those are all exterior shots, and wasting too much time like this will undoubtedly affect filming progress and deplete budget unnecessarily. I will do my best." Brooke nodded, looking earnestly at Eric. She shifted her high heels, swaying her long legs into a slightly flirtatious pose, but waited a few seconds only to find Eric had already shifted his attention away, showing no signs of inviting her to dinner or anything more. Brooke hesitated to be too forward. If she was that obvious and he rejected her, the crew would mock her, especially Tom Cruise, whom she had turned down before. With a hint of disappointment, she finally said, "Well, goodbye then, Eric." "Goodbye? Someone will let you know about your next scenes." Eric nodded, lifting his chin in acknowledgement while marking a few points in the script, then turned to instruct his assistant. Brooke lingered for a moment longer, feeling deflated as she left. She had hinted so clearly, but Eric remained unmoved, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated. "How long until Hanks arrives?" Eric asked, not paying much mind to Brooke's departure. He had noticed her hints, but having made his decision, he wouldn't waver. In Hollywood, giving in to temptation could lead to disastrous results. 10 more minutes, Alan replied. "All right, let's wrap things up here and move to another scene," Eric said, glancing at his watch, deep in thought. With Cruise finishing his solo scenes, Eric planned to shoot some interactions between Cruise and Hanks in a small bar. Today would mark the first on-screen encounter between the two stars. Remembering how these two icons' trajectories had paralleled in their careers, Eric felt a thrill of anticipation about the sparks that would fly when they performed together. Chapter 134, The Duel Scene. "Hey, Tom." As Hank stepped onto the set, Eric greeted him warmly. Compared to the polite demeanor he maintained with Cruise, he preferred the easygoing nature of Hanks. "Hey, Eric, I'm not late, am I?" Hank said, moving in for a quick embrace. "Not at all," Eric replied, nodding toward Hanks's assistant before turning back to Tom. "We need about 15 more minutes to set up the scene, so you've got time to get your makeup done." The two walked side by side to the makeup room, with Hanks enthusiastically greeting crew members along the way. Curious, he leaned in and whispered, "Where's Cruise?" "Probably fixing his makeup," Eric replied flatly. Hanks nodded, not saying anything more. After a few previous encounters, Hanks hadn't formed a great impression of the actor who shared his name. Cruise came off as arrogant, as even his politeness felt like condescension. The crew had already finished their makeup process, so Hanks didn't need long. Once the breakfast scene was set, the cinematographer, Nicole, approached Eric, who was rehearsing with Hanks and Cruise. "Eric, you might want to take a look over here." Apologizing to the two stars, Eric followed Nicole to a corner of the restaurant where a camera was positioned. "Eric, look here, we're going to do a quick sweeping shot, but I can only operate the camera from this position," Nicole awkwardly demonstrated. "See, it's a bit tricky, awkward, and the movement is hard to control." Though Eric wasn't as skilled as Nicole, he understood enough about shooting techniques. He stepped up to give the camera arm a try. It indeed felt awkward, but the best position was blocked by the wall behind it. "What are you suggesting, Nicole?" Eric asked as he let go of the camera. "I can only attempt it a few times. This angle is the best, but if it doesn't work and you want the best result," Nicole pointed at the wall behind Eric, "we might have to tear it down." "Let's try a few times first," Eric said. He didn't mind demolishing the wall since this was a soundstage, not an outdoor shoot. Columbia would definitely cooperate. However, that would waste another hour. "All right," Nicole nodded. "Let's get started." The breakfast scene had 3 acts. In the first act, the two characters were complete strangers having breakfast. According to the script, Andy had started to notice Sean, but Sean was entirely unaware. The second act included a brief moment where Andy left a teacup coaster marked with the number 13 for Sean, and the third act, the longest, showcased Andy convincing Sean to help the police capture the villain. All personnel, we're rolling on scene 1, take 12. Sean was intently focused on a newspaper while enjoying a slice of cake when he heard the sound of the restaurant door opening. He glanced up only briefly before his gaze returned to the paper. Good. Eric gave a thumbs up to Hanks. Next was a shot of Cruz's character, Andy, eating while staring blankly at the television overhead. Eric fairly gave Cruz a thumbs up as well. That shot posed no challenge for him. In the original scene, there were 3 animated clips that Andy apparently loved. Unfortunately, with only 4 weeks to live, every time Andy saw that familiar sight, it reminded him of how little time he had left, making his character feel melancholic. That was why Andy often zoned out during that moment. Here, Eric didn't plan to just throw in any random cartoon. He had specific clips in mind. Though this was only in Eric's plans for the time being, once production got in the swing of things, Jeffrey would start to prepare it. It was only April. As long as Eric could finalize the 6 main characters, he had ample time to shoot some classic moments to weave into the film. The new movie would feature a television scene directed by Eric Williams himself, making for great promotional material, and it also served to showcase his work, another win-win situation. After wrapping the first 2 shots, they moved to the most challenging sweeping shot. Once the clapperboard clacked, Eric stared intensely at the monitor as Nicole operated the camera, initially focusing on Hanks's face for a second before pivoting it quickly. Eric could clearly feel the clunkiness and inconsistency of the camera movement. Although the shot eventually landed where it should on Cruz's profile, Eric still had to call cut. Nicole went on to try 6 more times, all ending in failure. Eric understood the flaws in the shot, so he remained patient, having Nicole try again and again. After the 10th failed attempt, Cruz started to grow impatient. He had already eaten several slices of cake and could not understand why they had to keep trying this seemingly simple shot. While the crew adjusted the camera back to position, Cruz stood up, casting a condescending glance at Nicole, who was sweating profusely. He turned to Eric and said, "Eric, maybe I can recommend a better cameraman for you." Cruz made no effort to lower his voice, directly making the comment in front of everyone, leading to an awkward silence on set. Nicole, feeling sore from the awkward positioning and frustrated after so many tries, was taken aback by Cruz's remarks. She wanted to shoot him a glare but feared it would further complicate matters for Eric, so she simply stood there, feeling defeated. Many in the crew quietly shared their displeasure over Cruz's disrespectful words. They had worked with Nicole for years and knew her capabilities very well. Even after numerous failed tries, they could all see the rational reasons behind Nicole's struggles and patiently supported her through each attempt. Faced with everyone's stares, Eric knew he had to handle the situation carefully to avoid straining relations between the cast and crew, while also keeping Cruz's mood in check without upsetting the staff. It was quite a balancing act. After thinking it over, Eric decided to approach Cruz privately next to the camera, patiently explaining why this particular shot was proving so difficult. Upon hearing Eric's rationale, Cruz realized he had unjustly blamed Nicole and shrugged with a faint smile at the cameraman. "I'm really sorry about that. Let's keep going." With that, Cruz returned to his seat. Eric reassuringly patted Nicole on the shoulder and softly said, "Let's give it 2 or 3 more tries. If that doesn't work, we'll tear down the wall." Nicole recognized Eric's effort to reason with Cruz as a good gesture on her behalf and didn't take offense at Cruz's half-hearted apology. Instead, she gratefully nodded to Eric. "I'll give it my best." While the tension seemed to dissipate, it left an impression on many crew members. The respect they had previously held for Cruz due to his films began to wane. Fortuitously, or perhaps due to other reasons, on the next attempt, the shot finally succeeded. When Eric called out "good," the crew couldn't help but applaud, and Nicole exhaled in relief, shaking out her sore arms. Next up was the easier shot where the 2 characters brushed past each other, which went smoothly, leading to the first face-off between Cruz and Hanks. "Wow, here's so early, detective." The waitress greeted Sean as he entered through the door. "Yeah, meeting a friend," Sean replied as he headed to the bar. Andy, already munching on pastries, chuckled at Sean's response, feeling proud. After all, he had been tugging Sean, the once great police elite, around like a puppet. It was certainly reason enough to feel smug. With a straight face, Sean approached Andy, slapping the coaster marked with the number 13 onto the bar. "Have a seat," Andy said, putting down his cup of water. Sean pulled a photo from his suit pocket. "You got it right on the nose, Andy. You found something?" Andy turned his head. "You stole the gem, avenged your old man, and you still wanted to involve me? I told you, this game runs for 3 days." Sean pointed to the pocket of his suit where he usually kept his badge. "You're not in charge here. I'm the cop. Clean out the warehouse. Change the light bulbs." As soon as Cruz delivered that line, Eric called for a stop. "Cruz, your smile needs to come off a bit more sarcastic," Eric said as he stepped in front of Cruz, sharing his thoughts while attempting to demonstrate a smile himself, only to realize he lacked the innate ability to instruct actors with confidence. Disappointed, he continued, let's take a 2-minute break. Think it over." After finishing that with Cruz, Eric turned to Hanks. "Hanks, you're reacting too awkwardly to Andy's teasing. While you're feeling awkward inside, you have some self-esteem as well. So along with that awkwardness, you need to do some body language to mask your discomfort, like a nod or something." "Yeah, Eric, I'll think about it," Hanks nodded. Chapter 135, The D-Lister. Eric returned to his spot, and 2 minutes later, shooting resumed. This scene, which featured the main characters, lasted over 3 minutes, but it was impossible to film in one go. Eric divided the 3 minutes into 7 shots, each lasting less than 30 seconds, and he aimed for perfection with each shot. As a result, the number of takes far exceeded those of the other scenes filmed in recent days. Cruz and Hanks gradually seemed to realize something, holding themselves to increasingly high standards. By the end, it was clear they were competing with each other. Sometimes, when Eric felt a take was good enough, Cruz or Hanks would point out flaws in their performances, insisting on redoing the shots. Eric welcomed this situation. Who knew when these two superstars would collaborate again? Perhaps this would be their last chance. Therefore, Eric wanted to capture a perfect scene between them for this movie. Cut. After another take that didn't work, Eric glanced at his watch. From the last shot to now, over an hour had passed, and they had only completed 5 of the 7 crucial 3-minute scenes. The last 2, particularly the important minute-long persuasion from Andy, had not yet been filmed. However, it was time to wrap up. Watching Cruz and Hanks still sparking with energy, along with Joe Pesci, who had been waiting to play the detective, Eric reminded them, "It's quitting time, fellas." When Eric spoke, he looked at Cruz and Hanks with anticipation. Deep down, he had no aversion to overtime. He hoped the two would voluntarily propose to stick around and finish those scenes. But upon hearing his words, the previously eager Cruz and Hanks immediately broke character, stood up, shook hands with each other, their expressions revealing a sense of camaraderie, then greeted Eric before they began packing up to leave, with no thoughts of overtime in mind. Eric sighed in frustration and shrugged his shoulders, declaring the end of the day's shooting. Finally, Eric found a moment to walk over to Joe Pesci. "Sorry, Joe, for making you wait for an hour." Joe shook his head dismissively in his distinctive voice. "No problem, Eric. I just watched an hour of absolutely amazing performances. Now I'm a bit worried my performance might not measure up." "You really don't need to worry about that. If anything, I'd say it's Tom Hanks who should be worried about. I imagine he might be upstaged by the character you play. Your lines and physical comedy are just too funny." "That's true, but I've never starred in a comedy before. You know, the roles I did before, including my recent one, weren't comedies." "Joe, I honestly think you'd be perfect for comedy. Maybe after this film, you'll realize you have a knack for it. To be honest, when I was shooting Home Alone, I thought the older, bumbling thief Harry was meant for you." Joe blinked in surprise. He suspected Eric had no reason to mislead him. After all, this was shaping up to be a box office hit, likely crossing the $300 million mark. Well, why not? Joe expressed his disappointment with a vague gesture, fully aware of what missing out meant. Eric understood. He raised his hands in a helpless shrug. "Because at that time, I couldn't afford you. The budget was too tight." "Well, maybe. You could have tried to invite me anyway," Joe said. "You know that wasn't possible. If I'd offered you $20,000 for the role, you'd have turned it down without a second thought." Joe recognized the truth in Eric's words. He was not an exceptionally well-known actor, but he had been nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Unless he had been able to foresee the future, accepting $20,000 would have been a stretch. He shook his head and said, "That's really unfortunate. All right, enough about that. We already have a chance to work together now," Eric reassured him. "Honestly, Eric, bringing this up makes it hard for me to sleep tonight. I can't believe I missed such a great opportunity. Everyone misses thousands of opportunities in life, so it's not a big deal. Go home, wash your face, brush your teeth, take a bath, and maybe have a drink or two. Get some sleep, and you'll forget about it." Eric patted Joe Pesci on the shoulder in comfort. "How could I forget?" Joe rolled his eyes playfully at Eric before shaking his head again. "Forget it, I'll head back. This is just..." Seeing Joe Pesci leave with a disappointed expression, Eric began to regret mentioning the news to him. He had only wanted to bond a bit with Joe. Hopefully, Joe wouldn't turn into a broken record over the next few days, repeatedly lamenting, "I can't believe I missed that." After making sure everything was in order, Eric was ready to leave when he spotted director Martin Brest at the studio entrance, flanked by an assistant carrying a thick stack of file folders. Eric took one look and knew what was inside. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked, "Martin, weren't you supposed to finalize the shortlist the day after tomorrow? How come it's ready so quickly?" "Sorry, Eric. We had planned for the day after tomorrow, but due to various reasons, we finalized it 2 days early. I wanted to start the shoot as soon as possible, so I had to wait for you here." "Where's Al?" Eric asked curiously. Martin explained, "Al has already started getting into character. He's been adjusting to the lifestyle of a blind person and specifically asked me not to disturb him." Eric nodded in understanding and then pointed to a Passat parked not far from Martin. "Is that your car?" Martin nodded. "Let's talk in the car, then. I need to head to Malibu. Could you drop me off?" "Of course, no problem." They all climbed into the car, and Eric announced the address. Martin's assistant started the engine. In the back seat, Eric opened the vital shortlist for one of the main roles, the teenage Charlie Simmons. Martin explained, "Eric, these are all young talent chosen through 2 rounds of auditions. Since there are many teenage roles, we have a total of 30 candidates. Once you select the actor for Charlie Simmons, we can find a series of classmates from the remaining candidates." "Sure," Eric said, pulling out the thick stack of materials before casually asking, "By the way, how's that Gabrielle Anwar I introduced?" Martin, sensing a potential connection between Eric and the petite girl, gave a detailed explanation. Once her role was confirmed, she returned to England for a bit, but came back quickly and is currently staying at a hotel on Wilshire Boulevard. "By the way, she visited you while you were unconscious that day. Do you need the address of her hotel?" "No, that's all right," Eric said, just making casual conversation as he scanned the list, noticing it was arranged alphabetically by last names. He immediately spotted 2 Hollywood A-listers whose names both started with the letter D. Chapter 136. What right do they have to refuse? Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio. A whole slew of movie titles flashed through Eric's mind, and he shook his head, pushing those fleeting images aside as he continued scanning. Aside from these 2 former stars, he didn't see any other familiar faces. Of course, the original Chris O'Donnell was also swept away by the fluttering wings of butterflies. Even if Chris showed up, Eric wouldn't consider giving him the role, as his presence in the original was just too weak. While Al Pacino's performance certainly overshadowed him, the lack of standout moments in Chris's own acting was a key reason as well. After quickly reviewing 30 audition profiles, Eric borrowed a pen from Martin Brest, checked off Matt Damon's and Leo's names, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally decided on Matt Damon. At 18, Matt had a bright, handsome appearance that perfectly matched Charlie's character. In contrast, Leo's image at that point had a rough edge to it. He circled Matt Damon's name and said to Martin Brest, who had been watching his every move, "Martin, let's give the role of Charlie Simmons to Matt Damon. As for Leonardo DiCaprio, we should hand him the role of Charlie's classmate, George. And I don't care if they have agents or not. If they want the roles, they need to join UTA." "Eric, what if the 2 of them refuse to join UTA?" Eric looked at Martin with a puzzled expression. What right do they have to refuse? Martin was taken aback by Eric's assumption, recalled Matt Damon's and Leo's profiles, and chuckled. "You're right. Those 2 rookies don't have a leg to stand on." And just like that, in those few exchanges, the two roles were set. Both Scent of a Woman and the others were projects under Flower Films, and since there was interaction between the two crews, Martin Brest already knew the process Eric followed in confirming roles. He felt that Eric merely wanted to assert his authority over the film by holding onto the final decision. Although Martin thought Eric's method was a bit rash and childish, he didn't counter his decision. To nearly 40-year-old Martin, Eric indeed still seemed like a kid, so it was understandable for him to act this way. What he and Al could do was carefully select suitable candidates, ensuring that whoever Eric picked would be competent in their roles. Eric didn't feel the need to justify himself. The reasons for his actions were as Martin had suspected. If he were in his 40s, perhaps he could have displayed some benevolence by delegating authority, which might earn him some admiration. But at just 18, doing that would only lead people to think he was naive and easily manipulated. So he had no choice but to assert his strength, both in filmmaking and with women. It took 40 minutes to get from Columbia's studio to Malibu, and Eric quickly finalized the cast list, some of which were based on Martin's advice, while others were guided by his recollections of certain actors. At an intersection along the Pacific Coast Highway, Martin's car came to a stop. Eric put on sunglasses and a baseball cap as he stepped out. "Thanks for the ride, Martin. See you later." "See you," Martin said as he rolled down the car window, flashed a playful smile at Eric, waved, and told his assistant to drive away. After Martin's Passat turned the corner, Eric walked toward a nearby villa. Arriving at Virginia's house, he took out a key and unlocked the door, stepping inside. It was already evening, and the lights were on in the villa. Just as Eric approached the door, it swung open from the inside, revealing Virginia in casual home attire, carrying two large bags. Virginia was taken aback by Eric's sudden appearance, causing the bags in her hands to drop to the floor with a thud. "Eric, what are you doing here?" she stammered, hurriedly picking up the fallen bags and putting them aside to allow him inside. Eric chuckled and hugged her fragrant figure, giving her a light peck on the cheek. "Why are you so tense? You're not hiding a man in here, are you? I just didn't expect you to come by these days." Virginia rolled her eyes lightly. "Even if I were hiding a man, what could you do about it?" Eric pinched Virginia's cheek playfully and said, "Well, let me see. There are plenty of ways to punish a cheating woman. In some Middle Eastern countries, they stone women to death. Everyone comes together to throw stones until she dies." "Huh. How could people be so barbaric?" Virginia shivered slightly. "You're only 18. Where did you learn all this nonsense?" "Can't help it. I'm just naturally well-read." Eric shrugged candidly. "All right, I'll learn one. Do you have any ideas for punishing cheating? Boyfriends? Tell me the most brutal one you can think of." Eric cleared his throat and answered, Actually, I don't have any." "TCH. Virginia rolled her eyes and wriggled free from Eric's embrace. "Quit talking nonsense. You go inside. I'll throw these bags away." "I'll do it. They look pretty heavy." Eric grabbed a plastic bag, unsure of what was inside, but recognizing its weight. "Just toss it in the garbage bin by the door," Virginia said, noticing Eric had already picked it up and gestured towards the entrance. After tossing away the trash and returning inside, Eric spotted Virginia busily working in the kitchen. He walked in and wrapped his arms around her from behind, peeking to see her adding sugar and cream to a coffee cup. "Actually, I'm not a big fan of coffee. I'd rather drink plain water. They say drinking plain water is the secret to longevity." Virginia laughed as she continued to add coffee powder. "You're so young. Why are you thinking about longevity? Are you afraid to die?" "Of course not. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid of regrets." "Regrets? What regrets?" "What indeed?" Eric rested his chin on Virginia's shoulder, thinking. In his past life, his biggest regret was not being able to see his children grow up, and the fact that he never managed to make a movie of his own. Although he was nearing 40, he still hadn't completely given up hope. He had even discussed with a few friends that maybe he could spend a few years writing a good script and leverage the connections he had made over the years to secure some funding to produce his own film. Unfortunately, before he could enact that plan, he found himself in this strange timeline. Even though it had been less than a year since his rebirth, the achievements he had made already marked him as a major success in his past life, making any talk of regrets seem overly dramatic. "Why did you suddenly go quiet?" Virginia asked carefully, pouring hot water into the coffee cup and turning to assess Eric's expression. "Oh, nothing. Just thinking that if I were to suddenly drop dead right now, what regrets I might have." Virginia set down the kettle, turning to look at Eric seriously. "Eric, if you've been thinking a lot about death lately, I suggest you see a psychologist. Are you under too much stress?" "Not at all," Eric said, detecting the deep concern in her eyes as he hurried to deny it. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. "Let's talk in the living room," Virginia suggested, handing Eric a cup of coffee while she took one for herself, and they both moved toward the living room. Once seated on the sofa, Virginia asked, "What brought you to my place today? Aren't you living with Aniston?" Eric chuckled bitterly. "You wouldn't believe what happened. Jenny wasn't about to put up with my nonsense. She moved into her own apartment in Burbank. If it weren't for that accidental tumble down the stairs, he wouldn't be so desperate to coax his girl back into his life. That morning when he woke up from a faint, he exploited Jenny's worry and weariness to get her on his actor list. But then, he made another huge mistake. He had placed Jenny and Drew on either side of his hospital bed for some rest. By lunchtime, after dining with Jeffrey and Kepler, he returned to find both girls awake and causing chaos, pillows and blankets strewn everywhere, and an enforced stand pushed aside. The two girls, like wild cats, were tumbled together on the bed, clothes disheveled, exchanging sharp words while jostling each other as if Eric himself were the object of their tussle. After a lot of coaxing, he finally managed to separate them. Jenny was in tears, accusing him of favoritism, while Drew's sharp tongue was urging her to break up with him. Better a quick heartbreak than a slow one. Her words only fueled Jenny's rebellious spirit, and she swore she wouldn't give Drew the satisfaction. Seeing the determination in Jenny's vow made Eric smirk just a little, but afterwards, he watched as she didn't stay at the villa, but rather rented a place in Burbank. While she never mentioned breaking up, they had entered a Cold War. As filming commenced, Eric was swamped with work and had barely any time to tend to his girl, relegating himself to sporadic harassing phone calls to assert his presence. Hearing Eric's explanation, Virginia's face turned a shade red. "You should spend more time with her. All she needs is some reassurance. Don't always be so domineering." "Okay, enough of that headache-inducing topic. Aren't you heading off to England the day after tomorrow? I had to come see you. I spoke with Jonathan, and as long as you wrap up production before September without delaying the Venice Film Festival, he plans to perfect everything during filming. So, it looks like you're going to be in England for a long time." Virginia sipped her coffee, blinking. "Are you going to visit the set? Will you come?" Eric shook his head. "I'm not sure. The schedule is in July, and if everything goes smoothly and we wrap shooting by mid-May, I might swing by England. If there are delays, I might not make it." "Oh." Virginia nodded noncommittally. After a few more casual exchanges, Eric patted his stomach. "So, Virginia, I'm hungry." She jumped up quickly. "What do you want to eat? I could drive to the supermarket nearby." Eric stopped her in her tracks. "No need to go through all that trouble. Just whip up something simple." "All right, I have some spaghetti at home," she said as she made her way toward the kitchen. Once Virginia was busy tying on an apron and prepping in the kitchen, Eric stood up and went upstairs. On the balcony, the sun had fully set and darkness fell. He leaned over the railing, gazing at the Malibu point nearby, only able to see the dim silhouettes due to the fading light. Construction had begun there, anticipated to be completed by the year's end. Along with the luxurious seaside mansion under construction, the estate would feature several other villas on the property to accommodate guests and to host events. Eric had reviewed the complete designs for the estate. The additional villas, being flatter in terrain, would cost significantly less than the seaside mansion. However, Frank Gehry's designs blended seamlessly, along with the estate's greenery, tennis courts, and helipads, creating an effortlessly integrated aesthetic. Of course, this extravagant development exceeded $20 million, but since a dedicated accounting firm monitored the project's financials, they could afford to be lavish as long as the funds weren't misappropriated or there were no hidden surprises. After all, making money was about spending too. After dinner, even though Eric was tired, he still patiently lounged on the sofa with Virginia, watching a soap opera for a while. "Eric, I heard Flower Films plans to film a TV show." "That's right." Eric's big hand moved across Virginia's chest. "By the way, it's a sitcom that will require many big stars for guest spots. Want to join?" Virginia breathed lightly, her eyes glazing over slightly as she responded. If you ask me to go, I'll go. Eric added. Ginny is one of the main characters. Virginia chuckled lightly, pressing Eric's hand on her chest. Hey, if I go, you'd better handle everything. It's all your fault for stirring this up. I want to see if your girlfriend bullies me in public, whether you'll step in or not. I won't, Eric laughed. According to noble tradition, you're merely a mistress who'd naturally be lower than the main wife. Of course, if you can manage to turn the tables, I'd be all for it. Virginia, understanding his teasing, lightly bit his arm, leaving a trail of faint teeth marks. You jerk. Having had his fill of teasing, Eric withdrew his hand and lifted her up. All right, let's stop watching and head upstairs to do something fun. Virginia found herself swept off her feet, waving her little hands. Wait, don't rush. We should turn off the TV first. Eric snatched up the remote and switched off the television, playfully smacking her behind before heading upstairs. After a night of passion, Eric awoke the next morning at 7, feeling refreshed. He hurried through breakfast and had Virginia drive him to the set. Though a night had passed, once the on-screen rivalry resumed from where they had left off yesterday, Cruz and Hanks quickly got back into character, wrapping up the remaining shots in half an hour. Joe Pesci, who had heard the bad news of missing Home Alone, also made a stellar appearance, and when he freed Andy, his excited, shaking head resembled the image Eric remembered. Moreover, Pesci's voice was even more comedic than what had been portrayed before, causing the crew to burst into laughter and making Hanks appear worried he might be upstaged. The filming progressed according to their plan, and a few days later, the crew of the others departed for England. Aside from the actors, most of the crew had been organized solely by Jonathan Demme. Eric didn't involve himself. Jonathan had been in Hollywood for over 10 years and had a greater network than Eric. Eric didn't take time to see them off. Instead, Jeffrey, as one of the producers, went along with the crew, returning only after several days. By mid-April, after more than 10 days of shooting, they had wrapped all the indoor scenes and began the more challenging outdoor ones. Even though Eric had the entire setup in his mind, actual filming proved more difficult than expected. Chapter 137, Get Out. In downtown Los Angeles, where skyscrapers stood tall, a block of about 500 meters near the Santa Monica freeway had been closed off, prohibiting outside vehicles from entering. Since 8 in the morning, a large amount of filming equipment had been unloaded from trucks. The local residents had become accustomed to the presence of film crews since this was Los Angeles, where countless movie productions started every day. This street wasn't particularly bustling, but it was nestled between high-rises, making it a popular spot for various crews to shoot. This time, however, crowds gathered in noticeably larger numbers, not only because the film featured two well-known superstars, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, but also because of the young director, Eric, who had achieved remarkable success even before turning 19. It was no wonder that people were intensely curious about him. Among the crowd were many paparazzi, eagerly hoping to snap valuable photos. Even if they couldn't catch the crew in some sensational mishap, a few close-ups of the lead actors would still make the wait worthwhile. Are the extras in place? Eric asked his assistant as he stood next to 3 yellow cabs, watching the crew install cameras on the front hood. We've got 50 people, all accounted for. Roy asked me to check if we should start preparations, his assistant replied. Let the extras get familiar with their positions according to the plan. We'll film a few street scenes first. Oh, by the way, Alan continued, we must open the street for an hour around noon because they anticipate a high volume of foot traffic. Eric rubbed his forehead in frustration. This was simply nitpicking. After all, noon wasn't exactly rush hour. But he didn't want to deal with those bureaucratic hassle too much. The crew would need to eat anyway. Tell them it's fine. We'll stop shooting from noon to 1 o'clock to clear the street. Once Alan left, Eric shifted his attention back to the cabs. The 3 cabs had identical license plates, a tactic to avoid any continuity errors on camera. Once filming was complete, they'd swap the plates back to their originals. One of the cabs remained untouched, with the cinematographer set to shoot from the passenger seat. The other 2 had cameras mounted on the hoods and on the rear side windows. Today's scene focused on Sean's first time driving as he attempted to take Andy to the police station. Though the script called for this sequence to be less than 2 minutes, Eric calculated that the total footage might be close to an hour, making it essential to wrap this up smoothly within the day. Once everything was set up on the cabs, Eric grabbed the walkie-talkie and began issuing orders to the entire crew. It was only then that Cruz and Hanks emerged from the trailer, prompting frenzied shutter clicks from the waiting paparazzi. The two looked quite casual, Cruz dressed in black leisure wear while Hanks sported a delivery boy look, complete with a cap and plain white coveralls. After a brief recap from Eric, the two got into the first cab without any modifications, and filming began with an exterior shot of the cab driving down the street. Eric approached the monitor, glancing at the nearly 7-inch screen to ensure the lighting was right. He then confirmed with the assistant, "Alan, have the crowd moved out of the shot?" "All clear. All we have in front of the cameras are our actors." Alan's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Eric needed to double-check. If even one unauthorized face slipped into the film after production, it would create a stir. Extras might be costly, but Eric still couldn't afford the risk of having real bystanders in the footage. After all, if a regular citizen accidentally appeared on screen, they would more likely seek legal action instead of reveling in the fame of making a movie. So, while he confirmed one last time, Eric ensured a thorough review of the footage later to filter out any strays that weren't part of the crew. As the filming progressed, Andrew slowly pulled down his jacket zipper, taking out a gun with casual curiosity. "Where to?" he asked. "To the nearest police station," Sean replied, glancing in the rearview mirror, his gaze calm as he watched Andy attach a suppressor. "Just you?" Andy smiled at the window. "Enough," Sean shrugged. "No gun on you? Not afraid I'll kill you." "Go ahead, shoot me," Sean said, looking at him. "The car will flip." "Yeah, sounds dangerous," Andy replied breezily, rolling down the window. "If you can take me to the police station, I'll consider you the winner." With a suppressor-equipped gun aimed out the window, Andy pulled the trigger without hesitation. At this point, Eric called for a cut, signaling to halt the cab. Cruz and Hanks exited simultaneously, while Nicole popped out from the passenger seat with a camera. Once they cleared the cab, crew members quickly moved to return it to its original position, with props and vehicles turning around in an orderly fashion to prepare for the next shot. Eric then briefed the trio on the flaws noticed during filming and reminded them of what to keep in mind for the next take. Once everything was reset, Cruz and Hanks climbed back into the cab, followed closely by Nicole with her camera. Before long, another take kicked off. This film didn't carry much depth. A cop versus a thief showdown over 72 hours. The promotion would certainly utilize phrases like twists and turns, which, to ordinary viewers, would hold true. But for Eric, compared to those mentally taxing blockbusters he remembered, this movie didn't demand much brainpower. It was just a cool commercial flick, meaning the acting demands on the two leads weren't too rigorous. Especially for exterior scenes, the strength of Cruz and Hanks could carry it with ease. From mid-April to mid-May, the crew roamed the streets of downtown LA, sometimes stuck on one block for 2 or 3 days, and other times wrapping up all their shots in half a day. Overall, the experience could only be described as monotonous. Jeffrey followed the others' crew for a few days in England before returning to LA and promptly flew to the Scent of a Woman crew in New York. Meanwhile, the Firefly Films staff, except for security and a few clerks handling everyday business at headquarters, had been working closely with Eric's crew. Barring the immense profits from Firefly's films, the production company bore much resemblance to many smaller independent film companies in Los Angeles. Exterior shoots had gone rather smoothly thus far, and the filming schedule aligned well with the originally planned timeline, aiming for wrap-up around May 15th. Columbia had already begun preliminary small-scale promotions, with scattered news about the film appearing in media outlets. Columbia's market value had skyrocketed to $3.5 billion recently due to negotiations with the financially robust Sony conglomerate. The Japanese executives could only watch as Columbia's stock price climbed day by day, realizing it would take a year and a half, if not longer, to complete such a massive merger involving billions of dollars. Reports speculated that if everything went smoothly, contracts wouldn't be signed before September, and even if they ultimately secured an acquisition deal, the subsequent handovers would take several years. As a result, summer box office success would provide Columbia with one last chance to leverage their stock prices. Warner had originally planned to release two major productions, Batman and Lethal Weapon 2, but due to scheduling conflicts, they had to push back Lethal Weapon 2 slated for July until the end of the year. Following the first film's box office success of over $60 million in 1987, the budget for this sequel doubled. To recoup those costs, box office receipts had to hit $100 million. Under such pressure, Warner's upper management had no intention to compete with Eric, Cruise, and Hanks, opting instead to voluntarily postpone their release to the end of the year. Thus, Columbia emerged as the only major studio scheduled to release two blockbusters that summer. The other large-scale project was a long-awaited sequel to Ghostbusters 2, with the first film having debuted in 1984, making it 5 years since then. The reasons behind Columbia kickstarting this project earlier in the year were evident, especially since it was their only notable franchise. Eric, do we need to bring on more people? By late April, Jeffrey returned to Los Angeles after overseeing two productions. It was the first time the two men had met in half a month, and they convened in Firefly's conference room at 8 in the evening. Eric had been too busy to come into the office during the day. At the moment, Eric looked at the documents Jeffrey had brought back, not looking up as he replied, "No need. Once we wrap, I'll have Jonathan and Martin recommend some crew members to join Firefly." "All right then, but what about the TV series? The timeline is getting tighter, and executives from Fox have reached out, hoping you could provide a script. They're willing to help with early preparations." Eric chuckled lightly. He had previously made it clear to Barry Diller that Firefly would handle the independent production. Fox still hadn't given up on their desire to get involved, which was understandable. After all, this was a sitcom with very low production costs. If they could secure joint copyright ownership with Firefly, and if the show did well, Fox could prevent Eric from using it as leverage against them. Even if it failed, a few $1,000,000 would be a minor hit for Fox. Turn them down. They came to you, not me, which shows Fox is aware of my character, Eric advised. Jeffrey hesitated before speaking again. "Eric, you're being a bit too independent." Eric finally looked up. You never allow anyone to be involved, neither in film nor in TV. This isn't how Hollywood works. Nowadays, even many low-budget movies have several investors to share risks and profits. This is the traditional survival rule in Hollywood. Even the major studios, while competitive, tend to have interlocking shareholder situations. "I understand what you're saying," Eric replied, scratching his head. "But it might not be the right time yet. In the future, of course, I'll share. But while I can still handle this on my own, I'm going to reap the benefits until others can't stand it any longer. At that point, I might share some with them." Jeffrey put on a resigned face. "Okay, so when do we start preparing?" "Tomorrow," Eric replied. "I called you here to discuss this. We need to kick off this project as soon as possible. I intend to shoot some scenes." "Scenes?" Jeffrey asked, a little confused. "Are you referring to product placements?" Even if Columbia agrees, it might not be worth it and could even annoy the audience. "Not product placements," Eric denied, laying out scene he envisioned to Jeffrey. "That's a good idea," Jeffrey nodded before questioning. "But with less than 2 months to go, and you previously promised Fox you'd personally direct the first 2 episodes, do you think you can manage all that?" Eric shook his head. "No, I don't need to finish the script. Every concept is already in my head. We just need to finalize the cast, set up the scenes, and film a few interesting snippets." Jeffrey felt the plan had great feasibility, and he could see that if successful, it would create unexpected promotional effects. "But, Eric, I have no experience in TV production. You might need someone with that kind of expertise." "I already said I wouldn't let Fox get involved in this," Eric stated, raising his hands. "So, Jeffrey, you'll just have to work a bit harder." Jeffrey gave a somewhat enigmatic smile, tinged with teasing and ambiguity. "Actually, one of the people you know has experience as a TV producer." Eric's mind whirled for a moment. Then the stubborn face of stubborn Jenny and his future father-in-law, John Aniston, flashed into his mind. John should be with NBC, and he mainly focuses on acting. Eric immediately objected, feeling resistance. Directors and their in-laws were natural opposites. "But he has far more experience than I do. I'm clueless about TV production. If we had ample time, I'd slowly figure it out. But with your timeline being so tight." Eric rubbed the paper documents in front of him, considering before reluctantly nodding. Fine, I'll contact him quickly and see how it goes. If not, you'll still need to step in. Jeffrey nodded. So what about the cast? The role for Ginny is already set, Eric said. We still need 5 more parts. I'll write up character descriptions tonight and hand them to you tomorrow so we can expedite the casting process. Let's keep the pool manageable this time. Otherwise, casting will be a hassle. We want actors with some experience. This way, I think fewer will apply than for the previous films. True enough, Jeffrey remarked with a laugh. TV series aren't nearly as enticing as movies. After discussing matters until 9 o'clock that evening, Eric left the Firefly office. To invite John Aniston to take on the producer role, Eric figured he'd best reach out through Jennifer Aniston. So he drove over to her apartment. Arriving at Jenny's front door, Eric didn't knock, but instead retrieved a spare key from the flower pot beside the door. However, after twisting it in the lock, he discovered it had been deadbolted from the inside. Isn't this deliberate? Eric thought with a wry smile as he slid the key back into the flower pot and knocked on the door. Who is it? He faintly heard a girl's voice respond. Moments later, the door cracked open, but just as he was about to push it fully open, he noticed a security chain pulled tightly across the gap. The shiny chain was clearly new. This is definitely aimed at me, Eric thought to himself. Seizing the moment, he positioned himself at the door frame, striking what he thought was a cool pose. He leaned in and, in a playful tone, called, "Hey, babe. It's a long night, and I'm sure you could use a strong man to alleviate your lonely heart. Get out." Jennifer Aniston shot back, glaring at Eric before shutting the door with a loud bang. Chapter 138, I Swear to the Light. After Eric was turned away, Aniston leaned against the door with a smug expression, contemplating how to mock him if he knocked again. She decided that tonight, she wouldn't give him any favors. Whether he stayed overnight depended on his performance. As the minutes ticked by with no sound from outside, Aniston's confidence began to waver. He must be up to something. Don't think I'll fall for it. Despite her mutterings, curiosity got the better of her. She leaned over to peek through the peephole. The corridor lights were off, and it was pitch black outside. Damn it. He must be lurking in the dark, waiting for me to open the door, she thought, unease creeping in. After 5 minutes of silence, she cracked the door open, activating the voice-activated lights in the hallway with a stomp. However, the anti-theft chain restricted her view, revealing only an empty corridor shrouded in silence. Pulling out the pin of the security chain, Aniston opened the door wider and stepped out. A familiar laugh rang from her right, followed by 2 strong arms lifting her off the ground. "Ah," she squealed, realizing who it was, yet she still struggled against Eric's hold. "You jerk. Help me." Eric tightened his grip and carried her into the apartment. He shut the door behind them and playfully slapped her on the butt. Snap! The sting sent a mix of shame and anger through Aniston, and she twisted in his hold. "That hurt. You bastard, put me down." He delivered another slap, lighter this time, but his hand lingered there, kneading her playfully. "Baby, stop screaming, or the neighbors will call the cops." Aniston smacked his back a few times. "Who let you in? You're breaking and entering." "Wow, such a serious accusation. You're not going to shoot me, are you?" He grinned, plopping her onto the sofa in the living room. Freed, Aniston grabbed a pillow, sat cross-legged, and glared at him. Eric strolled to the fridge, opened it, and pulled out a can of beer, shaking it toward her. "Look what I found." She turned her head away defiantly. "It's not for you. I bought it for myself. TSK tisk." Eric sat across from her, cracking open the can and taking a few gulps. "Well, this beer tastes great." "Whatever, the beer's finished. You can leave now. I need to sleep." Just then, a knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a man's voice. "Ms. Aniston, are you okay?" Both froze, and Aniston quickly replied, "We disturbed the neighbors." "You're the one yelling," Eric countered, rubbing his nose. "That's your fault, too," she shot back, getting up to answer the door with Eric following. Outside stood a middle-aged couple. The man brandished a baseball bat while the woman held a shotgun, looking apprehensive. "Ms. Aniston, we heard you screaming," the man said, eyeing Eric with suspicion. With a smile, Aniston explained, "Sorry, Mr. Bateman. I disturbed you. My boyfriend just played a prank on me." "Hello, Mr. Bateman." I'm Eric. Sorry for the inconvenience. Eric shook hands with the couple. It's okay, Mr. Bateman replied, exchanging pleasantries before declining their invitation for coffee and leaving with his wife. As soon as the door shut, Aniston released Eric's arm and returned to the sofa. Eric sat beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. She resisted momentarily before leaning against him. Jenny, have you been in touch with your father lately? Yeah. Why do you ask? She replied, lifting her head slightly. What's John been up to? He inquired. I'm not sure, Aniston said, fidgeting. I just know he's been busy acting the past few years. Could you ask him if he'd be interested in producing a TV series? Eric suggested. TV series? Aniston echoed, confused. It's the show we discussed before, the one you're supposed to be in, he clarified. You mean you want my dad as the producer? She asked, surprised. Eric nodded. Jeffrey isn't reliable for this, and we can't find anyone trustworthy. I want to keep Fox out of it, so I thought of your dad. Aniston felt a twinge of irritation. So, he hadn't come just to see her. That was frustrating. Breaking free from his embrace, she huffed. You came here tonight just for that. Of course not. I missed you, Eric exclaimed, kissing her before she could react. Don't do that, I haven't. She mumbled, but her words faded as Eric's tongue slipped into her mouth. His hand slid beneath her pajama hem and touched her chest along her smooth skin. His palm quickly covered the soft breast flesh, and with a few skillful touches, Aniston's body trembled slightly and soon collapsed. Eric took the opportunity to push the girl down on the sofa. After an intense kiss, Eric glanced at her dazed expression, his smile annoying her further. She pinched his leg in retaliation. Ouch, you're cruel. Just wait and see how I handle you. Eric chuckled, gripping her hands and pinning them over her head. He lifted her pajamas off, exposing her to him. With a soft gasp, Aniston curled up instinctively, trying to shield herself. Eric, can we go to the bedroom instead? No way. I'm angry and want to punish you right here. He stepped back, stripped her completely, revealing her bare form. Shivering in the cool air, Aniston curled up like a cat, protesting. I should be the one angry. You owe me an apology for that day. And you put me in a TV series while letting that woman star in a movie. How unfair. Ignoring her complaints, Eric began to undress. Moments later, Aniston felt his warm body pressing against her cold skin, urging her closer. When she looked up, she saw his excitement, causing her to roll her eyes playfully. Eric knelt on the sofa, lifting her legs and caressing them. He spread them apart, leaning in. It feels a little dry, he murmured, then pushed inside her. Surprised, Aniston's eyes widened, and she quickly retracted one leg, kicking at his chest. Asshole, stop. After a moment, she whimpered. It's cold in here. I can't feel anything. I told you to go to the bedroom. It's fine. You'll warm up soon, Eric said, thrusting deeply. Aniston instinctively arched her back, welcoming him, though she pleaded, please don't go in any further. Don't worry, I know my limits, he assured her, lifting her waist and moving with urgency. Breathless, Aniston complained. You're so selfish, only thinking of yourself. Time slipped by, and eventually, the intensity subsided. Aniston lay back, glistening with sweat, her body weak yet unable to resist his movements. Her legs rested softly on his shoulders. I'll die if you do that again, she gasped, looking up at Eric, who was equally breathless. The night air drifted through the balcony, chilling her skin. Noticing her shivers, Eric paused, lifting her up and carrying her to the bathroom. He ran warm water in the tub, settling them inside together. Relaxed against his chest, Aniston savored the warmth, narrowing her eyes in bliss. If only he wasn't pressing against her from behind. Eric applied shower gel, teasing her with his touch. You're done, but I'm not, he said with a grin. Whatever. Take care of it yourself, she replied, too comfortable to even open her eyes. He continued to caress her body, reminding her, didn't anyone teach you to finish what you started? Not really, but I heard a story about Washington and the cherry tree, about honesty. Then some jerk told me it was all a lie and that there was no cherry tree in Washington's backyard, she recounted. Interesting, Eric laughed, but the textbook has good intentions. It's so ironic to educate others by deceiving others. Later, I lost interest in studying. I don't want to look back after I grow up and find that the education I received was all fake. There is no cherry tree. Edison did not save his mother, and Newton was not hit by an apple. I see, Eric nodded. Aniston lifted her chin defiantly. What do you mean by that? Eric gently twisted the nipples in his hand and said with a smile, I see you're trying to change the subject. But don't worry, you can't escape tonight. I'm going to bed, she declared, attempting to stand, but Eric pulled her back. You think you can run? Not a chance, he said, grinning. It's too much. I can't take it anymore, she protested, flailing to escape his grip. Eric felt the slippery buttocks in the water rubbing against his little brother and smiled wickedly. It just so happens that there is water here for lubrication. Ma. Before Aniston could react, Eric pressed her to the edge. She immediately protested. It's swollen. This position won't work. It's too deep. It'll be no problem. Eric grinned wickedly. He pressed the girl's waist with a little force, aimed his wet erection at the right position, and before Aniston could react, he broke through and went straight in. Whoa. Jenny, get off. Baby, don't touch me. I'll apply some medicine. Ugh. Why don't you just kill me, you bastard? I didn't know it would be like this. It was fine before. Go away and play with that busted woman's ass, you pervert. I'm breaking up with you. Just let me take care of you first. I'll leave afterward. In the dimly lit bedroom, Aniston lay beneath a quilt, seemingly bare beneath the covers. Eric sat beside her, holding a medicine box, his voice low and soothing as he tried to persuade her. Finally, the girl fell silent and shifted slightly. Eric interpreted her movement as consent. He unscrewed the ointment, carefully lifted the sheet from her back, and noticed her bury her face deeper into the pillows. After applying the medicine, he gently pulled a thin blanket over her and headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he returned, the clock on the bedside table read past 1 in the morning. He quietly laid down beside Aniston, pulling the quilt around himself as he settled in. In the darkness, a long silence enveloped them before Aniston's soft voice broke through. Eric, don't do this again. I promise I won't. After a brief moment, there was more rustling, and Aniston turned towards him, shifting closer. Jenny, you'd better sleep on your stomach tonight. She murmured, continuing to wiggle until she nestled against him. Suddenly, she bit his chest playfully and said, I want to sleep on you. Of course. Eric replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her smooth waist, feeling the warmth of her body against him. After a moment, Aniston's breath brushed against his chest as she asked, Eric? Yeah. There was a hint of embarrassment in her tone, mixed with curiosity. Are you comfortable like this? Well, he hesitated, unsure how to respond. He really didn't want to delve into this topic. After a pause, he said, I guess so. It's a very different feeling. Aniston pressed on. Can they handle it? Eric gently stroked her back and replied earnestly. There's no one else like this. There's only you. She lightly hit him, skeptical. I don't believe you. In the darkness, Eric raised his hands defensively. I swear to the lights. But the lights are off now. Okay, sleep tight. I have to get up early tomorrow. The crew starts filming at 8. What about me? Are you just going to leave me here? She asked, biting him again. It's not a serious injury. You'll be fine by morning. Her bite was sharper this time, and he wondered if it had drawn blood. Rubbing his chest, he pondered for a moment before suggesting, What if I find someone to look after you? Aniston shook her head vigorously. That's too embarrassing. If anyone finds out, I'll break up with you. Reluctantly, Eric abandoned the idea. After a moment's thought, he offered, All right, I'll do my best to prepare your meals and try to come by at noon. But Jenny, if filming gets delayed for even a day, it'll cost the crew over $100,000. I can't afford to let that happen. Okay, she replied, finally content. She adjusted her position, finding a more comfortable spot against him, and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 139. This was obvious. After learning about Eric's invitation, John Aniston agreed almost without a second thought. Among soap opera actors and television producers, very few would willingly choose the former. In Hollywood, whether it was screenwriters, actors, or even the upper echelon directors, once their careers reached a certain level, they always tended to move towards producing. To make this happen, John Aniston also resigned from his position at NBC and significantly reduced his role in the soap opera. Though he was already over 50, about the same age as Jeffrey, his ambition was no less than when he was younger. Even though the box office profits from the two movies hadn't come back at all, thanks to Eric's two hefty loans, Firefly Films wasn't lacking in money. The budget for each episode of the series was around $200,000, and the total investment for the production was only $5 million, which was just a fraction of what had been invested in the films. With John Aniston's involvement, the project quickly got underway in early May. The crew rented two massive sound stages at 20th Century Fox for basic setups, which were mostly done at the Warner Brothers lot in Los Angeles. Although Eric didn't want Fox involved in the television series, it would have seemed too deliberate to seek out Warner or Columbia just for soundstage rentals. During one meeting, Eric had suggested building a dedicated soundstage, but he faced joint opposition from Jeffrey and John, both of whom believed that this was too costly and not worth it. So Eric had to drop the idea for the time being. On the casting side, Eric fantasized about gathering the original 6 actors. It would have been perfect since they were reuniting 5 years earlier than last time. By that timeline, the oldest actor, Lisa Kudrow, would only be 26, and the others ranged from 20 to 24. Starting the filming now meant that 10 years down the line, they wouldn't noticeably show their age on camera. The reason the show ended at the 10th season in his past life, although actor salaries played a part, was mostly because the actors' ages no longer fit the classic roles. By the 10th season, Lisa Kudrow was already 41 and had begun to take on mother roles in movies, so trying to play a goofy character like a younger person would seem incongruous. Of course, gathering the original 6 was destined to be nothing more than a dream. Matthew Perry, who through Aniston had played a young, dim-witted thief in Home Alone, was now a leading film star. Getting a Hollywood A-lister to do a sitcom was nothing short of absurd. As for the others, Eric did have some of their movies stored in his memory, but before this year, he could only recall Courtney Cox from her minor role in a film. The rest were virtually ghosts of the past, making it nearly impossible to find them. So Eric had to patiently begin selecting replacements among the auditioning actors for those 5 beloved friends. On Sunday, May 10th, the filming came to a close, and if no major accidents occurred in the following week, they would successfully wrap up production. That was why Eric was able to take time today for the final auditions, the last round of selection. Due to Eric's insistence, the crew's first task was actor auditions, so in just 10 days, the sets in the 2 rented Fox stages were still only in initial build-out even as they moved into the final round of casting. Eric planned to insert classic shots from mid-May to mid-June into the movie, while the actual filming for the television series wouldn't begin until at least July after its premiere. According to Fox's schedule, the series premiere was set for early September, just as the summer movie block ended and the fall television season began. Additionally, Eric estimated he would only spend 2 weeks personally shooting the first 2 episodes of the series. After that, he would have to hustle on the pre-production of 2 more films for the second half of the year and take care of distribution for 3 more films, making it nearly impossible for him to find any downtime. At 8 in the morning, Eric walked into the office and saw a number of men and women waiting in the hallway. These people clearly knew Eric. After he appeared, they all greeted him. Several young women even unabashedly threw meaningful glances his way. Eric nodded in acknowledgement but continued into the audition room. Until then, he hadn't seen the final round of the casting list, and due to everyone's uncertainty, Eric had to conduct the interviews personally instead of just making simple selections as he did during the casting process. "Jeffrey, John, good morning," he said as he entered the audition room and spotted Jeffrey and John Aniston talking amongst themselves. They stood up to greet Eric upon his arrival. "Good morning, Eric." "Hey, Eric." Eric took a seat behind a long table, and a blonde assistant approached him, placing a stack of materials in front of him. Leaning in, she introduced, "Mr. Williams, this is the complete list of actors auditioning today, already marked in order." As she spoke, whether intentionally or unintentionally, her unbuttoned white shirt gave Eric a view he couldn't ignore. He mentally remarked, "Wow, nice. Can't even wrap a hand around that." Glancing sideways, he noticed John Aniston visibly displeased with the situation. The production crew was assembled through John's connections in the TV industry, and the blonde assistant was someone he brought on board due to her experience. With her flirting in front of Jenny's boyfriend, it didn't seem like John would be too pleased, and Eric thought that she likely wouldn't stay long in the crew. However, perhaps the assistant wasn't fully aware of the relationship dynamics between John Aniston and Eric, or didn't care much, which explained her boldness in flirting with Eric in front of John. With Eric's youth and burgeoning wealth, aspiring actresses in Hollywood would often make their move. "All right, I got it," Eric said, nodding after the assistant finished her introduction, having sufficiently taken in the offer served to him on a platter. "By the way, I'm Linda Grant. Mr. Williams, you can just call me Linda," she said, standing straight and unconsciously showcasing her curves wrapped in professional attire. "Thank you, Miss Grant," Eric said with a smile. Finally, John Aniston broke in. "Linda, let's get the young folks outside ready for their auditions. We're about to start." "Right away, Mr. Aniston." Linda nodded and sashayed out of the audition room, striking a pose in her fitted skirt. Eric, just so you know, Linda is already married. Her husband is the sound technician for the crew," John quietly remarked when Linda was out of earshot. Eric shrugged innocently. "John, I didn't do anything." "Eric, while playing the field in Hollywood is common, you'd better be careful not to hurt Jenny. She's actually quite naive." Eric nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't worry, John. I'll be mindful." John shook his head. "I honestly wish you'd break it off with Jenny on your own." Eric quickly rejected the notion. "Unless Jenny wants to leave me, I won't break up with her." As he spoke, Eric secretly added in his mind that even if she wanted to leave, he would find a way to bring her back. But he dared not say this out loud. Otherwise, John Aniston would likely have a fit. John Aniston couldn't possibly guess Eric's thoughts. After patting Eric on the shoulder, the audition process finally began. Eric got the chance to look down at the list of auditioners. At a glance, he noticed there were no recognizable names among the list of future stars. Considering he hadn't watched many sitcoms in his past life, it was understandable that he wouldn't recognize anyone from the current crop of actors. After all, the 20-somethings now had very few who would stand a chance at success. By the time the sitcoms became more refined and began to challenge films for status, these actors would be in their 30s or 40s, often relegated to minor roles. Flipping through several long pages of audition lists, he didn't find a familiar name. Haphazardly flipping to the last page, which listed actresses auditioning for the role of Phoebe Buffy, it was only then that he found a name he recognized, one he was quite familiar with: Nicole Kidman. This astonished Eric. How did Nicole Kidman end up auditioning for a television series? He double-checked the spelling and confirmed it was the correct name, then waved over to Linda, who had just walked back in. The blonde assistant hurried over. "Mr. Williams, is there something you need? Where's the detailed information on the actors? I want to see the materials for the afternoon auditions." "Please hold on," she replied, stepping out and returning a moment later carrying several folders. "Mr. Williams, here you go." "Thank you. Just call me Eric," he said while trying to ignore Jeffrey and John's intrigued looks. He quickly searched through the files until he found Nicole Kidman's profile. Just a quick glance revealed the actress in the photo had brown wavy hair, a round face, striking blue eyes, a prominent sexy nose, and thin lips. Upon skimming through, he noted that her resume was anchored around an Australian television series, and she'd also featured in a few other TV shows and films. This meant the project that launched Nicole Kidman into Hollywood must have fallen through. Could this be the butterfly effect from his own actions? Pondering on the feeling of the paper, Eric had to admit it was undoubtedly true that since he made headlines entering Hollywood last year, everything had changed in this world. It brought to mind what he'd seen about dominoes. A single domino tipped over could set off a cascade, illustrating the butterfly effect in vivid detail. In his memory, Nicole Kidman should have already been in Hollywood by now, having quickly hooked up with Tom Cruise and disrupting his family life to become Mrs. Cruise. Thus, she transitioned from an unknown actress to one of Hollywood's top stars, going on to win Oscar for Best Actress over a decade later. Considering all these fragmented details, Eric concluded that this woman was undeniably formidable. Among Tom Cruise's former partners, only she had thrived. Even after her divorce from Cruise, her career not only showed no decline, but rose spectacularly. She made it into the $20 million pay club and eventually snagged an Oscar for Best Actress. Throughout the morning auditions, Eric found himself increasingly intrigued by this woman. During the lunch break, he caught Linda's eye and gestured to her, leading her out to the stairs at the end of the hallway. "Eric, what's up?" Linda asked, both curious and a little nervous, as she felt unprepared for anything more. "Here's the deal, Linda," Eric said, pulling out a piece of paper. "This Nicole Kidman, after she finishes her audition this afternoon, please bring her to my office. I'd like to have a word with her alone." Linda took the paper, glancing at Nicole Kidman's photo, feeling slightly deflated since this woman was even prettier than her. Nonetheless, she nodded. "Sure, Eric, I'll let her know. Do you need anything else?" Eric shook his head honestly. "Nope, that's all." "Oh." Linda lowered her head, her high heels scraping against the concrete floor. Just as she gathered the courage to say something, she realized Eric had already turned and left. "That dense guy, he's so infuriating," she muttered, stamping her foot in disappointment before heading back. By the conclusion of a long afternoon of auditions, the remaining 5 roles were tentatively filled, and Eric met Nicole Kidman, who auditioned around 4 in the afternoon. Her performance was flawless, yet when compared to Lisa Kudrow's character, Nicole appeared strikingly stunning. The role of Monica Geller had already been assigned to a dark-haired beauty who resembled Courtney Cox slightly. If Phoebe Buffry also got cast as a great beauty, the sitcom would absolutely feel disjointed. So Eric and John, among others, unanimously chose to pass over Nicole Kidman in favor of a more ordinary-looking girl. At 5 o'clock, auditions wrapped up, and Eric, John Aniston, and others remained in the conference room discussing shooting plans until around 7 in the evening when they adjourned. Eric's mind was swirling with random thoughts when he nearly forgot about the earlier conversation with his assistant. Stepping out of the office building, he suddenly remembered and turned around. It was now dark outside, and he wasn't sure if Nicole Kidman would leave early, but considering this woman's intelligence, it seemed unlikely she'd do that. She would likely be waiting in his office regardless of whether he showed up this evening. Opening the office door, he found a woman resting on the sofa. The office was dimly lit by the desk lamp, but Eric recognized her immediately. As he stepped inside, she rose to her feet. "Hello, Miss Kidman," he said as he shut the door and turned on the lights. "Hello, Mr. Williams," she replied with a soft smile, stepping forward to shake his hand. Eric noticed she was barefoot, her high heels set aside. What a considerate woman to notice such a detail about height. Eric was just over 6 feet, and perhaps Nicole was around that height as well. She must have thought that by removing her heels, it would prevent him from feeling uncomfortable. Eric mused silently as he took his place. "I'm sorry, Miss Kidman, for keeping you waiting. I was in a meeting." "Not a problem at all, Mr. Williams. You can call me Nicole." "Sure, Nicole, and you can call me Eric." As he settled into his leather chair, he fell silent and regarded this woman before him keenly. Nicole didn't seem in any hurry to ask why Eric had asked her to wait. Perhaps she felt it was self-evident, wasn't it? Chapter 140. I Need a Maid. In the bright office, Eric admired the pretty, slightly baby-faced woman for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. He couldn't help but recall his past life, specifically the divorce case around 2001. Back then, Eric hadn't paid much attention to the entertainment gossip, but Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were simply too famous. Being in the business, it was impossible for him not to overhear discussions about them. However, until the couple officially filed for divorce, the specific reasons remained under wraps, and a multitude of wild speculations abounded. Among the theories Eric heard, the most intriguing one suggested that their divorce stemmed from a Stanley Kubrick film where Kubrick forced Nicole Kidman to perform intimate scenes with male model Gary Cuban, who was cast as a Navy officer. It was rumored that she even underwent ovarian surgery after the intense filming. Given Kubrick's personality, Eric thought this theory held some weight. Yet, while Kubrick was indeed a jerk, he wasn't insane. He wouldn't have shared such details with Tom, and that information only surfaced after their divorce. 2 years prior to their split, a maid from the Cruise household accidentally leaked to the media that the couple's atmosphere at home was cold and that they barely spoke to each other. After winning the lawsuit against the maid, the couple went on to publicly display affection for a time. But then 2 years later, they inexplicably divorced. At that time, the media listed various speculative reasons behind the divorce, with the most prominent being that Nicole had been unfaithful, claiming she was 3 months pregnant with a child that wasn't Tom's. Eric personally found this rumor the most plausible, as Nicole nearly walked away with nothing. If it weren't for a significant moral failing on her part, a woman simply wouldn't agree to sign a divorce settlement days before their 10-year anniversary, especially given how George Lucas had lost half his fortune in his divorce and even had to sell Pixar. Later, billionaire Sumner Redstone faced turmoil when his wife sought a divorce from him. California law stipulated that without a prenuptial agreement, all marital property was divided equally after 10 years. In 2001, Tom Cruise was reported to have amassed over $360 million in wealth, while Nicole allegedly walked away with only a piece of artwork after the divorce. At this moment in the office, Nicole Kidman noticed Eric staring off into space and felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Did she lack that much allure? This man, 3 years younger than her, had gotten lost in thought. The silence stretched on for several minutes before Nicole finally broke the tension. "Mr. Williams?" Sorry, Nicole, I just remembered something," Eric said, coming back to reality, offering her an apologetic smile. "Nicole, the file says you've been doing well in Australia. What brought you to Hollywood?" "Every actor dreams of proving themselves in Hollywood, and I'm no exception. I hope to build a better career here," she responded. "That's no easy feat. You haven't even starred in a Hollywood movie yet. And if you want to prove yourself here, you shouldn't be auditioning for television roles." "It's just, I haven't found the right role," she said, searching for an excuse. "I thought this TV series might be a good fit, so I wanted to give it a try." Of course, she wanted to act in movies, but in this timeline, her luck wasn't as good as in his previous life. She had come to Hollywood earlier that year, just like all the ambitious actors, filled with unrealistic hopes. Months passed, and though she attended many auditions, she only snagged a minor part in a film, barely worthy of the term supporting role. Eventually, she had to shift her focus to television, as many Hollywood stars rose from the small screen to film stardom. Curiosity struck Eric, prompting him to ask, "Nicole, did you come to Hollywood alone?" "Yes," she replied, a bit perplexed. Eric simply nodded without further comment. The office fell silent again, and Nicole couldn't resist asking her most pressing question. "So, Mr. Director, did I get the role of Phoebe Buffy?" "Sorry, no. The role was already offered to someone else," Eric said, shaking his head honestly. Nicole was taken aback. What did that mean? If he had said, "still under consideration," or something similar, she'd know how to proceed. But instead, he outright told her someone was already cast. "Can you tell me why?" Nicole asked, her thoughts swirling. Eric shifted to a more comfortable position and explained, "Myself and a few other producers unanimously agreed that you, were too beautiful." Nicole was left speechless. "It's like this." Eric straightened up to clarify. "The character Phoebe has a very tragic backstory. She was abandoned by her biological parents, and when her stepmother committed suicide, this 14-year-old girl ended up homeless on the streets of New York, struggling at the bottom until she finally became a massage therapist." "What does that have to do with looks?" "A lot," Eric replied. "Do you think a stunning 14-year-old girl wandering the streets of New York would just live a normal life until her 20s, making loads of friends? Certainly not." While Nicole came from a well-off middle-class family, she was not blind to society's dark sides. If Phoebe were beautiful, she might happen upon a decent man to marry and settle down, as beauty isn't scarce anywhere. However, if luck ran out, the outcome could be tragic. "Eric, if that's the case, why did you ask me to come here and wait?" "Because I was curious. I wanted to talk to you. That's it," Nicole said incredulously, finding his reasoning rather flimsy. "Yep, that's it," Eric shrugged, standing up. "I just wanted to chat for a bit." "It's late, Nicole. Sorry for making you wait. Let me take you to dinner." "Fine," Nicole said, disappointed, as she stood up, slipping into her high heels and walking alongside Eric out of the office, the security guard casting them a smirk as they descended the stairs together. At a nearby restaurant, the tall Nicole Kidman looked troubled, lost in her thoughts, while Eric happily munched away, chatting with her easily. After dinner, Eric climbed into his car, and as Nicole watched him prepare to say goodbye, she couldn't hold back and opened the door to the passenger seat, sitting beside him. She knew if she let this chance slip away, she might just have to return to Australia in disgrace. In her few months in Hollywood, Nicole had witnessed the cutthroat competition. The highest profile person she'd interacted with was an unknown independent director, and though she'd won several small awards in Australia, they meant nothing here. Nicole. Eric glanced curiously at the woman who had just entered his car, aware that her own vehicle was parked nearby. All right, Mr. Williams, what do I need to do to land the role? Please just tell me directly, she said, her breath quickening as her blue eyes fixed intensely on him, carrying a sense of determination. The character has already been cast, Eric replied seriously. Then why go through all this needless effort, giving me hope only to crush it so quickly? Don't you think that's a bit harsh? Okay, I apologize. I really wanted to talk to you. Out of curiosity. Just to make a woman wait in the office for hours and then talk about nonsense? It's absurd. Do you think anyone would believe that? Well, what else was I supposed to do? Eric replied, somewhat impatiently. Nicole hesitated for a moment, reaching out to take Eric's arm, pressing it against her thigh. Mr. Williams, I'm well aware of your reputation, Hollywood's most promising young director. I've heard about Julia Roberts, so please, give me a chance. Eric glanced at her hand resting on his thigh. Despite the fabric of his pants, he felt an unexpected warmth. Actually, there's a film you can audition for, a romantic comedy, Eric finally mentioned. Nicole squeezed Eric's hand a little tighter, a spark of excitement lighting up her face. You know, I've been pretty busy lately. The film won't start shooting until July or August, maybe even later, he warned her. No problem, I can wait, Nicole replied without hesitation. Eric shook his head. Not like that. I mean, I'm busy at home and need a maid. Nicole said, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Eric grinned mischievously. I need someone to help me with meals. I'm usually not home for lunch, so just 2 meals a day would do. I don't want a cleaner bothering me either, especially since I need someone to tidy up. If you're willing, you can come be my maid from May to September. Nicole's mind took a moment to wrap around this unexpected proposition. After a moment, she tentatively asked, Am I the leading lady? Eric wore a satisfied smile. Of course. If you perform well, you might shot to A-list status like Julia in just one movie. Such an opportunity rarely comes by for most actresses throughout their careers. I need to think it over, Nicole said as she lifted her head. Of course. When you've made your decision, get back to me ASAP. Oh, and if you agree, you'll be staying at my mansion for the next few months. Why? Nicole asked, feeling a bit frightened, conjuring up embarrassing thoughts. I have a serious girlfriend, so I prefer not having a young, beautiful woman coming and going from my villa. Plus, you wouldn't want those tales to surface about how you landed this role once you hit it big, right? I understand. Nicole nodded, processing everything. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. By the time Eric got home, he felt a thrill over his mischievous idea. He was sure Nicole wouldn't refuse such an offer. In fact, he thought perhaps this arrangement could continue indefinitely. This way, he wouldn't need to hire any strange cleaners, and he could finally stop worrying about meals. More importantly, what could be more satisfying than having a former A-list star as his maid? A new week kicked off with final shooting preparations. The larger scenes had been wrapped up, leaving just a few odds and ends for location shoots. 5 days later, on a street in downtown Los Angeles, the crew kicked off the last scene, all members sporting relaxed smiles despite the previous month and a half of hard work. On a bus, Sean tucked a newspaper under his arm, clutching a bucket of popcorn as he sat down, catching a glimpse of the sapphire necklace hanging from a woman behind him. Hesitating, he turned back to her, staring at the necklace for several seconds. When the woman raised an eyebrow in suspicion, he spoke up. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. No problem, Yo-Yo replied, her tone casual as she absent-mindedly gazed out of the window. That's a beautiful necklace. Where did you get it? Sean couldn't resist asking. A friend gave it to me. It's fake. Very cheap. Yo-Yo lifted her spirits slightly when he mentioned the necklace. Sean chuckled. Boyfriend? Yo-Yo shook her head. Haven't seen him in ages. Hold on to it, he said, turning slightly. He might just show up one day and surprise you. Yo-Yo smiled expectantly, Perhaps aware that such hope was scant, yet she stubbornly took the bus daily, wishing to see Andy again. As the bus gradually came to a stop, Eric satisfiedly called, "Cut. This shot's in the bag. Just one left, everyone prepare. Yo-Yo, I mean Brooke, we're up for the scene I had you perform in the audition room. Even with several hours to go, I'm eager for you to nail this. We have the rap party tonight." "I'll do my best, Eric," Brooke Shields smiled in reply. The final shot began, and though a day passed without Yo-Yo encountering Andy, she disembarked from the bus with disappointment, while multiple cameras trained on Brooke Shields from across the street captured this moment. Even after many practice runs in the audition room, she only managed to complete the shot after a few NGs. As Eric called, "Good," with satisfaction, applause erupted from everyone around. Eric lifted a megaphone, announcing, "I declare the shoot officially wrapped. Everybody tidy up, we're meeting at the Hilton tonight. Everyone must be there, no exceptions." Cheers erupted, with many crew members tossing their hats into the air. After concluding his instructions with a smile, Eric headed toward an armored transport vehicle. Four brawny bodyguards stood guard beside it, while a middle-aged man in his 40s loaded the sapphire necklace used in Brooke Shields' shoot into a safe. "Mr. Derek, thank you for your generous sponsorship," Eric said warmly as the man handed over the secured diamond-laden safe into the truck. "Oh, it's my pleasure, Mr. Williams. It's a mutually beneficial situation," the man named Derek said courteously, shaking Eric's hand. "Now, I must be off. I can't have the necklace lingering outside for even a minute without feeling uneasy." "No worries, I understand." Eric smiled, aware that along with the sponsorship brands, an important prop, the sapphire seized by the bald monk, was also involved. Some had suggested using a stand-in prop for the shoot, merely needing to source a fake blue crystal worth a few $100s. But Eric decided to film with the actual necklace. Lacking connections, he reached out to Colombia, and after consulting with Amy Pascal, they quickly secured a $10 million blue diamond from a British collector who had planned to auction it through Christie's the following autumn. Luckily, the higher-ups at Columbia had a decent rapport with the collector, so after much negotiation, he reluctantly agreed to let the necklace be loaned. However, making this arrangement wasn't easy. Whenever the diamond was filmed, four armed bodyguards were stationed 5 meters away, making everyone on set rather jumpy. Thankfully, everything went off without a hitch throughout the filming. Chapter 141, High-Concept Films. After a month and a half of intense and demanding shooting, particularly the outdoor filming in the last month, the cast was hanging in there, but the dozens of crew members were completely worn out. Therefore, the celebration after wrapping up turned into a wild affair, as everyone suddenly let loose after the long periods of pressure. The party hall was loud, and occasionally someone would let out a high-pitched scream. Eric merely smiled at the chaos. After all, everyone had been cooped up for a month, so it was understandable that they were a bit out of control. Most of the cast received party invitations, and several lead actors showed up. However, after witnessing the disorderly scene, Tom Cruise, maintaining his status, could only stand it for about 20 minutes before making his exit. Although he came from humble beginnings, he had already self-identified with the top tier of the pyramid and certainly could not frolic with the crew members. Some of the older crew members and actors also gradually took their leave. At Eric's psychological age, he couldn't truly enjoy this kind of raucous party, but as the director, he had to stick around. In the entire hall, Eric was the youngest. While he projected an oppressive air when sternly reprimanding others on set, in other situations he still came off as a harmless young man. Given that the crew members knew Eric's personality and understood he was someone who could take a joke, it was only natural that he became the target of their teasing. After being peer-pressured into downing a few bottles of beer for various reasons, Eric finally made his escape under the guise of needing to use the bathroom, heading down the corridor. As he exited, whether by coincidence or not, he happened to see Brooke Shields emerging from the restroom across the way, drying her hands with a paper towel. "Hey, Brooke," Eric called out with a smile, "having fun?" Brooke Shields returned a sweet smile, saying, "It's okay, a bit noisy though." As the prettiest woman at the party, it was only natural for Brooke Shields to draw everyone's attention, and she reveled in the affection, though Eric maintained a somewhat indifferent attitude toward her. Seeing Eric greet her and then turn to leave, Brooke quickly tossed the paper towel into the trash and hurried over, grabbing his arm. "Brooke, is there something you need?" he asked as he turned back. Brooke Shields hesitated for a moment before saying, "I just wanted to thank you, Eric. Thank you for giving me the role of Yo-Yo." Her gratitude held no trace of politeness. Ever since she was announced as the leading lady, despite various media outlets hinting at scandals and dismissing her chances as merely a beautiful face, her popularity surged. The media interest in her skyrocketed, and it had been years since she'd had paparazzi trailing her, the last time being when her closeness with Michael Jackson had caused quite the stir. More importantly, this buzz was generating real economic benefits for her, as she received several endorsement offers during this time. "It was nothing, Brooke," Eric replied. "You did a great job in the role. I'm sure once the film hits theaters, you'll leave a lasting impression on the audience." "Well then," Brooke Shields said, her face lighting up with expectation. "Eric, will we have the chance to work together again?" Eric hesitated, surprised by her frankness. The truth would likely be a no, but he knew better than to hurt her feelings directly. "Brooke, you have to understand, it depends on finding the right opportunity." Brooke Shields' expression dimmed instantly. Her disheartened look could easily tug at any man's heartstrings. She was practically enchanting. Eric noticed her expression and felt a faint sense of guilt. After giving it some thought, he tentatively suggested, "Brooke, I think you should focus on independent films right now. Select a few excellent scripts to hone your acting skills." Since starting her film career at the age of 12, Brooke Shields had spent over a decade navigating the indie scene. She understood that if she wanted to stand out, outstanding acting was key, followed by securing significant film awards, which could then pave the way to mainstream cinema. However, that path seemed impossible for her. Her beauty overshadowed any talent she possessed. If she returned to indie films, she'd likely just land trophy roles with no real way to break through. Brooke Shields also understood that if she was going to be a trophy, it should be in big-budget films, as even a supporting role in a major production would gain her more recognition than a lead role in a low-budget flop. Sadly, while Brooke Shields had some fame, she was still just seen as a pretty star, not noteworthy enough to catch the interest of Hollywood's mainstream film industry. Many actresses were equally beautiful and talented, and few major productions would take the risk on someone repeatedly nominated for a Razzie. Eric happened to be the first director in years willing to take a gamble like that. "Eric, I know my abilities. If I go back to the independent scene, I'll never make it. Do you have time tomorrow? Perhaps I could take you out for dinner to show my appreciation." "No need, Brooke." Eric declined, noticing her awkward expression. He quickly added, "To be honest, I believe once the film is released, your role will surely bring you several offers. Just be careful choosing your scripts. Even if you take on a few supporting roles in films that do well, if they succeed, you'll definitely rise among the A-list actresses. There's no need to place your hopes on me." Originally, Brooke Shields felt quite dejected by Eric's refusal, but after his final words, she felt a sense of clarity wash over her. While she might not be the brightest, she could understand that if she wanted to reach the top, there was no need to go back to the low-budget films. "Then, Eric, still, thank you," Brooke Shields said, her expression finally brightening with satisfaction, as if her earlier sadness had never existed. After producing that statement, she fluttered her beautiful eyes, suddenly stepping forward to rest her hand on Eric's shoulder and gently kiss the corner of his mouth. Seeing the surprise on Eric's face from her unexpected move, Brooke Shields flashed a dazzling smile before turning and heading back to the party hall. Eric touched his mouth in disbelief and shook his head, amused, as he walked back into the hall. "Eric, you've been gone so long. Did you have a fling?" As Eric re-entered, Tom Hanks approached him, handing Eric a glass of champagne and teasingly gesturing at Brooke Shields, who was chatting nearby. Eric took a sip of champagne, giving Tom a knowing smile. Hanks smirked back, exchanging playful glances, but then he toned down his expression, realizing that if they kept joking, it could be misinterpreted. "Eric, have you figured out anything for my next film? I've been waiting." As he said this, Hanks wiggled his fingers in front of Eric, seemingly reminding him of their deal about 5 films that made over $100 million, noting that Eric hadn't included this recent project in that count. I already have the script, Eric said. Once the post-production voiceovers are complete, you can start getting ready. Hanks was a workaholic, especially in recent years, cranking out 2 to 3 films every year. This was considered impressive in the actor's circle. Upon hearing Eric's words, Hanks perked up. Can you tell me about the plot? Let's go over there, Eric suggested, pointing to a corner sofa that just became available as a couple got up and walked to the dance floor. Hanks nodded, and they moved over. It's a romantic comedy titled Sleepless in Seattle, a script I came up with during my trip to New York. A romantic comedy, Hanks said hesitantly, touching his face. A few years back, he had some charm, but after turning 30, he no longer fit that description. Eric, do you think my image suits that kind of film? Don't worry, this isn't just another ordinary romantic comedy, Eric reassured him. You'll be playing a single dad in the film. A single dad? Hold on, don't interrupt, Tom. Let me finish the storyline, okay? Okay. Hanks raised his hand in acknowledgement. Eric continued. The story goes that after his wife unexpectedly passes away, heartbroken Sam struggles to let go of her memory, deciding to leave Chicago with his 8-year-old son Jonah and move to Seattle. A year later, on Christmas, Jonah calls into a show called Love Connection, hoping to find a new wife for his father who's still grieving. Coincidentally, this hotline connects Sam's family with a woman named Jenny in New York. Though Jenny is engaged, she is touched by Sam's devotion and can't help but write him a letter. This letter falls into Jonah's hands, and seeing the connection, he takes it upon himself to arrange for his father and Jenny to meet at the top of the Empire State Building on Valentine's Day. Wait. After hearing Eric's recounting, Hanks blurted the question. Eric nodded. This film will pay homage to quite a few classics. Eric, based on what you told me, does the story seem a little too simplistic? Eric smiled, shrugging his shoulders. Tom, I'm just giving you a rough overview of the story. This is a standard high-concept film. Simplicity and straightforwardness, even a bit cliched, are core traits of high-concept films. For a movie to be successful, it primarily needs a clear and simple storyline. The rest depends on the directorial and acting chops. Chapter 142, The Doorstep Surprise. Yeah, I get it. So when is the movie expected to start filming? I'm not sure, Eric explained, taking a sip of champagne. You see, next up I've got post-production to handle. After the movie comes out in July, I still need to produce a TV series for Fox. Barry Diller asked me to direct the first 2 episodes myself. So I'm not quite sure when we can start filming the movie. Tom, didn't you just film 2 movies this year? It might be a good time for you to take a break. Being an actor is exhausting. What's the point of making all that money if you can't enjoy life? Huh. According to you, you're going to shoot 4 movies this year. I heard you're also producing 3 others. Isn't a guy making 7 movies in a year a bit jaded? No, it's not the same. Eric calmly shook his head, repeating, I'm nothing like you guys. Hanks couldn't help but roll his eyes, teasing. Are you an alien or something? Yeah, my mission is the stars and the sea. The two laughed, and the party continued until midnight. Although Eric started off with a few beers, he hadn't drunk much after that. He refused a ride home and slowly drove back himself. To avoid paparazzi, there were no street lights in front of many Hollywood celebrities' mansions in Beverly Hills, and Eric's house was no different. So when he got out of the car and opened the door, the sound of a woman's voice nearby startled him. The woman called out his name and then stepped into the light from the car. Eric recognized the tall figure as Nicole Kidman, who had been out of touch for several days. After he had proposed that rather risque condition, he had put the matter out of his mind and didn't expect her to show up here so suddenly. Nicole, what are you doing here? Eric instinctively asked, eyeing her outfit. At that moment, Nicole was wearing a fitted black long coat and black thigh-high heels, accentuating her tall figure. If one overlooked the messy curls that Eric thought looked rather dated, she did have a certain icy queen vibe reminiscent of a bygone era. Under Eric's scrutiny, the woman stepped back a bit, stammering, I've figured it out. I'm willing. Willing for what? To marry me. Eric couldn't help but tease, noticing that even in the dim light, her pale face flushed quickly. He stopped joking and took out his keys to open the door, saying, All right then, let's go inside. Nicole stepped back to where she had been standing, pulled out a small suitcase, and ducked into Eric's car. After parking, Eric took Nicole to the villa, pointing to the sofa. Nicole, you can sit here. Nicole placed her suitcase beside the couch, took off her coat, hung it on a rack, and sat down a bit awkwardly. As Eric turned to head into the kitchen, she relaxed a little, surveying the room. Although the villa was designed with a modern minimalist style, it exuded elegance everywhere. Despite coming from a decent middle-class background, Nicole couldn't help but envy the luxurious Beverly Hills homes she had always heard of. Perhaps, if what this man promised was true, she could buy a villa like this in a few years. With that thought, her initial anxiety lessened and was replaced with anticipation. Eric quickly returned from the kitchen, holding a cup of coffee. Nicole stood up hastily, wanting to approach him. "Sit down. You're still a guest," Eric said, pushing a cup of coffee toward her. Nicole sat back down, picked up the coffee, felt its scorching heat, and set it back on the coffee table. She gently rubbed her fingers against her knee and then looked up, meeting Eric's gaze. "Mr. Williams. Call me Eric." "Sure, Eric. Can we first, confirm something?" "I don't want to." Her fingers twisted nervously on her knee. She was afraid that appearing too eager might annoy him, but she also hoped to hear some solid promises from Eric. The last thing Nicole wanted was to spend months playing maid and toy to end up being dismissed without anything to show for it. She didn't believe Eric's previous claim about just being a servant, which was part of the reason for her hesitation over the past few days. However, her yearning for fame and fortune eventually led her to give in and approach him. Eric took an interest in watching her awkwardness for a moment before getting up. "Give me a second," he said, heading toward the stairs. Nicole watched as his figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase, and then instinctively glanced at the coat hanging on a nearby rack. Eric soon returned, and she quickly pretended to be calm, taking a small sip of the coffee. Eric came in front of the couch and laid a few printed documents before Nicole. "Here's the script, and the 2 papers underneath are the actor contracts. After you read them and sign, keep one for yourself and give one back to me." Nicole hadn't expected things to be this straightforward. She picked up the top script, feeling a rush of excitement as she looked at the title. As she flipped through the pages, Eric explained while holding his coffee. The lead actor has already been cast, with Tom Hanks starring. If you followed entertainment news a little, you'd know who Hanks is. The female lead was originally going to go to Julia Roberts, but she has another movie coming out at the end of the year, which would make her too big for a romantic comedy right now. "I hadn't had the chance to invite other actresses when you showed up. I have to say, Nicole, you're quite lucky." Nicole listened intently to Eric's explanation, but her eyes didn't leave the script. She quickly flipped through it once more and then returned it, her mind spinning. "Eric, is this really for me?" "Of course, but your qualifications from Australia won't carry weight in Hollywood, so you'll just be considered a newcomer. Your pay is the same as Julia's when she first took the role, $30,000, no royalties." After hearing Eric's account, Nicole reached for the 2 contracts again, but he stopped her. "It's too late. We should get some rest. You have plenty of time. Take your time reading it, and once you're done, just sign one and give it back to me." Nicole lowered her head slightly at Eric's words. "Okay, fine. Follow me," Eric said, standing up. She clutched the documents, took her coat and suitcase, and followed Eric up the stairs. Eric took her to the 2nd floor and opened an empty bedroom. "This will be your room. The bedding is in the closet, all new. Just manage for tonight. If it's not to your liking, you can change it tomorrow." "Thanks," Nicole murmured quietly, and Eric quickly went over the room's basics before saying, "You should get some rest. I'm heading back to my room." He turned to leave, closing the bedroom door behind him. As soon as Nicole was about to move, the door swung open again. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest, but soon let them drop, biting her lip and anxiously awaiting something to happen. Eric saw her sitting there like a lamb to the slaughter and chuckled as he waved a hand in the air. "Nicole, I just forgot one important thing to remind you. Starting tomorrow, you'll need to start fulfilling your responsibilities. I usually wake up at 7, so I'd prefer you not to be up later than that. Breakfast needs to be ready by 8. I'm not picky. Use whatever ingredients you find in the kitchen to make whatever you do best for both breakfast and dinner. Cleaning the villa and surrounding areas is part of your duties too. You can decide how to clean as long as it stays tidy." The young woman nodded nervously. "Eric, I understand. All right then, good night. Get some sleep." Eric said, pulling the door shut once again. When Nicole heard the click of the door lock, she collapsed onto the big bed behind her, breathing heavily for a few moments, staring blankly at the door. After a few minutes, convinced he wouldn't come back in, she pulled her black coat from the bed, took out the recorder from her pocket, pressed the stop button, and shifted her gaze to the documents on the bedside table. The corner of her mouth quirked as if she wanted to smile, but couldn't gather the strength to do so. After giving it some thought, Nicole rewound the tape, lowered the volume, and pressed play. The recorder transmitted sounds that weren't loud, but clear enough to make out every word. Click. The door was suddenly pushed open again, and Eric appeared holding a pillow. Sorry, I think you might need this. With a thud, the recorder fell to the floor, bouncing a few times but stubbornly continuing to play. With Tom Hanks starring. If you followed entertainment news a little, you'd know who Hanks is. The female lead was originally going to go to Julia Roberts. Eric's soft but distinct voice echoed in the silent bedroom at midnight. He stared at the tiny recorder in shock while Nicole sat there, frozen, unsure how to respond. Her limbs felt cold while her body shook slightly, and an expression of despair and fear filled her eyes. Chapter 143, Maid Outfit. Seeing Nicole Kidman looking utterly shocked, as if she might faint, Eric walked in, threw the pillow he held onto the big bed, and picked up the recorder from the floor to silence it. Silly girl, you don't even know to lock the door when doing something like this. I forgot, next time. She stammered. Eric laughed at her misfortune. You still want a next time, huh? Collecting herself, the girl quickly shook her head. No, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Eric stepped closer, lifting her chin and delicately touching her pretty, slightly innocent-looking face, as if he were stroking a fragile piece of porcelain. You realize this does absolutely no good, right? Even if I end up not keeping my promise, giving the recording to the media won't affect me much. It's your acting career that would be finished. No film would hire a foolish woman. I didn't think like that. I just wanted to protect myself. Nicole weakly defended herself. I can understand that, but I'm still quite unhappy. What do you intend to do about it? Eric asked. The girl trembled slightly and automatically reached for the buttons of her blouse, but Eric stopped her. Forget it. You look so unappealing like this. Just get some rest. Don't forget what I told you earlier. After saying this, Eric tossed the radio onto the bed and left the bedroom. Nicole sat there for quite a while before finally getting up to lock the bedroom door. Mechanically, she got out some bedding from the closet and made the bed. Lying down, she found it impossible to sleep, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Her life in Australia, experiences in the entertainment circle, the warnings from family and friends when coming to Hollywood, the tough times she faced during her few months there, encounters with Eric, and dreams for the future. Lost in this aimless thinking, she didn't notice the light outside starting to brighten. Checking her watch, it was 6:30. Though she was now feeling sleepy, she forced herself to get up, hung her simple outfits from her suitcase in the closet, and walked to the bathroom to brush her teeth, wash her face, and do her makeup. After preparing herself nicely, she changed into a white shirt and jeans, then slipped on a pair of black flats before heading out. Not knowing where Eric's bedroom was, and even if she did, she wouldn't dare call him to wake up. She quietly made her way down the stairs, opened the door, and stepped outside the villa. The high walls and lush trees shrouded the place in quiet. Standing by the now empty swimming pool at the front of the villa, she took a few deep breaths of the cool morning air. The fatigue from a sleepless night dissipated somewhat. After familiarizing herself with the surroundings for a bit, she went back into the villa and headed for the kitchen. Eric rose at 7 o'clock and went downstairs. Upon entering the kitchen, he greeted the tall figure there before heading toward the gym to start his workout for the day. Half an hour later, after showering and changing clothes, he came out, grabbed the newspaper for the day, and sat in the living room reading until past 8. Finally, realizing the girl seemed to be busy, he curiously walked into the kitchen. The kitchen table was already filled with several dishes: sandwiches, sweet soup, steak, and salad. It seemed she was still busy making fried eggs. Nicole, that's enough. We can't possibly finish all this, Eric said after taking a bite of a sandwich. She turned off the gas, plated the eggs, and explained, I didn't know what you liked, so I made a bit of everything. I told you to be casual. I'm not picky about these things. They carried breakfast together to the dining room. Nicole hesitated, standing next to Eric, seemingly quite into character as a maid. Eric couldn't help but chuckle. "Sit down and eat with me. I didn't plan on paying you, so no need to be so professional about it." "Okay, thank you," Nicole replied, and obediently sat down across from Eric at the table. And so, this somewhat odd life officially began at that breakfast. After finishing, Nicole watched Eric drive away before heading back to her bedroom to carefully review the documents from the night before, especially the actor's contract. She read through it multiple times, but found nothing wrong. Even though Eric had instructed her to avoid leaving the mansion to prevent being photographed by paparazzi and causing a scandal, she still sneakily went out that morning to find a law firm and, for several $100s, had a professional lawyer review whether the contract was legally sound. Only when the lawyer confirmed there were no issues did she finally relax her mind. When Eric returned home in the afternoon, he noticed Nicole seemed like a completely different person. The anxiety she had earlier was now gone, replaced by a pleasing smile, and the villa appeared spotless. Nicole eagerly took the several bags from Eric's hands and asked, "Eric, should I put them in your bedroom?" Eric shook his head. "No, that's for you. Go upstairs and pick out an outfit for me to see." "For me?" she asked, opening one of the bags to peek inside, discovering a black and white lace outfit. "Is this pajamas?" "No, you'll find out once you put it on." "Oh." She obediently nodded, taking the bags and heading upstairs. Eric sat down on the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. After waiting half an hour, he heard the sound of boots clacking on the stairs, the steps filled with uncertainty. Turning to look, he first saw a long, white leg in a pair of black ankle boots stepping into view, followed by the unmistakable maid's dress. As he raised his gaze, the fitted bodice accentuated her curves, and a delicate white lace neckpiece adorned her collarbone. While Eric had initially wanted to choose a choker, he thought better of it. This was already pushing it a bit, though the lace neckpiece looked lovely. When Nicole finally emerged fully, Eric instantly dropped his head into his hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God, how could I forget about this?" Initially displeased, Nicole took half an hour to change. Had it been a typical maid outfit, she might not have felt so much resistance. After all, she had seen maid outfits before. But this particular outfit was quite different. Not only was it a sexy low-cut design exposing a large portion of her skin, but it was also adorned with lace and ribbons, making it look very fancy. This was nothing like the plain styles she had known. More crucially, whether intentional or not, this outfit was clearly one size too small. Seeing Eric's pained gesture only intensified her apprehension. Lowering her gaze to inspect her outfit for mistakes, she saw nothing wrong and couldn't resist asking, "Eric, is there a problem?" Eric continued to avert his gaze and waved his hand dismissively at her. "Go and change back. We'll go out later and help you pick something else." Chapter 144, Trapped. A little over 2 hours later, in a Beverly Hills hair salon, Nicole looked at her new appearance in the mirror and finally understood why Eric had been dissatisfied with her. The woman in the mirror was completely transformed compared to before. If her previous look had been that of a cute girl with some charm, now she resembled a glamorous modern woman. The lady in the mirror had dyed her hair a beautiful golden brown, and her formerly frizzy curls were now sleek and straight, with a side-swept bang that added a touch of sophistication and maturity to her look. "Miss, compared to your previous hairstyle, this one really makes you look so much more elegant. Your boyfriend has great taste," the stylist said, standing behind Nicole and making the final touches. "He's not." Nicole started to defend herself quietly, glancing over at the familiar figure in sunglasses reading a magazine in the waiting area, but she held back her words. She wished he truly was her boyfriend. Yet now, looking at herself, she felt more like a Barbie doll, made to suit that annoying guy's preferences. Although she looked beautiful, Nicole didn't feel particularly excited about it. "Sir, what do you think?" After everything was done, the lady walked over to Eric, the stylist following her, looking at the man in sunglasses who seemed somewhat familiar. Eric glanced up and assessed Nicole, nodding at the stylist. The hairstyle was inspired by the character Nicole Kidman played in the movie The Interpreter. In Eric's memory of all those films, the look he loved the most was the one where she appeared sophisticated yet stunning, strong yet vulnerable. He vividly recalled a scene from that movie where the character Sylvia Broom, portrayed by Nicole, had a scar on her cheek from shrapnel after a brutal explosion, walking down the stairs in a business suit with a bag slung over her shoulder. If her demeanor in that scene hadn't reminded Eric of Meg Ryan staring into Tom Hanks' eyes from across the street, he wouldn't have considered her for the lead role. Thinking of Sylvia, Eric couldn't help but reach out, gently touching the left side of Nicole's cheek, even though there were no scars there. Many iconic characters were etched deeply in the hearts of viewers without them even realizing it. The stylist misinterpreted Eric's action as a show of affection, and with a little giggle, she stepped back discreetly. "Eric, are you touching me?" Nicole asked, almost instinctively, her sensitivity picking up on things. Eric withdrew his hand, chuckling. "Of course, what did you think? But I feel—" Nicole raised her hand to gesture, uncertain of how to describe what she had just felt. "You're not wrong about your feelings," Eric said, appraising Nicole from head to toe. "You could be Nicole Kidman, or Sylvia Broom, or Grace Stewart, Gillian Owen, Alice Halford, Ida Monroe, Virginia Woolf. I don't understand." The lady shook her head in confusion. "All right, let's go," Eric said, not bothering to explain further. He called for the waiter and handed over his credit card before they left. Nicole wanted to pay, but Eric stopped her. After finding a restaurant to have dinner, Eric drove them back home. On the way, Nicole remained somewhat silent. Once they arrived and stepped back into the living room of the villa, she quietly asked, "Eric, do you want me to try it on again for you?" Eric settled onto the couch and asked, "No need. We have plenty of time. You must have read the contract today. Have you made a decision?" Nicole nodded, a bit sheepish, and ran upstairs to bring down the two signed contracts. Eric simply glanced at her signature before taking out a pen to sign as well. He handed one of the copies back to her, stating, "Use this time to prepare the script well." After saying that, Eric didn't delve into further conversation with her and headed upstairs to the study. He needed to hurry up with writing the script for Friends. Although Jeffrey and John Aniston had suggested forming a writing team solely for the task, Eric wanted to ensure the originality of this show. So he decided to write all the scripts for the first season personally. After all, even the best screenwriter couldn't fully grasp Eric's intentions. Only Eric, with the entire vision stored in his mind, had the ability to replicate everything accurately. Additionally, he planned to modify the first season based on some iconic scenes he remembered, aiming to make it even better. His recollection told him that the second season had the highest viewership ratings. Besides the occasional celebrity guest stars, the key was that the script for Season 2 was exceptional. Since he had seen the complete first two seasons, he resolved to merge the best elements from both, creating something entirely new that still captured the essence of the original show. According to the trends in American television, if the first season succeeded, future ratings would be a lot more promising. This series was a crucial attempt for both Eric and Firefly Films. If it could get off the ground, Firefly would have no trouble selling any future shows. The market for American television was actually not that much smaller than for movies, but it felt muted because of how closed off it was. Breaking into this arena would allow Eric to turn his cherished memories of classics into real wealth. The typewriter in the study had been replaced with the latest IBM personal computer. Although the word processing software was still quite primitive compared to what it would become, the functionality was far more convenient than typing. Eric rediscovered the feeling of working at a laptop from his past life. The rhythmic clicks of the keyboard filled the study as Eric focused intently on his writing. Each time he penned a segment, he would pause to think. Merging the two seasons' content was no easy task. He often found himself tempted to merely copy the original first season directly. The human tendency toward inertia made it all the more challenging. Nicole tapped the tray against the study door. Upon getting permission to enter, she brought in a coffee pot and cups, carefully placing them on the table. Noticing Eric deeply absorbed in his screen, she started to survey the spacious room curiously. During the day, she had considered checking the room herself, purely out of curiosity, but this space was closed off unlike the others. Even Drew's bedroom wasn't locked down. Nicole had even caught a glimpse of a photo of Drew and Eric on the nightstand. Still, this room was an exception. Only Eric likely had access to its key. The most striking feature in the study remained the large writing board, and the black piano that seemed out of place with the room's aesthetic. The board was filled with A4 sheets, some containing rough storyboards, others snippets of text, and some jumbled lines that made little sense. Nicole couldn't help but glance back at Eric, who was still rapidly typing away. He was such a mysterious man. She'd heard he was not yet 19, but already knew so much. He was a director, an actor, a screenwriter, and he'd even published 2 best-selling novels. Moreover, in this study, she sensed he was likely also skilled in art and music. To describe him as talented would not be an exaggeration. More importantly, he was incredibly wealthy, rumored to be worth several $100 million already. Women had always had an instinctive admiration for strong figures, a trait ingrained deeply within their genes through millennia of evolution. As thoughts of all this filled Nicole's mind, she unknowingly fell into an emotional sway, finding every movement of Eric's increasingly pleasing to her eye. If Eric had turned his head to see Nicole's expression at that moment, his experiences would have prompted him to tease, "What's got you daydreaming, girl?" But he didn't notice anything amiss. He was fully immersed in his scriptwriting process, neglecting even the cup of coffee Nicole had brought in. After a while, Nicole snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of her own unusual feelings as a hint of color rose to her cheeks. She stepped lightly toward the black piano in the corner. Her delicate fingers glided across the glossy surface, and she picked up a handwritten score resting on top to glance at. Could he have written this himself? She wondered as she stared at the notes. Incomprehensible but striking, making her feel somewhat impressed. Without realizing it, her fingers found their way to the black and white keys, pressing down unconsciously. Ding, ding, dong. The initially quiet study was filled with a series of clear, ringing sounds, startling Eric from his contemplations about the script. Chapter 145, Bye? What are you still doing here? Eric turned his head, surprised to see the girl leaning against the piano, looking a bit flustered. I'm sorry, I'll step out now. Nicole carefully placed the sheet music back in its place and walked toward the door, but Eric stopped her. Nicole. Yeah. The girl paused at the doorway, one hand grasping the doorknob, turning her body around with a questioning look in her eyes. Eric swiveled in his office chair, gesturing around the study. This area isn't part of your cleaning responsibilities. It might be a bit messy, but I've gotten used to where I keep my files, you know? Yes, I understand. I won't come in without your permission, she nodded, remaining at the door, seemingly filled with a kind of anticipation. Eric, is there anything else? He shook his head. Nothing more. You should get some rest. Good night. Good night, Nicole replied, watching Eric turn back to his screen. Feeling a little deflated, she left the study and gently closed the door behind her. In the following days, the girl's life felt quite calm. Every morning she woke up, made breakfast for Eric, sent him off, then spent hours cleaning. If not for her clothes that constantly reminded her of her identity, she might have started feeling like a housewife. This new sensation was actually quite nice. At least it wasn't like what she had imagined at first, spending months as Eric's plaything, enduring various forms of mistreatment and conditioning. Although she was mentally prepared for that, none of it ever happened. After dressing her up according to his ideal, Eric rarely paid attention to her. This led her to question her femininity, and one day, she even sneakily stuffed 2 layers of padding into her top, flaunting herself in front of him. Eric merely chuckled with interest but didn't engage, making her feel embarrassed. After that, she didn't dare try such things again, playing the role of a good maid instead. Besides her designated chores, she had plenty of free time. When bored, she would read newspapers, watch TV, and reread the script. She even asked Eric to get her lots of magazines, never sneaking out again. Since reality was so much better than she had expected, she didn't mind being a compliant little canary. She knew Eric had been busy with the post-production of a movie called Running Out of Time, and he wasn't home every day. Sometimes, he would spend the night at his girlfriend's place, a lucky girl indeed. She had seen photos of Jennifer Aniston and envied her fortune. By late May, Eric even made a trip to England, leaving her all alone in the villa, supposedly to visit the set, but he hurried back after just 2 days. At the end of May, she saw in the newspapers that the North American box office of Home Alone had surpassed $300 million and was officially winding down. This news dominated the newspapers for the following week, with various critiques praising Eric to the heavens. The stock for Columbia Pictures saw a significant rise as a result. What captivated her even more was that Eric was set to earn a whopping $120 million share. To Nicole, $120 million sounded like astronomical figures. She had come to Hollywood yearning for wealth and fame, dreaming of becoming a top Hollywood star like Julia Roberts. But according to what Eric had previously told her about Julia Roberts' $6 million fee, she would need to star in 20 films to make that much money. Even a star staying at peak popularity, making 2 films a year, would take a decade to reach that, and everyone knew that wasn't feasible. Most stars only maintained their prime for about a decade, during which their pay fluctuated according to the success of their films. Thinking of all this, her previously calmed heart began to stir. If she could become the mistress of this mansion, she would have direct access to everything she desired. Nicole even came up with a few alluring plans that she thought could work, but unfortunately, those schemes never saw the light of day. Because summer approached, the little imp returned. It was a little after 4 p.m. when Nicole was in the yard trimming the grass and heard the gate open. She knew Eric usually wouldn't be back at this time, so she went to check, only to see Drew Barrymore bustling in with her luggage, closing the gate behind her. Nicole approached cheerfully to greet her and attempted to help carry the bags, as befriending Drew was an important part of her plan. But surprisingly, upon seeing her, the girl's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief, and she circled around her several times before finally asking the devastating question, "Did he? You?" Seeing Nicole frozen in confusion, Drew wore a satisfied yet relaxed smile. "Certainly not. Huh? But I can see why. With a chest like yours," she quipped, reaching out suddenly to grab Nicole's chest. She wrinkled her nose. "How pitiful. You didn't even reach A+. You?" After the surprise attack, Nicole finally reacted, shielding herself and blocking Drew's possible advances, unable to resist retorting. "Yours isn't that great either. I'm only 14, so I have plenty of time to develop. You're what, 30? This year? I can't be bothered with you." Nicole noticed Drew's hostility and gave up on the idea of getting along with this little girl, turning back to her lawnmower to continue her work. Drew recalled Eric mentioning that he liked Japanese-made outfits and thought he was joking. She never expected to see a tall, sexy girl in a maid outfit suddenly appearing in the villa, which instinctively ignited her resistance and hostility. She didn't want Eric to have another woman around. She hadn't even gotten rid of Aniston yet, and now here was another one. What an exhausting job it would be to boot them all out later. "Hey, you, help me with my bags, will you?" Even though she was well aware of Eric's unwholesome intentions, Drew still genuinely thought of Nicole as his hired maid. "Sorry, Ms. Barrymore. I'm not your servant, so I'm under no obligation to do that." Nicole coldly pressed on the lawnmower, not even turning around. The girl exploded with rage. I'll tell Eric to fire you today." Now realizing Drew had taken her for an actual maid, Nicole indifferently tossed out, "Do as you please." Fuming, Drew stomped her foot and carried her bags one by one back to the villa. After finishing the lawn, Nicole returned inside to start preparing dinner. Drew watched Nicole's silhouette, increasingly infuriated. After contemplating for a moment, she grabbed the cordless phone and dialed Eric's number. It rang several times before someone answered. The girl flopped onto the sofa in the living room, hugging a cushion, her voice shifting to a feigned softness. "Eric, I love you." In the Fox studios, the main scenes of one of the sets were already prepared, and today they needed to film a few interspersed shots. Eric walked into a quiet corner, answering Drew's call while holding the Motorola that had been gifted as part of an advertisement deal. He was perplexed. "Drew, isn't today a day off? Are you home now?" "Eric, I love you," came the soft voice from the other end. "All right, stop fooling around. If you need something, get to the point." "I'm busy," Eric said, wedging the mobile between his neck and shoulder and glancing at his watch. "It's not even 5 yet. I'll probably be home around 6. "Eric, I love you," the girlish voice repeated, sounding needy. Eric paused a beat before responding. "Just buy whatever you want. Just say it outright." Eric, you're so mean," Drew huffed, tossing her head back in frustration. "I said I love you countless times, and you don't even respond. If you don't get to the point, I'm hanging up," Eric threatened. All right, Eric, can we fire that maid? Drew raised her voice, causing Nicole, who was slicing tomatoes in the kitchen, to roll her eyes. You mean Nicole? She's not my employee. She's just here to help. But I don't like her. Nicole cooks really well. You'll like her once you try it tonight. Just behave yourself. I'm hanging up now. Eric finished and cut the call. In the villa, Drew fumed, waving her petite hand, wanting to throw the phone down. When she looked up, she saw Nicole smugly leaning against the kitchen doorway, holding a glass bowl and stirring eggs, a slightly triumphant smile on her face. So, how's it going, little one? Don't call me little one, you flat-chested girl. Though feeling a bit insecure, Nicole shrugged disparagingly in response to Drew's provocation. Maybe someone likes this type. He doesn't, the girl shot back, unable to resist. People's tastes can change, Nicole casually remarked, turning to return to the kitchen, leaving an enraged Drew behind. I absolutely positively won't let you succeed, the girl declared, shaking her little fist as she vowed. On May 24th, with Spielberg's blockbuster Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade hitting theaters, signaling the start of the summer movie season, Eric was busy with intense post-production work, but he remained very focused on the film. The film earned $30 million in its opening weekend across over 2,300 screens. In the second and third weeks, the box office decline remained within 20% to 30%. By mid-June, it had surpassed $100 million in its first 3 weeks. The post-production work wrapped up in mid-June. Although Eric was willing to spend money in many areas, the production budget only totaled $34 million. After all, the crew's finances were handled by Columbia. The movie didn't require excessive spending on grand sets or any special effects. After the higher-ups at Columbia viewed the finished product, they readily agreed to invest the remaining $6 million budget into marketing the film. Simultaneously, the first major summer blockbuster Columbia was pinning hopes on, Ghostbusters 2, also launched successfully across 2,400 screens. Chapter 146, Stuck Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Compared to blockbuster franchises that had a global box office appeal, Ghostbusters 2 had no real advantages. Being a comedy, it wasn't easy to build a loyal fan base, as audiences tended to chuckle and then forget it all. Moreover, there was a 5-year gap between the 2 films in the series, which made it harder for a comedy to maintain its popularity. If it weren't for Columbia Pictures struggling to find other franchise movies to maintain this crucial summer schedule, this project likely would not have even gotten off the ground. However, Columbia's relentless marketing efforts mostly offset the disadvantages. While it didn't quite reach the levels of outrageous promotion seen with other films, compared to the summer blockbusters from rival studios, Columbia's marketing was fixated on box office numbers rather than making a profit. Money wasn't the goal. They aimed to secure ticket sales. Negotiations with Sony for a merger had reached the final stages, and the Japanese were determined to make themselves appealing to investors. Under these circumstances, Columbia's business operations aimed solely at boosting stock prices, box office numbers being one of the primary factors influencing those prices for a publicly traded film company. The film was set to release on June 16th. After its first week, a box office total of $45 million sent Columbia executives into a frenzy of excitement. This indicated an anticipated total of nearly $200 million in North America, according to the evaluators. But that excitement lasted just a week. In the second week, the box office sank significantly, dropping 55% and raking in just over $19 million. Box office evaluators quickly revised their projections, slashing the expected $200 million total down to $110 million. Although Columbia's stock didn't backslide on the news, its upward momentum slowed considerably. After all, a $100 million gross for a summer blockbuster film from one of the Big Six studios was hardly noteworthy. This situation arose not just because the film was less well-received than the first, but also due to particularly bad timing. Since its debut in 1939, this North American comic book character, the first superhero without superpowers, had not garnered much confidence from Warner Brothers regarding starting this series, reflecting their skepticism in the film's modest production budget. While they pumped almost $50 million into big-budget films, Warner only allocated $35 million for this project, barely reaching blockbuster scale. Columbia, on the other hand, proposed a budget of $40 million for running out of time right off the bat, while Warner's budget for this movie was the same. Due to Warner's lack of faith, Columbia didn't take it seriously either, leading to the film's release just a week before. However, everyone drastically underestimated the impact of a comic book hero that had been serialized for 50 years on the hearts of American audiences. Released on June 24th, just a week later, Batman dominated the box office, drawing in an unmatched $68 million, claiming 45% of the week's total gross and leaving competitors in shambles. The company most affected was Columbia. After suffering a 55% drop in ticket sales, their dreams of $200 million evaporated. After such a steep decline, a rebound seemed almost impossible. Columbia now had to place their hopes on Eric's film, which, following internal test screenings and critic evaluations, had received positive feedback. However, after Batman's second week's numbers came in, a cloud of disappointment loomed over those who had high expectations. The second week showed only a slight 23% drop, still earning $52 million, a figure significantly higher than many blockbusters' opening weekends. Though the total weekly box office hovered around $150 million during the summer season, that amount divided among more than 10 films didn't leave much for any single one. The films that actually got a run during the summer were either cannon fodder or those that audiences hoped would be outstanding, with the latter outnumbering the former. Thus, if one movie maintained a third of the market share and didn't experience any considerable fall in the next week, the pressure on Columbia's film would be palpable. In the boardroom at Columbia headquarters, executives nervously discussed potential strategies, with a vice president from Coca-Cola sitting in to listen. Eric sat beside Amy Pascal, patiently hearing the discussions unfold. Though he directed the film, Eric had little sway over its release. His presence there was merely because he was its director. While Columbia had given him freedom during production, they hadn't involved him much in the marketing decisions. He had submitted a document detailing his marketing strategy, but had received no feedback from Columbia. I think we should consider delaying the release at least by a week. The momentum behind the other film is just too strong. Sticking to a July 7th release date is not wise. We've already lost significant box office due to this competition while trying to boost our stock price with our two major releases, voiced one executive from Columbia's marketing department. As soon as he finished, another executive interjected. "Bob, what about the agreements signed with theaters according to your plan? Coordinate with them and appropriately compensate theater losses. We can fill the void with a few selections from our completed productions. Our priority is ensuring we secure box office revenue above all else." A manager from the data analysis department chimed in. "The box office has already crossed $100 million. That kind of momentum is unlikely to continue, and the critics' reviews for this film aren't too hot either. I expect the third week box office to see a normal drop of over 40%. By your logic, that means this film should have experienced a normal drop in the second week, yet it only saw a 23% minor dip," someone challenged. "The media is starting to ridicule us over our scheduling for the two films. If we don't stick to our existing schedule, it'll send a signal that we lack confidence in the film's quality. That's a dangerous game because if fans perceive it as a subpar flick, that blow to the film's prestige would be fatal. It's much safer to stick with our original schedule. It's not that we don't want to delay. It's that we absolutely must avoid it in this situation." I agree with Rhett. It's not that we don't want to delay. It's that we can't. If we delay, it suggests we don't believe in the film as much as we claimed in our promotions. But if we see just a 20% dip in the third week, that could still result in around $40 million in revenue. Can you imagine the pressure that puts on the box office under those scenarios? The group debated for an hour, with the visiting Coca-Cola vice president remaining silent throughout. Once the chatter died down, he straightened up and turned to Eric, who had quietly listened like everyone else. "Mr. Williams, I noticed you haven't spoken. Why not share your thoughts?" Chapter 147, Going in a Different Direction. Eric had initially kept his head down, flipping through the documents in front of him, but his mind had wandered a bit. He reflected on how successful things were going, yet he couldn't shake the memory of Warner Brothers embarking on their long journey with the Batman series. Over the next decade, Warner continued to produce several Batman sequels, each with investments averaging over $100 million. However, the North American box office grossed only about $100 million, and even when considering global earnings and merchandise, Warner could only break even. For a blockbuster with a budget exceeding $100 million, merely breaking even, or making a small profit, was in reality a loss. After all, that kind of cash in a bank could yield a hefty interest over a few years, and investing in other projects could potentially double it. It wasn't until Amy lightly poked his arm with a pen that Eric noticed he had become the focal point of everyone's attention in the conference room, with many glances tinged with apparent dissatisfaction. While this project cost Columbia a significant amount to acquire from Fox, it didn't mean that Eric was liked or welcomed by Columbia's executives. In fact, there weren't many in the office who had a good opinion of him, not even Amy Pascal, who had previously maintained a decent relationship with Eric. Her feelings towards him had become somewhat complicated. This sentiment was primarily because the box office numbers of Home Alone had started rolling in, and it was well known that Eric would receive approximately $120 million from the film's earnings, while Columbia would only net a little over $40 million in profit. Additionally, Fox had seized the overseas distribution rights for various reasons. Consequently, Eric taking most of the profits meant that the year-end bonuses for all the executives present would see a significant cut. Moreover, due to the profit-sharing agreement, regardless of the film's box office performance, Eric was actually the biggest winner. He had invested not a penny in the current project, yet the other side would see a high percentage of box office proceeds. Thus, it was natural that many of the executives would feel disgruntled. Although many shareholders stood to benefit from the stock price increase of Columbia, most of the executives in the room didn't possess any Columbia stock. Given this complex emotional backdrop, it was understandable that the executives deliberately or inadvertently ignored Eric's presence during the meeting. Eric had already anticipated this kind of situation since he hadn't received any response to a promotional proposal he submitted earlier. Although he had prepared a few remarks beforehand, the cold shoulder he received during the conference made him reluctant to jump in and draw more negative attention. Under the signed agreement, Eric was set to be the biggest beneficiary regardless of the film's outcome. It was simply a matter of whether he would earn more or less. For someone like him, who hadn't invested a cent, there wasn't any risk of a loss. Initially, Eric was somewhat concerned about the film's box office prospects, considering it was a completely new project that hadn't existed in Hollywood. However, after a series of internal screenings and positive reviews from critics, Eric started to feel at ease. Internal screenings could generally determine a film's commercial value. Although mistakes could sometimes happen, the insights of seasoned professionals who had spent decades in Hollywood tended to be reliable, and the outcomes of critics' screenings indicated how well a movie would be received by audiences. Before the digital age, a film's reputation was largely established through various media reviews, and many fans decided whether to watch a film based on what they read in newspapers. With both elements now assured, Eric no longer worried that this movie might turn out to be his Waterloo. If disaster struck, it would simply be a matter of bad luck, not a failure of his making. When Amy Pascal noticed Eric's slightly bewildered expression after he lifted his eyes, she leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. "Sorry, everyone, I just zoned out for a moment." After Amy's reminder, Eric apologized before continuing. "Actually, I already forwarded my promotional ideas to Columbia's distribution department via a written document. Perhaps it's due to my inexperience in this area, but none of the strategies I saw reflected what I submitted." A buzz of discussion arose in the conference room. Most of the attendees hadn't even realized Eric had submitted such a document, and the head of the marketing department shifted uncomfortably. He had been promoted by Cohen Blunt, who had since left the company, yet he maintained a cordial relationship with Blunt. Because of his past association with Cohen Blunt, he had no fondness for Eric. Upon receiving Eric's document, he had scoffed and tossed it aside without reading it. He didn't want Eric to interfere with the marketing and didn't think Eric could propose anything innovative. Faced with everyone's scrutinizing gazes, the department head stammered a defense. I thought Mr. Williams' proposal wasn't anything out of the ordinary, so I didn't pay much heed. Enough. You don't need to elaborate." Columbia's current president interjected, waving a hand to cut him off. Everyone could already see he was lying, and continuing to argue would only make him look foolish. Eric, since everyone is here, why don't you briefly outline your, proposal? Sure, it goes like this, Eric said, standing up and moving to the whiteboard at the front of the conference room. He picked up a black marker and wrote down one word. I call my proposal topic marketing. Of course, this is just a fitting term I came up with on the spot. If this concept doesn't exist in formal marketing theory, I hope you won't hold it against me. The concept of topic marketing, as Eric remembered, had only begun to mature with the rise of online blogs. Before that, while there were similar promotional tactics revolving around gossip, Eric wasn't sure when the concept had formally emerged. The previous promotional efforts had already reached their peak, so we couldn't push further with traditional advertising strategies. To break new ground, we could choose a topic that seems tangentially related to the film for marketing. In fact, I believe some movies that spark interest among fans through rumors of a romantic relationship between the leads fall under my definition of topic marketing. After gauging the crowd's reaction, Eric continued. The earlier discussions mainly revolved around whether to delay the release by a week. I believe my plan perfectly addresses this dilemma. There's no need to postpone the movie. If executed well, the second week's box office could yield unexpected results, compensating for the losses incurred during the first week due to competition. With curiosity evident in the attendees' expressions, Eric wrote 2 more lines on the whiteboard: product placement and TV series. As you all know, there are a lot of product placements in films, which has led to some minor disputes between us, Eric said with a smile, pointing to product placement. The executives exchanged forced chuckles. After all, Eric had previously made $6 million from product placements in this film, and Columbia had wanted a piece of it since $6 million was no small sum. It could fund an entire film. However, through specific contracts, Eric had converted that advertisement income into personal profit rather than revenue for the film, leaving Columbia with nothing. Once the laughter died down, Eric added, my strategy revolves around the topics related to product placement and the TV series I'm about to produce. I'm confident the product placements will be cleverly integrated, as even those critics who participated in the previews didn't recognize any discrepancies. They also failed to notice the 3 instances throughout the film when the TV series was shown, and if those critics didn't catch that, then the audience certainly wouldn't. They would likely be engrossed in the film's story. When I refer to topic marketing, I mean after the film's release, we artificially generate topics to draw viewers' attention. If we successfully pique the fans' curiosity about how many ads are in the movie and the fleeting portrayal of the TV series, that could lead to a substantial number of returning viewers in the second week. At this point, one executive interjected, Eric, the topic of your TV series might be worth trying, but I recall you specifically instructed us not to mention any product placement during promotion. Wasn't that to avoid annoying the fans? Eric explained, of course, that was the intention. What I just mentioned would only be revealed after the movie premiered. By the time of the 3-day opening weekend, the film's reputation would indeed be established. I trust that everyone has confidence in this film's reception. Since fans already recognize it as an outstanding movie, revealing this afterward won't provoke complaints. They will see it as an intriguing aspect. Just like how we are generally forgiving of the minor faults of exceptionally talented people. No one criticizes Napoleon's height, Einstein's aloofness, or Madame Curie's. Ahem. Well, this will need media guidance. We must ensure that most media attitudes towards this become playful rather than critical. The detailed proposal is already in that document I submitted. Of course, it will require adjustments from professionals since I'm just an amateur at this. Once he finished, Eric walked back to his seat. The president of Columbia turned to the marketing executive. Ryan, is Eric's document still around? Ryan rubbed his knees under the table. Unsure. Maybe. I'll have my assistant look for it. You go and find it yourself. Make sure to get several copies for distribution, and hurry. Sure, I'll go right now. He stood up and rushed out of the conference room, leaving the meeting in a temporary standstill as everyone discussed what Eric had just said, and Eric was no longer. Met with hostility. A group of people gathered around him, discussing his ideas animatedly. Chapter 148, The Premiere. Columbia ultimately decided to go all in and release the film as scheduled. Most of the executives believed that delaying the movie would pose a greater risk than the potential backlash. And of course, the alternative promotional plan Eric had provided played a significant role in this decision. In the Beverly Hills mansion, Eric stood before the dressing mirror, tilting his head slightly. Nicole, dressed in a casual outfit, bent down carefully to help him with his tie. Meanwhile, on the big bed, Drew lay sprawled out, dressed in a white tank top and a denim miniskirt that accentuated her well-developed figure. The tank top revealed a glimpse of her slim waist while her pale legs dangled lazily, her toes painted with black nail polish peeking out. The girl propped her chin in her hand, watching Nicole tie Eric's tie with a hint of envy. Although she wanted to be the one doing it, unfortunately, she just didn't know how. "Eric, can I walk the red carpet with you later?" After Nicole finished tying the tie, Eric was putting on his suit when Drew cut in with a slightly whiny tone. "No way. It's already been arranged. You'll just walk in with Nicole," he replied. But what if I don't want to go with her?" Drew unabashedly voiced her feelings in front of Nicole. Ever since summer vacation started, Drew had seemed to change her demeanor. Instead of running around wildly, she had surprisingly stayed at home every day. It took Eric quite a while to realize that she was trying to keep Nicole from trying to steal him away. Just like now, since Eric needed to change clothes for the premiere, Nicole came over to help, and Drew made her timely appearance beside them. Hearing Drew's words, Nicole couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but Drew caught the shift in her expression right away. Eric, look," she raised her eyebrow. "She's up to something. Shouldn't we just send her away?" Nicole finally couldn't hold back. "Drew, are you saying this to me right to my face? I don't even have the right to express my displeasure." "Don't call me Drew. As the maid, you should refer to me as Miss Barrymore," she retorted. "All right, Miss Barrymore," Nicole replied, sounding as if she was at her wit's end. If Eric weren't there, her tone would have been much more biting. Drew had truly thrown a wrench into her plans. After spending over a month together, her relationship with Eric hadn't made any significant progress. Though she kept everything in the mansion organized and took care of Eric's life meticulously, the two hadn't had much time to be alone together since Drew's summer break. This left her with no chance to take initiative. "You seem awfully reluctant. You don't even look like a maid. Eric, we should kick her out." After getting dressed, Eric playfully tapped Drew on the forehead and said with a smile, "Stop causing trouble. If you keep this up, I might just send you away. Now go change clothes." Drew exaggeratedly cried out, covering her forehead as she reluctantly left the room. As Eric got out of the car, the front of the Chinese theater on Hollywood Boulevard was already packed with people. Alongside reporters, fans crowded both sides of the red carpet. Eric noticed many girls holding up posters, calling out Cruz's name, which didn't surprise him at all. Among the cast and crew, Eric's role was that of a director. Although he had gained some fame as an actor, he had completely set aside his acting career afterward, causing his notoriety to fade. Furthermore, his films lacked a unified style, and he intentionally maintained a low profile, making it difficult to accumulate a loyal following. Hanks, who didn't have the looks but was a well-respected actor, was still on the rise and hadn't achieved the level of influence he would in the future. Cruz, on the other hand, was in a different league. For the past decade, he had maintained an idol persona that successfully ingrained him as a favorite in the public eye. Until his divorce from Nicole Kidman, Cruz's public image had remained impeccably polished. Eric didn't mind the fans' reactions in the slightest. His personal goals were crystal clear. He never aspired to be a public idol, but rather aimed to be a significant force behind the scenes in Hollywood. As the premiere started, a few minor stars began walking the red carpet. According to usual red carpet protocol, the more prominent figures typically appeared midway through, so Eric made his way towards the waiting area, where quite a gathering had formed. "Eric, congratulations," Hanks remarked with a strange smile upon seeing him. When Eric looked confused, Hanks continued, "I heard Pretty Woman achieved over $210 million in North America and $530 million worldwide at the box office before it was pulled from theaters. It really shocked a lot of people. With the global total, your personal aggregate box office earnings have now exceeded $1 billion. There are only a handful of people in Hollywood who have crossed that milestone. Shouldn't we celebrate? Isn't that a bit overrated?" Eric chuckled, pointing at Cruz next to him. Cruz's movies have already crossed $1 billion globally. However, Cruz didn't show his usual smugness upon hearing Eric's comment. He awkwardly chuckled, displaying rare humility. Eric, how could I compare myself to you? He had indeed starred in films that grossed over $1 billion, but compared to the immense revenue, the profits he personally received were pitiful. As of now, Cruz's personal wealth was a mere few tens of millions, while Eric was set to receive over $200 million from just 2 films. Seeing Eric's name in the papers filled Cruz with jealousy, which further strengthened his resolve to transition into producing. During this time, Cruz had already begun selecting scripts for the production company he had founded, as the event's host had arranged for him. When Brooke Shields came over after Eric's arrival, she naturally moved closer to him. Hearing the conversation of a few men, the woman, who had previously given up hope after Eric had subtly rejected her, found herself intrigued again. Her gaze turned intense. Having grown up with a complex background, Brooke Shields had a peculiar admiration and obsession with wealth. If she had enough money back then, stemming from her noble blood, she might have lived the life of a genuine aristocrat instead of having to shoot nude photos at the age of 10 for a few $100s or appearing in R-rated films at 12. She definitely could have avoided those suggestive jeans commercials. When the staff indicated that the creators could step onto the red carpet, Brooke Shields instinctively moved closer to Eric and excitedly linked arms with him. She immediately regretted wearing high heels that made her a bit taller than Eric, which didn't seem like a good match. Eric didn't mind this at all. Feeling the softness of her form against his arm was comfortable, yet he had to remind her. Brooke, you're holding on too tightly. Can you loosen up a bit? Oh, sorry, Eric. I'm a little nervous, she replied, justifying herself and loosening her grip somewhat. Eric chuckled, finding her thoughts a bit strange. After all, she had grown up in front of the cameras. How could she be nervous? However, he didn't delve into it further as they stepped out onto the red carpet together. Chapter 149, Playthings. Amid the cheers of fans, Eric made his way through the crowd, smiling as he hurriedly signed a few autographs on posters held out by fans along the red carpet. He then waved to Brooke Shields, who was also signing autographs, and the two headed to the media interview area. Mr. Williams, are you confident about the box office? One reporter asked. Miss Shields, you seem quite close to Mr. Williams. Is there something going on there? Another inquired. Mr. Williams, over here. Look this way. Mr. Williams, what do you think about the forecast for box office performance? Surrounded by frantic flashes, Eric wrapped his arm around Brooke Shields' waist, smiling for the cameras, but had no intention of answering any questions. Once he opened his mouth, the reporters would undoubtedly throw sensitive questions his way. Having learned from past experiences, Eric realized that no matter how he answered, it wouldn't go well. If he displayed too much confidence and the box office ended up falling short, he would face relentless mockery. Conversely, if he showed any hint of doubt, it would only amplify the commotion. A director lacking faith in his own work wouldn't inspire any favorable press. Even if he provided a neutral, diplomatic response, crafty reporters could twist his words. Therefore, the best strategy was simply to remain silent. Hearing the even louder cheers behind him, Eric knew that Cruz and Hanks had just hit the red carpet together. This had all been arranged in advance. Glancing back, he saw the two actors smiling as they slowly navigated through the adoring crowd. Eric knew it was time for him to make space for the two stars, so he gestured to Brooke Shields, who once again linked arms with him, and they entered the theater together. Outside, amidst the uproar of excited fans, Nicole and Drew had just stepped out of the car, taking in the scene not far from them. Drew, sporting pink heart-shaped sunglasses and chewing gum with her hands shoved in the pockets of her little jacket, casually stared at the frenzied fans and the ceremony unfolding with Cruz and Hanks. This outfit was something the girl had picked up after watching Kubrick's films. She firmly believed that Eric harbored the soul of a man with a Lolita complex, so she decided to dress up this way and suddenly appeared before him. Eric had indeed been charmed by her playful appearance, and with Drew's doll-like face coupled with a classic Lolita look, it was impossible for him not to feel a spark. Ever since that encounter, Drew had taken a liking to this outfit, knowing that Eric appreciated this playful style. Casting a sidelong glance at Nicole standing next to her, Drew, though not fond of the woman, had followed Eric's orders to drive her to the event. observing the admiration in Nicole's eyes as she gazed at Cruz and Hanks basking in the fans' euphoria. The girl scoffed. Hey, you really envy them, don't you? Nicole was momentarily taken aback before realizing Drew was talking to her. A bit surprised, she replied, Of course. If it weren't for this, what would be the point of coming to Hollywood? Don't you yearn for that? What's there to yearn for? After your film's release, you'll be receiving the same kind of adoration, Drew dismissed casually. Oh. Nicole was even more surprised now as she looked down at the girl beside her. That doesn't sound like something one would expect from your sharp tongue. I never thought you'd compliment me. Huh? Drew sneered slightly. Which ear did you hear me compliment you? I'm just confident in Eric's script. Just get any beautiful woman from Hollywood, and if she lands the lead in one of Eric's movies, she can become a big star, just like Julia Roberts. He picked her up from a little diner. You're just another fortunate woman he chose. Oh, what about you? Nicole replied, her tone slightly sarcastic. Drew didn't mind raising her chin proudly and responded, I'm Eric's. Wow. Nicole didn't know how to react, letting out a vague sound. I am Eric's, Drew re-emphasized. Eric knows I belong to him. So, his feelings towards me are different from his feelings for you women. Not even Jennifer Aniston could block my position in his heart. But it sounds to me like you're more like. Nicole began, glancing at Drew, hesitating. Despite Drew often meddling in her plans, she didn't want to completely alienate her, knowing Drew was very close to Eric. Drew interjected carefree. A pet, right? Huh, how ridiculous. I can't believe you'd conjure up thoughts similar to that little fool Aniston. And even if I were a pet, do you know what you women are? Nicole, though aware Drew wouldn't offer any sweet words, couldn't help but display an inquisitive expression. Playthings, Drew quickly shot back. Want to know why I asked that question when we first met? Because if the answer were yes, then Eric might have some feelings for you, and you could possibly become his mistress. But since the answer is no, it means Eric doesn't see you that way. He regards you as a plaything, just a pretty doll dressed up to sit in his mansion because it amuses him. Nicole's face darkened as she trembled, replying, That's impossible. It can't be like that. He gave me the lead in a movie. Uff, just a lead in a movie. You're way too full of yourself. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You've been trying every way to seduce him these days, haven't you? You want to become Mrs. Williams, right? How ridiculous. He doesn't even have the interest to sleep with you, let alone marry you. Nicole abruptly raised her head, glaring at Drew with daggers. I get it. You want to push me away with those words. Little girl, you think I'll back down? If what you said were true, why would you keep trying to stop me? Drew shrugged. I just don't want to put Eric in a difficult position. His views are a bit different from others, and if you actually climbed into his bed, plus with a woman like you being so cunning, it could be hard for him to shake you off later. So, before you leave my place, I'll keep a close eye on you, Nicole Kidman. You'd better give up this idea sooner than later. Let's wait and see, Miss Barrymore, Nicole said with a mocking tone as she walked toward the theater entrance. Drew adjusted her sunglasses and followed her. After Cruz and Hanks exited the red carpet, yet another celebrity guest took to the stage. Unable to contain herself, Drew leaned into Nicole. Look, those actresses getting even wilder screams from the fans. If Eric wanted, he could just wave his hand, and most of them would happily shed their clothes to climb into his bed, willingly sticking up their butts. So, while those starlets might earn more screams than Eric did just a moment ago, he's the one who truly wielded the power in Hollywood. Though Nicole pretended to be unfazed by Drew's words, deep down, she had to acknowledge that the girl spoke the truth. For just one role, she had willingly gone to Eric's house, donned a seductive maid outfit to please him, and considering the status Eric accumulated from his string of successful films, there weren't many starlets in Hollywood who would turn down any of his requests. Chapter 150, The Opening. As soon as they entered the screening room, Drew dashed away from Nicole and ran toward the front row where the crew members were seated. Nicole noticed Drew muttering a few words to Tom Hanks, who was sitting next to Eric. Hanks smiled, stood up, and offered his seat to her. While Nicole felt a pang of jealousy, she knew she didn't even have the right to sit in the front row, let alone ask anyone there to give up their seat for her. Though a bit reluctant, she settled for a seat in the middle of the theater. As more people filed into the screening room, she unexpectedly found herself next to a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking rather dapper. He seemed to casually glance at her, his eyes widening just enough to show his surprise at her presence. He initiated a conversation. "Hi there." Although his tone was casual, Nicole, who was used to these kinds of encounters, quickly realized he was trying to flirt. While she felt some annoyance, she couldn't ignore him since he had greeted her so politely. She replied in a neutral tone, "Hello." The man seemed unfazed by Nicole's cool demeanor. A seasoned charmer, he figured if he let a little initial coldness deter him, he'd never stand a chance with women. "I apologize for my abruptness, miss, but you are simply stunning, especially your hairstyle combined with your facial features, giving you an air of classic beauty. You know, many girls these days are into puffy waves, which look terrible, like a bird's nest. A girl with your taste is such a rarity." As she heard his compliments, Nicole showed no signs of pleasure. Instead, a slight awkwardness crept onto her face as she replied, "Thank you for your kind words, sir." "Not at all," he smiled back, introducing himself. "I'm George Norse, a film critic for a magazine. You can call me Nicole." "Nicole, is that Nicole? Wow, I just realized that name seems like it was meant for you." In Greek, Nicole describes a physically beautiful yet delicate young woman who is strong and independent inside, he added. Before George could continue, the lights in the screening room dimmed. For some reason, reflecting on Eric's recent coldness toward her made Nicole feel a bit annoyed with her attentive suitor, so she gently reminded him, "The movie is starting, Mr. Norse." "Of course, I understand." George realized he had been too eager, straightened up in his seat, and turned his focus back to the screen. After the Columbia Pictures logo faded, a little girl in a red hoodie released fireflies, drawing a beautiful pattern in the sky, only to become the brightest star among the cosmos. Then, the screen fell briefly into darkness with the sound of footsteps echoing, but the visuals did not appear right away. Instead, the names of the cast and crew rolled up the screen. As the audience awaited in curiosity, the imagery finally brightened to reveal Tom Cruise, wearing sunglasses, expressionlessly climbing a staircase, while a mysterious and sorrowful male voice began to chant. Nicole was engrossed in the screen when she overheard two girls behind her whispering. They were clearly fans of Cruise. "Oh my God, I just realized that little Tommy walks so handsomely. Michi, I'm losing it," one girl exclaimed. "Me too, Erica. After this, we have to rush up and get Tommy's autograph," the other replied. Nicole felt a similar excitement, although she couldn't quite understand why. Fortunately, George Norse, being a professional critic, caught their enthusiasm and leaned closer to Nicole to softly explain. "That's the result of the atmosphere that's been created. The echo of footsteps, the mysterious chanting, the cold shot, and the silent protagonist craft an incredibly infectious scene. It's no wonder they feel that way." Eric Williams is truly a genius. With just a few simple shots, he established a style that is completely different from his previous films. If the lighting were normal, the music and echoes changed, and even if they used different music, the impact of those shots wouldn't be the same. While it may look straightforward, perfectly blending these elements to create an irresistible impact requires a high level of artistic skill. While discussing other men in front of a woman might not be the wisest move when trying to impress her, George Norse treated Nicole like a typical movie fan. He didn't think she had any connection with Eric, so he freely praised him, subtly showcasing his own expertise in film. Appreciation. After reaching the rooftop, the music turned heavier as the camera followed the leading man to the edge. The scene began shifting between memory and reality through the dialogue between Andy, played by Cruise, and a doctor, revealing that Andy had only 4 weeks to live. Tommy wouldn't jump off, would he?" came the worried voice of one of the girls, echoing the concern of many fans in the theater. "Of course not, Erica. Look at Tommy, he's got a backpack. He must have other things to do." "Who jumps off a building carrying a bag?" the other tried to reassure her. "Michi, do you think Tommy will die?" "Definitely not. I've heard stories about many terminal cancer patients surviving, and this is a movie. Miracles happen in movies. Tommy never dies in his films. He can't die. Let's hope so." Erica clasped her hands over her chest, praying, eager to see what Cruise's next move would be at the edge. But the film didn't immediately reveal the answer. After the title card, the scene shifted to a restaurant where Hanks, playing Sean, leisurely read the newspaper while having breakfast. The camera quickly swung to the bar where Andy was calmly eating, also looking at a sitcom on TV with a hint of longing in his eyes. When the two main characters appeared simultaneously, the audience assumed they'd face off in the restaurant, but the scene quickly cut to different imagery. I bet this scene with Cruz will reappear. It's a time cue set by the director. Nicole, did you notice Cruz's expression? He has only 4 weeks left, which is why he's so focused and nostalgic while eating, drinking, and watching TV. It seems he wants to imprint the beauty of this world into his soul during his remaining time. I can confidently say Cruz will die by the end. George Norse couldn't resist showcasing his knowledge again. Nicole merely nodded to acknowledge his words, keeping her eyes fixed on the screen as she gradually immersed herself in the narrative. Chapter 151, Transformation of Temperament. It looks like Cruz really broke out with this character, George Norse commented, his voice low enough for Nicole to hear. However, catching a glance at the indifferent girl next to him, he realized she wasn't interested in this topic, leading him to halt his analysis. On the bus, Andy encountered a police checkpoint. Calmly, he sat down next to a girl in the front right seat. The entrance of Brooke Shields was still dazzling, but under Eric's suggestion, thanks to the makeup artist's meticulous work, the actress's slightly thick eyebrows had been trimmed down, and her lips were devoid of any gloss. Her long hair fell smoothly, and her face wore only a hint of lightweight makeup. This transformation greatly altered her demeanor. Many who had seen Brooke before would naturally associate her with terms like goddess. However, in this moment, her character gave off a softer vibe, shedding that intimidating goddess aura for a more approachable and endearing presence. In the front row of the theater, Brooke saw herself on screen, her nerves suddenly rising. She was still somewhat concerned about this change in her image. Sneaking a glance back, thanks to the screen's brightness, she could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the audience in the back rows. Many male viewers stared intently at the big screen. Some wore expressions of infatuation, mouths slightly agape, clearly bewitched by her entrance. Upon seeing this, Brooke felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as the audience reacted positively, that was all that mattered. Regarding critics, after experiencing a few Razzie Awards, she harbored no illusions of being recognized for her acting. As long as she could gain popularity among the viewers, that was sufficient. After all, Hollywood had numerous big stars who had high popularity but poor acting skills. Chapter 152, Plot. Andy, diagnosed with late-stage cancer and given 4 weeks to live, stages a series of events to engage with Sean, a skilled police negotiator. Andy orchestrates a robbery to get Sean's attention and proposes a 3-day game, where Andy shoots a finance manager, leads Sean on a wild chase, and escapes with a fake bomb. The manager is revealed to be unharmed. Throughout the game, Andy and Sean develop a mutual respect, with Andy revealing he's been impersonating his late father, Peter, to avenge him. Andy also crosses paths with a woman, Yo-Yo, a recurring love interest, who seems to play an intriguing role in his life. She is seen interacting with Andy multiple times, notably when they meet on a bus and later at a restaurant. Though their relationship remains ambiguous, she seems to serve as both a source of comfort and a reminder of Andy's impending death. Andy and Sean work together to escape the antagonist, a criminal with stolen diamonds, but Andy ultimately escapes with both the diamond and money. Despite Andy's apparent death from his illness, he tricks Sean and escapes again, leaving a final twist. In the end, Andy donates the stolen money to a children's cancer foundation, and Sean is left with a bittersweet parting. Andy's love interest reappears, wearing the diamond, symbolizing his complex legacy of crime, love, and redemption. Chapter 153, Blame. As the final credits rolled, the lights in the theater brightened. Amid the nervous anticipation of the film's creators, applause erupted, continuing until Eric, joined by stars like Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, made his way to the stage. He smiled and gestured for the audience to settle down, slowly hush falling over the room. After expressing gratitude to the fans and enjoying a brief interaction, Eric and the others made their way backstage amidst the growing excitement of the audience. Although the fans were reluctant to leave, they did so with a sense of order. The use of repetitive techniques was just brilliant. You know, Nicole, Many directors bring their own unique style to their films. It's not just the auteur filmmakers who possess strong styles. Even those who focus on box office success tend to have a signature approach that they unknowingly reuse in many of their films. Yet, oddly enough, this trait doesn't seem to manifest in Eric Williams. Each of his films has a totally different style, which is just bizarre, since the inertia of one's tendencies is usually quite strong, and habits often come out without one realizing it. As magazine critic George Norse walked side by side with Nicole out of the theater, he animatedly explained his thoughts. He noticed that whenever he brought up Eric, Nicole exhibited a hint of interest, unlike her rather indifferent reactions to other topics. So, he decisively shifted the conversation away from Cruise, Hanks, or Brooke Shields, catering instead to Eric. Once they reached the parking lot, George tentatively spoke up. "Nicole, there's a nice cafe not far from here. Perhaps we could sit for a while? It's still early, and there's nothing for us to do back home, right?" Nicole coldly replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Norse, but I'm heading back now." Though she said this, Nicole paused by her car, glancing back toward the theater. George, having been turned down, saw that she did not immediately get in her car and grew even more determined. A cold and beautiful woman like Nicole was a challenge he hadn't yet conquered, and her lukewarm attitude fueled his desire to win her over. "Nicole, do you really like Eric Williams?" George quickly pivoted to another topic. Nicole glanced at him, answering honestly, "Not particularly." George gave a knowing smile. "Come on, don't deny it. I've noticed you seem to be more interested in discussions about Eric Williams. Would you like to meet him in person?" Nicole raised an eyebrow, growing increasingly impatient with his persistence. Unfortunately, George didn't pick up on her subtle changes in expression due to the lighting in the parking lot and continued with his assumptions. "You know, Eric Williams has been doing a lot of interviews promoting his movie lately. Given his influence now, if we sent him an interview request, he'd likely accept." "That has nothing to do with me," Nicole replied coldly. "I have a good relationship with the editor. If he agrees, I can snag this assignment." Then, George said with a hint of smugness, "If you're willing, you could pretend to be my assistant, giving you the chance to meet Eric Williams face to face. Who knows? We might even end up having dinner together." "Oh." Nicole let out a nonchalant sound, a sarcastic smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to clearly reject this presumptuous guy, a sharply dressed young man approached the parking lot, heading straight for her. Seeing the young man, George's expression went wary. Nicole was on alert too. She didn't know him, and with George still lingering nearby, she didn't want another clingy situation. "Excuse me, are you Miss Nicole Kidman?" the young man asked upon reaching her, taking a second to assess her outfit. Nicole nodded, and George breathed a sigh of relief, noticing the two were unfamiliar with each other. Once the young man confirmed her identity, he warmly said, "Hello, Miss Kidman. I'm Alan Fissman." Upon seeing her puzzled look, he quickly added, "I'm Mr. Williams's assistant." "Oh, hello, Alan. Just call me Nicole," she replied with a smile, shaking his hand while casting a knowing glance at George Norse, who now appeared somewhat uneasy. "This is magazine critic Mr. George Norse." "Hello, Mr. Norse," Alan greeted him, though his tone was neutral. People in film usually harbored disdain for critics. In those days, critics wielded immense power over a film's reputation, but very few maintained a fair perspective. Therefore, studios often had to shell out hefty public relations fees before each release to guarantee positive reviews. After acknowledging George, Alan turned back to Nicole. "So, Nicole, Ms. Barrymore asked me to pass along that she will be attending the upcoming party with Mr. Williams, so you don't need to wait for her." "Thank you, Alan. I understand," Nicole nodded. Not saying much else, Alan nodded at both of them and walked back toward the theater. "Excuse me, Mr. Norse, could you move aside?" Nicole said as she prepared to open her car door to leave, only to find George frozen, blocking her path. "Oh, sorry," George stammered, hastily stepping aside, watching as Nicole opened the car door. He forced a smile, but it felt stiff, as if his facial muscles were frozen. Had Alan only mentioned Mr. Williams, George might have deceived himself, pretending not to understand. After all, the surname Williams was far too common. However, with the mention of Ms. Barrymore, all pretense evaporated. Eric's peculiar relationship with Drew was a hot topic in the industry, and George clearly couldn't have missed it. So, it was easy to deduce that Nicole must know both Eric and Drew well. Realizing his earlier comments now fell flat, a deep sense of embarrassment washed over George. Nicole clearly had a connection with Eric, and how could he use an interview as bait? She must have laughed at him internally 100 times over. Watching Nicole drive off like it was nothing, George trudged to his own car, feeling like a clown. When faced with such situations, if one refuses to reflect on their mistakes, they often misdirect their frustrations elsewhere. So, George completely disregarded his own rude persistence and instead felt as if he'd been played by Nicole. Finding an excuse for himself, George kicked his car tire angrily, his face twisted in rage as he spat. "Bitch, we'll see about this." Chapter 154, Just Afraid of the Cultural Thing. The ups and downs of the plot, the heart-shaking score, the sharp and varied editing, and the excellent performances of several actors. After the warmth of Eric Williams' previous work, he brought us a distinctly stylized Black Symphony. From the mysterious chanting at the opening to the tragic symphony at the end, the beautiful score ran through the entire film without ever feeling overwhelming. The tightly packed plot was full of tension, with not a single redundant shot. This 2-hour visual feast instead left viewers feeling an internal peace. Sex and blood have always been two elements that can evoke adrenaline in the audience, but many films often resort to sensationalism, putting sex for the sake of sex and blood for the sake of blood. In this film, however, the use of blood felt completely unforced. Every time Tom Cruise appeared on screen coughing up blood, I could hear the gasps of heartbreak from female fans around me, mixed with a thrilling excitement. A handsome, gentle, and somewhat mysterious man had already stolen the hearts of most women at first sight. Eric Williams was not content with that. He added a thrilling, blood-spitting trait to the protagonist. I'm certain that the character Andy, as portrayed by Cruise, would inspire a lot of filmmakers to imitate in the future. The brilliant performances of the two leads did not overshadow the shine of the supporting cast. Joe Pesci's raised eyebrows and sarcastic expressions were just hilarious, while the return of Brooke Shields, after several years of absence, was truly refreshing. Perhaps it was due to her years at Princeton, but Shields' acting was no longer superficial. It gained a depth and restraint. Though her appearance was brief, it made a lasting impact, and I believe this time, even if Shields didn't win any major performance awards, the Razzie judges certainly wouldn't consider her as a nominee. I am eagerly looking forward to her performance in future films. The next morning, with the gentle sound of pages turning, Eric sat in the restaurant chair, engrossed in the fresh reviews from that day's newspaper. Meanwhile, Nicole buzzed around, occasionally bringing finished breakfast to the dining table. Soon, Drew, looking bleary-eyed and wearing slippers, floated into the restaurant and pulled out a chair at the dining table. She rested her chin on her hand, squinting at Eric as he flipped through the newspaper. "Why aren't you sleeping more?" Eric asked without looking up. "I'm hungry," Drew said as she reached for a small basket of bagels placed in the center of the table, but Eric's rolled-up newspaper halted her attempt. "Did you brush your teeth? After I eat?" She blinked and pouted. "Brush first, eat later." Eric shot her a stern glance, indicating he wouldn't give in, swatting the air with his newspaper, ready to do so again. Fine. Honestly, you sound like an old crank," Drew sighed, getting up softly and drifting away. She had a bit too much fun at the party last night and didn't eat much, making her look rather wilted. Nicole stood by the kitchen counter, listening to their exchange and feeling a twinge of envy. Although they didn't share any intimate words or actions, their mundane conversation exuded a warm familiarity that felt exclusive to family. In contrast, even though Eric always treated her with politeness, he never truly regarded her as one of his own. She had made efforts in that regard, but to little effect. As she brought the prepared oatmeal into the dining room, she started serving breakfast. She placed a bowl of cereal lightly in front of Eric, casually looking up, only to see him frowning slightly at a piece of newspaper. "What's wrong?" she asked softly as she took a seat. Eric shook his head lightly. "Nothing, just a review." Nicole glanced at the newspaper in Eric's hands and asked quietly, "Is someone criticizing?" "Yeah," Eric nodded. "It feels bizarre. It's like this person has it out for me. and I don't even remember provoking them. He then shifted his gaze down, hoping to find some information about the author. Some newspapers often attach the credentials of well-known critics at the end of their reviews to enhance the perceived authority. Ah, just a magazine's dedicated film critic, graduated from Columbia University's journalism program, Eric muttered. Hearing the name made Nicole's heart race. Eric, can I take a look? Eric handed over the paper, and Nicole, glancing at the author's name, felt a surge of anxiety. It boldly read George Norse. An implausible storyline, chaotic and pretentious music, and numerous repetitive meaningless shots cobbled together into a 2-hour film. I feel that this film is simply wasting viewers' time and money. She barely skimmed one excerpt before hastily returning the newspaper. Her eyes flickered as she understood that this article had to be linked to her. After all, George Norse had initially viewed Eric favorably. Perhaps the coincidental events of the previous night left the critic feeling embarrassed, resulting in this vicious review. If only she had made it clear to him to back off when he tried to chat her up, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking this way only made her more anxious, and she cautiously asked, Eric, you don't think this review will affect the box office, right? It won't, Eric replied. Most reviews have been positive for this film. An occasional negative one doesn't really matter, as long as the overall word of mouth remains good. Oh, Nicole sighed in relief. Eric scrutinized her expression carefully. Nicole, you seem to be worried about something? No, not at all. She quickly shook her head in denial. Eric didn't press further, hastily flipping through the remaining bits of the newspaper before starting his breakfast. But George Norse wasn't ready to let up after just one critical review. On the second and third days, more articles appeared in various newspapers, each more aggressive than the last. Eventually, he even began questioning whether the film was truly directed by Eric. Norse first listed seemingly common characteristics from Eric's previous films, noting their heartwarming styles. Then he suddenly shifted gears, providing a detailed contrast with the dark, stark style of other films, leaving readers with a feeling that there was no relationship to Eric's earlier works. Following that, Norse started commenting on similarities found in the works of many film masters, consistently instilling the notion that if a few movies were directed by the same person, even masters known for diverse styles could show common elements. But they didn't. Thus, George Norse boldly insinuated that this film was actually not directed by Eric, but rather by a hired gun chosen by Columbia. It was nothing but a cash grab masquerading under the genius director Eric Williams' name, fooling the fans. Upon reading this piece, Eric couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, fully grasping the saying that an educated rogue is the scariest kind. The scrutiny of this article was astoundingly detailed, and the professional level so high that Eric found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he was an Ivy League graduate. Eric had to admit that the other's analysis was compelling. Due to the influence of the newspaper that published George Norse's article, the hired gun theory surprisingly gained traction among the public. With the summer box office competition being fierce, once the opportunity to undermine a competitor arose, other film companies jumped at the chance to amplify such doubt. Within just a few days, the media's questioning grew louder, forcing Columbia to take the situation seriously and urgently contact Eric for a strategy discussion. Perhaps we could sue that critic named George Norse for libel, one executive suggested in the conference room. The legal department manager shook his head in counterargument. We've considered that method, but it's tough to pursue. Federal courts probably wouldn't even accept our lawsuit request. George Norse is far too clever. His article reads more like a scholarly paper. He never outright states that Eric didn't direct it. He only implies it in a very persuasive manner. Honestly, if I hadn't happened to see part of the filming process, I would probably have believed him myself. Right now, it's critical we clarify this. We can't let this theory fester. This sounds simple, but it isn't easy in practice. How do we clarify things for Eric? Are we going to have the TV network broadcast Eric directing something live? We've found some behind-the-scenes photos, but sadly, there are plenty of pictures of Cruise, Hanks, and even Brooke Shields, but very few of Eric. None of them carry much weight. Just then, Eric pushed the door open and walked into the conference room, a cardboard box in his arms after being delayed by a few issues. Sorry, everyone. I got held up preparing these. Eric apologized, finding a seat. Everyone's eyes instinctively shifted to the small box Eric placed on the conference table. Noticing the curious looks, Eric elaborated. "Oh, these are videotapes that Drew gathered during her visits to the set. She had been fiddling around with a camera while shooting." Chapter 155, Speaking Nonsense Seriously. On July 10th, the first-week box office results for the film officially came out. Although George Norse's article stirred up a wave of public skepticism, the film's reputation remained largely unscathed, with over 70% of critics offering positive reviews. As a result, the pressure remained high, and the film raked in over $27 million during its opening 3 days. Columbia Pictures had mixed feelings about this figure. On the bright side, weekday sales during the summer box office often accounted for 30 to 40% of the weekly total, so there was still a chance to reach the $40 million mark over the first week. Despite the opening, just hitting that $40 million mark would give Columbia executives some peace of mind after weeks of worrying about box office numbers. If the film reached $40 million during its first week, it could potentially surpass $200 million overall. However, Columbia was anxious because of the situation of Ghostbusters 2, concerned it might similarly experience a week-to-week drop of over 50%. Although they didn't expect the box office to follow a wild roller coaster trend anymore, it was understandable for Columbia to worry. Making a movie felt a lot like gambling. Nobody knew what would happen next. Thus, when the stir from George Norse's article began, Columbia quickly summoned all its executives to discuss strategies. The fallout from such situations was unpredictable. Maybe people would read it, chuckle, and quickly forget. But Columbia noticed there seemed to be a lot of voices out there that didn't want the article's sentiments to be easily overlooked. In just a few days, several media outlets began to amplify the issue. They absolutely wouldn't allow their originally promising film to be affected by this wave of skepticism. Moreover, Columbia had already confirmed Eric's suggestion for topic marketing, aiming to use product placements and clips from Eric's TV show to boost the second-week box office. But for this plan to succeed, they needed to clear up the current wave of doubts. Otherwise, the topic marketing might backfire, amplifying issues instead of resolving them. As the executives racked their brains over how to dispel the rumors, a small box of videotapes that Eric brought into the meeting room opened everyone's eyes. After playing a few tapes, they quickly devised their strategy. In an office building of CBS in Los Angeles, Eric was making the final preparations with a host named Sophia Temple for a show called It's Showtime. If they wanted to clear up doubts swiftly, what could be more convincing than playing footage from the set live in front of millions of viewers on a talk show? When a senior executive suggested this, Eric immediately thought of the famous Oprah Winfrey Show because it was just too iconic. Unfortunately, that idea was dismissed quickly since the show ran from September each year to May the next, and they happened to be in the off-season. Even if the Oprah show weren't in its off-season, arranging for a slot in just a few days seemed improbable. As a second choice, Columbia quickly arranged for another show at Showtime, clearly borrowing from the format of other talk shows, but Eric had never heard of it in his previous life. Sophia Temple was an elegant white woman, wearing a smart burgundy business suit, with dark hair and blue eyes, and a delicate nose. Eric thought she bore some resemblance to Courtney Cox, just with a more studious air about her. After chatting, Eric understood why this talk show remained largely unnoticed. It probably wouldn't exist much longer. Sophia's personality was quite reserved. Her polished speech suggested she came from a wealthy family and had received an elite education. Although she was talented, she tended to be conservative. Therefore, Eric felt she was better suited for a serious talk program, interviewing business leaders, scientists, or government officials, rather than an interactive talk show. In contrast, Oprah came from humble beginnings and resorted to various stunts to promote her show, sharing personal stories like childhood trauma or expressing deep emotions on air. Eric was certain that the reserved Sophia would not be able to pull off such antics. "Ms. Temple, Mr. Williams, everything is ready for the recording. You can start now," a staff member announced as he entered the green room where Eric and Sophia were finalizing details. Eric and Sophia left the green room together, heading to the studio. When people think of directors, they often picture those bearded, wild-haired, eccentric old men. As of last year, however, a new face emerged in Hollywood. Not only is he young and handsome, but he's also outrageously talented. It surprised many that this young man consistently delivered jaw-dropping box office successes with his films. I'm sure you all know who he is, so let's welcome today's guest, Eric Williams. After a well-rehearsed intro, Sophia motioned for Eric to bring in the small box as the audience cheered. The show's crew had suggested bringing the box full of videotapes directly onto the set, but Eric declined. Since the purpose of this appearance was to clarify the rumors, leaving a deeper impression on the audience was essential. With the audience's cheers echoing, Eric waved to the cameras and took a seat next to Sophia. "Eric, is this your gift for everyone? Should I help you hand it out?" Sophia asked, pointing at the box with a smile. Before Eric could respond, the audience erupted again, with several girls unable to contain their excitement, standing up to get a look at the box's contents. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Eric raised his hands to calm the crowd before explaining, "Sorry, everyone. I came here in such a rush that I didn't prepare any gifts. These are just some videotapes. As for the content, I'll keep that a surprise for now." Although many in the audience sighed in disappointment, they settled down. Next, Sophia and Eric began the standard talk show process, easing into the conversation. Most questions had been pre-discussed, and Sophia was indeed as reserved as Eric had anticipated. On the occasions she asked a few spontaneous questions, Eric found them easy to handle. After chatting about Eric's past for over 10 minutes, they shifted the conversation to the interview's focal point. "Eric, many people say your latest film diverges significantly from your earlier works. What do you think about these opinions?" Eric fixed his gaze on Sophia's attractive face and began to speak earnestly. "Honestly, the success of my earlier films involved a lot of luck. At that time, my father suddenly passed away, and I had to drop out of school to work in a small restaurant, which was definitely not the life I wanted. I've always had a fascination with movies, which led to the creation of my first film project. The idea for Home Alone movie came from a casual chat with Stuart Ronkel. One night, while he was visiting, I was working on a shoot, and he asked if he could make a movie, too. That conversation was the catalyst for my screenplay. So, this latest film was truly the one I wanted to make from the heart. I had the notion for it long before the actual filming began, and even invited Tom Hanks to join before we started shooting." "Oh, so you're saying your earlier films were just test runs?" If many Hollywood directors heard this, they'd be heartbroken, Sophia teased, prompting laughter from the audience. If Eric had easily churned out blockbusters, a lot of struggling directors would be frustrated. Eric quickly laughed it off. "Of course not. I put a lot of effort into each of my films. I believe it's essential to do your best, even if you're not particularly fond of something." Sophia nodded thoughtfully. "Eric, even though you're still young, with your accomplishments, it shouldn't be too hard for you to avoid constraints when making films. Does this mean your future films will follow a similar style?" "Not at all. I enjoy trying new things, so my future films will definitely be diverse. I don't want to be pigeonholed as just one type of director at such a young age. However, I've recently heard a viewpoint suggesting that even the best filmmakers tend to have recurring elements in their works. Some newspapers are suggesting that your new film shows no similarities to your previous ones, almost as if two different people directed them," Sophia pressed, bringing up a sharper topic. The audience immediately hushed, many of them having already guessed why Eric was on the show and were curious to hear how he would defend himself. Chapter 156, The Tapes. "Actually, I'm rather helpless when it comes to such doubts," Eric Williams spoke candidly. "My age really is a hard barrier, as there are hardly any directors under 30 in Hollywood, let alone someone who's not even 20 yet." He continued, "I originally didn't need to respond to such skepticism. After all, reality is the best weapon against it. But as this belief has grown, I feel that even if I ignore the irresponsible media throwing around wild accusations, I should at least give an explanation to the fans who have always supported my films. Fortunately, due to some accidental factors, some footage from the filming process was preserved. These tapes right here." As Eric spoke, he pulled out over a dozen tapes from a small box and stacked them between himself and Sophia. "Wow, are these behind-the-scenes clips?" Sophia asked. Eric shook his head. "No, if they were behind the scenes, I definitely wouldn't show up on camera. These are just some snippets I recorded with an extra camera while on set." "So, you mean a documentary filmed from a third-party perspective? Is that allowed during the filmmaking process?" Sophia inquired. Eric chuckled. Generally, that's not allowed, as the contents of a film need to remain absolutely confidential. But the person who filmed these tapes had a unique identity. I believe she wouldn't leak the material, which is why I allowed it. It's precisely because of my leniency back then that I now have the chance to prove my innocence. As Eric finished speaking, the audience leaned forward, eyes wide. Several fans even whispered, urging Eric and Sophia to play the contents of the tapes quickly. All right then, I know everyone is eager, so let's take a look, Sophia said, not wanting to prolong the suspense. She casually picked one of the tapes and inserted it into the projector. Suddenly, the large screen behind them flickered to life with a somewhat shaky image, as if the person operating the camera were quite inexperienced. After some time, the picture gradually stabilized, and a slightly bossy girl's voice rang out off-screen. Alan, keep the audio steady. If I come out with no sound, you'll be in trouble. Another voice, tinged with mild exasperation, replied, All right, princess. The audience burst into laughter, many recognizing that the girl's voice belonged to Drew Barrymore, closely associated with Eric. Remembering what Eric had said just moments before, they could understand that only someone like her could behave so freely on a film set. Anyone else would surely be kicked out for such antics. On the screen, the footage began to move, and many recognized it as a large soundstage. As they viewed the scale model of streets and buildings shown, soft gasps escaped the audience. After all, this was years before the internet became widespread. Many had never seen such detailed model sets in person. Although people often watched movies, their understanding of the actual filmmaking process remained limited. Thus, the sight brought considerable surprise. Amid some background noise, the camera operator walked into a room, revealing Eric wearing a green director's vest, demonstrating something animatedly to Tom Hanks. As the camera drew closer, Eric paused his conversation with Hanks, smiling as he reached over the camera, seemingly tapping someone on the forehead, eliciting a pained squeal from the girl and laughter from those nearby. Hey, kid, this Sony professional camera costs $128,000. If you break it, I'll have no choice but to turn you over to Columbia for repayment, Eric remarked after tapping Drew's forehead. The camera wobbled briefly, and Drew's frustrated voice came on. Ugh, that's so annoying. I've told you countless times not to tap my head. Waving his hand dismissively like he was shooing a cat or dog, Eric said to the camera, Go, get back. We're about to start shooting. As the camera pulled back, Eric's command for the crew to begin shooting rang out, and many crew members sprang into action. Hanks and some other actors took their places, and a script supervisor stepped forward, seemingly to clap the slate. At that point, Sophia neatly pressed the stop button and explained to the audience, Sorry, but the following footage will involve the movie's content, so we have to pause. Although it was just a couple of minutes, the audience was engaged and expressed regret as Sophia halted the playback. Eric, I've become more curious about one question, and I'm sure the viewers at home are as well, Sophia asked, tapping into the public's interest. Though it was only a brief clip, it was clear you have a special fondness for Miss Barrymore. You let her handle a camera worth over $100,000 like it was a toy. What exactly is your relationship with Drew? Eric hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts before he said, How should I put this? I met Drew while filming, and I quickly grew fond of this little girl. Seeing some audience members getting ready to tease, Eric waved his hands to stop them. Don't get the wrong idea. It's definitely not what you're thinking. I mostly see her as my little sister. At the time, Drew had picked up some bad habits. Although she had gone to rehab a few times, it really didn't help much. Her mother was at her wit's end. I couldn't bear to see such a talented girl slip away, so I impulsively discussed it with her mom to let her move in with me. Maybe I could help her kick those habits. After some consideration, Mrs. Barrymore agreed. So here we are. I suppose Drew and I just clicked. She tends to listen to me well. Now, she has completely turned her life around, attending an all-girls school. I hope she graduates from high school successfully and, when she turns 18, chooses her own path freely. Eric felt no pressure as he spun this tale. Being in the industry, he understood that such interviews were mere performances. As long as they served his purpose, that was all that mattered. He had seen countless stars become involved in messy breakup dramas after displaying their loving relationships on air. It would be foolish to take such interviews seriously and react with zeal or tears to their inspirational tales or romantic stories. While Eric internally scoffed, he still played the role convincingly, his expression sincere and stirring, as if he were an angel sent by God to rescue wayward youths. Sophia also displayed a moved expression, though whether it was genuine, Eric couldn't say. So, let's look forward to Miss Barrymore gracing the big screen once again, bringing us remarkable works. Now, let's check out what some of the other tapes have in store, Sophia stated as she selected another pre-chosen tape to play. The shaky image resumed, this time revealing a blocked-off street surrounded by police cars and numerous camera cranes and tracks. The crew in the background seemed relaxed, chatting, drinking, or fanning themselves with clipboards, indicating a temporary break. A voice echoed in the background. "Hello everyone, I'm Drew Barrymore from ABC News. I heard there's been a bank robbery here. Let's interview the on-site commander, Mr. Eric Williams." The camera zoomed in on Eric, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. It seemed the girl said something, then an oversized, fluffy microphone reluctantly came into the frame, inching its way toward Eric and accidentally poking his nose, creating a comical scene. A boyish voice off-screen lamented, "Director, I was forced into this, don't blame me." Seeing this moment made both Eric and Sophia chuckle, while the audience erupted in laughter. On screen, Eric removed his sunglasses, looking somewhat resigned as he gazed into the camera, as if asking, "What now?" "Mr. Williams, it's been reported there was a bank robbery here. How's the situation? Could you share some updates with us?" the girl asked earnestly. "All right," Eric replied, pushing the microphone slightly away, almost lazily. "We've got the situation under control. Reporter, over there, those two gentlemen robbers are playing poker with the SWAT team. It's all very peaceful and harmonious. Negotiator Hanks isn't genuinely chatting with that undercover officer. He's actually probing around. We discovered the undercover is a mole, so we plan to make an arrest soon. Police Chief Joe Pesci stepped out for an urgent matter and won't return for an hour. I can assure you that by then, the hostages will still be alive." Eric's humorous remarks again prompted fits of laughter from the audience. After this segment, Sophia smiled and selected a few more tapes for brief showings, mixed in with conversations between the two and interactions with the live audience. Before they knew it, due to the need to reshoot several scenes, the 40-minute talk show had taken over 2 hours to complete. Chapter 157, The Storm Fades Away. On Wednesday, a special edition aired on CBS, featuring the young director Eric Williams instead of the famous football player originally scheduled as a guest. Many football fans, eagerly waiting for their idol to appear on their screens, were shocked by the switch, leading some die-hard fans to call the station in frustration. However, the majority of viewers were pleasantly surprised, as Eric's influence far surpasses that of any football star. "Wow, I had no idea gunfight scenes were filmed like that. That was so cool." Eric Williams' dark humor was hilarious. "The robbers playing poker with the SWAT team, huh? Why hasn't Drew Barrymore shown up lately? Since 17 again, there hasn't been any news about her in the media." Eric looks so scary when he's angry. He doesn't come off as that kind of person at all. That's no surprise. He's so young. If he wants those older staff to listen, he has to be a little tough. Various discussions sprang up in households across the nation. With summer break in full swing, more teens crowded around the TV, and Eric's appeal among them likely exceeded that of typical celebrity icons. After all, as a peer, if you outperform someone by 100 meters, it might lead to envy and jealousy. But if you outshine them by 1,000 meters, the response is usually adoration. Therefore, many young people, witnessing Eric's rare appearance on TV, eagerly shared the news with classmates, urging them to tune in. The impact of this show was nowhere near that of Oprah Winfrey's show, which, although having been around for only a few years, averaged over 11 million viewers per episode. In contrast, this garnered about 4 million. Initially, this episode had only 4.2 million viewers, but as it progressed, the ratings surged, and by the end of the 40-minute show, viewership climbed to 7.5 million, nearly doubling. After the show concluded, the CBS hotline was bombarded with calls. If we had promoted it a week earlier, the ratings would have surely surpassed 10 million, lamented an executive at CBS upon seeing the numbers. Over 70% of the calls from viewers requested CBS to rerun the show, while the remaining 30% were filled with various random requests. Some wanted the entire cast to appear together, others wanted to see Drew and Eric on screen, and many inquired if the footage Eric held would ever be released commercially. CBS compiled the audience feedback and passed it on to Columbia and Firefly Films, also extending invites to Eric, Drew, and several main cast members, acknowledging the potential for another promotional boost for the movie. However, despite Columbia's enthusiasm, Eric and the others turned down the offers. If it weren't for Eric's desire to clear up rumors, he would have opted out of the talk show appearance altogether. With that in mind, Drew was guaranteed to follow suit. Agents for both Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks felt the show lacked the clout befitting their high-profile stars. However, Brooke Shields was intrigued. It could serve as a significant turning point in her career. But being rejected by Eric and both Toms, CBS lost interest. With so many key players not participating, inviting just one actress wouldn't generate much buzz, especially since Brooke Shields only had a few minutes of screen time. Nevertheless, CBS was still a national network and hadn't sunk to a point where they had to accept any guest. Though the invitation had been declined, CBS quickly devised a way to maximize their benefits. They had over 2 hours of footage from Eric's recording, while the talk show only had a 40-minute runtime. CBS edited the 2-hour material into 2 episodes that aired over the next 2 days. Thanks to brief promotional efforts during prime time, the re-edit first part reached 9 million viewers, and when the second part aired that Friday, viewership soared past 10 million, peaking at 12 million. For a daytime show to hit such viewership levels was remarkable. To maintain their momentum, CBS dropped previously scheduled episodes and spent big to secure other high-profile guests in hopes of rivaling other talk shows. Yet, they ultimately ended up disappointed. Eric had predicted that the show's primary issue lay with the host, Sophia Temple. It wasn't a matter of her talent. Simply put, her personality wasn't suited for talk show hosting. Following the second week, despite the inclusion of more prominent guests, the ratings continued to slide. Eventually, CBS had to concede defeat. The episodes featuring Eric became an insurmountable peak for the talk show, and after the series was canceled, with Sophia Temple moving behind the scenes, the ratings never reached that height again. Of course, those were all matters for the future. The controversy over the director soon faded after the CBS talk show aired, especially since the episodes exhibited over 20 minutes of behind-the-scenes footage, showing Eric setting up scenes, rehearsing with actors, and detailing the entire filming process. Large scenes like street blockades demonstrated that the tapes were not tampered with. Anyone who continued to raise doubts was merely testing the intelligence of the audience. George Norris stopped making noise after the show aired, as Columbia Pictures pressurized the magazine into firing him. After all, due to George Norris's article, Columbia nearly faced immeasurable losses. Doing nothing would have made them look like easy targets. Although other major studios discreetly cheerleaded for George Norris's article turning the spotlight on Columbia, they didn't want to risk facing a similar situation in the future. Consequently, due to his critique, George Norris ended up on the blacklist of all 6 major film companies. Chapter 158, The Unforeseen Decline. During this time, film critics primarily earned their income from 2 sources: publicity fees from film companies and payment for published reviews in newspapers and magazines. Of course, top-tier critics often had additional revenue streams, like book deals or television appearances. However, George Norris clearly did not belong to the top tier. If he had, a magazine wouldn't have so readily fired him under pressure from Columbia. Because of the blacklist, whenever a new film was about to release, George Norris would not only fail to receive a dime in publicity fees, he would also miss out on invitations to film screenings or premieres. Without access to exclusive previews, he couldn't provide insights about films ahead of regular audiences. Newspapers and magazines weren't very enthusiastic about reviewing movies already released, which massively reduced his writing income. Overall, his earnings plummeted by over 80%. Being blacklisted by the 6 major film companies meant George Norris could no longer remain in the critic circle. The reputation he built over many years evaporated into thin air. As a veteran of the game with years in the industry, he had known the rules well. There were certain lines you just couldn't cross, and he had never done anything too outrageous in his career. After years of hard work, he had garnered a respectable reputation, even pulling in a coveted six-figure income annually. Perhaps it was this prolonged success that led George Norris to become a bit arrogant. Forgetting his place, he published several scathing articles, initially fueled by feeling ridiculed by Nicole. He meant to get even in a small way. Little did he realize how far-reaching that well-researched piece's influence would be. By the time he understood how badly he'd miscalculated, it was too late, and he had effectively ended his career. After the first week wrapped up, perhaps due to the turmoil, or maybe because of Eric's boost from the publicity, the movie grossed over $16 million during the first 4 workdays, amassing over $43 million in the first week, $3 million more than Columbia had anticipated. This number filled Columbia with confidence. Meanwhile, as they clarified the issues surrounding the paid reviews, the pre-discussed topic marketing campaign kicked off, starting with several entertainment newspapers vehemently criticizing the product placement in the film. One headline read, "The ad spectacle. We're not watching Running Out of Time, but running out of ads." This series of eye-catching headlines pushed the topic into the limelight. Following the questioning surrounding the criticisms, the media's tone shifted to a more humorous stance. Columbia seized the opportunity, directing the majority of media commentary toward a more mocking attitude before their competitors could react. Shortly after, they released a survey report about audience reactions. Columbia had prepared this ahead of time, targeting audiences just exiting the theaters, asking for their opinions on the product placements. Among a random sample of 1,000 viewers, 76% did not notice the product placements. 15% sensed their presence but didn't care. 7% paid some attention, while only a mere 2% said they strongly disliked the ads. To ensure credibility, they published an entire stack of the survey report visuals in the papers. This piece effectively set the tone regarding the product placement controversy. Whenever this topic arose, many people noted that most hadn't even realized ads existed within the film. It wasn't such a big deal. Coupled with other playful articles from Columbia's critics, the public's mindset quickly shifted. Then Columbia stepped up to clarify, stating there were indeed ads in the film, but they weren't as exaggerated as those irresponsible media outlets claimed. They pointed to the recent controversy, asserting it was mere character assassination from competitors. As the media manipulation continued, more people grew curious about the advertisements in the film. Just as the survey indicated, a large number had initially been oblivious to their existence. By the time Columbia's competitors noticed and began trying to steer public sentiment against the product placements, Columbia dropped another bombshell. On the second weekend of the movie's release, early Saturday morning, several newspapers jointly published a statement from Columbia. While the survey showed that advertisements did not affect the viewing experience for fans, to thank our supporters, after discussions with the production and distribution teams, we've decided to refund the $2 million received from product placements back to the fans. Starting from the day of this announcement, audience members can send in their guesses for all 12 product placements to the following address. We will randomly select 200 lucky viewers who guess correctly on a live television show, awarding each $10,000 in cash. Attached to the statement were details about where to send letters, the deadline, and rules such as 1 entry per ID, making multiple entries void. In an instant, the entire U.S. media buzzed again. Even many viewers couldn't help but notice this blatant publicity stunt. Yet, even with that realization, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. After all, in the late 80s, $10,000 was a significant amount for American families. Most people already had a habit of going to the movies during holidays, so if they could just mail in their guesses post-viewing for a chance at 10 grand, why not? Additionally, with 200 winners, the odds seemed pretty favorable. The day after the statement was released, many theaters were packed to the brim, netting $13 million on that day alone. Sunday brought in another $11 million, and with over $8 million on Friday, the second weekend grossed a miraculous $32 million, a nearly 20% increase during a fiercely competitive summer release period and the only movie to experience a revenue spike during that summer. By the end of the second week, It earned over $49 million, bringing the cumulative total to $92 million. In contrast, another Columbia movie, Ghostbusters 2, had been out for 5 weeks, was already showing signs of fatigue, barely surpassing $90 million. The wave of interest caused Batman's fourth-week earnings to drop 44%, only bringing in $16 million. Although the cumulative box office reached $148 million, if subsequent weeks saw a similar 40% drop, its box office would likely stay in the $10 million range. Given the current trend, it seemed likely to maintain more than $10 million for another 3 to 4 weeks, leaving the summer box office champion's fate uncertain. This outcome left many film companies stunned, with even Columbia's executives feeling a sense of bewilderment over how quickly success had come. Columbia's stock quickly surged, exceeding a market value of $4.5 billion within weeks. Sony, which had nearly concluded a merger agreement, grew anxious, originally aiming to finalize by the end of September. Yet, Sony's executives repeatedly asked to sign the final agreement in August, aware that securing the summer box office crown would keep the stock soaring. As the third week added a modest 26% drop, earning over $38 million, puzzled reporters attributed the trend to the public's insatiable desire for unexpected windfalls. Though many film companies yearned to replicate Columbia's promotional lottery model, the summer film season had already peaked. The current releases were essentially the last major productions trying to rake in profits, and using a similar promotional strategy on earlier films had little value. The films released afterward were predominantly regarded as lower-tier offerings rushing in for late summer money, so no company dared to put up $2 million for a similar initiative, much less $1 million. The risk was too great. Even if a film grossed $100 million after theater cuts and taxes, the profits often dwindled to the low millions. Eric's success was a rare exception in the industry. Even the most profitable franchises, like Lucas's, rarely brought home such substantial profits. Columbia's strategy of using controversy to turn around the box office became a classic marketing case for film companies to analyze. Eric wasn't concerned about others mimicking this approach, as this operation was a calculated risk. 1 or 2 times, it could be seen as innovative, but if overused, audiences would quickly think, "I came to see a movie, not to count ads," leading to backlash. Over time, it would become counterproductive. Chapter 159, Let Me Think. Eric, do you think I'm right? In the study, Drew curled up in a large armchair, scribbling in her notebook filled with advertisement names as she leaned close to Eric. Eric took his eyes off the monitor, turned to look at her, and shook his head. "Nope. Why are you writing this? Do you want to enter the raffle too? Is that not allowed? It's $10,000. Drew pulled back her notebook, propping her chin on her pen while pondering for a moment, then looked down and made another guess. "What about this time?" Still not right." Eric glanced again, then helplessly rummaged through the stack of papers on his desk, finding a few printed sheets and handing them to her. "Here, take these and stop bugging me." "No way. I want to guess them all by myself." Drew shot back, her little legs dragging against the floor as she pulled her swivel chair a bit further away, as if the papers were too close would tarnish her pride. Eric shrugged and returned his gaze to the text on the screen, typing away on the keyboard. "But can you not ask me, the insider? That doesn't really count as your skills, does it?" "Of course it counts. You're part of my skills," Drew said, making a few more corrections. Eric couldn't help but point out a glaring mistake. "Look, television shots don't count as product placement. Just swap it for a Canon camera." "Wow, how could you do that? I wanted to guess a few more times." She pouted, angrily poking Eric before reluctantly correcting the mistake she hadn't noticed. She had always thought that shots should count as product placement, and actually, many people had the same thoughts. Since it was also part of the marketing, many fans naturally considered it as product placement like Drew did. Columbia hadn't made an official statement to clarify, leaving the public to speculate. After a brief moment of quiet, a small, soft body leaned onto Eric again. The warmth of her small frame and the faint scent of the girl made Eric slightly distracted. "Drew, stop messing around. If you're not going to sit in the office chair, let me have it. The stool is really uncomfortable." Eric shrugged his shoulders, trying to dislodge her. Drew, however, clung tightly to Eric's neck like a sticky candy. Eric, I just thought of a great way to make money. Why are you suddenly so interested in making money again? Eric pulled her down from his back by her arm. I got jealous, Drew said, slipping off Eric's back while turning to sit on his lap, unabashedly stating her feelings. What's there to be jealous about? Eric gently wrapped his arm around the girl's waist as a way to comfort her, understanding that she was inspired by his earnings from 2 movies. But the reality wasn't as glamorous as the media claimed. Eric had $200 million in cash. Though the shares from Home Alone had landed in his account by early July, after repaying his 2 loans of $50 million each to the bank, Eric was left with only $20 million. That money needed to be shared with the actors as promised in their contracts. And just with Stuart Ronkel alone, he had to give away $3 million. He couldn't be stingy with the other actors either, so Eric likely wouldn't be left with much. Columbia wrapped up their payments within a month to woo Eric for the current project. However, there was no such agreement with Fox, meaning everything had to follow the rules. Eric would receive a share of up to $105 million due to the North American 35% and overseas 10% split. Given Eric's current standing, while Fox wouldn't deliberately delay payment, getting it settled within 3 months would already be good. And even though the movie, Pretty Woman, had been out for almost a month, Eric hadn't seen a single paycheck. Now, watching the girl who seemed a bit down, Eric hadn't expected the usually carefree girl to have such emotions. It felt rather fresh. Drew fiddled with her pen, murmuring, "That's over $200 million. I don't even know if I can make $200 million in my life. Let's not talk about that. Didn't you say you had a great idea to make money? Tell me, and I'll help you strategize." Drew perked up immediately, gesturing with her fingers. "All right, Eric." After that show, a lot of viewers called wanting those tapes to be released for sale. I think it's a great opportunity. I heard that some videos sell for tens of millions of copies. If we sell even 100,000 at $30 each, that's $3 million. After costs, we'd make a huge profit, right? Eric didn't rush to burst the girl's bubble, but asked, "Well then, I'd like to know whose money it is if we make it." "Obviously it's mine. I filmed the tapes with my hard work," Drew said, feeling slightly shy now. She stuck out her tongue playfully. "At worst, I'll just give Columbia some of it. You wouldn't want anything, right?" "That won't work," Eric replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He let go of her, kicked the stool aside, pulled over a comfy leather swivel chair to sit down, then casually guided her back to explain. "You forgot the most important part, the content of the tapes." "Huh?" The girl blinked, confused. Eric seriously explained, "The content of the tapes, I won't even mention that you included stars like Cruise and Hanks, plus a lot of extra actors and crew members, none of whom got paid for appearing. If you just want to keep them or show them for promotional purposes on talk shows, that's fine, but if you plan to profit, you'll have to get everyone's consent for the content in the tapes. Otherwise, you'll just be waiting to get sued. No matter if you could make $1 billion, it wouldn't cover your legal fees. And getting permission from all those people is more complicated than filming a big-budget movie." "Wow, that's really complicated." "Never mind then." Drew sighed and rested her head against Eric's chest. Eric gently patted her back. "All right, don't be down. Making money is mainly a man's job. You just need to dress up beautifully, okay? It's getting late, so head back to sleep. I need some quiet time to finish this script. But I want to make money. The summer vacation is so long. It's boring, Eric. How about letting me get a movie role? If I keep hesitating, I'll turn into an idiot." Drew leaned against Eric, her little paw scratching his chest playfully. All right. Let me think. Eric rubbed his temples, glancing at the screenplay on the desk, suddenly recalling something. Chapter 160, Golden Alliance. It seemed to Eric that there had been a casual chat with a friend in a past life during the time when they were watching Sleepless in Seattle. They had talked about the film in passing and ended up tracing back through various inspirations for other movies, discovering that many films had drawn from the classic performances of Cary Grant and Deborah Kerr in that famous movie, An Affair to Remember. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Eric recalled his friend mentioned something about An Affair to Remember's videotape had become a massive seller, flying off the shelves with 2 million copies sold in no time at all. For the copyright-holding film company, that was practically a windfall. That movie had already been around for 40 years. Although both leads had been Hollywood superstars at the time, so much time had passed, and since it wasn't like the James Bond franchise that could keep churning out sequels indefinitely, its commercial value had significantly diminished. Perhaps for $1 or $2 million, one could buy out all the copyrights to that film. Furthermore, Eric thought about the licenses he might need to negotiate in the future, and he figured the copyright holders would see this as leverage to raise their prices. It made more sense to buy up all the rights now. Noticing Eric's slightly excited expression, Drew Barrymore couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She scratched at Eric's chest and hurriedly asked, "Eric, is there a good movie that suits me? Spit it out." "Not a movie, but if you want to make some money, there's a solid opportunity," Eric replied, picking up a pen and writing down the name of the movie. "Have you heard of this one?" Drews glanced at the paper and honestly shook her head. "Nope," Eric patiently explained. "Well, you remember me telling you about my next film, right?" The girl pointed her lips toward Nicole's room, which was outside the study. "Of course. In that movie's setup, the lead character, Annie, loved to watch the film. After my movie is released, the sales of the videotapes would definitely spike. So, if you're looking to make some money, you might as well use some holiday time to find a way to buy all the rights to this old film. It's been out for 40 years. If the price is right, the studio will surely be willing to sell." Drew had a blind trust in Eric. If he had said the same thing to anyone else, they would have been full of doubts, but she wasn't skeptical at all. Instead, she asked, "But if I buy it, where would I release the videotapes?" Firefly Films is planning to establish their distribution channels soon, including videotape distribution, Eric answered while recalling the 3-movie deal with Fox and feeling a tinge of regret. Back then, he was inexperienced and not too thorough in his considerations. So when signing agreements, he let Fox handle the videotape and TV broadcast rights, which meant Firefly was stuck waiting for their share. While it didn't seem bad since many independent film companies didn't even have a stake and were usually offered a one-time buyout, ultimately handing those rights over to Fox equated to losing a significant amount of income. After all, the film's buzz and reputation would be established by its release. If he could have his own videotape distribution, even if it wasn't as comprehensive as a big company, the profits would still be greater than what he would receive after those big corporations took their cut. Moreover, from what he had learned recently, smaller companies with distribution capabilities often wouldn't transfer the rights to ancillary products like videotapes, even if they handed their movies' distribution rights to the big studios. As the profits from these ancillary rights grew compared to the total revenue, they could become a key funding source for medium-sized film companies. If a company had a decent film library, the extra income from these rights could sustain its daily operations without needing to keep taking funds from box office receipts or investors. They could survive as long as they didn't incur massive investment losses. Thus, Eric was eager to establish his own distribution channel soon, and he knew he wouldn't allow any ancillary rights for his next 3 movies to slip away. "But, Eric, I don't have any money," Drew said with her big eyes, looking at him with a cute, pleading expression. Eric couldn't help but pinch her soft, fair cheek. "You've got a card, just swipe it. If you make money, it's your little stash. If it loses, it's on me." "Well then, I'm going to do it," Drew said as she nudged her cheek against Eric's face. She leaned in to peck his lips, but was blocked by a big hand. Unfazed, she stuck her little tongue out and licked his palm. "You were definitely a cat in your past life, loving to lick people's palms," Eric said as he nudged the girl off his lap. "All right, now that you've got work to do and money to make, it's time for bed, right?" "Eric, it's been ages since you held me to sleep," Drew said with a hint of melancholy. "I'm a law-abiding citizen," Eric replied with a mock, disgusted look and pushed her toward the door. "And there are others around." When Drew heard others, she seemed delighted, rushing over to plant a kiss on Eric's cheek before leaving. Eric chuckled, shaking his head at the closed door to the study, then turned his attention to the monitor to finish up the script. Barry Diller had personally called to remind him to keep an eye on the filming schedule. Even though American television shows aired while being filmed, they were nearing August, and with the show set to premiere in September, Eric only had a month left. "Eric, here's the paper for today," Nicole said the next morning as Eric finished his workout, came back from his shower, and found her kindly placing the newspaper on the coffee table. "Thank you, Nicole." Eric took a moment to appreciate the new pink-made outfit she wore, then picked up the newspaper to glance through it while Nicole went back into the kitchen. A moment later, Eric spotted When Harry Met Sally in the paper. Coincidentally, it was also released by Columbia, and surprisingly, it had performed quite well. To his amazement, the star was Billy Crystal, who had hosted the Oscars several times, alongside Meg Ryan, who had initially played the lead. Eric really liked this sweet-smiled star. However, it seemed her career had been quite rocky. It could be said she had poor taste in choosing scripts. It appeared that her two successful movies had been with Tom Hanks. One was Sleepless in Seattle, and the other came a few years later. Aside from those, she hadn't had any standout films. The reason he thought of her choice of work as poor was that she had passed up a series of mega-hit movies, which seemed oddly miraculous. Starting from the 1990s, she had turned down roles, including one that would catapult a then-unknown Sharon Stone to stardom, simply because she refused to take off her clothes. Ironically, this sweet star had decided to go daring at the start of the new century to reinvent herself, trying to emulate that success by acting in a similarly themed movie like that, and ending up flopping terribly. Looking at the box office numbers in the paper, it probably meant this sweet star would get a little spark of fame, though thanks to Eric, Hollywood's history had shifted significantly. It was unclear how her luck would unfold in this reality. "Nicole, can you come here for a moment?" Eric called out, his mind wandering back to her appearance in the papers. "What's up?" Nicole quickly came out, still holding a little spatula. Never mind. You can get back to what you were doing. We can chat after breakfast." "Oh," she mumbled, seemingly confused, as she turned and walked back. At the dining table, Drew scarfed down her breakfast, grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, and swiftly got up, eager to rush outside. "Come back, sit down, and finish your milk," Eric said, glaring at her half-full glass of milk. "Are you trying to catch a flight to Mars? Why are you in such a hurry?" Reluctantly, the girl sat back down in her chair. "I need to buy the movie rights, you know." "Finish your breakfast properly first," Eric repeated, ignoring her excuse. "Humph." Drew puffed her little nose, lifting her glass to gulp down the milk. "Is this good enough? All right, go have fun." "Ugh, you're the worst," Drew said, grabbing another napkin to wipe her mouth before heading out. Once at the door, she suddenly turned around to glare at Nicole and then back at Eric. "While I'm not home, you two better not mess around, okay?" Chapter 161, Flower Films. "Eric, were you about to say something to me?" Nicole asked as she returned to the living room after washing the dishes. She noticed that Eric wasn't heading to the office like usual, but was instead sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. The smart woman realized he was waiting for her. Eric gestured for her to take a seat across from him before saying, "We're expecting to start filming in early September, and I happen to have a little downtime right now, so I thought we should discuss the movie." Nicole simply nodded, looking at Eric while waiting for him to continue. "It's been 2 months, and I'm sure you've memorized the script inside and out by now. Let's hear your thoughts on the lead female character," Eric said, putting the newspaper down on the coffee table, propping his legs up comfortably, and asking a question often posed during auditions. In the past 2 months, Nicole had indeed memorized her lines thoroughly. After a brief moment of thought, she replied smoothly, "I believe Annie's biggest trait is that she is an extremely emotional woman. That's also the main reason why this story unfolds. She hears about the male lead's story on the radio and is willing to fly to Seattle alone just to meet Sam. She even breaks up with her fiancé, all because of a beautiful fantasy sparked by a movie. Sounds like you're not exactly fond of this character, huh?" Eric asked with a smile. Nicole pursed her lips. As a savvy and rational woman, she would scoff at someone like Annie Reed in real life, but she cleverly avoided answering Eric's question directly. Instead, she replied more delicately, "That doesn't mean I won't be able to portray the character well." Eric shrugged and pushed the newspaper he had seen earlier toward her. "Take a look at this. I found another actress who seems more suited for the role. Her name is Meg Ryan." Nicole's hands, which had been resting on her apron, trembled slightly. She raised her eyes to gauge Eric's expression but couldn't find anything useful. Feeling anxious, she picked up the newspaper and quickly skimmed through the promotional material. Eric explained, "This movie's been doing well, so Meg Ryan's box office appeal is bound to increase significantly. If we could get her for the lead role, It would set us up nicely for a New Year release, which would be a huge boost for the box office. I, I already signed a contract, Nicole weakly protested. Of course, I didn't say I wanted to replace you. I'm just pointing out a possibility, Eric said. If your performance doesn't meet my expectations, the contract clearly states that I have the right to replace the lead actress at any point. But I believe in your potential. That's why I'm giving you this chance. From his memory, Nicole had indeed played a sweet, naive character in Bewitched back in 2005, coincidentally also written and directed by Nora Ephron. The sweet which Isabel she portrayed was a success, completely overturning her previous sultry and chilly screen image. Unfortunately, that movie had too many plot holes and lacked any highlights, ultimately leading to its failure. The male lead Will Ferrell had also been overshadowed by her performance, often upstaged by his agent character, who bore a striking resemblance to Tom Cruise. Many thought that character had been intentionally included by the producers to stir up conversations. After all, Cruise did play an agent in that film, albeit a sports agent. Thank you, Nicole said, feeling a bit relieved after Eric's final comment. All right, one more thing. You've been living in my house for over 2 months now. It's time for you to move out. But isn't it still a month until we start filming? Nicole raised her head. Although her expression had no signs of reluctance, she felt a bit anxious. She knew that what she had to do to land this role was serve as Eric's little maid for a while. With over a month still to go, his request for her to leave created a sense of unease, akin to buying something at a convenience store without paying enough. The owner had the right to demand it back. Eric didn't really understand why she felt anxious and patiently explained. Once next month starts, we'll begin official preparations. Some details will gradually be released to the public, like the male and female leads. The media will be curious to know who you are, so for promotional purposes, you'll need to make appearances now and then. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep living here. Nicole nodded. I understand. So should I move out today? No need to rush. I'll have someone find you an apartment first. Another important thing. Once you move out, make sure to watch that film a few more times. I want you to study Meg Ryan's acting style. The Annie I envision would be quite similar to her character in that movie. Should I mimic her? Nicole asked, leaning slightly forward to clarify. Eric gestured as he spoke. No, not mimic. You wouldn't be able to. Your styles are fundamentally different. Meg Ryan is that quintessential sweet girl star, and her roles will limit her for quite a while. If you end up mimicking her too closely, you'll likely be labeled as just another sweet girl star, which won't help your future career. What I want you to study is that kind of charming clumsiness and little details in her mannerisms. If she could successfully break into Hollywood, Nicole wouldn't mind what label she wore. After all, being a sweetheart was far better than being just eye candy in the industry. Still, she could tell Eric was considering her future, so she nodded obediently. After discussing a little more, Eric stood up and put on his jacket. All right, take some time to pack your things. Once you find a good place, move right in. I'm heading to the office now. Nicole quickly stood up, smiling at Eric as she wanted to see him off. Seeing her rarely displayed smile, Eric couldn't help but pause. Nicole, smile for me again. Nicole looked a bit confused but complied, showing a smile that was slightly more exaggerated than before, revealing her 2 little front teeth. Eric shook his head in disappointment. Forget it. Don't smile like that. You look like you're plotting something bad. A smile like earlier was just fine. Practice that more. I will, Nicole said as she accompanied Eric to the door. After he left, she returned to the villa and habitually cleaned up a bit. 2 hours later, finishing everything, she sat on the living room sofa, staring blankly at her surroundings. Eric, here's the information for New Line Cinema and Miramax, Alan, Eric's assistant, said as he set 2 envelopes in front of Eric at the Firefly office. Just put them here for now. Contact Robert Shea from New Line and the Weinstein brothers from Miramax. Find out when they're available. I want to have dinner with each of them, and there's no need to hide the purpose. Just give them a hint, Eric instructed while writing something down. Alan jotted down Eric's instructions in his memo before looking up. Eric, is there anything else? Yeah, wait a second. Eric continued writing, then handed a note to Alan. There are also 2 more things. First, find a rental apartment in Beverly Hills. It shouldn't be too expensive, under $5,000 a month. Second, register a Shell Film Company under my name according to the name on this note. I have my reasons. Alan read the note aloud. Flower Films? Uh-huh. Eric nodded without further explanation. Go take care of it. I'd like the apartment sorted out quickly. Ideally, it should be rented out in the next couple of days. I will keep an eye out, but will the apartment cost come from the company's account? No, it should be personal. Just get a good rental in order and have the realtor prepare the contract, Eric replied. Alan attached the note to his memo book and confirmed a couple of details with Eric before leaving his office. As soon as the office door closed, Eric opened the materials on the two companies. Although his primary goal was to create a distribution channel for Firefly, he had no intention of starting from scratch. Time was of the essence, and acquiring a company with a distribution network was the most efficient route. In his mind, the two promising companies he could think of for this purpose were New Line and Miramax. As for Lionsgate, which would soon emerge as a film giant, it hadn't even hit the scene yet. Companies like Orion, Columbia, and TriStar had already tightly aligned with the major 6 studios, leaving no room for acquisition. Even if he offered hefty sums, the major studios wouldn't easily let go once they realized he was aiming to establish an independent footing. While there were other second-tier companies that were comparable to New Line and Miramax, Eric hadn't heard of them in his previous life. Those companies had either been absorbed and lost their independence with no brand left, or they had gone bankrupt due to poor management or unsuccessful investments. Chapter 162. Missed Opportunity. After seriously reviewing the information on two companies, Eric realized that perhaps due to having been established for over a decade, New Line had far more power than Miramax. The simplest evidence was in their distribution capabilities. As a second-tier film company, New Line could open nearly 1,500 screens for a movie, whereas Miramax was still in its infancy, managing to muster only 400 or 500 screens at most for its releases. Furthermore, New Line had already begun its independent production business when Miramax was founded and now owned very profitable series rights, while Miramax was still in the phase of buying and releasing films worldwide. Reading this made Eric lightly tap the table, suddenly remembering something he had missed regarding Steven Soderbergh's film, which had made him the youngest Palme d'Or winner at the Cannes Film Festival a few months prior. Eric had even reminded himself at the time to secure the North American rights to this film, but he had become so wrapped up in the hectic filming schedule that he had inadvertently forgotten. If history had not deviated, that film would certainly have been picked up by the Weinstein brothers. In Eric's memory, Miramax had risen to prominence thanks to this film, making a nice profit and gaining enough capital to enter the independent production realm, slowly forging its own path to success. By July, Eric only knew that the film had won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival in May, but he had yet to see any news in newspapers or magazines about its North American release. If Miramax had indeed secured the distribution rights to this film, it would be best for Eric to reach an acquisition agreement before the movie debuted. Otherwise, once it garnered a good box office, even if the Weinstein brothers agreed to the acquisition afterward, Eric would definitely have to pay a higher price. The rules of the industry were such that one film could significantly increase a company's market value, much like how Pixar, which had originally been worth $50 million, saw its value soar 20 times due to its success with Toy Story. In Eric's vision, securing both companies simultaneously would be ideal, allowing them to develop along both commercial and art film lines. With the classic Oscar-winning films he recalled, even if Miramax returned to focusing on art films, it surely wouldn't earn less than a company committed to commercial filmmaking. According to the data, New Line's estimated market value was around $150 million, being a well-established company with a substantial film library and valuable series rights. These series had been producing low-budget horror films annually since 1984, consistently turning a profit, and while the box office returns were not extremely high, they proved to be enduring. Though Miramax still found itself in a third-tier position, its estimated market value was around $20 million, thanks to the Weinstein brothers actively acquiring plenty of film resources over the years. Eric understood well that Miramax's true value didn't lie in its label or the films in its library, but rather in the Weinstein brothers themselves. In his past life, once the brothers abandoned Miramax in 2005, the company quickly fell from grace, eventually being sold off to Disney for a bargain. Now, Eric knew that while he had just over $100 million coming in and could take out loans again, trying to acquire both companies was more than just a matter of simple cash. It would inevitably involve negotiations over equity swaps. He believed that with Robert Shea and the Weinstein brothers' sharp minds, even if he managed to secure enough funding through loans with the intention of a full acquisition, those three wouldn't agree. There was more value in exchanging equity for a potentially thriving film company than a straightforward buyout. As he pondered these matters with a furrowed brow, Jeffrey knocked and walked in. News from Venice just came in. The film successfully entered the main competition. Also, Jonathan Demme revised the movie again per your suggestions. Eric, do you want to take another look? Yeah, I'll head to the screening room. Now, Eric nodded, temporarily setting aside the thought of acquiring both companies as he followed Jeffrey out of the office. What were you just thinking so deeply about? Jeffrey asked casually as they walked side by side. New Line and Miramax's information, you know how it is, Eric replied. I want to take both companies at once, but I don't want to give away too much equity. Jeffrey fell silent. He understood that as the company expanded, he might not have the capability to support the entire operation. Just previously, he had only been responsible for a few films that Eric produced and financed, and he didn't even have to worry about distribution. However, after acquiring new companies, Firefly would have to venture into distribution, an area where Jeffrey had no prior experience, and he would certainly have to relinquish the CEO position. Yet after a brief moment of uncertainty, Jeffrey soon felt at ease. As long as Firefly remained Firefly, he had always aimed to build it into a large film company. Now that there was momentum, what was his position compared to that ambition? Ever since his earlier stubborn choices led to the original Firefly's bankruptcy, due to his own directorial efforts impacting his wife, Jeffrey had become more self-aware. Although he would occasionally grumble and offer small suggestions regarding Eric's film production, he never interfered with content creation because he knew he didn't have that talent. Thinking through this, Jeffrey clapped Eric on the shoulder. If it doesn't work out, take your time. I've looked over the materials for both companies, and, honestly, I lean more towards New Line. Even if it means swapping some shares, it'd be worth it. Miramax feels too small. I can't see what you find appealing about that company. Eric laughed slightly. You'll understand in time. As they spoke, they entered Firefly's screening room, where Jonathan Demme likely pulled another all-nighter, evidenced by the dark circles under his eyes, showcasing how much he valued this film. Chapter 163, Unpleasant Factors. In a foggy mansion on a small island off the coast of England, the lady of the house, Grace, woke once again from a nightmare. She wiped her eyes and mustered her strength to start yet another busy day. With her husband away, she had to be strong. For some unknown reason, the household staff had mysteriously disappeared a while back. So, Grace had put up an ad seeking new help, and today 3 people came for the job. There was an elderly gardener with white hair, a sprightly old woman, and a timid mute girl. The peculiar trio looked quite odd, but with no other applicants after such a long time, Grace accepted them and introduced the various rules of the mansion. It seemed that the arrival of the 3 was linked to the strange occurrences that began happening around the house. Her daughter claimed she saw a little boy, and Grace herself started hearing odd noises. Additionally, she noticed that the 3 new servants were often muttering to each other, as if plotting something, which made Grace increasingly uneasy. One day, however, her husband, who had been off fighting in a war, returned home. Elated, Grace believed that with him back, life would get back on track. But her husband lacked the joy of reunion, instead growing sorrowful at the sight of Grace and the children. After a few days at home, he suddenly left again. The strange happenings persisted, and coupled with her husband's departure, Grace's mental state continued to fray. One day, she discovered that all of the mansion's curtains had been removed. She had repeatedly emphasized that her sick children should not see sunlight, and in her fury, she blamed the 3 servants and chased them away. One evening, the playful kids climbed out of their bedroom window and made their way into the backyard garden. When Little spotted 3 gravestones, she was horrified to discover the names inscribed were those of the new servants who had recently arrived in their home. At that moment, the 3 servants emerged from the shadows once more and called for her brother and they ran towards the front door. Coincidentally, Grace, having uncovered the truth, dashed out with a revolver, shielding her children as they returned to the mansion, blocking the three ghosts outside. As Grace pleaded for the spirits to let her family be, the children upstairs suddenly screamed. Grace prayed as she climbed the staircase, pushing open a door. Through a seance conducted by a medium, she finally saw the reality. She and her two children were already dead. Holding her children helplessly, the distraught mistress was forced to recall the sorrowful past. Amid the murmurs of Grace and her two children, the movie came to a close. The credits had yet to be made, so the lights in the screening room came on directly. "How did it go, Eric?" Jonathan Demme asked, lacking confidence. Despite making substantial edits based on Eric's suggestions, Jonathan still felt uncertain whether Eric would be satisfied. They wrapped filming in mid-June, and some post-production was done back in the UK because they occasionally needed to reshoot some scenes. The entire crew stayed in England until July before returning to the States. After the wrap, Eric had visited the UK shooting set to check on the production and reviewed some footage Jonathan had shot. He was very pleased with Jonathan's results. Perhaps buoyed by Eric's earlier affirmation, Jonathan confidently presented his edited version, the so-called director's cut, believing it would be well received by Eric. However, reality hit Jonathan hard when Eric, frowning as he reviewed his cut, indicated for the staff to start the film over. He took notes at a rapid pace, and by the time the film finished screening again, Eric had already written over 20 notes detailing necessary changes, covering everything from shots to music to editing, basically dismissing Jonathan's entire cut. While Jonathan was frustrated, he had to yield because he did not possess final cut rights, and ended up making significant modifications according to Eric's notes. After implementing Eric's suggestions, Jonathan watched the final cut and recognized that this version indeed excelled over his original edit. Not only was the story far more tightly woven, but the suspense and psychological environment were far better established, which left Jonathan awed by this young man, who was over 20 years his junior. Though Jonathan had prepared extensively for the director's position and proposed concepts that aligned with Eric's vision, many of his techniques still fell into the cliché of old-fashioned horror films. It wasn't a matter of Jonathan not wanting to adapt. Many habitual elements weren't easily changed. Innovation was always easier said than done in any field. When Jonathan asked Eric again, Eric didn't rush to answer. He leaned back in his seat, meticulously comparing the original film in his mind with the one he had just seen, determining the discrepancies and similarities. Eric had high hopes for the box office potential of this movie among the three films funded by Firefly Films. Thus, he was particularly invested in it. The other film, Steel Magnolias, was under Herbert Ross's full control, and Eric wasn't involved in the editing of it at all. While Eric held final editing rights, he would be very respectful of Al Pacino's opinions when it came to post-production of Scent of a Woman. Compared to those, the production of this film seemed somewhat stubborn. He knew completely dismissing Jonathan's director's cut would be damaging, but for the success of the film at the box office, it was a necessary step. Eric's ability to list so many revisions after viewing Jonathan's cut wasn't merely due to talent. It was informed by the reference of the original film that played in his mind. For any film, even with the same script and materials, the differences in editing by different people could be significant. Eric had heard of cases where someone edited a classic serious historical film into a ridiculous comedy, changing nothing but the order of shots. Thus, he did not require a perfect replica of what he remembered. After all, the previous version also had flaws, like the scene of Grace's husband returning, which lacked the tension appropriate for a horror film. Eric had made some revisions in this version to enhance that aspect. After spending about 10 minutes comparing carefully, Eric nodded slightly. "Not bad, it's basically ready. Just a couple of small detail tweaks. And for the premiere, Jeffrey, notify the heads of the other 4 major film companies about the internal screening, but don't contact Fox and Columbia. Let's see if they're interested." Jonathan let out a sigh of relief at Eric's affirmative words, while Jeffrey hesitated. "Eric, is it really wise to omit Fox and Columbia? After all, our collaboration with them has been the closest." Eric shrugged, explaining, "Given the current situation, Columbia is experiencing significant personnel changes after being acquired by the Japanese. How they'll manage Colombia is still uncertain, and I'm worried about our share, whether we'll receive them on time. So for now, we should avoid collaborating with them. As for Fox, they already hold the distribution rights for my next two films. Involving them further will only have us compete with ourselves for our own resources. Jeffrey suggested. How about we traditionally invite folks from Fox and Columbia? If they decide against collaboration, it's ultimately still our call. Not inviting them could come off as rude. Eric thought it over and nodded. All right, we'll do it your way. Also, let's have them screen together. For Al, let's just put it aside for now. He can take his time with it. As long as it gets a small-scale screening by the end of the year, that'll be fine. After all, it's his movie aiming for the Oscars. Once they wrapped up their discussion on the film's release, Jonathan Demme finally had a chance to interject. Eric, are you going to the Venice Film Festival in September? Yeah, I'll at least make it to the opening or the awards ceremony, Eric replied. It had been an entire year since his rebirth, and Eric had been busy to the point of never having a moment to just relax. Perhaps this trip to Venice could serve as a mini-vacation. As for winning awards, his expectations weren't particularly high. While the plot of this film was innovative, it was both a commercial and a horror film, two categories often looked down upon by festival judges. The fact that it managed to be shortlisted for the main competition at Venice was already quite a remarkable outcome. Chapter 164, The Real Loss. I found an apartment in Beverly Hills for $4,000 a month. You can call this number tomorrow and mention Alan Fisman's name, and a real estate agent will come to meet with you to sign the contract. That night, Eric returned home, and after dinner, he took out a business card to hand to Nicole. Before she could even reach for it, a small hand swiftly snatched the card away. Wow, wow, Drew exclaimed, waving the business card around with a triumphant smile at Nicole. So, you're finally moving out? Nicole shrugged helplessly, sitting back elegantly on the couch without any intention of arguing or answering Drew's question. During this time, she figured out a way to deal with Drew, who seemed to be just a little brat. Even though she often felt like running to the kitchen to grab a knife to scratch that annoying doll face, Nicole always maintained an air of grace, pretending that she wouldn't stoop to a petty fight with her. She even speculated about Drew's reasons for bothering her. This seemingly carefree girl, although only 14, was as sharp as a little imp. Nicole thought that Drew's childish antics didn't come from an innocent desire to bully others. Rather, she just wanted to create chaos and provoke a reaction, hoping Nicole would lose her composure and fight back. If things escalated to a breaking point, one of them would surely have to leave the mansion, and Nicole knew that even if she stood on the moral high ground, she would be the one shown the door at the end. Nicole didn't mind a falling out with Drew, but she was terrified of losing her chance at being a leading lady, and the thought filled her with fear. Through this time of interaction, she increasingly understood the value of being Eric's leading lady, and thus grew even more respectful in his presence. Compared to this opportunity, spending a couple of months as a maid in the mansion felt like nothing. If she could secure the outcome, she wouldn't mind wearing a sexy little uniform for a year. Many women often struggled for a decade in Hollywood without finding such an opportunity, making a few months, or even a year, seem trivial. Amid various media reports, not to mention the flourishing Julia Roberts, even that actress who only appeared for a few minutes, Brooke Shields, recently snagged a major lead role in a Warner Brothers film, with newspapers speculating her pay would approach $3 million, almost the same as many top actresses. Before participating in the project, Brooke Shields, while beautiful and glamorous, had only been regarded as a third-rate star, and her acting had consistently faced criticism from the media, with her box office appeal being non-existent. Although Eric had made a series of promises and there was a contract involved, she still maintained a careful attitude until the last moment. All right, Drew, give the business card back to Nicole. If you don't want her to leave, I wouldn't mind letting her stay a little longer, Eric said, shooting a glare at Drew, who was waving the card. Knowing that Eric was just joking, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue and with a mischievous grin rolled up the business card. She leaned in close to Nicole and stuffed it down the neckline of her maid's outfit, adding with a smirk, "So sad. There's nothing to hold on to, it just fell out." Nicole shot a glance at Eric, knowing she wouldn't receive a response, wearing a hurt expression. Normally, Patrons at strip clubs would stuff bills down dancers' outfits to encourage them to disrobe, and if someone did that to an ordinary woman, she would likely slap them across the face. Seeing Eric maintain his detached demeanor as he watched the children play, Nicole could only reach down to cover the business card that had fallen to her abdomen and stood up to head to the restroom to retrieve it. Once Nicole ducked into the restroom, the little troublemaker jumped into Eric's arms. "What's wrong?" Feeling sorry for her. "It wasn't easy for Nicole," Eric chuckled. "She's been bullied by you for over a month without saying a word. If it were me, I would have just splashed some acid on your face by now." He gently pinched Drew's youthful cheek as he spoke. "She wouldn't do that," Drew huffed lightly, her body moving as she settled comfortably against Eric's thigh. She reached up to scratch at the stubble on his chin. "It's only brainless girls like Aniston who would act like that, and this woman, she wouldn't do anything unless it benefits her." "Huh. Next time I see Jenny, I'll definitely pass along your opinion." Drew waved her hand, her expression nonchalant. "Whatever. Let that little fat girl face reality quickly. The world is dangerous. She should just dig a hole and bury herself." Eric couldn't help but smile. "I think if Jenny digs a hole, she will definitely bury you first." "Huh. She doesn't have that ability." Drew laughed before her expression turned serious. Lowering her voice slightly, she said, "Eric, I don't care how you play with dumb girls. Just don't engage with that woman in the restroom. It could lead to trouble." "Yeah. Ever since a certain little imp latched onto me, I haven't dared to mess with the same type of women anymore." "I mean it," Drew insisted as she playfully swatted Eric's chin. "It's also your fault. Others can play around with girls, but you always end up entangled with them afterward." Eric realized Drew was referring to Virginia and helplessly turned his head to evade her playful swats. "All right, I get it." The sound of clicking heels approached, and both paused the conversation. Nicole returned to the sofa, her expression neutral as she resumed chatting with Eric, but in the back of her mind, she recalled Drew's earlier comment and considered the little girl's fierce guarding against her. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she might have missed a better opportunity. Initially, Nicole had felt a little proud of snagging this role without having to sacrifice anything physically. Now, she realized that not paying those dues was the real loss. Chapter 165, Borrowing Money. Late at night, in Nicole's bedroom on the second floor of the villa, she looked at the packed suitcase and suddenly felt as though her experiences over the past 2 months were like a dream. 7 years earlier, she received her first opportunity to act in a music video, and it was that experience that made her realize her life could be more dazzling. Ambitious women often seek more. So she quickly dropped out of a girls' high school, searching for opportunities while studying at a drama academy. Over the years, she landed supporting roles in several films and television shows, and even won an award for Best Actress from the Australian Film Institute. However, that was far from enough to satisfy her. Her gaze had never settled in the small pond of the Australian entertainment industry. She longed for Hollywood. Earlier in the year, she auditioned for a Hollywood film in Australia. Although she had gone in with confidence, she ultimately did not land a role. She realized she was already 22 and couldn't afford to wait any longer. So she packed her bags and ventured alone to Los Angeles. Soon after arriving, she quickly faced the harsh reality. Her experience and awards in Australia didn't help her much in her career. She was essentially a newcomer and could only manage to snag small parts in some unknown films or TV shows. Then, 2 months ago, her career finally took a significant turn. A rising young director in Hollywood, Eric Williams, had his eye on her. He offered her a chance to work as his maid for a few months, after which she could play the lead in his new film. How could anything be this good? As she walked out of that office, the voice echoed in her mind. Over the next few days, she struggled with her emotions. She desperately craved the opportunity, yet she feared that agreeing would lead her into a hellish existence, possibly turning into a lifelong nightmare. She wasn't an inexperienced girl. She had heard plenty of stories about women being toyed with and abused. A few days later, she ultimately succumbed to temptation and made the move. However, the horrifying scenarios she'd imagined did not materialize. She wasn't stripped and locked in a basement, nor did she suffer any form of abuse. Instead, he simply dressed her up beautifully and had her do laundry, cook, and make the bed for him every day. His life was healthy and orderly, with no bad habits. and even without the frivolity that often followed. Fame. At just 18, he was as composed as a middle-aged man who had seen it all. He was young, wealthy, talented, and handsome. Most women would have deemed him the total package, possessing nearly every admirable quality in a man. Even though she rationally told herself that this situation was unlikely to lead anywhere profound, she found herself developing a mild crush on this younger man. In the early days, she even attempted to flirt with him, but to her disappointment, it only led to awkward situations. He found her attempts amusing and treated them like a performance, watching her with great enjoyment. If she hadn't known he had a girlfriend and a mistress, and that he kept a little minx at home who sometimes spent the night out, she might have wondered if he was gay, considering how high the percentage of gay men seemed to be in Hollywood. Lost in her thoughts, Nicole changed into her pajamas, neatly hanging her sexy maid outfit in the closet. After closing the wardrobe, she climbed into bed, turned off the bedside lamp, and tossed and turned in the darkness for a while. Perhaps just one more try. Thinking back to the conversation she had overheard between Eric and Drew after dinner, she couldn't shake the idea. While being unable to be this man's girlfriend or wife wouldn't save her 10 years of striving, at least she could make a lasting impression. From what she gathered from their discussion, she figured this could only help her career. After some time, she finally devised a decent excuse. It wasn't so much an excuse. She had intended to bring it up that evening, but that little minx Drew had been there, and she didn't want to be mocked. So she decided to wait until tomorrow to mention it, and now the perfect opportunity had come. She fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp, sat up, thought for a moment, then opened her suitcase, pulled out a bottle of perfume, and sprayed it on herself a few times. She rarely used this particular scent lately, as after trying it once, Eric had said it was too strong for his liking, prompting her to stop using it to please him. But perhaps it would have some effect this time. The perfume was rose musk, known for its supposed aphrodisiac qualities. Checking her watch, she sat on the bed for a bit, and when the hands pointed to midnight, she quietly opened the door and carefully made her way down the hall to Eric's room. She lightly knocked a few times and took a deep breath, patiently waiting. She knew he could hear her. He typically worked in his study until after 11 and surely wasn't asleep yet. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Eric in his pajamas, looking puzzled at Nicole, his eyes subtly flickering. "Nicole, it's late. What's up?" he asked. "Eric, this is a bit awkward to bring up, but I don't know many people here in Los Angeles, and I don't have anyone who can really help." Nicole initially appeared calm, but her demeanor turned anxious. "Yes." Eric still hadn't moved aside to let her in. "I'm saying, could I borrow some money? Didn't you mention the rent for that apartment is $4,000 a month? But I don't have much left." Her voice wavered slightly. It wasn't an act. She had stuttered as a child, and even though she had overcome it while growing up, she still stumbled over her words when she was nervous. Eric leaned against the doorframe and nodded. "I see. Wait here for a moment while I grab my checkbook." He turned, and just as he realized he ought to remind her of something, she followed him into the bedroom. He had no choice but to let her. Thankfully, he had forced that little minx into the closet, or it could have turned into a real hassle. "Will 100,000 be enough?" Eric asked as he found his checkbook and looked up at her. Nicole quickly nodded. "That's plenty. I'll pay you back as soon as I receive my paycheck. No need to rush. Just pay me back whenever you have the money. I believe you'll be rolling in it once your first movie hits theaters." Remember, Julia was still renting a place earlier this year, and now she's bought herself a mansion in Beverly Hills and hired a bunch of assistants and bodyguards. "She's bigger than I am." Eric casually mentioned Julia's rise, focusing on filling in the check. Chapter 166. Go to the closet. After filling out the check, Eric tore it off and handed it to Nicole. However, he noticed that after taking the check, the woman had no intention of leaving. Moreover, while he was writing with his head down just now, the woman had unknowingly moved in front of him. This is... Before any words could be spoken, the woman had already thrown herself into his arms, her warm breath kissing his face gently. The softness of her chest, separated by 2 layers of nightgown, rubbed lightly against Eric's chest, and he could even feel the slight hardness of her protruding nipples. "Eric, please don't reject me," the woman said, squinting her eyes, wrapping her arms around Eric's shoulders, licking his ear like a cat, and speaking in a dreamy manner. Smelling the perfume emanating from the woman, which was different from her usual fragrance, Eric inexplicably felt a stir of emotion and couldn't help but want to wrap his arms around her waist for a little indulgence. However, the wardrobe behind Nicole suddenly opened slightly. Drew poked her head out, warning Eric with a bared tooth, and then quickly retreated. Eric could only gently push the woman who was clinging to him away and say, "Sorry, Nicole, you should go back." The woman, unwilling to give up, leaned in and quickly grabbed Eric's little brother with one hand. "Eric, you clearly want it too. Wanting doesn't necessarily mean doing it. This." Eric hadn't finished speaking when the woman had already crouched down. Eric immediately felt his raging little brother being pulled out by a small hand, followed by two wet, soft lips wrapping around him, tightly, pulling him inward into the abyss. Wow! The unprecedented comfort made Eric unable to help but exclaim, and he no longer felt any resistance. His large hand also rested on the woman's head, gently guiding her movements to making it more pleasurable. The closet across the room opened again, and the little girl, unable to endure any longer, jumped out barefoot. Eric quickly placed his hands on Nicole's head to prevent the busy woman from suddenly looking back. "Eric, we agreed on this." Looking at Nicole kneeling in front of Eric, her face showing strong displeasure, Drew silently mouthed words to Eric with her small hand gestures. "Be good, quickly get into the cabinet." "It won't be good if you're discovered," Eric silently mouthed back. Drew frantically scratched her head, impulsively wanting to rush over, grab Nicole's hair, and drag this bitch out of the house. But she knew that if she did that, it would also reveal to the other person that she had been in Eric's bedroom. Although she had done nothing with Eric, just sleeping next to him, no one would believe that. She didn't want that woman, Nicole, to find anything that could potentially damage Eric's reputation, so she could only helplessly wave her hand again, point to the door, and return to the cabinet. Eric made a knowing expression, and after Drew returned to the closet, Eric firmly held the woman's head and started moving vigorously. Cough. Nicole was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was in a very awkward position. She could only look up at Eric, pleading for him to be gentler, not realizing that such a gaze would only further provoke his primal instincts. After a few minutes, Eric finally took a quick step back and commanded the woman, "Use your hands." The disheveled-haired woman was breathing heavily. Her brain completely stopped functioning, and she obediently reached out with both hands to grasp his little brother in front of her. Soon, Eric fixed her head again, and she stared wide-eyed as he began to ejaculate, leaving her face and hair covered in a mess. Eric let out a deep breath, finished, and then cleaned up a bit in the girl's mouth before pulling up his shorts. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he retreated to the large bed behind him and lay down. Meanwhile, Nicole, without needing any instructions, turned and hurried to the bathroom. As the bathroom door closed, the faint sound of a woman's dry heaving could be heard. Drew finally jumped out of the closet, her face flushed and breathing heavily. Peeking cautiously to confirm that the bathroom door was closed, she quickly bared her teeth and lunged onto the big bed, directly straddling Eric's waist. She scratched at the man's chest and said, "You bastard. Although it feels satisfying to me to watch her degraded, it's just too disgusting. I never thought you could be so perverted. Stop messing around. Get out quickly. It won't be good if we get caught," Eric said softly, blocking the two little paws' attack, showing no sign of remorse. Doing this for the first time was indeed very enjoyable, especially since that face belonged to an Oscar-winning actress in a past life, a goddess adored by thousands. Thinking of this, the desire Eric had just released showed signs of reigniting. Drew also understood the gravity of the situation, venting a bit of dissatisfaction before jumping off the bed and walking towards the door. Because Eric was lying in bed, he didn't notice the girl's unusual walking posture, let alone realize that her little pants under the nightgown were already soaked. Drew was not a conventional girl, or rather, the concept of rules had nothing to do with her. She had seen similar scenes in some adult films, but the blurry footage on a TV screen from that era could never compare to the impact of a live performance. The little girl who saw this scene through the crack in the wardrobe door almost collapsed directly into the wardrobe. The woman's retching in the bathroom soon stopped, followed by the sound of the shower. More than 10 minutes later, The shower sound also ceased. Eric looked up at the bathroom door. The woman still hadn't come out. You wouldn't be thinking of doing something irrational, would you? Eric had this thought, and although he knew it was impossible given Nicole's personality, he still got up and walked towards the bathroom. Under the bright fluorescent lights, Eric saw the bathtub filled with clear water, the slender, naked body completely immersed in it. She walked to the edge of the bathtub, crouched down, and looked into the water. The woman quickly spotted Eric. She poked her head out of the bathtub, instinctively covered her chest, then subtly let go and forced a faint smile at Eric. Eric, can I take a break first? We can continue later. Of course, Eric nodded. Do you mind if I join you? The lady hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head. Eric took off his shorts and stepped into the bathtub, pulling the woman into his arms. He gently caressed Nicole's lower lips, and after a while, he softly spread her long legs apart, fiddled around for a moment, found the right position, and inserted himself. The tightness and fullness made them both gasp at the same time, and he started moving. Eric, do you need me to stay here a few more days? After another round of fun, it was already late at night. On the big bed, Nicole leaned against Eric and asked this. No need. Eric shook his head, stroking the woman's smooth back, slowly sliding down to her firm, rounded buttocks, gently kneading them. The woman was very slender, her chest lacking any substantial curves, but this area felt quite nice to the touch. Nicole rubbed up against him, making it easier for the man's large hands to knead her, and nodded, saying, I'll do as you say. If you want me, you can come find me. Eric didn't answer immediately. After a moment, he said, It seems you don't have a car yet. When you leave tomorrow, you can pick one from the garage. It's really inconvenient to be without a car in Los Angeles. Just return it when you have the money to buy your own. Because of the incident where the Lamborghini was spotted by paparazzi, Eric subsequently bought several different models of new cars and stored them in a warehouse for backup. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being easily recognized for always driving the same car. The treatment is indeed different, the woman thought to herself. She could tell that Eric lent her the car out of concern, not as a transaction or anything like that. But the girl would not waste the good impression she had worked so hard to earn on something as trivial as a car. No, thanks. I will be going to New York to shoot a movie in a month anyway. I will just take a taxi. Whatever, just call me if anything happens. Nicole's lips curled into a smug smile, and she immediately felt a pat on her perky bottom. Eric's voice came through. Let's do it again. This time you're on top. The woman reached down and then obediently straddled the man, her slender waist soon swaying back and forth. Eric, do you want to hear me moan? The woman asked, her hands pressed against Eric's chest, her eyes sultry. In the previous two instances, she had been very passive, cautiously satisfying the man's desires, showing no intention of taking the initiative. However, sensing the subtle change in Eric's emotions, the woman grew bolder and began to tease him. Anyway, Drew already knows, so Eric has no reservations. He caressed the woman's slender waist and said, Go ahead, but don't make it too loud, or you'll attract the wildcats nearby. Not a chance. The woman replied with a smile, and then her lips began to emit enticing moans. At breakfast time, Drew, sporting faint panda eyes, glared fiercely at Nicole, her bread turning to crumbs in her unconscious grip. Nicole, however, had a radiant look of someone who had just been pampered, completely unfazed by her murderous glare. She wasn't the type of woman who liked to flaunt her advantages. She thought that was very unwise. So even though she had clearly come out on top in the end, the lady had no intention of showing off in front of Drew. Because she was leaving today, the woman changed back into her regular clothes. The pure white shirt and cream-colored casual pants made her look very intellectual, and with a pair of glasses, she could easily pass for a school teacher. I'm full, the little girl said, watching the two people in front of her flirting each other from time to time, or at least that's how it seemed to her. She directly dropped the spoon in her hand, gulped down some oatmeal, wiped her lips, and walked out, her little leather boots making a loud, clattering sound on the floor. Chapter 167. Hi. Despite the intimate relationship they shared, Nicole did not linger at Eric's mansion for even a day. That very day, she obediently moved into the apartment Eric had arranged for her. As August rolled around, running out of time that had been in theaters for 4 weeks still boasted box office figures exceeding $26 million, a remarkable feat, bringing its total gross to over $150 million. While it would take a stroke of luck to surpass that in the coming weeks, the film's North American total had already marked to clear the $200 million mark without any doubt. Moreover, its overseas performance was even better than in North America. Even though most foreign countries had later release dates and several had not screened it yet, in the territories where it had swiftly claimed 12 opening weekend box office crowns. Given this context, it was clear the international box office would far exceed that of the domestic. Columbia had originally entered this project with the intention of boosting their stock price without expecting to turn a profit. But the reality was that they could not only break even, but also make a tidy profit from ticket sales alone. The subsequent revenue from home video sales was also bound to contribute significantly to Columbia's coffers. Although the payback period for video sales was lengthy, over the next few years, this revenue could easily add up to over $100 million in profits for Columbia Pictures. As for Eric, this project was now part of the past. All he needed to do was sit back and wait for his share. With such a hit on their hands, Hollywood would typically rush to produce sequels. However, Eric was determined not to get involved in the making of a sequel. He knew that the classic nature of the first film was tough to surpass, and the sequels from his past life hadn't stood out. If a strong sequel script surfaced in the future, Eric intended only to involve Firefly in a limited investment. If the Columbia came back with a tempting offer, Eric might even consider selling them half the rights that belonged to Firefly. After all, with Tom Cruise's character dead, and with only Tom Hanks remaining, a sequel would struggle to replicate the magic of the first film. Following the investment patterns in film, increasing costs for the sequel made profitability a daunting challenge. With the previous project behind him, Eric dove into an intense work schedule for the latter half of the year. First on his list was the 2 episodes of Friends he needed to direct personally. Fox had already started drumming up interest in this project due to the product placements involved, generating significant public anticipation. Although Fox had high hopes, this project wouldn't consume much of Eric's energy, especially since he planned to stick to the second season's script from his past life, which would simplify production considerably. As for his movie, even in the early stages of preparation, the promotional work had already kicked off, and the leads were soon announced. Many actors in Hollywood who had hoped to work with Eric felt disappointed once the leading male and female names were revealed. Tom Hanks faced minimal scrutiny over his role as the male lead. However, the sudden emergence of Nicole Kidman became a media frenzy. With the stars' names in the open, paparazzi quickly stripped Nicole's background down to the bare essentials in just a few days. An Australian actress, a recipient of acting awards, had debuted at 16 with no Hollywood experience. Once her details came to light, she quickly became a hot topic of controversy. The disdain Hollywood often held for foreign actors seemed to have shifted to the media as well. Beyond the PR arranged by UTA, Nicole received scant praise and instead faced prevalent criticism. Most outlets deemed her unworthy of a leading role in Eric's new film. From the title, the media speculated that Eric was likely to return to light-hearted romantic comedies. Thus, Hollywood reporters overlooked Nicole's current image and gleefully uncovered her less polished roles in Australian films and television, ripping her to shreds. This criticism wasn't without backlash, with the Australian media being the most vocal. Eric, despite only having a handful of projects under his belt and a short rise to fame, had already garnered significant renown in Australia, rivaling that of big-name directors. Consequently, Australian outlets took great pride in one of their actresses landing a role in Eric's new film, launching extensive counterattacks against the American press regarding their critiques of Nicole. Amidst this storm, Nicole felt no pressure at all. She understood that the more ruckus the media created, the bigger the spotlight would shine on her. On August 2nd, a massive soundstage at Fox's lot quietly began filming. Among the 6 leads, only Jennifer Aniston possessed notable fame. The other young actors had previously been relatively unknown, but Eric selected them as they not only showcased solid talent, but also bore similar style to the lead actors from his memories. Additionally, as newcomers, Their salaries were remarkably low at just $5,000 per episode. Eric initially wanted to capitalize on this and offer Aniston a higher pay rate. The information was kept confidential, ensuring that the other cast members would have no clue. Even if they did find out, they wouldn't dare complain. After all, Aniston was not just more famous, but she was also the producer's daughter and the director's girlfriend. Comparing themselves to her would be rather laughable. However, this kind-hearted proposal from Eric was firmly turned down by the spirited young woman. She chose to take the same $5,000 per episode as the others. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Eric allowed this information to slip out, and unsurprisingly, it yielded positive results. Before long, just like in his former life, Aniston bonded with the other 5 leads, forming genuine friendships. This outcome greatly benefited the filming process, as their real-life camaraderie would contribute to on-screen chemistry. All set, Scene 1, Take 5. With the sound of the first assistant director's voice, the cast commenced their dialogue at a cafe in Central Park. The scene depicted Ross, having divorced his wife Susan, appearing in the cafe with a gloomy expression and an umbrella in hand. In the original version, David Schwimmer's portrayal of Ross Geller made a striking entrance that left many viewers in awe, simply with a casual hi. Instantly, audiences remembered the tall, lanky character dressed in an oversized coat. Chapter 168, Freddy's House. While Chandler and the others were chatting, Ross suddenly appeared like a ghost behind the sofa in the cafe, holding an umbrella and shyly looking down while fiddling with his fingers. He weakly greeted them, saying, "Hi." The previously cheerful atmosphere rapidly dissipated, and Chandler and the others' expressions sank immediately. "Oh man, the moment he opens his mouth, I get this urge to off myself," Chandler quipped from his adjacent chair, just as the director called for a cut. "No, Ross, that little action you did was great, but the emotion in the lines just isn't there yet. You need to be more wilted, really let it simmer. I told you before how crucial this shot is for you. I want the audience to laugh as soon as they hear your first line, and I want them to remember you," Eric patiently explained to the actor portraying Ross, even addressing him by his character's name. Nobody found it odd. They quietly watched Eric as he demonstrated, and even Jennifer Aniston, who was waiting nearby in her wedding dress, gazed up at her serious boyfriend with a look of admiration. Though young, Eric had already grossed over $1 billion at the box office as a director, so everyone present showed him great respect. "All right, everyone ready? Let's do it again," Eric concluded, waving to everyone before settling back into the director's chair. Due to the stringent requirements for Ross's entrance, this little scene had been shot over 10 times, and by the end, the actor playing Ross seemed noticeably anxious. But finally, they managed to get it right. "Jen, it's your turn now," Eric said after a few more setups, turning to Aniston, who had been waiting patiently by the sidelines. The young woman quickly lifted her wedding dress and headed outside the Central Park Cafe. Since it was the first day of filming, the crew hadn't shot many scenes, mainly focusing on getting the actors in sync. Although there were no canned laughter tracks in the studio, the atmosphere overall was remarkably pleasant. At first, most of the crew was on edge because Eric was personally directing, but as time went on and they got to know him better, they eased up, even sharing lighthearted jokes with him. After days of practice, the shooting pace picked up, and Eric had allocated a generous 2 weeks to prepare the first 2 episodes he directed. That was quite relaxed, considering that after that, they would be shooting and airing simultaneously, which meant the crew would need to produce 2 episodes each week. "Eric, how about we go out for dinner tonight?" Aniston asked sweetly, snuggling up to Eric's arm after a long day of filming. Since everyone around knew about their relationship, the young woman had no intention of hiding it. "I actually have plans with someone, but if you don't mind, you can come along," Eric replied as he scribbled on a document. Aniston raised her eyebrows slightly but couldn't help asking, "Is it a guy or a girl?" Definitely a guy." "I knew it," she pouted. "If it were a girl, you wouldn't bring me along. Besides you, I don't think I've ever gone out to dinner with any other woman," Eric said, capping his pen and placing it in his folder, then gently pinching her cheek. Aniston shrugged off Eric's hand. "I don't believe you. Who knows what you've done behind my back? What's up with Nicole Kidman? What's up with her?" Eric feigned misunderstanding. You could tell Aniston wanted to directly ask if he had slept with her, but she swallowed the question. What could it change? Even if they hadn't, she felt that it was possible for Eric to end up in bed with her in the future. And if they had, what could she do about it? Break up with him? After quickly finishing another document, Eric signed it and handed it to his assistant, Alan, before wrapping his arm around Aniston's waist. Okay, let's go. We should head back and get ready. I'm meeting them at 7, which is in 2 hours. How about we stop by my place? Drew has missed you. I've missed her too, Aniston replied, immediately brightening at the mention of Drew's name. The last time the two girls had clashed over Eric's hospital bed, they hadn't seen each other since. Aniston hadn't been to Eric's house in months. Meanwhile, he usually spent the night at her place. Because of that, she had remained oblivious to the situation with Nicole. It wasn't until the newspapers reported that Nicole was cast as the lead in Eric's new film that Aniston even learned of her existence. After saying goodbye to the crew, Eric drove Aniston back to his Beverly Hills mansion. Though he said all that, he felt a sigh of relief seeing Drew still absent from home. After the incident with Nicole, the girl had only given him the cold shoulder for a day. Once Nicole left, she was back to snuggling up to Eric at night. Although this was Aniston's second time visiting Eric's mansion, her first experience had been slightly terrible, and she hardly remembered what his home looked like. Discovering that Drew wasn't home, Aniston took on the role of hostess, exploring the spacious house inside and out, even flopping onto Eric's big bed for a moment. Hey, what are you laughing at? In Eric's bedroom, while hugging a pillow, Aniston looked up when she caught Eric staring at her with an amused expression. Eric shook his head. Nothing. I'm just curious if you're marking your territory or something. Aniston seemed slighted by his teasing and turned her back to Eric. Shrugging, Eric walked into the closet to pick out some clothes. Since Aniston was wearing a long dress that resembled an elegant gown, she could easily go to dinner without needing to change. All right, let's go, Eric said after changing his clothes, turning to Aniston, who was still lounging on the bed. Aniston replied and didn't get up right away. Instead, she tilted on the bed and waved a long strand of hair at Eric, looking like she wanted an explanation. Eric shrugged. That must have been one of yours that fell out just now. Aniston struck, throwing the hair at Eric, clearly annoyed, and then buried her head in the pillow while laying face down. Eric approached her and playfully slapped her on her raised backside. Come on, don't be sulking. We need to go. Aniston wiggled a bit, but didn't budge. Eric smirked mischievously and suddenly said, Jen, there might be Drew's drool on that pillow. Ugh, that's gross. Hearing Eric's words, Aniston sprang up like a spring, and the pillow flew at Eric as she dashed into the bathroom. All right, don't be mad, Eric said after getting out of the car, handing his keys to the valet while walking with the girl linked to his arm. I told you, there's absolutely nothing going on. That's my pillow. Even if there was, it would just be my drool. Your drool is worse. Aniston couldn't resist touching her lips, rolling her eyes as she said that. They entered the restaurant and were led to a table nearby where a middle-aged man was already waiting. Upon seeing Eric, the man smiled, stood, and stepped forward to shake Eric's hand. Hello, Mr. Shea, Eric said as he shook hands with him, then introduced, This is my girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston. Aniston politely shook hands with him before sitting quietly beside Eric. Just call me Robert, the man said as he took his seat. Eric didn't see much in the man's expression, nor did he care. He understood that this dinner wouldn't seal any deals. It was merely a test on both sides, and they likely wouldn't reach any consensus. After ordering, Eric started to chat casually with Robert Shea. It's definitely a classic in the horror genre. The concept of dream killing is quite innovative, and as a master of horror, Wes Craven has a unique understanding of building that frightful atmosphere. To be honest, Firefly just finished shooting a horror film recently, and I considered Mr. Craven during the directorial selection. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, we could not collaborate. As they chatted, the conversation flowed naturally to New Line's classic series, noting that while the company had begun independent production back in 1979, it wasn't until 1984 that they had their first successful hit.